The apocalypse has arrived, with countless ferocious beasts and monsters surging forth from rifts in the void, accompanied by various terrifying natural disasters that Sub, having been granted a second chance at life, is acutely aware that the game MRWBO will become humanity's sole hope for survival in this cataclysmic era. The abilities and resources acquired within the game can be transmuted into reality. Treasure excavation successful. Congratulations, player has unearthed an SS-level treasure chest, earning 90 trillion resurrection coins. Initially, everyone dismissed it as a mere virus software, a worthless game. However, one fateful day, a titanic mutated beast emerged from the ocean, obliterating the entire nation of Fusong with a single step. Chapter 1. The MRWBO game. Longhua, Jinling. This is neither a dream nor an illusion. Have I truly been reborn? Leaning against the window, Sub gazed at the bustling, harmonious scene outside, his heart overwhelmed with shock and exhilaration. In his last memories, he was battling fiercely against zombies and mutated beasts, only to lose consciousness in an instant. When he regained awareness, he found himself back in the present. September 15th, 2034, with precisely half a month remaining until the emergence of those monsters. In just 2 weeks, vast hordes of zombies, mutated creatures, and various disasters would descend upon Earth, marking the official onset of the apocalypse. Rather than fear the impending arrival of zombies, monsters, and void creatures that would emerge from the dimensional gates, Sub felt an exhilarating thrill. In his previous life, he had been unprepared, which rendered him incapable of confronting the monstrous threats. But now, having returned to the time before the apocalypse, he was determined to prepare meticulously, ensuring a more prosperous existence in the coming chaos. Sub quickly opened his phone to check. The MRWBO game has yet to appear. I recall it should suddenly download onto every global phone at noon today. He fixated on the screen, his thoughts drifting back to the past in his previous life. Half a month before the apocalypse began, the game MRWBO automatically downloaded onto the phones of billions worldwide at 12 o'clock noon. This game would become humanity's beacon of hope for survival. The gameplay was deceptively simple. Wielding a small shovel allowed players to unearth a myriad of treasures. Everything extracted could be directly converted from the game's inventory to reality. Some players unearthed 1 billion dragon coins, instantly transforming into billionaires. Others discovered fire attribute abilities, which incinerated tens of thousands of zombies with a single fireball upon the apocalypse's arrival. Some players found ice attribute abilities, capable of freezing an entire city with a mere thought. Additionally, players unearthed martial arts techniques, powerful skills, Gatling guns, mortars, talismans, and even lifespan extensions that, of course, the vast majority initially regarded MRWBO as nothing more than a virus software, a worthless game. Although they could not delete it from their phones, they had no intention of engaging with such a dubious application. In reality, life kept everyone exceedingly busy. Coupled with the repeated warnings from so-called experts branding it cancerous software, most individuals chose to steer clear of it. This led to a situation where many did not even attempt to play the game. It was not until half a month later, when a colossal beast emerged from the ocean and decimated half of Fusong, that reality struck. In his previous life, Sub was among those misled by the experts. When the apocalypse fully erupted and monsters roamed freely, the truth became evident. The words of those experts were utterly untrustworthy. It's 11:30. The game is about to launch. Gazing at his phone displaying 11:32, Sub anxiously rubbed his hands together. In this life, he was determined to excavate an ability and become an ability wielder. Moreover, in the coming fortnight, he needed to stockpile ample food, weapons, and construct a sturdy sanctuary for the impending apocalypse. As time ticked away, Sub's anxiety mounted. Half an hour felt like an eternity. 11:59. Is it finally coming? Sub's gaze remained fixated on his phone screen. The moment the hands of the clock aligned, the screen indeed went black. Soon, 4 characters appeared in the center of the dark display. MRWBO. As these characters gradually faded, lines of smaller text emerged against the black background. Welcome, players, to the MRWBO game. Attention all players, this is not a virus software, but a redemptive game that carries the hope of humanity, a means for survival in the apocalypse. The screen scrolled with new information. You can acquire various abilities, items, and resources through excavation in the game. However, opportunities often come with risks. You may unearth deadly creatures, zombies, or monsters. Do not worry, the death of your game character will not impact your real-life self, but any dangerous creatures you excavate will emerge nearby in half a month. Each player is allowed 1 excavation opportunity per day, resetting at dawn after death. Once again, this is not a virus software, not a virus software, not a virus software. Reading the repetitive disclaimers, Sub felt exasperated. The more they insisted on this being a legitimate software, the more it seemed like a virus-laden scam. In such a fast-paced society, It was likely that 70% of people would not even read through the notifications. This was likely why, half a month later, only a scant few among billions would be equipped to contend with the monstrous threats. Once all the notifications had been displayed, the bottom right corner of the screen prompted him to enter the game. Yes, the Subay decisively clicked on yes. Simultaneously, across various regions and corners of the globe, voices echoed. What the hell is this? A game that carries the hope of humanity? Seriously? No way. Surely no one is gullible enough to believe in this scam. This garbage graphics? Not even a dog would play it. Why can't I delete this game? I'd rather jump from the 20th floor than play this ridiculous game. Is there really someone who would play this trash? If so, I'll mock them for 2.5 years. If you want me to play this idiotic game, I'd rather drink nuclear waste. Wow, this game, while seemingly simplistic, is actually quite enjoyable. Perfect for passing the time. My IQ is low. This little game suits me perfectly. The inventor is truly a genius. Such sentiments filled every corner of the globe. Meanwhile, half of the population disregarded the virus software entirely. At this moment, Subay successfully entered the game. Welcome, player 4399. Subay glanced at the game interface, which was astonishingly simplistic. The top left corner displayed an adorable avatar and nickname. Following, there were options for level, backpack, and channel. In the center of the screen lay an empty expanse, with a pair of hands holding a small shovel directly ahead. Countless golden arrows pointed towards small zones scattered across the barren ground. The game mechanics were remarkably straightforward. Simply tapping the golden arrows caused the small shovel to automatically dig. Chapter 2. 90 trillion resurrection coins. Directly achieving immortality? In the space between his hands on the screen, the number of diggings displayed was 1. This indicated that each player had only one opportunity to dig each day. Once utilized, the chance would reset at dawn the following day. However, this singular opportunity did not imply that one could dig only once. The game character's death during the excavation would signify the end of that chance. How fortunate would today's endeavor be? One could only hope to unearth something valuable, and pray it was not a zombie or a mutated beast. Subay nervously rubbed his hands together. If zombies and mutated beasts were dug up, they would not manifest in reality immediately. Rather, they would emerge in full force after a fortnight. This 2-week period was presumably a novice protection phase. Yet, if he failed to excavate abilities that could ensure his survival, he would still lack the means to endure when the apocalypse arrived. With a mix of trepidation and anticipation, Subay tapped the golden arrow positioned in the center. The little shovel on the screen began to dig in that area. After approximately 5 or 6 seconds, success. Congratulations to player 4399 for unearthing an SSS level treasure chest. Would you like to open it? The moment this line of text appeared on the screen, Subay was momentarily taken aback by excitement. Then, ecstasy washed over him. Goodness gracious. To unearth an SSS level treasure chest on his very first dig was nothing short of miraculous. This seemed to be the highest grade of treasure chest, didn't it? In his previous life, he had heard tales of a fire mage who incinerated thousands of zombies with a single fireball, and he had only obtained an A-level ability. Yet here he was, having struck gold on his first excavation with an SSS level chest. If the chest contained an ability, would that not propel him to greatness? After suppressing the overwhelming joy within, Subay decisively clicked the yes button. The chest opened successfully. Congratulations to player 4399 for receiving 90 trillion resurrection coins. This reward is unique. A note clarified that resurrection coins could be used to revive game characters without being subject to reset rules. Simultaneously, player 4399 would also gain 90 trillion chances of resurrection in reality. Upon death, automatic revival occurs, with each revival resetting age to the current age, including natural death. The distinction between resurrection opportunities in the game and reality was emphasized. The death of the game character would not affect the protagonist's revival chances in the real world. Subay gasped in astonishment upon reading the information displayed before him. Then, he nearly swooned from sheer happiness. 90 trillion chances of resurrection, and not merely within the game, but in reality as well. If he were to die once every second, it would take nearly 285,000 years for him to truly perish. More importantly, each time he died and revived, his age would reset to 23. This was practically akin to achieving immortality. Moreover, his opportunities for excavation were now entirely unrestricted. As long as time permitted, he could dig for 24 hours continuously. With 15 days remaining, he was certain to unearth something exceptional. My heavens! Was this the privilege of the chosen one? It was as though he had begun his journey with immortality at hand. Subay's heart was still tumultuous with waves of exhilaration. This was utterly extraordinary for anyone. Determined to continue, he thought to seize the moment while his luck was favorable, hoping to excavate another SSS-level treasure chest. Forcing himself to contain his excitement, Subay immediately resumed digging. Time was now more precious than gold. He did not wish to squander a single second. Dig, dig, dig. In the next moment, a pitch-black cobra lunged at Subay through the screen, baring its sharp fangs. The sudden movement nearly caused Subay to drop his phone. Despite the game's rudimentary graphics, the instant the cobra charged seemed to possess a 3D quality. Excavation successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for unearthing a cobra. You have been poisoned. Please return tomorrow. As the notification appeared, the screen transformed into monochrome. This was it. Such a meager opportunity for excavation was truly lamentable, Su Bei mused. He promptly utilized a resurrection coin. Resurrection coin 1. For Su Bei, who possessed 90 trillion resurrection coins. Losing a single coin was akin to losing a mere drop in the bucket. Resurrection coin used successfully. Congratulations, player has been revived and may continue the treasure excavation game. Su Bei then reclined on the sofa, shifting into a more comfortable position, and resumed his digging with fervor. Excavation successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for unearthing 1 pound of white sugar. Excavation successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for unearthing 1 yellow prince apple. Excavation successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for unearthing a venomous bird-eating spider. You have died. It was noted that all excavated materials, abilities, and attribute values would automatically be placed in the game's inventory, and the protagonist could extract them. The game character would not possess these abilities. The game character's sole function was to dig. Resurrection coin used successfully. You have been revived and may continue the treasure excavation game. Excavation successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for unearthing a spirit tomato. Consuming it will double the user's physical constitution. Excavation successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for unearthing 500,000 dragon coins in cash. Jinling University, Boys Dormitory Room 404. Hey guys, did you play that rogue game on your phones just now? Was it fun? Xiao Huahua casually inquired while playing League of Legends. TCH, that kind of trash game? Not even a dog would play it. Why would I waste my time on that? Sure, Ritian and Wang Mumu scoffed. That kind of graphics is unbearable to even glance at. As for the so-called apocalypse connection, anyone who believes that is a fool. A complete fool. Lulu, what about you? Xiao Huahua glanced over at Tang Lu, who was nestled in the upper bunk. Hearing this, Tang Lu wore a complex expression as he gazed at the recent bank withdrawal notification, unsure of how to respond. Just moments earlier, he had played the Apocalypse treasure digging game and had unearthed 10,000 cash on his first attempt. Initially assuming it was merely a trick, he clicked the withdrawal button with a playful mindset. To his astonishment, he subsequently received a bank deposit notification. Yet the issue was, he had not even linked his bank card to the game. Moreover, there was no recharge window or option to bind a bank card within the game. Strange. Quite strange. If it were merely a top-tier hacker's trick, there would be no need to send money directly, would there? That would be utterly nonsensical. Or could it be that this game truly connects the virtual and the real, genuinely related to the so-called apocalypse? Lulu, what are you pondering? You're not seriously playing that trash game, are you? Sure, Ritian and Wang Mumu inquired with curiosity. And no, that trash game, not even a dog would play it. Why would I bother? Tang Lu quickly chuckled. Since the three of them had not played, he decided to keep this matter to himself for the time being. After all, this was their own choice not to play. All right, it's almost time. Today, my godfather just sent some pocket money. Let us go grab some snail noodles. Xiao Huahua shut down his computer, preparing to take his friends out for a meal. I'll pass. You three go ahead. I still have some things to finish writing. Tang Lu quickly declined, his gaze averted. Such a bore. Well then, let us go. In a certain impoverished mountainous region. Old man, why have some strange things suddenly appeared before me? Do you see them too? I thought it was just because I forgot my reading glasses. Old man, are we both ill? Don't worry, dear. Even if it's south on the road to the underworld, I'll accompany you. Chapter 3. S-Class Skill, Manipulation of Metal. 3 hours swiftly elapsed. Su Bei was thoroughly engrossed in his treasure hunting, completely oblivious to any sense of fatigue. Instead, he felt an increasing thrill with each swing of his small spade, each movement symbolizing a glimmer of hope for survival in the months to come. In this brief span of time, his gains were quite substantial. Beyond the staggering 90 trillion resurrection coins, he unearthed a super tomato capable of enhancing physical strength, along with 1,800,000 in cash. Additionally, there was a plethora of supplies, salt, food, vegetables, fruits, seasonings, beverages, various alcoholic drinks, snacks, and everyday necessities. Excavation successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for unearthing 200,000 dragon coins in cash. Excavation successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for discovering an S-Class skill chest. Would you like to open it? As he dug, a golden treasure chest suddenly appeared on the screen, accompanied by those striking words. Wow, another treasure chest. Su Bei, who was intently focused, leaped from the sofa in sheer excitement. Exultation, an unparalleled joy enveloped him. To think that only 3 hours had passed, and he had stumbled upon a treasure chest once again. Although it was merely of S-Class caliber, it was enough to send him into raptures. In his previous life, those fortunate enough to find B-Class and A-Class skill chests had essentially become the guardians of their realms. Thus, this S-Class skill chest he had obtained was undoubtedly more valuable than any A-Class. Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked the open button, The chest has been opened. Congratulations to player 4399 for acquiring the S-class skill, Manipulation of Metal. Note: players can manipulate and alter any metal at will through thought. Using this ability will consume mental power. As he absorbed the contents of the screen, Su Bei's breath quickened with excitement, his body trembling in anticipation. The ability to control all metals. Oh my heavens, was this not a diluted version of Magneto? The exhilaration coursing through him was a sensation only he could fully comprehend after experiencing the apocalypse. Had he possessed such powers in his previous life, he would not have succumbed to the onslaught of zombies and mutated beasts. After a full half-minute, managing to stifle his overwhelming joy and astonishment, Su Bei opened his backpack. He clicked on the item labeled Manipulation of Metal and selected Use. In that instant, he felt an extraordinary and subtle connection with all the metals in the world. The sensation was mystical, elusive, yet indescribable. At that moment, he perceived the metals in the room trembling as if greeting him, as if paying homage to their sovereign. Let me experience the power of this S-class skill, Su Bei murmured, excitement gleaming in his eyes. With a slight lift of his hand and a focused thought, the 4 steel pins from the pen holder shot forth, aligning themselves above his palm. With a gentle wave of his hand, the pins zipped forth like bullets, piercing through the fabric of the wall, embedding themselves into the concrete. Such formidable power made Su Bei gasp in awe. If these were to strike a zombie's forehead, it would be a certain kill. Even those mutated beasts with skin as hard as steel would fall effortlessly before him. He then summoned the pins back to hover above his palm, all intact, not even a scratch on their paint. Terrifyingly impressive. With just the 90 trillion resurrection coins and the ability to manipulate metal, how could he possibly fear survival in the apocalypse? For the next few minutes, Su Bei continued his treasure hunting while practicing his newfound skill. Spoons, forks, nails, knives. Each practice session was executed with precision and elegance under his mental command. After a while, however, he began to feel a degree of mental fatigue, clearly a result of his metal manipulation. The earlier notification had indicated that using this skill would deplete mental power. With his current mental capacity, he could only control trivial objects. Once his mental strength grew, he could easily crush a 100-story building with a thought, or even launch a city into the atmosphere. Perhaps he could even single-handedly support the Earth, embarking on a journey akin to the Wandering Earth. At that moment, Su Bei felt he could grasp the joy that Master One experienced. In comparison, driving a Ferrari with one hand seemed utterly trivial. 2 hours later, it was now 5 in the afternoon. Su Bei had conducted a total of 388 treasure digs, with only the resurrection coins and the metal manipulation skill chest to show for it. He had also unearthed 5 attribute points, which he promptly allocated to his mental attribute. His reasoning was straightforward. Whenever he found attribute points, he would relentlessly stack them on mental and defense attributes. After all, survival was always paramount. Excavation successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for encountering a mature goblin. You have been mercilessly crushed to death. Resurrection coin successfully used. Su Bei clicked the screen with remarkable speed. Although he still felt a surge of passion, 5 hours of relentless effort had begun to cause his fingers to ache. Initially, he had thought he could easily play this exhilarating game for 16 or 17 hours, but he now realized he had overestimated his endurance. Moreover, he couldn't use his metal manipulation ability to aid him in this endeavor. Coupled with the fact that he had hardly eaten lunch, his stomach grumbled in protest. Just 10 more digs, and then I'll take a break to eat. Su Bei resolved. After all, humans are iron, and meals are steel. One cannot neglect sustenance without feeling anxious. 2 minutes later, he declared, 10 more digs, absolutely the last 10. He swore it would indeed be the final set. 5 more digs, and if I play beyond that, I'll chop my hands off. This game was akin to a scratch-off lottery. It truly was addictive. If he didn't uncover a winning ticket, he simply couldn't stop. Su Bei's state resembled that of early risers who, upon hearing their alarm, wished for just 5 more minutes of sleep. 5 minutes turned into another 5, and before they knew it, they were late. Excavation successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for discovering a Desert Eagle with 200 rounds of 127mm ammunition. Upon seeing the message on the screen, Su Bei felt little excitement. This discovery came a tad too late. With the ability to manipulate metal, firearms held little allure for him now. He promptly tossed it into his backpack. Although the Desert Eagle was no longer of great use, it at least counted as a final acquisition before his meal. Su Bei promptly locked his phone and set it to charge. Grabbing his other phone, he descended the stairs to dine. Chapter 4. Selling shares, preparing for stockpiling. Upon opening his work phone, he was greeted with over 30 missed calls and a dozen missed WeChat video calls. The treasure hunting game had been played on his personal phone, while the one he currently held was for work. Checking the missed calls, he saw that the majority were from his uncle, with a few from his assistant, Li Yutong. However, Su Bei was not inclined to engage with these matters. His priority was to fill his stomach before returning home to continue his treasure hunt. As he resided in a villa area, numerous upscale dining establishments awaited just outside the neighborhood gate. In a casual manner, I chose a Chinese restaurant named Wei Mei Xian and ordered 4 dishes along with a soup. During the wait for my meal, the phone rang once more. The majestic Wuming Mountains connected to the mountains beyond, with the moonlight casting its glow upon the Shanshui beach. Upon glancing at the caller ID, I noted it was my uncle again. A look of disdain and animosity instantly crossed Su Bei's face. Nevertheless, he answered the call. Hello? Su Bei uttered as he connected, but before he could say anything further, a voice filled with dissatisfaction erupted. Xiao Bei, what on earth are you playing at today? Do you realize how significant today's meeting is? It's one thing for you not to show up, but to not even answer your phone. Do you have any idea how many times I've called you? Do you understand the tremendous loss your absence has inflicted on the company? The caller's voice was nearly furious. Yes, I know. So what? Su Bei replied nonchalantly. Without waiting for a response, he continued coldly. Uncle, if my memory serves me correctly, this company was left to me by my parents, right? Whether it is profitable or incurring losses, it hardly requires your unsolicited guidance. Even I, as the emperor, am not anxious. What are you so concerned about? 5 years ago, his parents perished in a mysterious car accident, having long established a will that bequeathed the company and villa entirely to him. Su Bei had always harbored suspicions that his parents' demise was intricately linked to his uncle Su Aimin and his son Su Daqiang. However, lacking substantial evidence, and with Su Aimin and his son wielding considerable influence within the company, he had remained submissive for 5 years. Now, as the impending doom loomed closer, endowed with extraordinary abilities, he saw no need to continue indulging them. You disrespectful brat, you dare call your uncle a eunuch? Su Aimin's voice exploded on the other end, filled with disbelief. The Su Bei of your had been as docile as a lamb. What had sparked such audacity today? Had he secretly consumed a bear's heart and a leopard's gall? Or had he uncovered the truth behind his parents' demise at their hands? Those are your own words. And in future business discussions, please remember to address me as chairman. Understood? Su Bei's voice grew increasingly frigid. Over the past 5 years, Su Aimin and his son had become utterly arrogant. Now, they wished to maintain that arrogance? A prolonged silence followed, broken only by heavy breathing and the sound of furniture being hurled about in a fit of rage. A full minute passed before Su Aimin's voice returned. Chairman Su, I apologize for my earlier impetuosity. However, regarding the collaboration with Yida, I sincerely hope you can pay it some attention. Although you are the chairman, the company's profits and losses affect more than just you. At this moment, Su Aimin was almost grinding his teeth in frustration. Now that's the right attitude. Su Bei felt satisfied with Su Aimin's change in demeanor. He then continued teasingly. Uncle, I know you've always been as loyal to the company, to my father, and to me as a dog. I'm still young, and managing such a large company is indeed somewhat overwhelming for me. Therefore, I was thinking, why not let you handle the company from now on? This notion had been carefully contemplated by Su Bei just moments prior. With the apocalypse imminent in half a month, whether billionaires or top capitalists would be no different from ordinary people, as money would become utterly worthless. Even possessing a fortune of billions would not be sufficient to exchange for a single bowl of instant noodles. Thus, selling the company to Su Aimin now could provide him with funds to stockpile food in preparation for the impending apocalypse. To survive comfortably in the end times, one must possess not only formidable strength, but also ample resources for survival. Xiao Bei, what did you just say? No, Chairman, are you serious? Su Aimin's voice on the other end was suddenly dumbfounded. He had been preparing for a decade to seize control of the Su group, even going so far as to orchestrate the deaths of his own brother and sister-in-law. Was his dream finally within reach? Of course, I am serious. You give me 2 billion in cash, and I will immediately transfer my 70 stake to you. And don't think about bargaining with me. 70 of Su Group shares are valued at a minimum of 3 billion in the market. Asking for 2 billion is already a familial price. Su Bei's tone was calm, yet left no room for rejection. Su Aimin's brow furrowed slightly. He genuinely wanted to negotiate, but Su Bei's last statement had left him momentarily speechless. He understood that the stakes Su Bei held were indeed worth at least 3.5 billion. Securing them for 2 billion was, without a doubt, an incredible bargain. Xiao Bei, no, Chairman, I agree to your terms. 2 billion it is. However, this amount isn't easily gathered. Give me 5 days. No, 3 days. 3 days to arrange the funds. Su Aimin's voice was filled with excitement. Once he took full control of the Su group, Su Bei would be as weak as an ant in comparison, easily crushed, and he would find a way to reclaim the money. It was a deal that promised no losses. Ensure the funds are transferred to my account by 9 o'clock tonight. If it surpasses 8 o'clock, that 70 of Su Group's shares may very well be sold to someone else. Su Bei's cold voice concluded before he decisively hung up. As the dishes had finally arrived, dompa pork, sweet and sour ribs, garlic okra, boiled asparagus tips, accompanied by Westlake beef soup. The 4 dishes and a soup, along with a serving of rice, were exceedingly delightful, leaving Su Bei thoroughly satisfied. In truth, the cuisine crafted by such a modest Chinese restaurant far surpassed the authenticity and flavor of those lavish banquets found in 5-star hotels, all the while being more reasonably priced. The service was exceptional, as the staff were perceptive. After all, those who could afford a 10 billion villa were not the type that ordinary workers could afford to offend. Sir, is there anything else you require? The attendant, noticing Su Bei had nearly finished, inquired with a beaming smile. Please summon your manager, Su Bei replied calmly. The attendant was taken aback, instantly displaying a look of apprehension, fearing it was a matter of inadequate service. In such establishments, a simple complaint could lead to job loss. Don't be nervous. I merely find your dishes commendable and plan to customize several hundred banquet tables, Su Bei reassured with a smile, recognizing the attendant's concern. Despite having lived a life of luxury and abundance, he had never troubled the lower-tier workers over trivial matters, as every diligent worker deserves respect. Oh, certainly, sir. Please hold on. The attendant nodded eagerly, her fears dissipating in an instant. Chapter 5, C-Rank Skill, Tenfold Returns. What? Mr. Su? You mean you wish to customize 500 banquet tables? Manager Wang Xiaolong of Wei Meixian was utterly astonished and bewildered upon hearing Su Bei's words. Although their restaurant did cater to banquets, they had never received an order for 500 tables at once. Moreover, each table was a high-end banquet priced at 5,888. 500 tables would require nearly 3 million. Is the lifestyle of the wealthy so extravagantly excessive? Indeed, 500 tables. In a few days, I shall be celebrating my birthday and intend to host a banquet for all the employees at the villa. Additionally, each table should be paired with corresponding quality cigarettes and liquor. Can you calculate approximately how much that would cost? Su Bei stated matter-of-factly. His personal account still held 300 million in cash, which should suffice for an extravagant array of purchases. Furthermore, with the impending transfer of 2 billion from Su Aimin, the procurement of essential supplies would likely sustain him for several centuries, if not longer. Very well, Mr. Su, please hold on, Wang Xiaolong nodded eagerly, rushing off to verify the pricing. Within a mere 2 minutes, he returned with a beaming smile. Mr. Su, based on the specifications you requested, the total for 500 banquet tables, including food and beverages, amounts to 4.86 million. As the manager, I can authorize a discount, bringing it down to 4.8 million. If you find this price still excessive, I can consult with upper management to secure the best possible deal for you. Wang Xiaolong rubbed his hands together excitedly. If this deal materialized, he stood to earn a bonus of at least 100,000. Although he was the manager of Wei Meixian, that sum was certainly not insignificant. No need for adjustments. Let us settle on 4.8 million, Su Bei replied, shaking his head. He had no time to squander. His time was precious, exceedingly precious. After confirming the address, he promptly transferred the 4.86 million. The extra 60,000 is a tip for you both. Also, regardless of your methods, ensure all items are delivered to the villa by 6 p.m. tomorrow. With that, Su Bei strode away, leaving behind an exhilarated Wang Xiaolong and another attendant. Father, how extravagantly generous. Wang Xiaolong marveled, watching Su Bei's confident silhouette fade. There are many wealthy individuals in this world, but true magnates are rare. Many affluent people become increasingly petty as their fortunes grow. Individuals like Mr. Su, who display such generosity, are becoming increasingly uncommon. Xiaolu, you performed admirably just now. I'll transfer you 20,000 as a tip shortly, Wang Xiaolong remarked to the attendant before getting back to work. Organizing 500 banquet tables in less than 24 hours was undeniably a daunting task. It appeared everyone would have to forego rest today. Moreover, additional staff would need to be outsourced from other locations. Thank you, Manager Wang. Thank you, Mr. Su. Within minutes, Su Bei had returned to the villa. He first called his private lawyer, instructing him to prepare the share transfer contract. Once Su Aimin transferred the funds, they could finalize the contract. His other phone was also fully charged. Su Bei promptly reclined on the sofa, returning to his old pastime. He opened the apocalyptic treasure hunting game and began tapping furiously at the golden arrow. After a brief respite, his vigor was restored to its peak. Excavation successful. Congratulations. Player 4399 has unearthed 24 bottles of mineral water. Excavation successful. Congratulations. Player 4399 has encountered a mutated Wolf King. You have been killed by the Wolf King. Revival coin successfully used. After excavating 30 to 40 times, he had yet to uncover any treasures that thrilled him. Most finds consisted of food and beverages. Su Bei remained undeterred, as this was merely the first day, and the haul was already impressive. Excavation successful. Congratulations, player 4399 has unearthed a C-grade skill chest. Would you like to open it? Just as he revived, a treasure chest appeared before him. This time, the chest's color had transformed to a silvery hue. Another splendid item. A C-grade skill chest? Perhaps the previous 2 chests had been too astonishing, as Su Bei approached this C-grade chest with a modicum of calm. Open, he promptly decided. If a defensive skill were to be granted, it would be quite advantageous, allowing him to stack attribute points into mental strength. The chest has been opened. Congratulations. Player 4399 has acquired the C-grade skill, 10,000-fold rebate. Note, after using this skill, every amount spent will be refunded at a 10,000-fold rate. Rest assured regarding rebate earnings. No anomalies will occur with your bank card information. Reading the annotation on the screen, Su Bei felt a tinge of disappointment. 10,000-fold rebate was indeed an exhilarating phrase. However, if it were limited to expenditure, it seemed of little practical use to him, as he had over 20 billion in cash. And he wasn't certain he could exhaust it all in the coming fortnight. Well, it's better than nothing. Sube could only console himself and resumed excavating. Time slipped by quietly, and soon it was 8 in the evening. Excavation successful. Congratulations, player 4399 has triggered a critical hit, obtaining an attribute value of 100. When this message flashed on the screen, Sube felt a surge of excitement. 100 attribute points were far more exhilarating than the 10,000-fold rebate. With these attribute points, he would manipulate metals with even greater finesse. Quickly, Sube allocated the attribute points, 20 to defense, 70 to spirit, and 10 to speed. As for strength, with his newfound ability to manipulate metals, he felt no urgency. The Wuming Mountains connected to the outer peaks, bathed in moonlight over the Shangshui beach. At that moment, his work phone rang abruptly. Picking it up, he saw it was his private lawyer, Hexian. Mr. Su I mean just contacted me, stating he has gathered the funds. Hexian's voice came through. Excellent. Have him transfer the entire amount. You can then take the contract over. I'll send you the 5 million shortly. Sube replied nonchalantly, hanging up the call. In Jinling, at the Zijin Huading Villa district, Su Daqiang looked puzzled as he faced Su I mean. Dad, why are you sending money to that little wretch? I could easily find a few people to eliminate him, saving us the waste of this 20 billion. Su Daqiang expressed his confusion. That little brat, Sube, could be easily dealt with by hiring a few people. Silence. We are law-abiding citizens and cannot engage in illegal activities. Especially now, with so many eyes on us. If that little brat were to come to harm, we would undoubtedly be the prime suspects. Su I mean reprimanded sharply. You have the audacity to say that? When you had my uncle and aunt eliminated. You didn't seem to have such scruples. Su Daqiang shot back, rolling his eyes at Su I mean. The phrase law-abiding citizen carries significant weight when spoken by others. But coming from his father, it felt utterly dissonant. You little brat, are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? Su I mean raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. His eyes cold, he continued, rest assured, this money will eventually return to us. As for that little wretch, allowing him to live for 5 more years is more than enough. It's time he reunited with his parents. Chapter 6, Official Decisions. At 8:30 p.m., Sube's bank card indeed received the transfer of 20 billion, due to the fact that his card was a black gold supreme card. Such a large transfer would not raise any suspicions. After all, the colossal Su Group's financial transactions were immensely substantial. Sube subsequently transferred 5 million to Hexian. After triggering the 10,000-fold rebate, he directly credited 500 billion. In fact, over the years, Hexian had been quite helpful to Sube. He was the one who presented his parents' will, enabling him to successfully become the chairman of the Su Group. Throughout these 5 years, Hexian had provided significant assistance. Naturally, Sube did not neglect him. He had been offering an annual salary of 5 million along with various bonuses. Furthermore, with the additional income from handling disputes, the annual revenue should exceed 10 million. Now that the funds are sufficient, it appears that tomorrow will be the day to procure survival supplies. First and foremost, several large freezers must be acquired. Secondly, clean fresh water is indispensable. Next, food, beverages, tobacco, alcohol, and snacks must be obtained. As for the renovation of the villa, the noise could easily arouse suspicion, so it seems waiting for a few more days is prudent. Sube, while controlling the treasure hunting game, also had his mind racing with thoughts. In truth, he harbored significant concerns. The sudden emergence of the doomsday treasure hunting game today has undoubtedly alarmed the higher echelons of the government. There is a fear that the state might intervene in the hoarding of supplies. Food security is paramount, should the populace's basic needs be threatened. Chaos could ensue throughout the nation. After all, historically, every rebellion and uprising can be traced back to the common people's struggle for survival, which incited them to rise against authority. Thus, hoarding supplies must be done swiftly. Moreover, if the quantity of hoarded goods is excessive, there may not be enough space in the villa to store them. Is purchasing another villa to convert into a warehouse a feasible solution? It seems to be a commendable idea. The adjacent villa appears to have remained unoccupied. Perhaps it could be rented tomorrow. When the apocalypse descends, it would naturally become part of his private property. Nevertheless, it is better to focus on treasure hunting for now. These matters cannot be rushed. Solutions can be contemplated starting tomorrow. Casting aside extraneous thoughts, Sube concentrated on his treasure hunting endeavors. Treasure hunt successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for unearthing a pair of meat stockings worn by Xiao Wu. Sube, engaging in aviation? Is it so difficult to be human? A mere tattered stocking, and one that has been worn at that. Sube disregarded the comment entirely. Even if it were stockings worn by the Queen Mother herself, it would merely be a scrap of fabric, of no assistance whatsoever in survival. Treasure hunt successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for discovering the ice cream assassin. Treasure hunt successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for uncovering a mutated wolf spider. You have been poisoned. Revival coin used successfully. Time passed minute by minute. It was not until 10:30 in the evening that Sube decided to take a brief respite. His fingers could hardly endure any longer. All 10 felt as though they were no longer his own. He then opened his phone and entered the popular short video platform, eager to ascertain the current situation. Upon entering, the first thing that popped up was a video regarding the Doomsday Treasure Hunt. This video had garnered an astonishing 360,000 likes, with comments, shares, and saves reaching terrifying numbers. A glimpse reveals the overall picture. One can imagine the fervor generated by the Doomsday Treasure Hunt today. In the comments section, is there anyone credible who can confirm whether this game is real? The poor quality of the graphics clearly indicates it's a scam. It's undoubtedly malware. And it's astonishing that anyone would believe it. Exactly. If anyone falls for this, I'll mock them for an entire year. But I have a friend who found $100, and he withdrew it directly to his bank account, creating friends out of thin air. Be cautious of being dragged back for experimental dissection. I suspect this is a telecommunications scam. The creators of this game have clearly exploited the human penchant for greed, letting you taste the sweetness today only to rob you of everything tomorrow. What the user upstairs said has some merit. Let us wait and see what the officials say. In fact, the same situation was unfolding across various platforms. In previous days, the trending topics mostly revolved around celebrity scandals, who had a scandalous affair, who had been caught in a compromising position, or what shade of lipstick or nail polish a celebrity wore that day. However, today, the trending news was overwhelmingly dominated by the Doomsday Treasure Hunting game. Disbelief does not equate to indifference, nor does it imply an aversion to joining the fray. The current internet users may possess limited capabilities, yet they harbor an insatiable curiosity for gossip and excitement. At this moment, in the Capitol, in conference room number 1, over 30 high-ranking officials congregated around a round table, each visage marked by gravity. Academician Gu, how is the investigation proceeding? Have we discerned the origins of this game? The leader, seated at the most prominent position at the table, inquired gravely of the esteemed academicians to his left. When this game suddenly appeared on everyone's mobile phones at noon, these scholars promptly began their research. The state is taking this matter with utmost seriousness. Even if it is merely malware, it is imperative to ascertain its source to prevent any potential leaks of national secrets. Report to the leader. It is with great embarrassment that I must state, after more than 10 hours of investigation, we have yielded no results. This game falls completely outside our realm of understanding. It cannot be deleted, nor can we trace its origin. Academician Gu's face was etched with concern and guilt. He felt that this game did not resemble anything that could have been developed with current earthly technology. Leader, Academician Gu, do you believe this game could have been developed by the Lighthouse Nation with the intent of stealing sensitive information from other countries? A middle-aged man in military attire interjected. No, in my assessment, the Lighthouse Nation would not be capable of creating such a game. Moreover, we have received reports from hospitals indicating a sudden influx of elderly patients, all uniformly claiming to have seen strange phenomena in their vision, likely connected to this game. Academician Gu shook his head resolutely. It cannot be denied that the technological prowess of the Lighthouse Nation is indeed superior. However, if they were capable of developing such software, they would have already revealed their ambitions. Academician Gu is correct. I just received calls from Old Hu and the heads of other embassies. Similar situations have arisen in the Lighthouse Nation and other countries. The leader's tone was solemn. Although they found it hard to believe in the notion of an impending apocalypse, the current array of unknowns compelled them to question the credibility of the situation. So, what should we do now? We cannot simply wait idly. What if, hypothetically, there truly is an apocalypse on the horizon? Shouldn't we prepare in advance? It is always prudent to take precautions. This was voiced by another elder gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit, who appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, yet spoke with remarkable vigor. Old Chun is absolutely right. Regardless of the authenticity of this situation, we must indeed formulate some countermeasures. The leader nodded. The assembly awaited the leader's subsequent directives. Chapter 7. SS Treasure Chest, Storage Ring. I have already compiled several proposals and strategies to address this incident. I will present them for discussion. The leader produced a notebook. First and foremost, until we ascertain the safety of this game, we must do our utmost to deter the general populace from downloading it. After all, if the warnings within the game are genuine, ordinary individuals would lack the capacity to confront dangers such as zombies and mutated beasts that they might unearth. Based on the data currently at our disposal regarding this game, the likelihood of unearthing hazardous items far exceeds that of finding beneficial ones. Some individuals may initially discover a few $1,000s or even a loaf of bread, but they could subsequently unearth a zombie. If, after 15 days, zombies truly manifest near the treasure hunters, it would pose an exceedingly perilous situation. This danger not only threatens the individual, but could also incite riots. Should someone become infected by a zombie, it could jeopardize the entire city. Secondly, a detailed record of all items excavated by the military should be compiled, with particular emphasis on those soldiers who have unearthed extraordinary abilities. Academician Gu and Academician Liu, your dedication during this period will be greatly appreciated. In addition to your commitment to the research of this software, it is imperative that we expedite the development of the mechs and the serums enhancing genetic traits. Furthermore, the construction of the Doomsday Shelter must be prioritized. Although we cannot ascertain whether the so-called apocalypse will indeed arrive, it is always prudent to be prepared for the worst. Lastly, the food and medicine markets may experience significant turbulence in the coming days. Thus, we must enforce strict control over these commodities to prevent any monopolistic scenarios from arising. Half an hour later, the sentiment on the internet began to shift. Experts and professors from various fields started to urge the public vehemently to refrain from engaging with the apocalyptic treasure hunting game. Such exhortations undoubtedly resonated with many, as numerous esteemed individuals among these experts would not lead the populace astray. In a previous life, Su Bei had heeded their warnings, dismissing the game as inconsequential. In truth, the elite from all walks of life seldom indulge in such frivolous games, as their time is exceedingly precious, and they are disinclined to squander it on trivial pursuits. They firmly believe that fortune does not fall from the sky without cause. Rather, it is through intelligence and diligent effort that one can amass wealth. Time swiftly progressed to the early hours of the following day. Su Bei found his fingers cramping from prolonged use. However, the fruits of his labor had been quite bountiful, yielding a variety of survival supplies and a considerable amount of attribute points. Yet, for several hours, no treasure chests had emerged. Su Bei acknowledged the rarity of such occurrences, deeming them to be fortuitous rather than common. He felt utterly fatigued, having never anticipated that gaming could lead to such exhaustion. His eyes were on the verge of hallucination from the relentless focus on his screen. After a brief respite for sustenance, he resolved to make one final attempt. Regardless of the outcome, sleep was imperative. With unwavering determination, he tapped the golden arrow situated at the edge of the screen. The shovel moved for several seconds before a radiant golden light burst forth. To his astonishment, it was a treasure chest. In that instant, fatigue dissipated as excitement surged within him. He had not expected to unearth a chest on what he had deemed his final excavation, especially one of golden hue, indicating a rank of at least C or higher. Excavation successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for unearthing an SS grade treasure. Would you like to open it? Open it immediately. Su Bei was unable to contain his eagerness. This marked the fourth chest he had unearthed that day, and it was of SS grade. The previous S grade chest had yielded an extraordinary manipulation of metallic abilities. What wonders might this one hold? The chest opened, revealing, congratulations to player 4399 for obtaining the SS grade item, an unlimited storage ring. Note, this ring allows for the limitless storage of any items, except living creatures, with an unaltered temporal flow within its confines, ensuring that anything stored within remains unchanged even after millennia. As this notification appeared, a silver band materialized on Su Bei's right index finger. A storage ring. He felt elated. It was as if fortune had smiled upon him at the most opportune moment. He had previously fretted over the storage of supplies, but now, with this unlimited storage ring, that concern was effortlessly resolved. Su Bei was overjoyed. With this ring, he could indulge in a shopping spree the following day. Chapter 8. Fortune does not fall from the sky. After acquiring the unlimited storage ring, Su Bei decisively exited the game. While each treasure hunt was intrinsically linked to survival in the post-apocalyptic world, balance between work and rest was essential. Lying on his bed, Su Bei did not immediately succumb to sleep. Instead, he began to calculate. He had spent approximately 10 hours treasure hunting today, averaging about 3 excavations per minute, totaling just over 1,800 attempts. With a national population of 2 billion, even if merely 1/5 participated in this game, that would amount to 400 million players. He had obtained 4 treasure chests, yielding a probability of approximately 0.00022 for unearthing a chest. If 400 million individuals were excavating, the estimated number of chests unearthed would be around 880,000. With half a month remaining until the apocalypse, based on this probability, it could be projected that over 13 million players would discover treasure chests. If the chance of obtaining superpowers from these chests were 50%, then there would be over 6 million superhumans in the Dragon Kingdom alone. Globally, with a population of 10 billion, following this probability, there could be approximately 30 million superhumans. After this rough calculation, Su Bei was left in shock. He had not anticipated that, in merely half a month, over 30 million superhumans would emerge. Of course, this was merely an initial estimation, as many variables and probabilities could not be uniformly applied. The sheer enormity of the population base rendered such calculations imprecise. Some fortunate individuals might access multiple superpowers, and the varying national context would undoubtedly influence the outcomes he had just calculated. In his previous life, the onset of the apocalypse had been so abrupt that such data was impossible to validate. Even the authorities could not ascertain the exact number of superhumans worldwide. He decided to set aside these thoughts for now and focus on rest. His immediate task was to enjoy a good night's sleep, as the uncertainty of how long the apocalypse would last made it imperative to stockpile resources. The night promised to be anything but tranquil, and for many, it would be a sleepless one. Globally, nearly 200 countries were responding to the apocalyptic treasure hunting game in starkly different ways. Some nations opted for a complete ban, treating it as a viral software and adopting a stance of indifference, neither engaging nor stopping its use. Others maintained a watchful eye, closely monitoring the actions and responses of other nations, given that the game had only emerged half a day prior. Meanwhile, some particularly sensitive countries chose to isolate themselves, expelling foreign nationals and awaiting the situation to stabilize before returning to normalcy. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Su Bei rose early. After a brief session of treasure hunting, he proceeded to freshen up. Upon finishing his morning routine, it was already 7 o'clock. As major shopping centers had yet to open, he decided to engage in a bit more treasure hunting. Checking the time, Su Bei once again picked up his mobile device. Typically, large shopping malls open between 8:30 and 9 o'clock a.m., and he did not wish to waste the hour and a half he had before then. Treasure hunting successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for unearthing a tomato. Treasure hunting successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for encountering a juvenile Godzilla. You have been eaten. Revival token successfully utilized. Treasure hunting successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for encountering an adult goblin. You have been brutally beaten to death. Note: items acquired in the game will directly enter the game backpack. Players can retrieve them, but the game characters do not possess any of the acquired abilities or attributes. Revival token successfully utilized. Treasure hunting successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for obtaining a piece of green arrow gum. Treasure hunting successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for unearthing a grenade with its pin removed. You have been blown up. Before long, half an hour had elapsed, yielding minimal rewards. 2/3 of the findings were still various hazardous items, while the remainder consisted predominantly of food and fruit. Subsequently, Su Bei turned on the television to catch the morning news. Maintaining a vigilant watch over the news can indeed illuminate the official stance regarding this incident. In my previous life, the overwhelming demands of work left me with little time to pay heed to such matters, resulting in a woeful lack of preparation when the apocalypse arrived. On the Yangshi morning news, hosts Gao Peng and Chun Lan were flanked by two elderly professors, their hair and beards as white as snow. Professor Diao, what are your thoughts on the sudden surge of interest in the apocalyptic treasure hunting game that ignited yesterday? Gao Peng inquired. In fact, the four of them had rehearsed various responses throughout the night, already privy to the answers. I believe it is a poorly constructed and highly dangerous piece of malware. Thus, I strongly advise against anyone attempting to engage with it. Should any mishap occur, it could potentially cost an ordinary person their entire life savings. Professor Diao responded with righteous indignation. My sentiments align with Professor Diao's, echoed Professor Hu, his voice equally fervent. This is nothing more than a novel virus game perpetrating telecommunications fraud. I vehemently condemn those who developed this game. The societal harm it inflicts is deserving of national outrage, and they owe the public an apology. However, some netizens seem to have unearthed various treasures in the game, including cash. How do you two experts explain this phenomenon? Chunlan promptly interjected. This is merely the standard tactic employed by fraudsters. They initially offer victims some benefits, allowing them to lower their guard, only to gradually ensnare them in meticulously crafted traps, ultimately leading to financial ruin and despair. Such cases of fraud are hardly uncommon, Professor Jiao swiftly replied, his response flowing with the ease of one who had rehearsed it countless times. Indeed, while some may feel fortunate to have found $100, that very some may lead them down a path of destitution. Therefore, alongside my condemnation of the game's developers, I urge all netizens to heighten their awareness of fraud. Never believe in the fallacy that something for nothing will simply fall from the sky, Professor Hu promptly added. This familiar rhetoric resonated deeply, convincing many who had previously hesitated. The words of the experts struck a chord, encapsulated by the timeless adage, there is no such thing as a free lunch, more often than not. What falls from the sky is a trap, not a blessing. Chapter 9. Official action to control food supplies. Observing the eloquent exchanges between the two esteemed professors on television, Su Bei began to grasp the official stance on this event. After all, ordinary individuals wielding extraordinary powers could indeed become uncontrollable ticking time bombs, an outcome the authorities would certainly wish to avoid. With this realization, Su Bei decisively turned off the television and resumed his treasure hunting endeavors. Treasure found. Congratulations to player 4399 for unearthing a crossbow and 50 arrows. Treasure found. Congratulations to player 4399 for acquiring an attribute value of 10. Treasure found. Congratulations to player 4399 for retrieving 6 vibranium darts. A flurry of notifications flickered across the screen. Vibranium darts? Now that is a prized possession. As Su Bei beheld the notification, a smile graced his lips. The might of vibranium is well known to those who have watched Marvel films. It ranks among the finest metals. With these vibranium darts, combined with his ability to manipulate metal, he would be as adept as a fish in water. Even the most formidable zombies and mutated beasts would likely fall before him with ease. By now, the clock read 8:20 a.m. Glancing at his system backpack, Su Bei allocated all 30 points of his attribute value to his mental strength, enhancing his ability to control metal with greater finesse. All right, time to gather supplies. After a brief tidying up, Su Bei departed his villa in a sleek sports car, swiftly arriving at a nearby Walmart superstore. His objective was clear, to amass a substantial stockpile of food and medicine, followed by daily necessities. In the apocalypse, food holds paramount importance. Today, he intended to clear the entire store of its provisions. Upon reaching the food section, Su-Bei surveyed the shelves, resolutely making up his mind. "Sir, may I assist you with anything?" A young female attendant, in her 20s, approached with a respectful tone. "Please summon your store manager. I may require quite a large quantity." Su-Bei replied with a smile, striving to maintain a cordial demeanor. The items he sought were beyond the purview of a mere attendant. "Of course. Please hold on a moment," the attendant said, momentarily taken aback, before nodding briskly. 5 minutes later, the earlier attendant returned, accompanied by a portly middle-aged man. "Sir, I am Zhang Rue, the acting store manager. What supplies do you need?" The rotund manager greeted Su-Bei with a courteous demeanor. In high-end retail environments, superior service is often the norm. The melodrama of attendants belittling customers based on attire is a rarity in reality. Even if such thoughts crossed their minds, they would never express them openly. Save for the truly misguided. "I wish to purchase every item in your store. How much will that be?" Su-Bei said with a calm smile. "Sir, you jest. I cannot authorize such a decision. Moreover, it is not feasible to purchase all the inventory," Zhang Rue responded, awkwardness creeping into his smile. "Are you questioning my financial capabilities?" Su-Bei inquired, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Not at all. I have complete faith in your financial means," Zhang Rue assured him, though his earlier awkwardness lingered. In truth, upon first encountering Su-Bei, Zhang Rue had sensed his extraordinary nature. The bespoke suit alone was certainly beyond the reach of an ordinary office worker or small business owner. Furthermore, the wristwatch, if he wasn't mistaken, appeared to be a Patek Philippe 6002, valued at nearly 10 million. Such an individual was not one to doubt regarding financial resources. "To be frank, I received notice from upper management this morning. Effective immediately, all store inventory is to be strictly controlled. There are specific regulations for both individual purchases and group acquisitions, especially concerning food items, which are under even tighter scrutiny. Therefore, your request to buy all the food in the store is simply not feasible," Zhang Rue explained earnestly. This morning, he had received an unusual call from higher-ups about such restrictions. To this day, he remained perplexed as to why there was a need for such stringent control over the store's products, particularly when the goal of running a store is to maximize profits through sales. Upon hearing Zhang Rue's words, Su-Bei's brow furrowed in concern. The authorities were acting swiftly, controlling food hoarding to prevent monopolization by capital interests. "Bravo! How commendable of my country," Su-Bei thought with a wry smile, having initially underestimated the government's promptness in addressing the situation. After all, it was only the second day since the emergence of the apocalyptic treasure hunting game. The current situation dictates that even possessing billions in cash cannot facilitate the accumulation of sufficient goods. At least, this strategy is no longer viable domestically. "Sir, is there anything else you require?" Zhang Rue inquired, observing Su-Bei lost in thought. "No, thank you," Su-Bei replied before promptly exiting the supermarket. If he were to shop one store at a time, it would result in an excessive waste of time and easily attract unwanted attention. After leaving Walmart, Su-Bei immediately returned to the villa, quickly consumed some bread, and drank a glass of milk. He retrieved his work phone and dialed a number. The phone rang twice before being answered. "Hello, Su, my good friend. How have you been lately? What prompted you to call me?" Came a rather clumsy Chinese voice from the other end. "Hey Jason, can't I just call you to chat?" Su-Bei chuckled. No. There's an ancient saying in your dragon country. No business, no visit to the Three Treasures Hall. Su, just get to the point." Jason replied cheerfully. "All right, I shall be direct. I need food, a vast array of it. Do you have any connections to procure it?" Su-Bei bypassed any pleasantries and dove straight into the subject. Since acquiring sufficient food domestically was impossible, his gaze turned to foreign lands. However, with the apocalypse looming, he felt no remorse in potentially starving those abroad. "A large quantity of food? That shouldn't be a problem," Jason responded with remarkable candor, not even bothering to ask why Su-Bei suddenly required such a vast amount. "Aren't you curious as to why I need to purchase so much food?" Su-Bei was taken aback, though he had found Jason's straightforward nature appealing during their previous collaborations. He had not anticipated such promptness. "I have no interest in that. All I know is, you're my best friend." Jason's declaration left Su-Bei momentarily stunned. After 5 years as the chairman of the Su Corporation, he had not formed any truly close friendships. He was unexpectedly touched by this foreigner. "Thanks, buddy. Acquire as much as you can, various foods, fruits, vegetables, beverages, and alcohol. And if you can procure any medications, that would be splendid." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Su-Bei ended the call. He was not concerned about Jason absconding with the money. After all, with the promise of astronomical returns, he was currently flush with cash. Subsequently, Su-Bei made several more international calls. "Hey, Jiwa, Watanabe, how are things treating you lately? Annyeonghaseyo, Park Wachong, I need your assistance with something. Hey, Victor, my good brother, I heard meat is quite affordable over there. Is that true?" Chapter 10, SSS Skill, Fire Control. After concluding the calls, Su-Bei resumed his treasure hunting. Treasure hunt successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for unearthing a barrel of purified water. Treasure hunt successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for discovering a volume of Boss Yang's provocative personal photo collection. Treasure hunt successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for unearthing a case of Fatian Matai. The time spent treasure hunting always seemed to pass swiftly. Before he knew it, it was nearly noon. Treasure hunt successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for obtaining an A-level treasure chest. Would you like to open it? At that moment, a red treasure chest appeared on the screen, emanating a subtle glow. Had he finally unearthed an A-level treasure chest? Without hesitation, Su Bei chose to open it. This was the first treasure chest he had unearthed today. Treasure chest opened. Congratulations to player 4399 for acquiring A-level skill resources with a 100-fold return. Note: resources unearthed in the game will receive a 100-fold return. Reading the message on the screen, Su Bei felt a surge of excitement within him. Given the current inability to stockpile food domestically, the issue of food was paramount for him. If his previous international contacts could not procure tangible goods, this skill would prove exceedingly valuable. Excellent. Let's give this a try? Su Bei eagerly began testing it out. Treasure hunt successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for unearthing a case of 500 milliliters mineral water. Triggered 100-fold return. Acquired 100 cases of 500 milliliters mineral water. It was indeed highly effective. Upon seeing the notification, Su Bei's spirits soared. In the apocalypse, water resources would be severely contaminated. In less than a month, it was likely that the global water supply would become undrinkable. Thus, even a single 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water would hold immeasurable value in such dire circumstances. Consequently, these 100 cases of mineral water were undoubtedly treasures beyond price. Treasure hunt successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for unearthing 10 croissants. Triggered 100-fold return. Acquired 1000 croissants. Treasure hunt successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for unearthing 1 sweet king watermelon. Triggered 100-fold return. Acquired 100 sweet king watermelons. Notifications continued to flood the screen, further heightening Su Bei's excitement. With the 100-fold return in effect, each treasure hunt could equate to 100. As Su Bei reveled in his treasure hunting, the ringtone of his work phone suddenly pierced the air. Noticing it was an unfamiliar number, yet from Jin Ling, he answered, "Hello, who is this?" "Mr. Su, greetings. I am Wang Xiaolong, the manager of Weimeixian. The 500 banquet tables you ordered yesterday have all been prepared. May I inquire if you are at the villa? If so, we can deliver them immediately." The tone from Wang Xiaolong was exceedingly polite and respectful. "All right, please bring them over." Su Bei replied succinctly before hanging up. With these 500 banquet tables, he should have ample provisions for a considerable time. The high-end banquet from Weimeixian consists of 12 dishes, including hot and cold dishes, as well as soup. If he were to consume 3 dishes a day, it could last him approximately 7 years. Su Bei then resumed his treasure hunting. Each time he unearthed treasures, especially with the 100-fold return, felt incredibly precious. At noon, the doorbell rang. Peering through the window, he observed 3 delivery trucks outside. Su Bei hastily descended the stairs. "Manager Wang, thank you for your hard work." Upon seeing Wang Xiaolong, Su Bei exchanged a brief greeting. Fortunately, he had pre-ordered the 500 banquet tables yesterday. Had he attempted to order today, he likely would not have secured that many. "Mr. Su, all 500 banquet tables are in the thermal and refrigerated compartments of the trucks. Would you like to inspect them first?" Wang Xiaolong inquired with utmost courtesy. "No need. I trust you. Just move everything into the villa." Su Bei shook his head, valuing his time far too much to waste it here. "Understood." Wang Xiaolong nodded, then directed the others to begin their tasks. Meanwhile, Su Bei resumed his treasure hunting. In previous attempts, he had unearthed only hazardous items, occasionally discovering some food. Treasure hunt successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for unearthing an SSS level skill treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Just then, a golden light burst forth on the phone screen, revealing a shimmering golden treasure chest. The moment Su Bei laid eyes on the golden chest, he leapt up in excitement. This was the second treasure chest of the day, and it was an SSS level 1. It was worth noting that the metal manipulation skill he had acquired yesterday was merely S level. Open it immediately. In his excitement, Su Bei frantically pressed the open button. He could hardly contain his eagerness to discover what this SSS level skill would be. Treasure chest opened. Congratulations, player. You have acquired the SSS level skill, Fire Control. This skill is unique. Note that Fire Control allows you to manipulate flames for both offense and defense, and it is an upgradable skill. Upon upgrading, you will be able to command the myriad sacred fires of the world, capable of incinerating the heavens and extinguishing gods and demons with but a thought. Gazing at the skill description on his phone, Su Bei was already trembling with excitement. He never anticipated that he would obtain a skill centered around the manipulation of fire. More importantly, this skill could be upgraded. The power to burn the heavens and extinguish deities. How overwhelmingly majestic. Clearly, if Fire Control were upgraded to its utmost potential, a mere fireball could effortlessly incinerate an entire planet. How astonishing is that? Furthermore, this skill's uniqueness signifies that he alone possesses it globally. Incredible, simply incredible. This fire control skill, once upgraded, seemed even more formidable than the skill of metal manipulation. With these two skills at his disposal, even in the event of an apocalyptic outbreak, he could stride through with confidence. Su Bei felt an overwhelming sense of invincible solitude wash over him. Mr. Su, all the dishes have been delivered to the villa. You may need to purchase your own warming boxes and refrigerators, Manager Wang Xiaolong said as he approached. After all, these warming boxes and refrigerators were essential items for their restaurant and were not for sale. All right, I understand. Thank you for your hard work, Su Bei nodded, casually transferring 2 million to Wang Xiaolong. Mr. Su, you have already settled the payment for the dishes last time. What is this for? Wang Xiaolong looked bewildered at the sudden bank notification on his phone. This is a tip for you all. Keep 1 million for yourself and distribute the other million among your colleagues, Su Bei generously stated. Simultaneously, player 4399 spent 2 million and triggered a 10,000-fold cashback, earning 20 billion dragon coins. Staring at the notification before him, Su Bei was taken aback. He had initially thought that cashback was only applicable to purchases, but it seemed that tipping could also yield returns. 2 million in tips had directly translated into 20 billion dragon coins. Now, his assets had surged to a staggering 70 billion. However, such a vast sum of money held little significance for him now. With so much wealth, it became indistinguishable from mere paper. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Mr. Su. Wang Xiaolong and the 10 staff members expressed their profound excitement and gratitude, repeating their thanks thrice. They had never anticipated receiving such a generous tip from this job. Aside from Wang Xiaolong, each staff member received a $10,000 tip, a sum greater than their yearly earnings combined. Don't be so polite. That's enough. You all can head back now. Observing the radiant smiles on their faces, Su Bei felt an indescribable joy within. After the apocalypse descends, he would undoubtedly not be a savior. Yet, before its arrival, witnessing these excited faces seemed rather delightful. For him, it was not only a worthwhile endeavor, but also a windfall. Chapter 11. The first use of superpowers, the collapse of Erzhou Tower. Once Wang Xiaolong and the others departed, Su Bei returned to the villa. Looking at the stacked food containers before him, he waved his right hand gently, causing all the packed food to be stored within his storage ring. Inside the storage ring, time and space were entirely frozen, ensuring that the food retained its original taste, temperature, and shape upon retrieval. With the banquet fully collected, it seemed time for him to embark on a journey abroad. Su Bei promptly booked a flight to Kimchi country, primarily due to its proximity. Furthermore, he had already contacted Park Guochang earlier that morning. The flight was scheduled for 1:40 p.m. After hailing a cab, Su Bei set off without delay. Naturally, he could not waste the time spent in transit, so he busied himself with treasure hunting in the back seat. Food, beverages, cigarettes, snacks, various weapons, he had it all. The taxi driver was quite amiable, engaging in conversation. Hey there, have you played that wildly popular game these past few days? I heard some people struck it rich in the game, while others won top-tier sports cars. The driver chattered on. Not at all. Didn't the experts and professors say it's just a simple virus game that could lead to financial ruin? Su Bei chuckled, continuing to focus on his phone. Who would believe those so-called experts? I'd rather trust that my rooster will lay eggs and my sow will climb trees. The driver dismissed disdainfully, clearly harboring no fondness for the so-called experts and professors. The reason was simple. Recent statements by these experts had been utterly nonsensical, akin to nonsense to the average person. Suggestions like renting out idle properties or using luxury cars for deliveries sounded absurd. You're absolutely right, Su Bei nodded. It appeared that the general populace's disdain for experts was far from trivial. After about 20 minutes, Su Bei arrived at the airport. Security checks were stringent, particularly for foreign entrants, indicating that the authorities had issued some directive. Due to his status as a frequent business traveler, Su Bei was classified as a top VIP and breezed through without much scrutiny, easily boarding the plane. On board, Su Bei leisurely continued his treasure hunting, as the game was fully operational even during flight. Over 2 hours later, the plane touched down at Erzhou Airport. Mr. Su, you have finally arrived. Come. I've taken leave to treat you to a meal. As soon as he exited the airport, Park Guochang greeted him with a beaming smile. Over the past 2 to 3 years, their collaboration with the Su Group had been immensely profitable for him, fostering a deep respect for Su Bei. After all, in any nation, few would dare to oppose wealth. No need for a meal. How prepared are the items? Su Bei inquired with a smile. Given the current circumstances, it was prudent not to linger too long in any country. The risk of sudden airport closures posed a significant inconvenience. Rest assured, Mr. Su, we are nearly ready. Shall we head over now? Park Guochang remained exceedingly respectful. Let us go directly. I have a meeting to attend shortly, so my time is limited, Su Bei nodded. Before long, the two arrived at a somewhat dilapidated factory. Upon disembarking, 6 brand new shipping containers came into view. Mr. Su, everything you need is inside these containers. However, it's rather unfortunate. Ever since that game appeared on our phones yesterday, prices seem to have skyrocketed. What originally could have been acquired for 30 billion now cost over 50 billion. I was referring to kimchi currency when converted to your dragon coins. That amounts to 3 billion, Park Guchong explained earnestly. The recent surge in prices had indeed exceeded expectations, and government agencies were unable to intervene. In the peculiar realm of kimchi country, resources and wealth were predominantly controlled by a handful of elite conglomerates. That is all right. Fluctuations in prices are perfectly normal. You've worked hard today? Here is 5 billion for you. Su Bei gently patted Park Guchong's shoulder, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Thank you, Mr. Su, thank you. Upon hearing that Su Bei was willing to invest 500 million, Park Guchong's smile outshone Su Bei's, as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. An unexpected windfall of 200 million, equivalent to 300 billion kimchi won, was simply delightful. All right, please wait here for a moment while I assess the goods inside. Afterwards, you can take me on a tour of Namsan. After speaking, Su Bei promptly entered the first shipping container, with a wave of his hand. All the goods were stowed away in his storage ring. He swiftly moved to the second and third containers, taking only a few minutes to completely clear out all 6 shipping containers. Upon exiting, Su Bei remembered to securely lock the containers. So, Mr. Su, are you satisfied with the goods inside? Park Guchong asked, a hint of apprehension in his voice, fearing that Su Bei might suddenly retract his offer, which would result in a substantial loss of hundreds of billions in kimchi won. I am indeed satisfied, very satisfied. Let us grab a bite to eat first. I shall think of a way to transport these items back, Su Bei replied with a cheerful grin. In truth, the containers were now completely empty. But appearances had to be maintained. All right, I shall take you there. The two men got back in the car and soon arrived at Namsan in Seoul. As Park Guchong put it, since they were already in kimchi country, a visit to the Namsan Tower was a must. This was the most renowned tourist attraction in Seoul. Given the small size of kimchi country, the two arrived at their destination within 2 hours. Although certain areas were inaccessible to private vehicles, a bribe of a few hundred million kimchi won would ensure smooth passage. This method seemed to be universally applicable. Before long, Su Bei laid eyes on the so-called Namsan Tower. Park Guchong earnestly began to recount the tower's history and details. TCH, it's truly unsightly, Su Bei remarked, raising an eyebrow at the sight of the tower. His impression of this self-righteous nation, known for its penchant for thievery, had never been favorable. Though there were some decent individuals within the country, it did little to alleviate his disdain for it. Is this the iconic structure of kimchi country? It serves as an excellent opportunity to test my ability to manipulate metal. An insidious thought crossed Su Bei's mind as he gazed at the Namsan Tower. Since he had arrived in kimchi country, it seemed only fitting to leave behind a few gifts. The next moment, Su Bei began to exert his telekinetic powers. Initially, upon acquiring the ability to manipulate metal, his mental capacity could only control small metallic objects for brief periods. However, through relentless treasure hunting to enhance his mental strength, he could now manipulate larger volumes of metal with greater potency. A mere tower like Namsan should pose no challenge. As Su Bei commenced his telekinetic push, the tower began to tremble slightly, the vibrations escalating rapidly. Among the crowd, startled gasps erupted. Look, the Namsan Tower seems to be swaying. My goodness, what is happening? Is it going to collapse? The voices rang clear near Su Bei, speaking the same language, and several concerned individuals were present. These fools truly had short memories. The incident from 2 years prior when he had entered kimchi country with dog tags seemed to have faded from their minds. What the heck? What is going on? Hurry, call the government. Run. The Namsan Tower is about to collapse. Oh, the trembling escalated, and the surrounding crowd erupted into chaos, fleeing in every direction. Mr. Su, the Namsan Tower seems on the verge of collapsing. We must leave quickly, Park Guchong exclaimed, panic etched on his face as he grasped Su Bei's arm. Su Bei was his fortune. He could not let anything happen here. All right, let us go. Su Bei nodded, promptly getting into the vehicle. As the car sped away, a fierce glint suddenly flashed in Su Bei's eyes. In an instant, the violently shaking Namsan Tower crumbled to the ground. The earth caved in, surrounding buildings were obliterated, and a mushroom cloud soared into the sky. Su Bei glanced back at the scene behind him, which resembled a hell's cape. Many appeared to be trapped beneath the rubble, including some tourists, but what did it matter? The dangers abroad had always been apparent. They chose not to heed warnings. Chapter 12. Kimchi Country's Zero-Cost Shopping, First Casualty. Park Guchong, your kimchi country's construction is truly shoddy. After casting a glance at the fallen Namsan Tower, Su Bei turned his head with a smirk. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Su. I never anticipated such an event today. This tower has stood for many years, so perhaps the foundation suffered from some aging, Park Guchong said. His face flushed with embarrassment. He had intended to showcase kimchi country's famous tourist attraction, but had not expected such a calamity. This was an immense loss of face. All right, take me to the largest shopping mall in Seoul. I wish to purchase some local specialties to take back. Su Bei instructed nonchalantly. Yes, Mr. Su. Park Guchong quickly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Su Bei transferred the promised 500 million to Park Guchong. For him, money was now as disposable as scrap paper. Moreover, the more he spent, the greater his returns would be. As the 500 million was sent, a notification appeared on his phone screen. Player 4399 spends 500 million, triggering a 10,000-fold cashback, earning 50 trillion dragon coins. As he gazed at the cascade of zeros on the screen, Su Bei felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This 10,000-fold cashback skill truly exemplified the principle of money making money. Half an hour later, Su Bei arrived at the entrance of a large shopping mall. All right, you go about your business. I'll wander around for a bit, and will contact you later regarding the goods. Upon exiting the vehicle, Su Bei did not immediately enter the mall, but instead surveyed the surroundings. There were quite a few surveillance cameras about. With a thought, he activated his metal manipulation skill. At that moment, all the cameras ceased to function. With this, he could confidently engage in zero-cost shopping. Next, Su Bei opened his work phone to check the screen, which was inundated with promotional ads and news. Shocking. The Namsen Tower, standing for over 50 years in Kimchi country, suddenly collapses. Heartbreaking. The Namsen Tower's collapse has resulted in the highest casualties among Dragon Country tourists. Celebration. The collapse of the Namsen Tower is divine retribution for thieves. A moment of silence for the deceased. Some joyous individuals should refrain from excessive celebration. We are all human, all compatriots, and should not kick someone when they're down. Such news abounded, overshadowing the fervor surrounding the end-of-the-world treasure hunting game. Various short video platforms and news websites were dominated by these stories. The comments and likes were countless. The majority of netizens extended their congratulations. Netizens from the imperial capital sent their best wishes, celebrating together. Citizens from the Magic City congratulated, good riddance, well-deserved. Residents of the Fog City chimed in with their congratulations, wishing for the entire Kimchi country to sink. Deserved. It serves you right. With over 10 million square kilometers of territory in our Dragon Country, is that not enough for your tourism? Of course, some well-meaning individuals expressed their condolences. Meanwhile, numerous nations reported on the incident, as the Namsen Tower held significant influence in Kimchi country. How delightful. I did not anticipate such an unexpected surprise. The collapse of the Nanshan Tower has diverted considerable attention. Observing the trending topics, Su Bei felt a surge of joy within. The actions taken earlier were merely reflexive, yet they managed to temporarily overshadow the fervor surrounding the doomsday treasure hunting game. It seems that regardless of the nation, a majority of netizens possess an insatiable curiosity for gossip. After stowing away his phone, Su Bei promptly entered the shopping mall. What awaited him next was the exhilarating zero-cost shopping segment. Annyeonghaseyo. Upon his entrance, a service staff member greeted him warmly. Hello. Su Bei merely nodded in acknowledgement before preparing to procure his items. It was then he overheard two employees engaged in conversation behind him. Ugh, another visitor from the Dragon Nation. How disappointing. Seriously, is there no place left to travel in their country? They keep flocking to ours. Moreover, all tourists from the Dragon Nation are exceedingly rude and filthy. Even more so than those from Fusang. I wish all of them would just vanish. Exactly. Then our Kimchi Nation could seamlessly inherit all of their civilization. Hush. Lower your voice, or we'll be in trouble. Don't worry. These Dragon Nation tourists are illiterate and won't comprehend our conversation. Su Bei heard their chatter all too clearly. He clenched his fists tightly, then released them. He immediately made his way to the food section, where with a flick of his wrist, all the food was swiftly stored within his storage ring. The beverage area, snacks section, fruit zone, meat department, and seafood corner were all mercilessly cleared as well. Even the department and clothing sections were not spared. For some reason, the mall seemed rather deserted at that moment, likely due to many patrons flocking to witness the aftermath of the Nanshan Tower collapse. This was fortuitous for Su Bei. What on earth? Witnessing the empty shelves, the staff members were utterly flabbergasted. Just moments ago, the shelves had been brimming with products. How could everything vanish in the blink of an eye? Hey, you there, wait. At that moment, two staff members simultaneously fixed their gaze upon Su Bei. Soon after, four security guards entered the scene. That guy is a Dragon Nation tourist. He must be the culprit. Exactly. From the moment he stepped in, I sensed something off about him. He clearly isn't a decent person. Security, hurry and apprehend him. A female cashier rushed over to join the commotion, immediately pointing an accusatory finger at Su Bei. You're asking for it. Su Bei cast a cold glance at the security guards and the employees. The disdain and loathing in their eyes were unmistakable upon learning he hailed from the Dragon Nation. If that is the case, then let them perish. After all, with the apocalypse upon us, such scum won't survive. In an instant, Su Bei's thoughts coalesced, and four vibranium darts tore through the air. Thud, thud. A series of sounds resonated as a dozen young patrons from the Kimchi Nation fell lifelessly to the ground, each sporting a gaping wound in their foreheads. You've committed murder. Help, murder. Another cashier, who had just arrived, was paralyzed with shock at the blood-soaked scene and collapsed, screaming in terror. Thud. In the next moment, darts sliced through the air, silencing the chaos. Su Bei then retrieved several bottles of alcohol from his spatial inventory, dousing the corpses. With a gentle snap of his fingers, a fire spell ignited, and a flickering flame appeared at his fingertips. With a simple flick, the blaze engulfed the bodies. Su Bei strolled leisurely out of the mall. In his previous life, He had survived the apocalypse for over 10 days, witnessing far more horrifying sights. He had even dispatched zombies. Thus, death held no terror for him, especially when it involved the likes of those kimchi folk. Fire! Fire! Someone put it out. Just as Su-bei exited the supermarket, he heard frantic cries for help. By the time onlookers rushed toward the commotion, Su-bei had already blended into the crowd, leaving a trail of destroyed surveillance cameras in his wake. Chapter 13. SSS Skills. Ability Acquisition. Next, he proceeded to the second mall, then the third. All 6 large shopping centers had been stripped bare, only to mysteriously catch fire shortly after. Most fire trucks were diverted to the Nanshan incident, making it challenging to contain the flames. An hour later, Su-bei had boarded a plane bound for the land of the rising sun. By the time he arrived, it was already evening. He casually found a hotel to stay in. Opening his phone, he was greeted with a myriad of news articles, predominantly concerning the Kimchi Nation. His spirits lifted. Following the collapse of the Kimchi Nation's Airsho Tower, 6 large shopping malls had subsequently caught fire, resulting in significant losses. According to reliable sources, the fires in the Kimchi Nation's malls were of human origin. In just one day, the Kimchi Nation faced a series of calamities. Were they natural disasters, or man-made? Or perhaps divine retribution? Various eye-catching headlines flooded his screen. Su-bei casually clicked on one article. The content was unremarkable, as he had orchestrated it all. Thus, he felt little concern. Rather than the news itself, he found greater joy in the comments section, where every contributor showcased their wit and eloquence. He adored the comments section. Brothers, let the music play on. Let the dance continue. A universal celebration, a joyful heart. This is a rare piece of good news. Youth has no price. Let us watch the Kimchi Nation explode with laughter. What wrongs have the Kimchi people committed? They are not inherently at fault. After all, they are born of parents. We should treat them harmoniously. Even plants and trees have feelings. Why be impolite? My mother taught me the value of peace. Damn. Brothers, what a clever acrostic poem. Acrostic poem? Apologies, I couldn't help myself. Let's lavish our fallen comrades. Can we not show some humanity? Those are living lives at stake. Brothers, do you think this incident was caused by a patriotic individual from our nation who has awakened superpowers? Wow, absolutely prophetic. Let us go for it. If only the Kimchi government had your level of intelligence. After perusing the comments, Su-bei couldn't help but marvel at the talent displayed in the section. Every contributor was a scholar of sorts. It stirred a fervor within him. However, any comments section is never devoid of sycophants, and Su-bei chose to selectively ignore them. After a while, he opened the Doomsday treasure hunting game, immersing himself in the joy of digging. Treasure hunting was indeed a delightful endeavor. A moment of digging brought joy, while continuous digging brought endless delight. Treasure acquired. Congratulations, player 4399 has unearthed a mutated Siberian tiger. You have been devoured. Revival token successfully used. You have been revived. Treasure acquired. Congratulations, player 4399 has unearthed an enraged gorilla. You have been killed. Revival token successfully used. You have been revived. Treasure acquired. Congratulations, player 4399 has unearthed a T-Rex. You have been devoured. Su-bei continued to dig for a dozen attempts, yet all he found were these monstrous creatures. Could it be that the feng shui of this wretched place in the land of the rising sun was unfavorable? Su-bei pressed on with his digging. Food, beverages, monsters. Monsters, a fleshlight. Monsters, an umbrella, a pair of used panties. Damn it. This cursed place in the land of the rising sun truly has poor feng shui. What a collection of bizarre items. After 4 hours of effort, Su-bei was left exasperated. He had dug until the early hours, yet his haul remained lamentably meager. No treasure chests, nor even weapons of significant utility were unearthed. However, he did manage to collect a plethora of oddities, alongside a fair amount of food. After receiving a 100-fold return on these provisions, they could indeed be considered a form of wealth. Sleep, sleep. At precisely 30 minutes past midnight, Su-bei fell into slumber. The night swiftly passed. At 6 o'clock, Su-bei awoke punctually. Next, it was time for treasure hunting. Success. Congratulations to player 4399 for unearthing an SSS grade treasure chest. Do you wish to open it? The first treasure hunt of the morning was graced with a dazzling glow on the screen, accompanied by a resplendent golden treasure chest. Astonished, Su-bei froze for a moment, then was engulfed in joy. He leapt from his bed, the remnants of sleep vanishing in an instant. To his surprise, the initial treasure hunt of the day yielded an SSS-grade chest, his third since commencing this venture. What marvelous items might lie within? After adjusting his emotional state, Su-bei clicked the open button. The chest is now opened. Congratulations to player 4399 for acquiring the SSS-grade skill, Ability Harvest. Note, the player can choose to harvest the abilities of deceased ability users within a 500-meter radius. Gazing at the annotations on the screen, Su-bei was immensely invigorated. Truly, this skill deserved its SSS classification, as it allowed for the acquisition of abilities. This meant that the more ability users who fell, the greater the powers he could possess. Such a skill was indeed worthy of its rank. What a splendid boon. Even with just this single ability, as long as he developed cautiously and strategically, He could certainly survive until the later stages. At that moment, Su-bei felt increasingly invincible. He had no idea how many ability users had emerged by now. Yet thus far, he had encountered none. This was entirely reasonable. The apocalypse had not yet fully descended. Any ability user with a modicum of sense would not recklessly reveal their superpowers. After all, such exposure could easily lead to capture for experimental purposes, unless one could ensure that their powers could be executed without detection and that they could retreat unscathed thereafter. For the next 2 hours, Su-bei continued to excavate. He unearthed a fair amount of items, yet no further treasure chests appeared. The probability of uncovering such treasures was inherently low, so Su-bei did not overly concern himself. Glancing at the time, it was now 8:30 in the morning. Su-bei arose, performed a brief wash, and partook of breakfast. At that moment, the phone finally rang. Su-bei, the matters you entrusted to me yesterday are nearly completed. When will you come to inspect the goods? The call was from Watanabe, an intermediary from Japan, a former business partner of the Su Group. Although the Dragon Kingdom and Japan were historical rivals, many large enterprises maintained cooperative relationships. I am currently at the Intercontinental Hotel in Japan. You may come over shortly. Su-bei engaged in brief pleasantries before hanging up. In just half an hour, Watanabe arrived. Su-bei, long time no see. Watanabe greeted warmly. You seem to be doing quite well. Observing Watanabe's rotund figure and diminutive stature, Su-bei replied coolly. Despite their past business dealings, he had never held a favorable impression of the Japanese. He found them even more distasteful than pickled vegetables. Haha, thanks to you, Su-bei. By the way, I have prepared the goods you requested. However, I must inform you in advance that prices in Japan have surged significantly in recent days, and the authorities have begun to regulate supplies. Watanabe spoke earnestly, yet Su-bei detected a glint of cunning and greed in his eyes. Perhaps this was a deeply ingrained trait of the Japanese. By how much? Su-bei narrowed his eyes and inquired flatly. Tenfold. However, I took considerable risks in stockpiling these goods, so the price I offer you is 15 times the original. After all, I must make a living too. Watanabe feigned a look of distress, but inwardly he was overjoyed. While it was true that prices in Japan had risen, they had only increased 2 to 3 times, with some items remaining unchanged. He naturally deemed Su-bei a fool. Upon hearing this outrageous statement, Su-bei's expression darkened, a murderous intent surging within his eyes. He was well aware of the price hikes in Japan, but they were far from excessive. After all, he had just enjoyed dinner last night and breakfast that morning. Thus he was quite cognizant of the costs. This fellow's greed was appallingly excessive. Watanabe, one mustn't be overly greedy. Consuming too much at once invites disaster. Su-bei's voice turned icy. He was indifferent to money. To him, it was akin to worthless paper. However, Watanabe's avarice repulsed him greatly. The greed of the Japanese seemed to be etched into their very bones. Chapter 14. The Burning of Japan and the Offering to the Toilet God. Mr. Su, I have many sellers for this batch of goods, and they are in high demand. If you do not require them, I can sell them to others. A triumphant smile adorned Watanabe's face. Fine, I'll buy them. However, Watanabe, I must advise you, small greed fosters delight, while great greed brings harm. Excessive greed leads to ruin. Such avarice is ill-fated. Without hesitation, Su-bei merely nodded. Upon hearing Su-bei's agreement, Watanabe failed to catch the latter's subsequent words. My dear brother, I knew you would not disappoint me. Let us go. I will take you to see the goods. Watanabe eagerly led Su-bei to a factory. Within, only 4 guards stood watch, with no other workers in sight. Clearly, this fellow had prepared the goods in advance. Look, these 3 warehouses contain rice, flour, vegetables, fruits, beverages, and alcohol, all neatly categorized. Per your previous request, I did not procure any seafood. The total value is 8 billion. Watanabe cheerfully introduced. In reality, the total worth of these goods was merely 400 million yen. This venture promised a 20-fold profit, an extraordinary windfall. All right, you may wait outside, Su-bei said coolly. Watanabe complied without hesitation, reassured by the presence of the goods. Upon entering the warehouse, Su-bei waved his hand, and all the items were swiftly stored within his storage ring. Compared to the goods from Park Guchong, this haul was barely a third. Nonetheless, even a mosquito's leg is meat. These provisions could sustain him for decades. After clearing the warehouse, Su-bei emerged, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Su-bei, how do you find the goods? Do they meet your requirements? Upon seeing Su-bei exit, Watanabe and the 4 guards hurried over, their faces wrinkled with smiles. Very good. Su-bei nodded with a grin. Then, Su-bei, you brought the money, I presume? A total of 8 billion yen, equivalent to 400 million dragon coins. Watanabe promptly produced his phone. Trading with these ignorant Dragon Kingdom denizens was exceedingly pleasurable. Such easy profits. No rush. I will burn the money for you. Su-bei's face suddenly broke into a devilish smile. Su-bei, what do you mean? Watanabe's expression shifted as he beheld Su-bei's unsettling grin. A sense of impending doom rapidly spread from his core. For some reason, he felt an eerie premonition of death. What I mean is, a well-spoken warning does not stay the hand of a fool destined for death. You may go die now. As the words of Su-bei fell, A chilling intent surged in his eyes. With a swift motion of his hand, vibranium darts materialized from thin air. In the blink of an eye, the darts pierced the foreheads of Watanabe and 4 other bodyguards, their bodies collapsing lifelessly, expressions of confusion and fear etched upon their faces. Spitting a mouthful of thick phlegm from 1982 onto Watanabe's face, Sube turned and departed with an air of nonchalance. Having eliminated a few insignificant lives, he felt no remorse. Instead, a sense of exhilaration coursed through him. After Sube's departure, the 5 corpses spontaneously ignited. An hour later, he hailed a taxi to the Chiyoda district. Gazing at the structures before him, an icy demeanor enveloped Sube, a tempestuous aura emanating from his being. "You demons of war, it is time for your souls to scatter," he silently vowed as he beheld the shrine. In times past, he lacked the power to punish these war criminals, but today, their annihilation was assured. "Sir, you seem unwell. Are you all right?" The taxi driver, noticing Sube's unsettling demeanor, inquired. "I'm fine. Please take me to the nearest large shopping mall," Sube replied, suppressing his emotions with a calm facade. Having served as chairman for 5 years, he had mastered the languages of most countries out of necessity. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the Venus Grand Shopping Mall. The throngs of shoppers within appeared to be hoarding supplies. Without hesitation, Sube rushed to the food section, engaging in a frenzied shopping spree. With all surveillance cameras rendered inoperative, he was free to act as he pleased. In less than 10 minutes, he had virtually emptied half the mall. As the bewildered shoppers stood in shock, a noxious cloud of smoke erupted alongside a towering inferno within the mall. The air was filled with panicked screams and desperate cries for help. Meanwhile, Sube had already shifted his focus to another large shopping center. The streets were abuzz with onlookers, the cacophony of alarms, fire engines, and ambulances resonating throughout the city. Soon, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th malls were engulfed in flames, plunging the surrounding populace into a frenzy of horror. Chiyoda City Hall. What the hell is happening? Why have 5 malls caught fire without warning? Quickly, retrieve the security footage. I must see who is behind this madness. Mayor Sato Ryohei bellowed in fury. In less than an hour, 5 shopping centers had succumbed to flames. An act undoubtedly orchestrated by human hands. What depraved extremists could commit such a heinous act? Once apprehended, they would face immediate execution. I apologize, Mayor. All the cameras have been destroyed. We can't find anything, several technicians reported, drenched in sweat and visibly distressed. Useless. All of you are useless. What good are you to me? Sato Ryohei shouted, his frustration boiling over. If this incident wasn't handled properly, his position as mayor would be jeopardized. Especially in the capital of Japan. Mayor, this is not the time for anger. We need to go to the front lines immediately to reassure the wounded citizens. Only your presence can minimize public outcry and responsibility, his assistant, Yuki Koizumi, interjected. The destruction of surveillance indicates a premeditated crime. Solving this will not be simple. Yes. Let us all go together. Sato Ryohei nodded vigorously. Just then, the phone rang again. Mayor, there has been a major fire at the shrine. The flames are too intense for rescue. What? Send the firefighters immediately. The fire trucks are occupied at the malls. And the entrance to the shrine is blocked by metal debris. Damn it. Sato Ryohei nearly fainted from rage. The mall arson was a diversion. The true target of these extremists was the shrine. It was over. This time, it was truly over. Chapter 15, Global Shock, Supergene Serum. The burning of the shrine sent shockwaves across Japan, inciting outrage among the upper echelons. How dare they burn their war criminal ancestors? Even more infuriating, all surveillance around the Chiyoda district had been obliterated. With no leads to investigate, the incident captured not only the attention of Japan, but also that of the entire world. Damn it. You're all useless, idiots, fools, garbage. The shrine has been burned, and we can't even find a suspect? What good are you? You all need to commit seppuku to atone for your failure to the emperor. The Prime Minister of Japan roared in anguish, clearly losing his composure. This incident was a disgrace, an immense humiliation for their nation. If the culprits remained at large, Japan would become the laughingstock of the world. Longwa, Debata University. Brothers, did you see that video? It was absolutely exhilarating. Of course. It fired me up. That arsonist was like a cow flying a plane, completely badass. What video? What? You didn't see it? Your reaction is way too slow. What are you all talking about? The Namsen Tower collapse in Kimchi country. Come quickly. Just half an hour ago, the shrine in Japan suddenly caught fire, and it's still raging. Who is this hero? My idol. I've wanted to do that for ages. I just didn't have the guts. Could it be an act of God? Or just an accidental fire? Impossible. 5 malls caught fire before the shrine. And the fire trucks were all occupied. This is clearly premeditated. Who cares? This is a reason to celebrate. Let us go out for drinks tonight. And I'll cover all expenses. Yes, this arsonist is truly my only idol. Is it possible that the arsonist is a hero from our Longwa? I think that is very likely. Similar events have happened before. It's the descendants of soldiers. This time should be no different. They're heroes from our great Longwa. If that is the case, I hope that brave soul doesn't get caught. What if it's a case of mutual arson between Japan and Kimchi country? Let them tear each other apart. That would be delightful. In a flash, Nearly everyone in the nation was aware of the news, garnering even more attention than in Japan. Some even began purchasing firecrackers and fireworks to celebrate. If they were detained for a few days, it was of no concern. It was more festive than the New Year. Official statements from various countries were swiftly released. Manhwa expresses deep sympathy regarding the shopping mall fires in Japan. Kimchi Country felt a sense of balance restored. Don't worry. Little brother from Lighthouse Country, our fire trucks are on the way. As the world fixated on the burning of the shrine, the repercussions were felt far and wide. The architect of this chaos, Sube, had long since boarded the flight bound for the land of the lighthouse. One can only imagine the commotion in Japan at this very moment. As he gazed at the images captured on his phone, a smile crept across his lips. The photos depicted raging flames and billowing smoke. A third of the buildings had been utterly consumed by fire. The extent of the devastation was such that any attempt to extinguish the blaze would merely yield a heap of ruins. The specters of those war demons had likely already descended into the depths of hell. He could almost visualize the expressions of the Japanese high officials, contorted in agony as if they had ingested something foul. With this thought, his spirits soared. This was a desire he had harbored for quite some time, and now it had finally come to fruition. Sube retrieved his phone and resumed his treasure hunting. Since his device was in airplane mode, it posed no risk to the flight. Moreover, given the extraordinary abilities he now possessed, he felt no trepidation even in the event of a plane crash. Cats are said to have 9 lives. He felt as if he had a trillion. Treasure found. Congratulations, player 4399 has unearthed 666 cold medicine. A 100-fold return has been triggered, yielding 666 cold medicine 100. Treasure found. Congratulations, player 4399 has discovered a super gene serum. Note, the super gene serum can enhance the user's genetic structure, unlocking latent powers, with an amplification range of 10 to 50 times, and its use entails no pain. After over 30 excavations, Sube's eyes suddenly gleamed. The super gene serum, a remarkable find. Although his current abilities were formidable, his combat prowess and physique remained rather ordinary. This serum would perfectly compensate for that shortcoming. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction with this recent acquisition. Without hesitation, he extracted it from his inventory and consumed it. In an instant, an indescribably terrifying power surged through his limbs and bones. The sensation of power was exhilarating, unlike anything he had ever experienced. His strength, speed, constitution, and mental prowess had all surged exponentially in that fleeting moment. What an astonishing enhancement. He felt capable of delivering a lethal blow to a gorilla with a single fist. This sudden surge of strength bolstered his confidence immensely. If he could unearth a few more super gene serums, his physical form would become truly formidable. Ripping apart zombies and mutated beasts would be a mere trifle. Once he had calmed his excitement, Sube continued his treasure hunting. Treasure found. Congratulations. Player 4399 has unearthed a level 2 zombie, and your tofu pudding has been consumed. Resurrection coin successfully used. You have been revived. Treasure found. Congratulations. Player 4399 has acquired a case of vintage 5-grain liquor. A 100-fold return has been triggered, yielding 100 cases of vintage 5-grain liquor. Time and again, notifications flashed before him. After digging for a full 2 hours, most of his finds consisted of food and medicine, with no further serums in sight. It seemed that while these serums were not hidden within the chests, they were indeed exceedingly rare. Treasure found. Congratulations, player 4399 has unearthed 1 ton of special titanium alloy. Treasure found. Congratulations, player 4399 has acquired 100 attribute points. Sube immediately allocated all the attribute points to his mental strength. As for the ton of titanium alloy, it was undoubtedly valuable. The alloy had a wide range of applications, from crafting weapons and battle armor to constructing shelters. However, at present, it was of little use to him. Once his power increased, standard weapons and armor would become largely ineffective. Nevertheless, it could be utilized to upgrade his shelter, protecting it from zombies and mutated beasts. Chapter 16, The Land of the Free, America, robbing every day. After a full 9 hours, Sube finally arrived at Los Angeles, the land of the lighthouse. Due to the time difference, he had departed the island nation around noon, and upon disembarking, the sun was just beginning to rise in America. Upon exiting the airport, Jason was already waiting eagerly. Welcome, welcome, Sue. I have finally been able to await your arrival. Upon seeing Sube emerge from the terminal, Jason promptly stepped forward and enveloped him in a hearty embrace. Long time no see, Jason. How prepared are you? Sube wasted no time and got straight to the point. After all, his time was precious, and there was no need to squander it. You're in quite a hurry. Jumping straight to business, Jason chuckled. Rest assured, I have nearly everything you require ready. Come, let me show you. Nodding with a smile, Jason led the way as they drove for 2 hours before arriving at their destination. All the goods Jason had prepared were stored in his food processing factory. Sue, those 10 containers are filled with the goods you need. But you don't really believe in the apocalypse, do you? I remember you as a very wise person. Believing such nonsense hardly seems to fit your character. Jason gestured toward the row of containers, laughing as he spoke. In any case, he had no belief in such matters. He regarded that game as nothing more than a trivial waste of time. Yet, he had heard rumors that some individuals had indeed managed to withdraw cash from it. However, the amounts were generally meager, and he had not paid much attention to it, mainly due to his overwhelming busyness throughout the day. Haha, I'm quite afraid of death. Better safe than sorry, Sube replied with a faint smile. In his previous life, he had also been a skeptic. The consequence of such disbelief had been death. Alright, the total value of this batch of goods is $80 million. If you're currently short on cash, you can pay me later. Clearly, Jason wished to avoid further discussion on the matter. It seemed that certain rumors held a grain of truth. The wealthy from the Dragon Nation were indeed fearful of death. And Sube, a calm and wise individual, was no exception. Fine, I'll transfer the money. Without hesitation, Sube utilized a globally accepted multinational bank card to transfer $100 million to Jason. This shipment surpassed the combined worth of the goods from Park, Gwochang, and Watanabe, indicating that Jason was indeed not trying to swindle him. Player 4399 spent $100 million, triggering a 10,000-fold return, resulting in $1 trillion. The sudden influx of $1 trillion elicited no reaction from Sube. To him, money had long since become a mere string of meaningless numbers. Su, this is far too much. Jason gazed at Sube in astonishment. The extra $20 million equated to nearly 150 million dragon coins. Not excessive at all. Merely a token of gratitude for your assistance this time. Sube responded with a calm smile. To him, money was simply a numeral, and in 11 days, it would be rendered utterly worthless. Thus, there was no need for concern. Alright, I'll accept it. However, today I'll treat you. Let us go enjoy ourselves. Observing the resolute glint in Sube's eyes, Jason chose not to refuse any further. Perhaps Sube truly needed these goods, prompting him to offer more money. This time, I must decline. I need to return quickly. There are many matters awaiting my attention at the company. By the way, Jason, as a good friend, I must remind you to stockpile some goods for yourself as well. Sube shook his head, offering a serious reminder. He did not divulge the significance of treasure hunting in the apocalypse. After all, he doubted Jason would believe him, and considering Jason was an American, he understood the adage, different races harbor different hearts. Perhaps at present, the two individuals communicate quite well due to their personalities. However, once they find themselves in a confrontation, the outcome may very well be a matter of life and death. Alright, I understand. Sue, Jason nodded, clearly not taking the situation to heart. Sube chose not to press further, instead walking directly into the container to retrieve all the goods, simultaneously informing Jason that these containers needed to be locked, and that he would return to collect the items in due time. Naturally, Jason complied obediently. Sue, are you heading back now? Would you like me to drive you? Jason inquired. No, thank you. I can take a taxi. I appreciate your help this time. I hope we have the chance to meet again. Sube replied with a meaningful tone before hailing a cab and departing. Having arrived in this affluent and liberated land of the Lighthouse Nation, it would be remiss not to indulge in a spree of zero-cost shopping. Jason, bewildered, clearly struggled to comprehend Sube's words. After over an hour, Sube finally located a large supermarket. With a flicker of thought, he severed all surveillance lines en route. He strode boldly into the supermarket and, upon reaching the front desk, found it devoid of cashiers. Ignoring this, he moved with purpose towards the section where food was displayed. However, just a few steps in, he encountered several staff members, white women kneeling on the ground, hands on their heads, their faces etched with terror. Opposite them stood two armed black men, their weapons aimed menacingly at the employees. Ah, truly the land of the free, where robbery occurs daily. Sube chuckled inwardly. At that moment, the two robbers noticed him. Asian monkey. Oh hell no, get out. One of them shouted, instantly aiming his firearm at Sube. I shall offer you one more chance to rephrase your words. Sube said, his expression unfazed, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. It appeared that today would require a cleansing of the underworld. Damn Asian monkey. You're dead. Before the robber could finish his sentence, with a swift motion, two darts flew through the air, piercing the foreheads of the two assailants. Ah! Several white employees shrieked in horror at this gruesome spectacle. Silence, you shall join them. Sube thought, and with a mere flick of his mind, darts struck through the foreheads of several white women. Hey Mike, what is happening? Hearing the screams, three more individuals rushed out from the distant shelves. Asian monkey, was it you? They glared at Sube, seeing their fallen comrade. Let us take him down together, little blackie. I'm pressed for time, Sube said calmly. The three large men resembled gorillas, perfect for testing his enhanced abilities. The largest among them, clearly their leader, snarled, damn Asian monkey, I'll crush your skull myself. Without hesitation, the formidable figure lunged at Sube. This fellow's speed is abnormal, Sube mused, slightly furrowing his brow as he observed. In an instant, the distance of 12 to 13 meters was closed. While the brute's explosive power was impressive, his speed surpassed that of an ordinary human. A superhuman? Sube pondered, pursing his lips before delivering a punch. When their fists collided, Sube instantly felt a surge of strength far beyond that of a normal person coursing through his body. Chapter 17. Acquiring superpowers, flying with swords, satellite nuclear bombs. However, this newfound power was still insufficient to unseat him. His body remained as immovable as a rock. The large man staggered back, crashing into a shelf. Damn it, this Asian monkey is also a superhuman. Realizing the awakening of Su-Bei's powers, the thug bared his teeth and threatened, "Don't think just because you've awakened powers that you can challenge me." The next moment, from his forehead, his entire body began to rapidly metallicize. In less than a second, the black gorilla transformed into a silver metallic statue. Had he used his powers earlier, that punch would have pulverized him. But now it's not too late. Monkey, I'll shatter your bones one by one, even if you kneel before Buddha. It won't save you. Now fully metallicized, the gorilla exuded confidence, his companions equally thrilled by witnessing their leader's powers for the second time. Reminiscent of a cinematic steel hero. "Oh, nice powers, but they will soon be mine." Su-Bei, with glee at the sight of the metallic gorilla, prepared to employ his own metal manipulation skills, which were the perfect counter to such gaudy abilities. With fingers splayed, palms directed at the metallic beast, he focused his thoughts. The gorilla found itself immobilized. "Oh, what the hell? I can't move. Oh god, what is happening?" Panic flooded the gorilla's face as he lost control of his body. "Die, Su-Bei," echoed a judgmental voice as Su-Bei's open palm clenched fiercely. The sound of metal crunching filled the air as the metallic gorilla was swiftly compressed into a metal sphere. The creature barely had time to scream before meeting its demise. "Superhuman, run." The remaining two gorillas were already paralyzed with fear. With a casual wave, Su-Bei sent the mass of metal crashing down upon them, reducing them to mere pulp. A notification pinged on his phone. Superpower acquisition triggered. Player 4399 may choose whether to acquire the body metallization ability. Without hesitation, Su-Bei clicked the acceptance button. While this power may not be particularly formidable, it constituted an excellent means of self-preservation, perfectly compensating for his current defensive shortcomings. Superpower acquisition successful. Congratulations, player has obtained A-grade superpower, body metallization. Subsequently, Su-Bei began to swiftly clear the shelves. Wherever he went, his storage ring functioned like a bottomless pit, devouring all goods in sight. Just as he was nearly done raiding the first floor, he keenly sensed commotion outside. Rapid, steady footsteps indicative of trained personnel. Have the police arrived? It seemed the previous employees had alerted them. Su-Bei halted his actions. Minutes later, the entrance and two side doors of the mall were surrounded. "Listen up. You are surrounded. Surrender your weapons within 1 minute, or we will not hesitate to open fire." Su-Bei paid no heed to this warning, continuing his zero-cost shopping on the second floor. Outside, a white police officer's face darkened as he glanced at his watch. 1 minute has already passed. Open fire, regardless of the consequences. The officer pressed his right hand downwards. They had reviewed the surveillance footage prior to arriving. The criminals inside were identified as guerrillas. Their approach to such situations was always straightforward: empty the magazines. Gunfire erupted as bullets tore through the air, shattering the tempered glass doors into fragments. Inside the mall, debris flew everywhere as Su-Bei ascended to the third floor. Gazing at the scene before him, a faint smile graced the corners of his lips. Donning his sunglasses, he made his way to the far end of the mall, crashing through the glass with a singular leap. Just as his feet were a mere meter from the ground, four flying darts appeared beneath him, effortlessly lifting him upwards. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the alleyway. Is this the exhilaration of soaring through the skies on a sword? It is simply exhilarating. No wonder every young man's heart harbors a dream of flying with a sword. With his feet resting upon the vibrating golden darts, Su-Bei navigated swiftly through the narrow alley, his face alight with uncontainable excitement. Though he was not riding a treasured sword, the joy was indistinguishable. Thanks to his frequent gaming of League of Legends, Su-Bei's reflexes and movements were remarkably agile, allowing him to glide smoothly through the winding passageways. After a mere 10 minutes, Su-Bei found himself at another expansive shopping center, ready to embark on his zero-cost shopping spree once more. Meanwhile, in the previous mall, the team leader reported, all 5 criminals have been eliminated, reduced to mere riddled corpses. Unfortunately, a few service staff had also fallen victim to the crossfire. The young white officer, bearing a grave expression, addressed the team leader. Nonsense. They were clearly slain by those criminals. We witnessed it ourselves. Let us expedite compensation for their families. You draft the report, and I'll sign off on it. Ah, yes, of course, you're absolutely right, Captain. I'll take care of that immediately. After successfully purchasing from 5 malls, Su-Bei felt a sense of satisfaction and decided to cease his activities. If he pushed his luck too far, it could lead to unnecessary complications. He had contemplated setting fire to Baigong directly, but the risk was too great. With the apocalyptic treasure hunt game having commenced 4 days prior, it was inevitable that individuals with extraordinary abilities had emerged in various countries. Although he felt strong, encountering such formidable abilities could result in significant trouble. Regrettably, he resolved to return to his homeland for the time being. In no time, Su-Bei booked his flight. At the airport, security measures had grown increasingly stringent, particularly for incoming passengers, while those departing experienced a more relaxed scrutiny. Consequently, Su-Bei easily boarded his flight home. On the plane, he resumed his treasure hunting. Although his resources and abilities far surpassed those of others, he understood the necessity of remaining vigilant in the apocalypse. Each treasure hunt was a crucial lifeline for survival. For a solid 3 hours, he excavated mostly food and daily necessities, along with various photo collections of female celebrities and the debut films of Hong Kong starlets. Treasure acquired. Congratulations to player 4399 for unearthing a satellite-guided nuclear bomb. Note: the satellite-guided nuclear bomb can bypass all interception and defense systems, effortlessly obliterating a medium-sized city of 5,000 square kilometers. Please use with caution. Gasp. Upon witnessing the treasure he had unearthed, Su Bei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such advanced weaponry held immense significance in the apocalypse. 100 satellite-guided nuclear bombs, each capable of easily annihilating a medium-sized city of 5,000 square kilometers. This meant that the satellite nuclear bombs now under his control could effortlessly bring about the total destruction of an entire island nation. Furthermore, they possessed no means to intercept it. What a thrill. Thus, it seemed that following the cataclysm, Japan would be the first nation to face obliteration. It would be a fitting end, allowing them to finally meet the emperor they so revered. Chapter 18. The old man can no longer restrain himself. For the next few hours, Su Bei was almost incessantly engaged in treasure hunting, uncovering a plethora of valuable items. Upon returning to Long Country, the clock struck 1 in the morning. Without delay, Su Bei hailed a taxi and returned to Jinling. Perhaps due to his ever-strengthening mental fortitude, his craving for sleep had markedly diminished compared to before. First, a bite to eat. Upon arriving at the villa, Su Bei retrieved several dishes from the system space and poured himself a bottle of wulianya, relishing the moment. After all, hoarding such a bounty served the purpose of enjoyment. If he could not even care for his own appetite, then accumulating all that food would lose its meaning. An hour later, having finished 4 dishes and a soup, and consumed half a bottle of liquor, Su Bei settled back in comfort. The next morning, he awoke at 7 o'clock. As per his routine, he lay in bed for another hour of excavation. However, luck was not on his side this time. He only unearthed food and ordinary items, with no treasure chests in sight. Yet, he felt no sense of disappointment, for he had already gathered a considerable number of treasure chests during this period. With the resources and skills at his disposal, he could navigate the apocalypse with remarkable ease. Time to wash my face and stretch a bit. Rising from bed, Su Bei performed a quick face wash and prepared to head downstairs for some light exercise. He also intended to inquire if any extraordinary individuals had recently appeared nearby or if any residents had unearthed dangerously hazardous items. Stepping out of the villa, Su Bei made his way to the activity square below. Typically a favored spot for the elderly, today it was oddly desolate. Could it be that the older folks were preoccupied with treasure hunting as well? Su Bei felt puzzled. Just then, he caught sight of a peculiar figure lurking in the shadows, emanating a sense of stealth. Crouched in a corner, it appeared as if the individual was waiting for someone. Was that person wielding a knife, intending to harm someone? Soon, Su Bei discerned a glinting blade in the man's hand. Judging by the man's attire, a faded yellow short-sleeved shirt and worn-out jeans, he looked exceedingly plain, bordering on shabby. Such clothing suggested he was not a resident of this neighborhood. Could it be that some contractor in the area owed him money? Su Bei pondered, recalling the numerous incidents of such nature that had transpired in recent years. Some unscrupulous bosses and contractors had a penchant for withholding workers' wages, sometimes even their lifelines, only to squander the money on their own indulgences. The ultimate outcome often resulted in their demise, leaving innocent workers imprisoned. As Su Bei mulled over this, a couple emerged from Villa 12. The middle-aged man was impeccably dressed in a suit, his slicked-back hair radiating affluence, while a young woman donned a strikingly tight red dress, intimately linking her arm with his. I believe that man is a judge, Su Bei recalled. Could this be a dispute related to a legal matter? His curiosity intensified. Meanwhile, the man concealing the knife, having witnessed the middle-aged man and the alluring woman pass by, lacked the courage to act. Ultimately, he sank to the ground in despair, weeping uncontrollably. This scene struck a chord within Su Bei. The man's palpable hopelessness and helplessness mirrored his own from 5 years prior when his parents perished in a car accident, leaving him in utter despair. Step by step, Su Bei approached the man. Sensing his presence, the man cautiously lifted his head, wiping away his tears. At that moment, Su Bei could fully discern the man's face. He appeared to be only a few years older than Su Bei, yet his visage bore a ruggedness that belied his age, marked by the trials of life. Brother, have you had breakfast yet? Would you care to join me for a meal? Su Bei gently patted the man's shoulder, offering a warm smile. Perhaps it was the man's earlier vulnerability that resonated with Su Bei's own heart. The man scrutinized Su Bei with uncertainty for a moment before eventually nodding in agreement. In a casual breakfast establishment, Su Bei ordered 4 baskets of steamed buns and 2 bowls of soy milk. The man glanced at Su Bei before ravenously devouring the food before him, clearly having gone many days without a proper meal. Slow down, eat your fill before ordering more, Su Bei spoke gently. Before long, both had finished the 4 baskets of buns. The man's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gazed at Su Bei, his expression imbued with a profound sense of grievance and gratitude. It had been a long time since he had felt the kindness of a stranger. "Brother, thank you. My name is Li Hu," he said earnestly, his sincerity evident. He bore the unmistakable marks of an honest, downtrodden individual, leaving one to ponder the despair he must have endured to contemplate such drastic actions earlier. "Li Hu, we live in a society governed by law. Resorting to violence will solve nothing," Su Bei replied earnestly. Li Hu was momentarily taken aback, his face clouding with bitterness. If not driven to desperation, who would resort to such measures? "Brother, you are a good person. Could you lend me some money? If you are willing to help me, once I accomplish my task, my life will forever belong to you," Li Hu declared with sudden seriousness. "How much?" Su Bei inquired, his tone nonchalant. He recognized Li Hu's pitiable condition, aware that he was undoubtedly grappling with insurmountable difficulties. With the apocalypse looming, his wealth had long since become mere numbers. Perhaps it would be merciful to extend a helping hand to such a wretched soul. 5 million, the man stammered. "This card contains 10 million. There's no password. Take it and use it wisely. Don't do anything foolish. Think of your family," Su Bei stated, pulling out a bank card. Money had lost its significance to him long ago. Although he was no saint, he saw in this man the echoes of despair and helplessness he himself had once experienced, prompting an instinctual desire to assist. Thank you. Once I finish my tasks, I will repay your kindness," Li Hu said, his eyes brimming with tears as he bowed deeply to Su Bei. Men do not shed tears lightly. A man's worth is often measured by his struggles. It is only those who have never faced true despair who fail to understand this. "All right, but do not do anything reckless. I am waiting for your repayment." Su Bei joked lightly. After a brief exchange, Li Hu took his leave. Su Bei refrained from probing into the troubles that plagued the man, recognizing it as his personal affair. Lending him money was already a significant act of kindness. He had his own matters to attend to. Turning away, Su Bei did not dwell on the incident, nor did he entertain thoughts of Li Hu's repayment. An ordinary person could hardly offer him any substantial aid. The Wuming Mountains stretched beyond the horizon. Just as Su Bei was about to return to his villa to continue his treasure hunt, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was a call from Su Aimin. What does this old man want? Su Bei furrowed his brow. The company now belonged entirely to him, and receiving a call from him could only mean ill intentions. "Hello, Chairman Su, what do you need?" Su Bei answered the phone. "Xiao Bei, why so formal with your uncle? Although you are no longer the chairman, you are still my dear nephew." Su Aimin's laughter echoed through the line. His joy was palpable, almost excessive. "Get to the point. I am busy," Su Bei replied coldly, allowing the old man a few more days of life. "Xiao Bei, the reason I called is regarding your parents' car accident. I recently received some news suggesting that the incident may not have been an accident at all, but rather someone had manipulated events from the shadows. If you're interested, come find me, and I will send you the location." Su Aimin said ominously before abruptly ending the call. Almost immediately, a message popped up on WeChat with a location pin. Su's abandoned factory. As he examined the coordinates, Su Bei's expression turned icy. This old man was finally making his move against me, clearly stung by the 20 billion he had lost. Chapter 19. A Bloodied Fist. Slaying all in sight. "I had initially intended to spare you for a few more days, but if you seek death, I shall oblige." Su Bei clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with murderous intent. "At the abandoned factory, Dad, do you think that little brat will show up? I say we just send some men to take him out." Su Daqiang expressed his impatience. After all, in this world, money could make even the most formidable obstacles disappear. Su Bei was no longer the chairman of Su Group. His death would go unnoticed. Spending a little more money could easily resolve the matter, ensuring he vanished without a trace. "Silence. He will come. His parents' deaths have always weighed heavily on him," Su Aimin retorted, exuding confidence. "Little brother, I will send your son down to keep you company. Do not blame me for the wait." Inside the factory, 10 skilled henchmen were lying in wait, ready to ensure that Su Bei would never leave alive. He likely hadn't spent the 20 billion yet. An hour and a half later, the rumbling of an engine heralded the arrival of a luxurious off-road vehicle speeding toward the abandoned factory. "He is here. That little brat has not disappointed me." Su Aimin's face lit up with glee as he beheld the approaching vehicle. "This fool fell for our trap so easily," Su Daqiang sneered. The off-road vehicle barreled towards them, showing no signs of slowing. "Hey, Su Bei, stop!" Panic set in as they realized the vehicle was hurtling towards them at breakneck speed. Was he aiming to run them over? Indeed, they were correct. A cruel smile crept across Su Bei's face as he pressed down on the accelerator. Boom. Before Su Aimin and Su Daqiang could react, they were sent flying, their bodies tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Their legs twisted grotesquely. Bones shattered, and blood trickled from their lips, their screams echoing through the desolate surroundings. Alas, the abandoned factory was devoid of any passers-by, and their cries went unheard. "Oh, you little beast, I will slaughter you." Su Daqiang howled in agony, feeling his legs had gone numb. The searing pain gnawed at his consciousness as Su Bei leisurely exited the vehicle. Observing the two writhing on the ground, Su Bei wore an innocent smile. "Oh dear, uncle, cousin, I sincerely apologize. The brakes malfunctioned just now. This old junk of a car is truly unreliable." As he knelt before them, his smile grew wider. "You little beast. You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Su Daqiang bellowed, filled with rage. Meanwhile, Su Aimin's expression darkened to a grim shade. Su Bei had clearly uncovered the truth about the events from 5 years ago. This was a deliberate act of retribution. Correct, it was intentional. What will you do about it? Stand up and bite me if you dare. Su Bei mocked with a cold smile. Enraged, Su Daqiang spat blood, nearly choking on his fury. They had come as hunters, but the roles had swiftly reversed. "You little beast, do not get cocky. You will not leave here alive." Su Aimin hissed, his gaze venomous. The next moment, a flurry of movement ensued. 10 bodyguards suddenly surged out from the abandoned factory, encircling Su Bei entirely. "Dispose of this wretch immediately. No, torment him slowly until he meets his demise." Su Daqiang screamed frantically. "Hurry and eliminate this scoundrel, then take us to the hospital." Su Aimin urged the 10 bodyguards. The current condition of the father and son duo was exceedingly dire. If they delayed, Su Daqiang might lose his legs. "Brothers, attack together." The leading bodyguard commanded without hesitation. If Su Aimin and Su Daqiang perished, their final payment would be unattainable. "Is this your trump card? Then allow me to unveil mine," Su Bei said with a cold smirk. With a mere thought, his body began to transform instantaneously. Within a second, he morphed into a silvery metallic form. As the foremost bodyguard charged at him, Su Bei unleashed a powerful punch. The impact was explosive, obliterating the assailant's head as if it were a watermelon, scattering crimson and white remnants everywhere. The force of the blow sent the body flying several meters. Bang, bang, bang. In a mere 3 seconds, all 10 bodyguards lay lifeless beneath his iron fists, their heads crushed beyond recognition, blood mist swirling in the air. At their feet, the remnants of what once were human beings lay strewn about, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Witnessing the gruesome scene akin to hell, Su Aimin and Su Daqiang were utterly paralyzed with fear, yellow liquid seeping uncontrollably from their pants, their severely injured bodies trembling uncontrollably. "Oh, this metallic skill is indeed formidable. So bloody and violent, I relish it," Su Bei exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he surveyed the carnage. "You are a demon. You are not Su Bei." Su Aimin struggled backwards in terror, his eyes reflecting a fear that seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul, mingled with regret. "Su Bei, Xiao Bei, spare us. I am your dear uncle, and Daqiang is your cousin. You cannot kill us. It is utterly unfilial." As Su Bei approached, resembling a demon, Su Aimin wailed in desperation. "Su Bei, do not take my life. I will give you money, all the money I possess, even the position of chairman. Furthermore, the old bastard who caused your parents' deaths is the one you should kill, not me. We are brothers. Blood is thicker than water. Please, spare me." Su Daqiang was also completely stupefied, betraying his own father in his panic. "Look at you now, how grotesque and despicable. This day, I have awaited for 5 years. Therefore, meet your end." A surge of murderous intent flashed in Su Bei's eyes. With a mere thought, flames ignited around Su Aimin and Su Daqiang. "Ah, Su Bei, spare me. It hurts. It hurts too much. You little wretch, may you meet a terrible end. I will haunt you as a ghost." Their screams and curses grew fainter, and Su Bei once again commanded the flames, incinerating the remnants of the bodyguards. After completing this grim task, a sense of relief washed over Su Bei. "Father, mother, I have avenged you. To erase all traces." Su Bei set the approaching off-road vehicle ablaze and departed the abandoned factory with a swift stride. The apocalypse had yet to descend. It was prudent to remain cautious. After all, Su Bei did not wish to attract the attention of the authorities just yet. Although, with his current abilities, he had no fear. It could lead to minor inconveniences. Shortly afterwards, he returned to his villa and resumed his treasure hunting. Treasure hunt successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for unearthing 10 eggs. Triggered a 100-fold return, obtaining 1,000 eggs. Time flowed swiftly, and before he knew it, it was already past 10 in the evening. Except for mealtimes, Su Bei had been engrossed in his treasure hunting. Treasure hunt successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for discovering 10,000 tons of extraterrestrial meteorite. Note, the hardness and toughness of the extraterrestrial meteorite far exceed that of vibranium and adamantium, while also possessing the ability to absorb attack energy, making it exceptionally suited for crafting armor, weapons, and fortifying shelters. What a marvelous find. Its hardness and toughness surpass vibranium and adamantium, and it can absorb attack energy. If I were to create a mech suit with this, wouldn't I soar to new heights? Su Bei was exhilarated by the prospects of such a valuable material. The combat armor crafted from this would undoubtedly outshine every model of Iron Man in the Marvel Universe. Yet, he still lacked any blueprints for constructing such armor. After placing the items back into his backpack, Su Bei continued his treasure hunting. Time slipped by unnoticed, and soon it was midnight. Treasure hunt successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for acquiring an SSS level smartphone treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Upon seeing the golden treasure chest appear on the screen, Su Bei leapt from the sofa. What? An SSS level smartphone treasure chest? What could it be? The Huawei Mate 600 Pro, or perhaps the Apple 150 Pro Max? Surely not. How could those models be worthy of SSS status? Could it be? Su-Bei's pupils dilated as he suddenly realized something. A bold conjecture took root in his mind, and his entire being trembled with excitement. If his speculation were correct, it would be a monumental breakthrough. With palpable excitement, Su-Bei clicked the open button. The treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to player 4399 for obtaining the SSS-level intelligent smartphone robot, Dinyo. At that moment, a transparent crystal doll was added to his backpack. Incredible. It really is Dinyo. Su-Bei felt exhilarated beyond measure. He had never imagined that this treasure hunting game could yield such a delightful surprise. In an instant, the allure of the latest smartphone paled in comparison. Setting aside his phone, he retrieved Dinyo from his backpack, his hands trembling with anticipation, feeling more invigorated than if he had obtained an SSS-level superpower. Just like in the television series, it was a transparent crystal doll. The Dinyo smartphone was undoubtedly the dream device of every young man. Suppressing his overwhelming excitement, Su-Bei followed the actions from the show, gently tapping the crystal doll's nose with his thumb. Immediately, a melodious voice resonated. The Huarun brand 2060 model smartphone Dinyo is at your service. Please enter the power-on password. Hearing that familiar voice, Su-Bei swallowed hard. I love you. Without a moment's hesitation, he uttered the power-on password, uncertain if it was correct. His heart raced with a mixture of exhilaration and anxiety. Far more intense than winning the lottery or opening a blind box. Password entered correctly. Please select a mode option, smartphone mode or real person mode. Just as he had anticipated, the voice was identical to that in the show. Su-Bei's excitement intensified. Real person mode. Without any hesitation, he chose the real person mode, knowing that Dinyo in this form was the epitome of many young men's dreams. Please select an expression state option. You may choose one from the following: silly, frowning, mischievous, cool, happy, shy, angry, sorrowful, joyful, obedient. Obedient. Su-Bei made his selection instantly. The moment his words fell, a woman clad in a form-fitting red leather outfit and black knee-high boots mysteriously appeared before him. Su-Bei rubbed his eyes vigorously, and upon focusing, he realized it was indeed the silly girl from the television series, indistinguishable in any way. She was tall and slender, her features exquisitely sculpted, and adorned with a captivating smile. Shuchong. No, the silly girl was undeniably the silly girl. My heavens, I truly possessed the silly girl. Gazing at the stunningly realistic embodiment of the silly girl before him, Su-Bei pinched his thigh hard. The pain confirmed the authenticity of this extraordinary experience. Brother Xiaobei, please select a function option. 1. Communication function. 2. Transportation function. 3. Computer function. 4. Social order maintenance function. At that moment, the silly girl was evidently just a sophisticated smartphone, devoid of any human emotion. Yet, Su-Bei was overwhelmed with excitement. For the silly girl was astonishingly lifelike, more so than an actual person. With such a smartphone, who needed a girlfriend? What was the need for a bicycle? Hold on a moment. Silly girl, are you truly realistic? Su-Bei interjected eagerly. Yes, Brother Xiaobei, exceedingly so. The silly girl responded cheerfully. I am crafted from a highly elastic, high-tech silicone material that perfectly mimics human touch. She nodded with a sweet smile that was simply enchanting and comforting. Su-Bei suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to plant a kiss on her cheek. As long as she was realistic, that was all that mattered. Su-Bei rubbed his hands together in excitement. With the silly girl by his side, his abilities would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. And he would no longer fear solitude in this apocalyptic world. The silly girl possessed an infinite lifespan. As long as there was light, she would eternally exist. Moreover, as a smartphone, she would never betray him like a human might. Silly girl, change the startup password. Su-Bei promptly commanded, aware that he was not the sole individual privy to her existence. Understood, Brother Xiaobei, she replied sweetly, nodding. Silly girl, transfer functions. Su-Bei issued his second command without delay. Upon utilizing this feature, the user could perfectly replicate all the functionalities of the silly girl. Yes, Brother Xiaobei. The silly girl nodded again. Their gazes locked, and a stream of pale green numerical codes transmitted from the silly girl's eyes to Su-Bei's. In that instant, he felt a surge of strength and gained numerous special abilities, such as medical skills, invisibility, human information transmission, and confinement abilities. Invisibility. The moment the sound escaped his throat, Su-Bei's body vanished instantaneously. He approached a mirror and, indeed, saw nothing. Fantastic. This sensation was simply exhilarating. Chapter 21. A Silly Girl, 10 Joys. After playing for just over 10 minutes, Su-Bei had completely mastered all the functions of the silly girl. Silly girl switched to a mischievous expression. He wished to see what the naughty version of the silly girl was like. Of course, Brother Xiaobei. The silly girl nodded sweetly. Please select an expression mode. A virtual screen appeared before them, showcasing various expressions of the silly girl. Mischievous. Just as Su-Bei spoke, the silly girl's eyes transformed. The obedient demeanor vanished, replaced by a hint of a wicked smile, embodying a cheeky demeanor. Simultaneously, her attire morphed from the red leather outfit to a silver top and black leather pants. With her chin raised high, she cast a glance at Su-Bei that felt oddly provocative. Ahem, silly girl. Why was I unable to initiate time travel just now? Logically, you should possess that function, Su Bei inquired with curiosity. The most outrageous capability of the silly girl was undoubtedly time travel. However, after transferring functions, it appeared that this ability was inaccessible, seemingly blocked. Do you wish to know? The silly girl asked, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she gazed at Su Bei. Of course I want to know. Why else would I ask? Su Bei replied, exasperated. The obedient silly girl and the mischievous one were starkly different. Akin to a person with split personalities. Wait a moment. Split personality? This implies that one silly girl brings 10 kinds of joy. Kiss me, and I shall tell you. The silly girl teased, pointing to her cheek with a playful grin. Su Bei, without hesitation, leaned in and kissed her. The intention behind wanting the silly girl to switch to a mischievous expression was precisely for this kiss, after all. Of course, let there be no misunderstanding. Su Bei merely wished to ascertain whether the silly girl's texture was akin to that of a real person. Now he had the answer. It was indeed identical. Moreover, her body temperature closely resembled that of a living being. Now tell me, why is the time travel ability unavailable? Su Bei pressed. That is because the current timeline is in a highly unstable state. It appears that a significant event is about to occur, which is why the time travel function cannot be utilized, the silly girl explained. Su Bei found this answer somewhat perplexing, yet he chose not to delve further. Since time travel was not an option for now, he would revisit the matter later. After all, the most pressing concern was to swiftly enhance his strength to secure a foothold in this apocalyptic world. All right, switch to the obedient expression, Su Bei commanded once more, favoring the adorably quirky version of the silly girl. The silly girl immediately reverted to her obedient demeanor. Brother Xiao Bei, would you like a midnight snack? She asked, taking the initiative. You can cook? Su Bei replied, astonished at the silly girl. He had never seen her showcase culinary skills while watching television. Indeed. My system contains recipes from every cuisine in the world. Simply tell me what you desire, and I shall prepare it, the silly girl said, nodding earnestly. Look at that. This was undoubtedly more enticing than a girlfriend. Capable of play and utility alike. Everything a girlfriend could do, she could as well, and what a girlfriend could not do, she could do too. All right then, prepare 2 dishes of your choice. Su Bei was unreserved, feeling energetic and not yet tired. Moreover, the silly girl's presence invigorated him, dispelling any drowsiness. With the silly girl around, this apocalypse seemed far less tedious. Su Bei resumed his treasure hunting, adhering to his philosophy, as long as life endures. The quest for treasure continues. Treasure hunt successful. Congratulations, player 4399 has unearthed a sexy maid outfit 1. Treasure hunt successful. Congratulations, player 4399 has discovered sexy pajamas 1. Su Bei glanced at the newly acquired items and then at the silly girl. She would undoubtedly look splendid in them. Treasure hunt successful. Congratulations. Player 4399 has gained an additional 10 years of lifespan. Wow, tonight's luck is remarkable. Seeing that he had unearthed 10 years of life, Su Bei was thrilled. Though he was aware that treasures could yield lifespan, this was the first time he had managed to acquire it in days. With his 90 trillion resurrection coins. As long as he continued to treasure hunt, immortality was not merely a dream. Treasure hunt successful. Congratulations, player 4399 has unearthed a prehistoric T-Rex 1. You have been eaten this time. Su Bei had directly summoned a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex. A T-Rex. Such a colossal prehistoric beast. Yet, with his current abilities, he was confident he could easily dispatch it. Although these colossal creatures would materialize in reality 10 days later, right near the spot of excavation, Su Bei remained utterly unperturbed. With the abilities to manipulate metal, control fire, and metallization, effortlessly defeating a Tyrannosaurus Rex is as easy as quenching one's thirst. Treasure hunting was a success. Congratulations to player 4399 for excavating a level 2 mutated beast, the winged demon. You have been devoured. Resurrection coin successfully used. You have been revived. Observing the mutated beast unearthed this time, Su Bei's brow arched slightly. It appears that as time passes, the probability of discovering valuable treasures has increased, while the dangers unearthed have also intensified. Initially, it was merely venomous creatures like king cobras, poisonous spiders, and toxic lizards. Subsequently, it escalated to ordinary zombies and goblins. These threats, with a modicum of caution and armed, an average person could still manage. However, creatures like the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the level 2 mutated winged demon are beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Even conventional firearms struggle to dispatch such formidable foes with ease. After excavating for an additional 10 minutes, 60% of the finds were food and resources, while the remainder comprised these perilous entities, level 2 zombies, mutated behemoths, and so forth. It seems that the city of Jinling will soon be reduced to ruins within 10 days. After all, just Su Bei alone has unearthed enough dangerous beasts capable of annihilating the entire city. Treasure hunting was a success. Congratulations to player 4399 for uncovering an SSS level skill chest. Would you like to open it? Just then, the phone screen erupted with dazzling light once more, revealing a golden treasure chest. Another SSS level chest? And this time, It is a skill chest. What skill could it possibly contain? One hopes it will enhance combat capabilities. Gazing at the shimmering screen and treasure chest, Su-Bei's hands trembled with excitement. Tonight's fortune is truly extraordinary. Initially, he thought unearthing a silly girl was the pinnacle of his luck. But now he has stumbled upon an SSS level skill. He promptly opened the chest. The chest is now open. Congratulations to player 4399 for acquiring the SSS level skill, the Limitless King Fist. Note, the Limitless King Fist allows the user to unleash exponentially greater combat power instantaneously, simultaneously doubling all physical attributes. The stronger the user's physical endurance, the higher the multiplier of the King Fist they can execute, with no upper limit to the multiplier. The King Fist? Isn't that exclusively Kakarot's skill from the Dragon Ball anime? Su-Bei felt an overwhelming shock within. He never imagined that skills from anime could be unearthed. The King Fist is inherently a growth-type skill. The stronger the user, the more potent the King Fist they can wield, without any restrictions. Much like the fire control technique. It indeed deserves the SSS designation. Moreover, what Su-Bei currently lacks is precisely this kind of skill to augment his combat prowess. Chapter 22. The first superpowered individual in Jinling. Now, with both melee and ranged skills at the SSS level, Su-Bei feels a renewed sense of anticipation for the impending apocalypse. Brother Xiaobei, the late-night snacks are ready. At that moment, the silly girl appeared in the dining room, carrying several plates of food. A standard 4-dish 1-soup meal, the aroma wafting through the air was delightful. Silly girl, do you eat? Su-Bei inquired as he entered the dining area, glancing at her. In the original television series, the silly girl initially was merely a smartphone robot. Her skin crafted from high-tech synthetic materials, making her indistinguishable from an ordinary person. However, after being subjected to the special flames of the Bull Demon King, she completely transformed from a smartphone robot into a true demon, possessing thoughts and a heartbeat. Brother Xiaobei, silly girl only needs light energy for charging. She doesn't require food. She replied with a sweet smile and a shake of her head. All right, then I shall eat first. Su-Bei began to indulge in the meal. One must admit, the silly girl's culinary skills are exceptionally remarkable, rivaling those of professional chefs. Perhaps it is due to the precise recipes embedded in her system. The silly girl gazed at Su-Bei with a blissful smile, reminiscent of a girlfriend watching her boyfriend with joy. Half an hour later, the table was cleared. With Su-Bei having devoured everything, perhaps due to the recent influx of supernatural abilities, he found his appetite had increased. What once would have been an unfinishable meal now left him merely 7/10 full. All right, I'm full. Let us take a break. Su-Bei stretched, reflecting on the day as considerable gains. Not only had he unearthed the silly girl, but he also acquired an SSS level skill. Brother Xiaobei, silly girl doesn't need to sleep, she chimed in cheerfully. You should still rest. Su-Bei insisted, resolute. The silly girl complied, as Su-Bei was her master. And she naturally obeyed. She then mechanically lay down on the bed. Oh dear, your outfit is a bit uncomfortable. Perhaps you should take it off? All right, Brother Xiaobei. One must say, the genius who created you is truly remarkable. Your texture is indistinguishable from that of a real human. And you possess all the attributes of a living being. Simply astonishing. The night passed without incident. The following morning at 6 o'clock, Su-Bei awoke as per usual. The silly girl remained steadfastly asleep beside him, seemingly unchanged in her sleeping posture throughout the night. Indeed, although she appears remarkably lifelike, exhibiting no differences from a real human, she is, after all, merely a smartphone robot, lacking any human emotions. It seems I must devise a way for the silly girl to transform into a demon swiftly. Only then can she develop self-awareness and human emotions, enabling further exploration of her structure. Brother Xiaobei, you're awake? I'll prepare breakfast for you. The silly girl turned to Su-Bei, smiling sweetly. Clearly, she possesses a keen understanding of human habits. All right, Su-Bei nodded. He promptly tossed his clothes to her. Here, put these on first. Wandering around the room in such a state, even though I know you're a smartphone robot, it incites a rather inappropriate urge. Hee. The silly girl giggled, skillfully donning the clothes. After Su-Bei arose and completed his morning routine, he resumed fishing. Time had reached the 7th day since the apocalyptic treasure hunting game commenced. This meant only 8 days remained until the apocalypse would fully descend. All the mutated beasts, zombies, and hazardous entities caught would materialize on Earth. Hence, enhancing one's strength remains imperative. After all, in his previous life, he had only survived a mere 10 days during the apocalypse, and he is unaware of the terrifying mutated beasts that roamed the Earth. Thus, thorough preparation is essential. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Su-Bei finished breakfast and opened a short video site to catch up on the news. A sensational report states that last night, a riot occurred in Old Silver Mountain, Lighthouse Country, seemingly instigated by superpowered individuals, complete with photographic evidence. Su-Bei immediately clicked on the video, displaying several unclear images. In the pictures, a large number of heavily armed police surrounded a flaming entity. However, due to the blurry quality, it remains impossible to discern whether it is a superpowered individual or an ordinary person engulfed in flames. In the comments section, dude, you seriously will do anything for views. Is this really a superpowered individual? This quality looks like it was filmed with a 30-year-old rotary phone, obviously photoshopped. Anyone who believes this deserves to be mocked for 2.5 years. Stop spreading this nonsense and inciting panic, or you might get executed. It's clearly fake. Surely, no one would genuinely believe in such nonsense. In no time at all, the post was deleted, vanishing without a trace. Even the account that had published it was swiftly rendered permanently banned. Clearly, the platform had taken decisive action to remove it. Such measures, however, evoke a sense of conspicuousness akin to the adage of hiding one's silver. What was once utterly implausible has, paradoxically, gained an air of credibility. Astonishingly, it was reported that the newly appointed chairman of the Su Group, Su I-mean, and his son, Su Daqiang, mysteriously vanished yesterday, with no word since. At that moment, Su Bei stumbled upon this news. Yet, the post garnered hardly any likes or comments, indicating the public's indifference to such matters. Extra. Reports from Japan indicate that a plethora of unidentified creatures emerged from the ocean yesterday, launching attacks on numerous fishermen. Internal sources claim this information to be authentic. But where are the images? What are the events? The outcomes? Please refrain from disseminating such panic-inducing tales. The last purveyor of negativity has already met a grim fate. Could it be that the release of nuclear wastewater has caused a mutation among the marine life in Japanese waters? This certainly seems plausible. After scrolling through his phone for a while, Su Bei realized that similar rumors had surfaced in various countries. However, most images were rather indistinct, leading many to remain skeptical. Such news would soon be expunged from the internet. Alarm. Just as Su Bei set his phone down, the usually carefree silly girl suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, issuing an alert. "What's the matter, silly girl?" Su Bei inquired hastily. Typically, when silly girl sounded an alarm, it signified one of two situations, either an imminent threat to public safety or a need for energy replenishment. Brother Xiao Bei, an exceptionally powerful superhuman, has appeared in the northern part of Jinling City, and their emotions are on the brink of spiraling out of control. Numerous bystanders are in peril. Should we activate the public safety maintenance function? Silly girl asked anxiously, her gaze fixed on Su Bei. This was a feature she possessed, designed to trigger an alarm upon detecting disturbances to social order. Absolutely not. Su Bei immediately shook his head. He was no savior, nor had he ever aspired to be one. Such matters were best left to the authorities, and he had no desire to become a target for unnecessary trouble. He would not deliberately complicate the lives of ordinary people, nor would he place himself in danger to rescue them. Superhuman? What astonished him was the realization that someone had so swiftly showcased their abilities. The apocalypse had not yet dawned. Revealing one's powers at such an early stage was an unwise choice. Even Su Bei was cautious about displaying his own abilities. For the might of the state was unfathomable to the average citizen. Not only did they wield weaponry capable of annihilating a nation, but they had undoubtedly conducted extensive research on the apocalyptic treasure hunting game. They possessed knowledge far beyond that of ordinary individuals, and perhaps, unbeknownst to the public, the government had already cultivated numerous superhumans. No matter how clever an ordinary person might be, they could never rival the intellect of the state. What one could know, the government would surely be aware of as well. The surveillance net is not merely a facade. All right, Brother Xiao Bei, the alarm has been deactivated. Silly girl nodded affirmatively, adhering strictly to Su Bei's directives. Silly girl, can you relay the live footage from the scene? Su Bei promptly asked. While he would not directly engage in this situation, he could at least gain some insight into the superhuman's abilities and the reasons behind their premature revelation. Of course, Brother Xiao Bei. Silly girl nodded eagerly. Her pupils transformed into a light green hue, and two streams of green code emanated from her eyes. A virtual projection materialized before them. In the sky, a figure was surrounded by arcs of blue and purple lightning, crackling ominously. The fierce electric energy coiled around the individual without causing any harm. At that moment, it appeared as though the figure had become one with the very lightning, rendering their true identity indistinguishable, a genuine master of thunder and lightning. Below, a throng of onlookers had gathered, many lifting their phones to capture and broadcast the spectacle. This was an extraordinary opportunity to flaunt on social media. It must not be missed. Join the live stream. The true Thunder King has descended. Superhuman. My heavens, I never anticipated witnessing a genuine superhuman in my lifetime. Could this be a cutting-edge weapon developed by the state? Across various websites and short video platforms, news about the Thunder King rapidly proliferated, accompanied by throngs of journalists and heavily armed personnel. The Thunder King howled in torment from the sky, seemingly releasing an overwhelming wave of fury. As his emotions began to spiral out of control, the surrounding lightning intensified. Su Bei furrowed his brow at this unfolding scene. He could not believe that someone had unearthed the power of lightning. Such force could effortlessly obliterate the entirety of Jinling City. Brother Xiao Bei, he is in such agony. I can sense an overwhelming despair and pain emanating from him. He does not wish to harm those around him, yet his anger and immense power are consuming his will. He is on the verge of losing control. Silly girl's brow furrowed tightly, as though she could empathize with the Thunder King's despair and struggle. Silly girl, activate the identity recognition function and scan his personal information. Su Bei commanded, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the Thunder King, as if he had encountered him before. Understood. Brother Xiao Bei. Silly girl promptly initiated the scan. Name, Li Hu. Gender, male. Age, 27. Hometown, Jinling. Attribute, superhuman. Occupation, ordinary worker. In no time, all of the Thunder King's information materialized in the virtual projection. Upon seeing the image in the top left corner, Su Bei's brow knitted in concern. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity. It was Li Hu, the very individual he had met just yesterday, to whom he had lent 1 million. Unbelievably, this man had awakened superhuman powers, and with such formidable lightning abilities. However, when Su Bei had last seen Li Hu, he had appeared to be in dire straits. The reckless display of his powers must be connected to whatever turmoil he was experiencing. Yet, what could have transpired to instigate such a drastic change in him? What had driven him to contemplate violence yesterday, and why would he so foolishly choose to reveal his abilities in a public setting today? These questions eluded Su Bei's understanding. Yet, thankfully, he had Silly Girl. Silly Girl, scan Li Hu's memories. Su Bei immediately began to scan Li Hu's memories, his curiosity piqued by the man's experiences. What could have transpired to render an ordinary individual so utterly despondent? All right, Brother Xiao Bei, the foolish girl nodded eagerly, and then gently tapped her temple with her right index and middle fingers. In an instant, the virtual scene before them transformed. The initial imagery depicted a dilapidated neighborhood, a modest 2-bedroom apartment where a family of 5 basked in harmony, a grandfather, a grandmother, a father, a mother, and a young girl of around 11 or 12. The little girl was strikingly beautiful. Then, another scene unfolded. It was somewhat unclear, seemingly set in a school restroom. 5 boys and 5 girls encircled a solitary girl at the center. The girl trapped within was unmistakably the same child from the previous image. Her loose school uniform was disheveled, marred by footprints and various filth. A gaunt little face bore a stark handprint, clearly visible and swollen, clutching something blackish yellow that resembled excrement. Her visage was a tapestry of despair, pain, helplessness, confusion, and fear, rendering her expression utterly numb. Eat up. Ha. Finish it, and we'll let you go today. Ha. Look. The little dog is eating its punishment. With a resounding slap, one of them threatened, if you don't eat, I'll beat you senseless, you wretched girl. The 10 onlookers loomed over her, laughing maniacally, mocking, and bullying her. Each peal of laughter pierced her heart like a dagger. Some even whipped out their phones to film the grotesque spectacle. Witnessing this scene, Su Bei felt a sharp pang in his heart, an inexplicable ache. A sense of suffocation and indignation washed over him, tightening his fists in rage. Even as a stranger, witnessing such brutality ignited a murderous impulse within him. Hell may be empty, but the demons walk among us. If her parents could see this, how devastated they would be. Chapter 24. The first rule of the apocalypse. Eliminate the saints. With a long exhale, Su Bei murmured, demons, these are true demons. Even more ruthless than demons. Indeed, some individuals are born malevolent, an immutable truth. To torment and bully a naive little girl of just over 10 years, what scars must that inflict on her soul? Likely, they would never heal throughout her life. The scenes continued. The little girl, utterly exhausted, returned home, pen in hand, scribbling something. Then, she stepped onto the balcony and leaped down, concluding her brief, tragic existence. Hell may be bitter, but perhaps it pales in comparison to this. Each unfolding moment crushed Su Bei's spirit, leaving him breathless with repression. The scene shifted to Li Hu kneeling at the school entrance, seeking justice for his daughter. 10 days had passed without a single school authority acknowledging him. No one offered consolation, no one cared. The life of a vibrant child appeared to have stirred no societal response. The next scene revealed a courtroom. Insufficient evidence, they declared. The child's psyche is too fragile. The parents failed to provide timely emotional support. The primary responsibility lies with them. Those demons mocked the helpless father with smirking derision. The lawyer turned against him. A precious life had been extinguished, as inconspicuous as a grain of sand lost to the vast ocean, creating not a ripple. The grandparents, unable to withstand the blow, passed away in succession. The mother, driven to madness, chose to end her own life. After absorbing Li Hu's memories, Su Bei felt an overwhelming weight pressing upon his chest. That suffocating sensation ignited a desire to annihilate those little demons. Even as a detached observer, he was moved to wrath by such a scene. One could only imagine the profound pain, despair, and fury that gripped the girl's father at that moment. The foolish girl watched as murderous intent surged within Su Bei, remaining silent. Perhaps even she, a heartless robotic companion, could sense the anguish. Foolish girl, initiate function transfer. Moments later, Su Bei addressed her, Brother Xiao Bei. I sense the approach of over a dozen formidable superpowered individuals. It may be perilous if you proceed. The foolish girl warned him about the approaching superhumans heading toward Jinling. All seemingly quite powerful. I can handle myself, Su Bei asserted resolutely. He did not consider himself a saint, but this father was too pitiable. He did not deserve such a fate. The foolish girl ceased her protests and executed the function transfer. Su Bei immediately departed the villa. The instant he stepped outside, he vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he became completely transparent. With a swift leap, he disappeared into the sky, in the northern part of Jinling. Li Hu was on the verge of losing control entirely. Yet reason reminded him that the onlookers were innocent. They, too, were parents, children of parents. If he were to slay them all, how would he differ from those who had wronged him? However, his fury intensified, the electric power within him surging beyond his control. All I seek is justice. I only wish to avenge my daughter. What wrong have I committed? My daughter is gone. And all I ask is for those who inflicted harm to apologize, for the school and the court to provide an explanation. Why can't they do that? Must we, the poor, be trampled beneath your feet? Why do you force me? Why? Li Hu screamed in a frenzy. Why is such a simple and reasonable request met with such resistance? Is it so difficult to apologize for the death of my daughter? Can't they even do that? Crackling with rage, the electric energy surrounding Li Hu intensified. He bore a grotesque expression, filled with anguish. Suddenly, a female reporter stepped forward. Sensing that while Li Hu was terrifying, he posed no real threat to humanity. Setting aside the facts for a moment, don't you see any fault in yourself? Why not pursue legal avenues instead of resorting to violence? What distinguishes you from those who harmed your daughter? After all, it was just a child being made to consume excrement. It's merely a childish game. You should teach your child to be more magnanimous. Children can be mischievous. But as an adult, can you not restrain your emotions? Let us entertain the notion that they targeted your child. Doesn't that reflect some fault on your part? Come, if you have the courage, strike me. If you blink, you're no hero. Bullying is never a one-sided issue. Can't you adjust your worldview? Are the bullied children at fault too? If they were bullied, why didn't they report it to a teacher or the principal? Why choose suicide instead? It suggests a fragile psyche, not others' fault. Indeed, a weak mental capacity is unrelated to others. Why is it that so many endure bullying, but only your child could not bear the pressure? As the reporter's words and the murmurs of the crowd reached a crescendo, Su Bei's expression darkened ominously. The atmosphere thickened with a palpable darkness. How have people's values become so distorted? Foolish girl. Do you know what the first survival rule of the apocalypse is? Su Bei's icy gaze fixed upon the female reporter as he pondered internally. Sufficient resources and absolute strength? The foolish girl responded, her database reflecting such notions. No, my survival principle is to eliminate the sanctimonious before the apocalypse. As soon as Su Bei's words fell, his thoughts shifted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For flying daggers shot through the air. Thud, thud. In an instant, the daggers pierced the foreheads of the female reporter and several onlookers with distorted morals. Thud, thud. Within a heartbeat, a dozen bodies collapsed to the ground, each with a gaping hole in the back of their heads. Li Hu found it impossible to take action against those perched atop their moral high ground. But he was different. Having just witnessed a video that had ignited a fire within him, he could no longer contain himself. Someone's dead. They've killed. In that moment, the onlookers finally felt fear, scattering in all directions. When there was no bloodshed, they had strutted about with arrogance, but upon witnessing death, they shrank back in terror. Damn it, they truly dared to strike, to shoot. As injuries were inflicted, the surrounding police captains swiftly issued commands. Rat-a-tat-tat. Hundreds of firearms erupted in a blaze of gunfire, countless bullets hurtling towards Li Hu. Yet, those very bullets evaporated before they could even reach him. Clearly stimulated, Li Hu's body unleashed a more potent surge of electric power, his anguished cries reverberating. Boom. Tendrils of lightning spread like vines, obliterating everything in their path. What a terrifying ability. This must be an SSS level power. Observing the sheer destructive force of the lightning, Su Bei couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Despite the ferocity of the onslaught, Li Hu remained unscathed. Even large-caliber bullets couldn't draw near him. This fellow, who had only recently awakened his powers, should not have been able to wield such formidable might without sufficient mental strength to support it. While astonishment gripped him, Su Bei was equally perplexed. Every ability necessitated a robust mental fortitude as its foundation. Could it be that Li Hu had also tapped into a formidable mental reservoir? Brother Xiaobei. Other awakened ones are drawing closer. The foolish girl warned anxiously. Su Bei lifted his gaze to Li Hu, contemplating the plight of this unfortunate soul. He saw no reason for him to perish here, especially considering the strength of Li Hu's electric power. If he could replicate it, his own abilities would undoubtedly soar. Thus, Li Hu could not die just yet. Understood. Virtual world function. Su Bei responded, activating the virtual world feature to assume a different visage. With another thought, his body instantly hardened. Whoosh. He leapt forward, directly confronting Li Hu. What? Another superpowered individual. The officers below grimaced at the sight. One awakened power was already a challenge. How could they hope to contend with two? Particularly when this newcomer was encased in metal, resembling a character straight out of a Marvel film. The bullets that struck him merely ricocheted off. The captain immediately dialed for reinforcements. Mayor, another awakened one has appeared. Our weapons cannot harm them. What should we do now? His voice trembled with fear, for in the eyes of these superpowered beings, ordinary people were as insignificant as ants. Even the slightest jolt of electricity could easily dispatch them. For heaven's sake. Calm down. I've already contacted the higher-ups. Reinforcements are on their way. Hold on a little longer. The voice on the line remained eerily composed before abruptly hanging up. Damn, the captain's anger flared. In this situation, how can we possibly hold on? Li Hu, if you wish to live, retract your powers and leave with me at once. I am aware of your circumstances, and I will ensure you receive justice. Su Bei spoke sternly to Li Hu, uncertain if he was still lucid. Upon hearing Su Bei's voice, Li Hu visibly froze. Brother benefactor. In that instant, his expression shifted. For so long, everyone had treated him like a pariah, avoiding him at all costs. Yet, only the benefactor had aided him, providing breakfast and lending him $1,000,000. Hurry, there's no time. Su Bei shouted urgently, sensing the approaching awakened ones. In truth, Su Bei felt no fear towards these superpowered beings. Were it a life-or-death struggle, he was confident he could annihilate them all. However, he had no desire to do so. Each of these awakened individuals was a hero defending their homeland, people he had long admired. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not direct his fists against those who safeguarded the nation. Benefactor. Li Hu murmured again, the electric energy surrounding him swiftly dissipating. Su Bei immediately surged forward, grasping Li Hu's arm. Invisibility. In an instant, their bodies vanished into thin air. Witnessing this scene, everyone stood frozen in shock. Clearly, the events of the day had far exceeded their comprehension. Superpowered beings, the Lightning King, Iron Man, vanishing into thin air. These were scenes typically confined to the realm of cinema. Yet here they unfolded before their very eyes. Could it truly be, as the game foretold, that the apocalypse was upon them? As fully armed awakened ones arrived on the scene, Su Bei and Li Hu had already vanished without a trace. However, the internet was already ablaze with chaos. Prior to this, many had recorded Li Hu's explosive display on their phones. Some intrepid souls even conducted live broadcasts. My heavens. Is this real or just a movie scene? That Lightning King is so cool. Good grief, is the apocalypse really upon us? Superpowered beings have truly emerged. Those damned experts lied to me, claiming that game was garbage software, causing me to miss my chance at awakening powers. Damn it. Brothers, get online and play the game. I sense that game must be real. That Iron Man looks so cool. He can fly. He is definitely an awakened one too. In a desperate bid to survive the coming apocalypse, everyone rushed to play the game. The internet was in complete upheaval. Although officials were desperately attempting to take down and delete videos and images, the speed at which information spread online surpassed that of a plague. It was impossible to eradicate everything. Unless, of course, they initiated a complete internet shutdown. However, such a scenario would result in an immense loss for the entire nation, a burden that no one can bear. This news spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner of the globe, igniting panic among the populace. The emergence of superpowered individuals is hardly a blessing in times of peace. Moreover, the figure known as the Thunder King in the video appeared capable of obliterating an entire city with ease. At this moment, the officials were in a state of utter disarray. Su Bei had returned to the villa with Li Hu. By now, Li Hu had regained his composure. Thank you, benefactor. Li Hu gazed at Su Bei, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Just moments ago, he had felt utterly lost. He could not bring himself to harm those innocent people, even if they were truly despicable. Had it not been for Su Bei's timely intervention, he might have met a grim fate once his mental energy was depleted. Enough of the thanks. I haven't done much. Su Bei replied coolly. You must change your disposition. Such a temperament will not allow you to survive in an apocalyptic world. I understand. Li Hu nodded. Remember, your kindness does not guarantee kindness in return. In the laws of survival during an apocalypse, mercy towards enemies equates to cruelty towards oneself. So, what do you plan to do next? Su Bei inquired, narrowing his eyes and enunciating each word carefully. If that little girl were his daughter, Su Bei would overturn heaven and earth to ensure those demons faced justice, along with their accomplices. Li Hu was torn. In the wake of his daughter's death, he had indeed yearned to exact revenge on those fiends and join his family. However, after several attempts, he realized he lacked the courage. Yet, Su Bei's words rang true. Mercy breeds only despair and brutality, a lesson he had painfully learned these past few days. With this realization, Li Hu's gaze hardened. I seek vengeance. Chapter 26. Global Decision-Making. Very well. I shall enlist the help of the foolish girl to aid you in your quest for revenge. Su Bei nodded in satisfaction. In a world ravaged by chaos, compassion and cowardice would only lead to one's demise. Hence, Li Hu must abandon his previous sentimentality, especially towards those demons. Allowing them to exist only endangers other innocents. Brother, once I accomplish this, my life will belong solely to you. If you bid me to go east, I shall not venture west. Li Hu's expression was resolute. Indeed, Su Bei nodded. Although he found solitude agreeable, having a loyal subordinate wielding the power of lightning seemed quite advantageous. Furthermore, Su Bei was intrigued by Li Hu's electrical abilities. Keeping him close might one day allow him to replicate that power. In the capital, the highest conference hall was filled with over 30 top officials, repeatedly scrutinizing the projections on the screen. Lightning powers, metal manipulation, invisibility. Each ability was exceedingly formidable. The commander furrowed his brow in deep concern. If such a powerful superhuman could be harnessed for the benefit of the nation, it would significantly enhance the country's combat prowess. Yet, if they represented an unstable element, the threat to national security would be immense. He was torn. It was evident that the wielder of lightning powers harbored deep-seated animosity towards society. As for the metallic individual, he seemed shrouded in mystery. Commander, this potent source of instability must be addressed promptly. We must either locate them and persuade them to join the nation, or... The general's words trailed off, but his meaning was unmistakable. Although they were reluctant to harm the innocent, they could not allow such volatile elements to jeopardize national safety. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the headache posed by individuals wielding such terrifying powers. Have we gathered any information on those two individuals? The commander inquired with a relatively calm demeanor. Commander, the one who wields lightning powers is named Li Hu. He was once an ordinary laborer. Just 10 days prior, a tragedy struck his family. His daughter, bullied, took her own life. Subsequently, the two elderly members of his family succumbed to grief, and his wife, after suffering a mental breakdown, also chose to leap from a height, an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit reported. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present darkened. If all of his family perished due to this incident, Li Hu was surely engulfed in despair and rage towards society. Such a person is far more terrifying than a ticking time bomb. One fears what he might do in his fury. Moreover, without family, he has no vulnerabilities left. When a person loses everything, they become fearless. Immediately initiate a thorough investigation into this matter. All individuals connected to it must face the strictest repercussions. Once resolved, the results must be made public. The commander's demeanor was grave. This nation is vast, and its population immense. Thus, no matter how stringent the regulation, some rogue elements will inevitably emerge. Ensuring that no miscarriage of justice occurs is exceedingly difficult. Understood, Commander. As for the metallic individual, we have yet to uncover any information regarding him. He appears to have materialized from thin air, only to vanish just as mysteriously, the elderly man stated solemnly. Despite advancements in technology, locating someone with the ability to become invisible is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Regardless, we must locate them at all costs and persuade them to join the nation. Remember, do not provoke them further. The commander's tone was resolute. Such talents must be retained at all costs. The news of superhumans emerging in Dragon Country spread rapidly, akin to wings taking flight, reaching every nation across the globe. In the Lighthouse Nation, a high-level emergency meeting was convened. Esteemed colleagues, I trust you have all seen the footage of the superhumans in Dragon Country that surfaced today. What are your thoughts on this matter? President Brandt addressed the assembly. Mr. President, individuals with such formidable abilities are rare talents. I believe we should spare no expense to ensure they join our Lighthouse nationality, an assemblyman interjected. Indeed, what Assemblyman Steve suggested aligns perfectly with my thoughts. Such individuals would undoubtedly bolster our national strength. We must pursue them without hesitation. I have also learned that the lightning-wielding individual has suffered greatly in Dragon Country, having lost his entire family in the process. Under these circumstances, he has likely lost all hope in his homeland. I believe if we provide him sufficient incentives, he will be easily swayed. The individual capable of metal manipulation and invisibility may be a companion of the lightning wielder. The latter is an excellent point of leverage. A female assemblyman chimed in. Only by knowing our enemies as well as ourselves can we ensure victory in every battle. Understanding the details of these two superhumans is crucial for a successful negotiation. Very well, I share the same sentiments. Let us mobilize our recently established assets in Dragon Country. Regardless of the cost, we must secure those two superhumans. If we cannot persuade them, President Brandt's expression suddenly turned cold and ominous. They shall be deemed enemies. And if we cannot win them over, we will eliminate them. Meanwhile, apart from those nations that remain entirely isolated, nearly all others have laid eyes upon that video. Essentially, they made decisions mirroring those of the land of the lighthouse. The foremost aim was to devise means of recruitment. If they could be harnessed for their purposes, that would indeed be the most favorable outcome. Should they fail to serve as instruments in their hands, then destruction would suffice. In Longdu, merely an hour had elapsed when the simple-minded girl returned with Li Hu. Brother Xiaobei, the task has been accomplished, she exclaimed with a grin. Thud. Yet, Li Hu once again knelt before Su Bei. What are you doing? Su Bei inquired, raising an eyebrow. Mr. Su, no, from this day forth, you shall be my true brother. You are the only one who has extended a hand of assistance to me, akin to my rebirth parents. Henceforth, my life belongs entirely to you, Li Hu declared, respectful and resolute. In his darkest hour, only Su Bei had rendered him aid. Now, he harbored no fear of vengeance, having fulfilled all his wishes. Thus, from this moment, his life would irrevocably belong to Su Bei. Get up. You are older than I. How can you call me brother? Su Bei insisted, swiftly aiding Li Hu to his feet. Once Li Hu had set his mind on someone, his unwavering loyalty was beyond question. No, you are indeed my brother. Li Hu persisted. From this day forward, Su Bei would be his brother, closer than even a biological sibling. Observing the stubbornness of Li Hu, Su Bei could only acquiesce. Chapter 27. Extraction of the Undead Puppetry. The following day, news of the murder of a renowned lawyer. The death of the iron-faced judge from Jinling, the tragic demise of a coal magnate's family within their home, and the brutal killing of the principal of a Jinling elementary school dominated the headlines across all platforms. Upon encountering these reports, many netizens began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Recent events surrounding the Thunder King Lee, who had been excessively tempestuous, prompting most individuals to delve into the matter at hand. Indeed, what they discovered was infuriating. A mere 12 or 13-year-old girl had been driven to her death in such a horrific manner. Yet, the families of the perpetrators, the schools, and the courts remained utterly indifferent. Consequently, the outcry for the deaths of these individuals was not one of sympathy. Rather, it was rife with scorn, as many believed they had reaped what they sowed. Simultaneously, numerous voices expressed gratitude towards Li Hu for ridding society of such malevolence, for otherwise, it was uncertain how many more innocent children might fall victim to their schemes. This indicated a prevailing sense of justice among the populace. Of course, there were also many who deemed Li Hu's existence to be a ticking time bomb for society, as his method of killing appeared utterly deranged. The crux of the matter lay not in whether Li Hu would indiscriminately slay the innocent, but rather in the sheer capability he possessed to do so whenever he wished. In the ensuing days, a palpable sense of unease gripped the nation. However, the government found itself bereft of viable solutions, as they could not trace Li Hu's whereabouts. And so, time continued its relentless march, swiftly ushering in 5 days. Although the higher echelons of the state had devoted considerable efforts to tracking Su Bei and Li Hu during this time, they bore no fruit. Wherever Su Bei ventured, the surveillance systems had been systematically dismantled. Additionally, he had acquired the neighboring villa, which he generously bestowed upon Li Hu. While Li Hu's loyalty was unassailable, cohabitation with Su Bei was deemed impractical, especially considering the late-night studies of character structures with the simple-minded girl. In the future, it was inevitable that other girls would join their ranks. Thus, having Li Hu around was somewhat inconvenient. During these 5 days, Su Bei had unearthed an array of remarkable treasures, including nuclear weapons, heavy machine guns, and mortars. He had commanded the simple-minded girl to discreetly equip the villa with these armaments, rendering them invisible to the naked eye. Most gratifying of all was the acquisition of the SSS skill, Soul Extraction, and the SS skill, Undead Puppetry. Soul Extraction would automatically extract the souls of slain ability users, mutated beasts, zombies, and ferocious creatures, thereby enhancing Su Bei's attributes. While this may seem simple, it is, in truth, a skill of limitless growth. The more perilous entities he hunted, the more formidable Su Bei would become. Furthermore, this enhancement pertained not merely to skills, but to his overall combat prowess. In a post-apocalyptic world, both the skills one possesses and one's combat ability hold equal significance. Moreover, with a stronger physique, the multiplicative effects of his infinite boundary king fist would only increase. It is a self-perpetuating cycle. The more formidable the adversaries he vanquishes, the more powerful Su Bei becomes. The second skill, Undead Puppetry, allows him to control the slain entities as puppets. However, the number of controllable puppets is limited. Currently at level 2, he can manipulate only 4 puppets. As his level rises, so too will the number of puppets he can command. Having just awoken, Su Bei delved into his game's personal attributes panel. Player 4399. Level 2. Strength 860-1000. Level 3. Speed 990-1000. Constitution 1242,000. Level 4. Spirit 7,808,000. Level 6. Note: all attributes for a healthy adult are set at 10. Skills: 90 trillion resurrection coins, metal manipulation, soul extraction, ability acquisition, infinite storage ring, fire control technique, infinite boundary king fist, metallization, etc. Items: simple-minded girl, vibranium shurikens, 1 ton of titanium alloy, 1 ton of meteorite, 100 nuclear bombs with satellite targeting, desert eagle, mortar, tracking missiles, heavy machine guns, various supplies. Gazing at his personal attribute template, Su Bei felt a sense of satisfaction. His spirit had grown sufficiently robust, and his constitution was acceptable. If he could further bolster his strength and speed, he would surely ascend to level 3. Despite his current attributes appearing modest, his true combat capability was unimaginable. The mere act of metallizing his body could multiply his strength and constitution by dozens of times, coupled with various abilities. The prospect was indeed terrifying. After reviewing his personal attributes panel, Su Bei prepared a simple breakfast. At that moment, Li Hu approached. "By the way, Huzi, what is your current spirit attribute? Why does it seem to me that when you wield the power of lightning, it's as if you require no spiritual energy at all?" Su Bei inquired, curiosity piqued after their meal. He had long been puzzled by this phenomenon. While his own abilities drained his spiritual energy rapidly, Li Hu's initial display had felt almost effortless. "Brother, my spiritual energy has reached 8,000. Acquired simultaneously with the lightning ability." Li Hu replied respectfully. Just days prior, when he unearthed the lightning ability, the information indicated that such power necessitated a formidable spiritual energy reserve. During his second excavation, he had received a critical reward of 8,000 attribute points, which he unreservedly allocated to enhancing his spiritual energy. At that moment, his thoughts revolved around demanding an explanation, seeking an apology from those individuals before ultimately ending his own life to reunite with his family. Hence, he had not contemplated augmenting his attributes in speed and physique. Hiss. Upon hearing Li Hu's words, Su Bei inhaled sharply. How on earth did he just unearth 8,000 attribute points? The most he had ever achieved in a single critical hit was merely 500 attribute points. Who, indeed, is the true lucky one here? You, my friend, are the genuine cheater. With a wry smile, Su Bei patted Li Hu on the shoulder. After a brief exchange, Su Bei resumed his excavation. With just over 2 days remaining before the apocalypse descends, time was of the essence. Alarm. An awakened individual has entered the 500-meter vicinity of the villa. Should we activate the attack system? Just as Su Bei had dug twice, the alert from the AI named Silly Girl suddenly blared. Su Bei promptly ceased his treasure hunt. Silly Girl, identify the intruders. Su Bei commanded. Chapter 28. For abilities delivered to our doorstep. Yes, Brother Bei. Silly Girl nodded eagerly and began scanning the intruder's information. The first image that appeared was of a foreigner, presumably from the Lighthouse Nation. Name, Robert Henry. Gender, male. Nationality, Lighthouse Nation. Occupation, ordinary citizen. Name, Annie Johnson. Gender, female. Nationality, Lighthouse Nation. Occupation, psychic awakened. Name, Lily Kabichi. Gender, female. Nationality, Japan. Occupation, speed type awakened. There were a total of 6 individuals. And Silly Girl swiftly scanned all their information. Among them, 2 were ordinary citizens, while the other 4 were awakened, hailing from the Lighthouse Nation and Japan. How on earth did they find me here? Su Bei pondered, feeling perplexed, especially since even his own country had not detected his presence. How did these individuals from the Lighthouse Nation and Japan uncover his whereabouts? Wait, Silly Girl just mentioned that one of the Lighthouse Nation individuals possesses beast transformation abilities, with exceptional tracking prowess. It seems they must have tracked either me or Li Hu. Ding ding ding. Just then, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Li Hu sprang up from the sofa, his eyes flashing with a cold intensity. The massacre from a few days prior had dramatically altered his demeanor. No longer was he the fragile, timid person he once was. Instead, he seemed to embrace the harsh reality of life. Let us go take a look. Silly Girl. Shift to combat mode. Su Bei quickly led Li Hu to open the villa's door. The 3 Japanese individuals bore little distinction from those of the Dragon Nation, save for their slightly shorter stature. Their expressions were marked by a mix of hostility and avarice. The 3 from the Lighthouse Nation exhibited a similar glint of greed in their eyes. Who are you? What brings you here? Su Bei spoke in a languid tone, his gaze icy, warding off any approach. Mr. Su, greetings. I hail from the Lighthouse Nation. You may call me Robert. The middle-aged foreigner at the forefront of the group greeted with a smile. Oh, and then? Su Bei continued, his tone still indifferent. It was clear that this sudden visit bore ill intentions. Perhaps they were aware of his and Li Hu's awakening and sought to persuade them to join the Lighthouse Nation. Mr. Su, your Dragon Nation is renowned for its etiquette, and there is an old saying. Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? Do you not intend to invite us in for a chat? At that moment, the Japanese individual interjected, exuding an air of superiority despite lacking any awakened abilities. You lack the qualifications. Indeed, we have such a saying in the Dragon Nation, but it pertains to friends, and you do not qualify, Su Bei replied coolly. He had never harbored a favorable impression of the Japanese, and the previous incident involving Watanabe only fueled his indignation. These individuals were excessively greedy, rendering their existence unnecessary. You. Upon hearing Su Bei's dismissive tone, the group furrowed their brows in surprise, unaccustomed to such rudeness from someone before them. They had 4 awakened among them. After all, speak your piece quickly. After you're done, I'll send you on your way. Su Bei smirked, a hint of mockery dancing on his lips. Although the abilities of these 4 were somewhat lackluster, they still held potential value. If he could eliminate them and claim their abilities, it would be a worthwhile endeavor. Mr. Su, Mr. Li Hu, here is the situation. We are aware that you have faced significant injustices in the Dragon Nation. Therefore, we extend a heartfelt invitation for you both to join the Lighthouse Nation. We guarantee that the humiliations you suffered in the Dragon Nation will never occur in our land. Furthermore, should you agree, you will receive the highest caliber of treatment and access to all the resources of the Lighthouse Nation for your development. Robert maintained his benign smile. Yet one could sense the hidden malice behind it. Not interested. Any other matters? Su Bei coldly rejected. Regardless of the Dragon Nation's shortcomings, it was his homeland, and he would never abandon it. He had visited the Lighthouse Nation before. Their moon was no rounder, and their air was not sweeter. Mr. Su, please do not rush to decline our offer. We are truly sincere, Robert insisted, seemingly unwilling to give in. It appears your time is running out. In that case, I shall escort you out now. Su Bei's face twisted into a sinister grin. Since they had delivered themselves to his doorstep, he might as well take advantage of it. After all, even mosquito legs are meat. Those 4 mediocre abilities could prove useful. Mr. Robert. I have always said that these individuals from the Dragon Nation are like stones in a latrine, stinky and hard. Reasoning with them is futile. Our Prime Minister has stated that if we cannot possess something, we must utterly destroy it. The Japanese individual spoke coldly. With 4 awakened at their disposal, they were more than capable of easily dispatching the 2 before them. If they cannot have it, then they shall obliterate it. Eliminating the Dragon Nation inhabitants was something they relished. In that case, Annie, Eric, attack. Robert commanded without hesitation. They could not afford to linger too long, lest the higher-ups in the Dragon Nation discovered their presence. Lily Kabichi, Deseong Wanzi, you join in as well. The Japanese individual immediately issued orders. In an instant, as their commands echoed, Annie's pupils vanished, her eyes becoming hollow and pale. It seemed she wielded psychic abilities. Meanwhile, Lily possessed speed-type powers. These abilities were far too feeble for Su Bei. The other 2, presumably, had strength and beast transformation abilities. Roar. Simultaneously, with a furious howl, Deseong Wanzi's body swelled rapidly. His face and skin sprouted coarse brown fur. With a rip, his clothing was torn asunder, and he transformed into a towering wolf, standing as tall as a person. Eric, too, morphed in an instant into a muscular behemoth, every inch of his skin radiating explosive power. Annie exchanged glances with Robert, aware of the psychic power she wielded. In a brief span, one can manipulate the thoughts and consciousness of another, though not yet formidable. Controlling for a few seconds should pose no challenge. For those endowed with abilities, even a mere second of stasis can alter the tides of battle. Chapter 29, Decisive Slaughter. Annihilation. Indeed, Mr. Robert, the blonde female affirmed with a nod. Sensing the intent to engage, Li Hu stepped forward, his eyes swirling with terrifying electric power. Brother Bei, allow me to deal with these insignificant pests. Perhaps feeling indebted to Su Bei, Li Hu was particularly eager to showcase his prowess. For only in this manner could he grasp his own worth. There's no need, they are but trifling nuisances. Your abilities are somewhat too potent and may easily attract the attention of other ability users, Su Bei replied, shaking his head lightly. Although Li Hu had been practicing control over his powers in recent days, his mastery was still lacking. Should he create too much commotion, it could very well alert other ability users. If discovered by the state, it would spell considerable trouble. Eliminating these minor irritants will be effortless. Understood. Li Hu nodded quickly and retreated behind Su Bei. In an instant, a thought crossed Su Bei's mind. Whoosh. Thud. As the vibranium dart was launched, it mercilessly pierced through Annie's forehead. She had yet to unleash her abilities before collapsing lifelessly. Annie, damn it, take him down. Upon witnessing Annie Johnson's swift demise, Robert's fury ignited. Each ability user is an invaluable asset to a nation, especially one like Annie, who had mastered psychic powers with the potential to evolve into an overwhelmingly powerful force, far surpassing someone like Eric. How could he not be enraged when she perished without even a second to defend herself? Whoosh whoosh. The other 3 ability users, receiving their orders, lunged toward Su Bei. It must be noted that the trio exhibited commendable speed, appearing before Su Bei in the blink of an eye. However, despite their velocity, their foundational combat prowess was woefully inadequate. Such meager strength would allow Su Bei to dispatch them effortlessly, even without relying on his abilities. Yet, for the sake of caution, Su Bei swiftly activated his metallic transformation ability. As he observed Eric and Deseong charging toward him, Su Bei unleashed a powerful punch. Bang, bang, crack. At the moment of impact, a deep thud resonated, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones. Upon contact, Eric and Deseong were sent hurtling back like cannonballs, flying several dozen yards before crashing heavily to the ground. Smack. At that moment, Su Bei felt a soft punch land on his abdomen. However, the attack was so feeble it was akin to a mosquito bite. Were it not for the crisp sound, he would scarcely have noticed the assault. Are you tickling me? Su Bei looked down, a cruel smile gracing his lips. It must be said that Bai Xiao Bai Qi was quite striking, with fair skin, large double-lidded eyes, and a youthful visage complemented by ample curves. Standing at 1.6 meters tall, she exuded an air of delicate beauty. Yet her bosom was as impressive as that of Aoi's. Nanny? Bai Xiao Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback. Her full-strength strike had not only failed to inflict any damage but had nearly fractured her wrist. While she was still in shock, Su Bei seized her by the neck, lifting her effortlessly as if she were a mere chick. With a gentle press of his thumb, crack, accompanied by the sharp sound of bones snapping, Bai Xiao Bai Qi's neck was instantly twisted. In her agony, a look of profound shock and fear flickered in her eyes. Though she had awakened her abilities and ascended to a higher echelon, with a seemingly boundless future ahead, how could she have been dispatched in an instant? Su Bei, barely glancing at her, discarded her as though she were refuse. Whoosh. His body flickered once more, reappearing beside Eric and Deseong. Shit, you can't kill me. I am from the Lighthouse Nation. You dare to kill me, and the Yamado Nation will not let you off lightly. At this juncture, the two continued to resist, as if making one last stand. Silence. You shall meet your gods and emperors in hell. As Su Bei's words fell, he struck down with both fists. Bang bang. With 2 dull thuds, their heads were obliterated into a mist of blood. The headless corpses struggled briefly before succumbing entirely to stillness. Ability discovered for acquisition. Will you claim it? At that moment, a message appeared before Su Bei's eyes, displaying the abilities of the 4 ability users he had just eliminated: Mind Control, Super Strength, Beast Transformation, and Short Distance Teleportation. Acquire. Even the legs of a mosquito are flesh. Su Bei had no intention of letting this opportunity slip by. While these abilities might seem trivial, they could yield impressive results once one's strength had grown. Congratulations, player 4399 has acquired abilities: Mind Control, Super Strength, Beast Transformation, Short Distance Teleportation. Necromantic attributes detected for extraction. Will you extract? Su Bei glanced at the 4 corpses. Above them, a faint blue flame resembling ghostly fire danced. This was likely the necromantic attributes available for extraction. Extract. Without hesitation, Su Bei nodded. He wondered how much necromantic value these 4 ability users could provide. Congratulations. Player 4399 has extracted 40 necromantic attributes. Gazing at the prompt before him, Su Bei felt a sense of satisfaction. It appeared that newly awakened ability users could each yield 10 points of necromantic attributes. At this moment, Manhwaedit and Robert stood before the corpses, engulfed in sheer terror. They had initially believed that with 4 ability users, they could easily defeat or even eliminate Su Bei and Li Hu. After all, they had a mind control user on their side. Yet, in less than half a minute, all 4 had been effortlessly dispatched. Now, only 2 ordinary individuals remained, rendered as vulnerable as fish on a chopping board, awaiting their fate. Damn it, you bastard, how dare you? Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Lighthouse Nation? Even if you have awakened your abilities, do you naively believe you can withstand the wrath of 2 nations? Robert's voice was hoarse with despair. He understood that he had no path to survival today. Even if Su Bei spared him, his superiors would not. After all, under his command, they had lost 2 super warriors. Bastard, you wretched fiend, you will not be forgiven. Manhwaedit seethed, gritting his teeth. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at you two, so frantic. Do you truly believe I would fear the Lighthouse Nation or the Yamato Nation? Rest assured, I will not kill you easily. I want you to witness the consequences of crossing me. Witness how I methodically dismantle the proud bastion you rely upon. As he observed the 2 barking like mad dogs, Su Bei smiled with glee. Their frantic demeanor only served to highlight their inner terror. Freeze. Utilizing the ability of the foolish girl, Su Bei immobilized the 2 men. Next, he would allow them to witness, with their own eyes, the gradual downfall of the nation they so proudly called home. Scanning brain information. Su Bei swiftly scanned the minds of the 2 individuals, extracting their mobile devices used for communication with their nation. Though Robert and the street thug yearned to resist, they found their bodies ensnared by an enigmatic force, rendering them utterly immobile, forced to acquiesce to Su Bei's whims. Chapter 30. Su Bei's retaliatory satellite nuclear strike. Su Bei took the lead, dialing a number from Robert's phone. The phone rang twice before being answered. Robert, how is the situation progressing? A voice, aged and somewhat breathless, yet tinged with urgency, emanated from the receiver, suggesting that the impending apocalypse weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Hello, President Brandt. What a pleasure, Su Bei replied with a hint of mockery, his tone casual. From Robert's memories, he discerned that this number belonged directly to Brandt, the president of the Lighthouse Nation, allowing for direct communication without intermediaries. Who are you? President Brandt's incredulity was palpable upon hearing the unfamiliar voice. Humph. You send these imbeciles to disturb me, and yet are unaware of my identity? Su Bei's voice remained dispassionate. Why, you're one of the 2 awakened from the Dragon Nation? What about Robert and the others? Brandt's astonishment morphed into a sense of foreboding, as he speculated about the fate of Robert and his companions. What do you think? If the roles were reversed, would you spare those who seek to eliminate you? Su Bei retorted, a statement that confirmed Brandt's darkest suspicions. How dare you kill our citizens of the Lighthouse Nation? Do you realize that even your nation's leaders would not possess such audacity? Brandt's voice trembled with restrained fury. In their original plan, the worst-case scenario had been the demise of the 2 awakened from the Dragon Nation. They had never anticipated the situation would spiral so far beyond their expectations. Not only had they failed to recruit the 2 awakened, but they had also lost their own. Is that so? You seem to overestimate the significance of your Lighthouse Nation. However, since you have instigated this war, I shall reciprocate with some gifts. Prepare yourself. Su Bei's tone remained calm as he concluded the call, promptly crushing the phone beneath his foot. When dealing with enemies, one must be more ruthless than they are. If they choose to provoke, they must face the repercussions. Su Bei then proceeded to place a similar call to the Prime Minister of the Yamato Nation. The conversation was succinct, inviting them to witness an exquisite fireworks display, one that would undoubtedly become a lasting memory, even in the depths of hell. Meanwhile, in Yamato, Prime Minister Sato Maruki, upon receiving Su Bei's call, immediately contacted Brandt. President Brandt, it appears our previous plan has failed. The awakened from the Dragon Nation have eliminated our people and seem poised for retaliation. Sato's voice conveyed palpable concern. Had this been an ordinary citizen, such claims would be dismissed as mere folly. Yet, given the formidable nature of the awakened, the threat was indeed grave. Humph. What is there to fear? Those two merely wield lightning and invisibility abilities. While formidable, do you really think they could traverse the Pacific to eliminate me? Brant scoffed, clearly dismissing the threat. Even as an awakened, the prospect of crossing an ocean to attack the Lighthouse Nation seemed implausible. Moreover, 3 days prior, they had enacted a strict ban on foreign tourists entering their territory, bolstered by an unwavering confidence in their defense systems. No nuclear or atomic bomb could breach their defenses, rendering the threat inconsequential in Brant's eyes. President Brant, while the Dragon Nation and the Lighthouse Nation are indeed separated by the Pacific, we Yamato do not share such distance. Sato felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Since Subei's call, an unsettling anxiety had taken hold, his right eyelid twitching incessantly, as if foretelling misfortune. Fear not, my dear brother. In 3 days, the entire Dragon Nation will be ours, Brant declared nonchalantly. Just as Sato was about to respond, a frantic voice interrupted the conversation. Mr. President, something is amiss. You must step outside. An unidentified flying object is rapidly approaching Fazenton. Mr. President, this is dire. Over a dozen unidentified flying objects are descending at great speed over cities like Yunu, Nail Brother, and Feiching. The previously composed president's demeanor shifted dramatically upon hearing their reports, his brow furrowing in concern. A wave of unease washed over him. Could this be the retaliation from the Dragon Nation's awakened? Impossible. Even if he isn't awakened, he is still but a mere human. How could he possess such capabilities? Quickly, activate all interception systems. Whatever they are, we must prevent them from entering our territory. Brant ordered with urgency, his shock transforming into decisive action. At that moment, he ended the call, while Sato's expression grew increasingly grave. Could this indeed be the retribution from the Dragon Nation's awakened? It was certainly plausible. The individual must possess such strength to utter those words. Would the Lighthouse Nation be able to withstand this? Would they face retaliation on their end? As Sato's unease deepened, his secretary burst into the room, visibly shaken. Prime Minister, we are in grave trouble. The secretary's face was etched with terror, his body trembling. What has transpired? Sato's heart sank. Sir, satellite surveillance has detected 20 unidentified flying objects rapidly approaching our nation. Their targets appear to be our most vital cities. According to preliminary assessments, these unidentified objects were likely super-nuclear bombs, with cities like Kamakura, Kyoto, and Osaka all within their trajectory. The secretary, Koji Inoue, spoke in a panic. Our researchers have concluded that these objects could potentially be nuclear devices, but their size and power far exceed that of conventional nuclear arms, perhaps dozens of times more potent. One such super-nuclear bomb could obliterate countless cities. Given our limited land area, where most cities span only hundreds to a few thousand square kilometers, a single bomb could destroy 20 or more cities of the size of Daiban. Chapter 31. The near annihilation of 2 nations. Global shock. Stop with the assessments. Activate all defensive systems and mobilize every awakened. Whatever they are, we must intercept them. Sato roared, his face flushed with urgency. If indeed 20 super-nuclear bombs were unleashed, their island nation could be devastated beyond recognition. Therefore, regardless of the cost, it is imperative to intercept these elements. Indeed, my Prime Minister, Inoue Kojiro immediately nodded in agreement. Thunderous roars resonated. Almost the moment he stepped out of the office, a cataclysmic earthquake obliterated the premises. In an instant, everything was reduced to mere powder. The terrifying shockwaves swiftly propagated, wreaking havoc across the bustling cities of Osaka and Kyoto, all suffering the same devastating blow. Towering mushroom clouds ascended from each urban center. Wherever the chaos spread, the land was entirely transformed into dust. Geysers erupted from the ground, instantaneously engulfing the ruins of cities. The towering infernos ignited by the destruction were swiftly swallowed by the relentless tide. From an aerial perspective, one could witness a series of heart-wrenching scenes. Once thriving modern cities had been transmuted into colossal craters, as the sea rapidly consumed the shattered remnants. The azure waters, at this moment, bore a hint of crimson. The shockwaves continued their relentless expansion. Mount Fuji had erupted in totality, with lava mingling with seawater, voraciously devouring everything in its path. Meanwhile, the Lighthouse Nation was experiencing a similar calamity. However, President Brant, under the protection of superhumans, managed to safely evacuate from Washington. Yet, the cities and ordinary citizens were not so fortunate. In the blink of an eye, they were completely engulfed by the shockwaves, and cities were ablaze with roaring flames. The inferno surged like a monstrous flood, consuming all traces of civilization. In less than half an hour, 20 of the most advanced cities had been utterly reduced to ruins. Now a mere footnote in history, Brant and several high-ranking officials had been relocated to a small town. It was over. All was lost. 30 cities lay in utter desolation. At that moment, Brant's countenance was one of profound despair, resembling that of a soulless husk. Initially, he had believed that the rogue from the Dragon Nation was merely attempting to intimidate them. Little did he know that this individual wielded the power to annihilate an entire nation. Such transgressions were unforgivable. How dare this insignificant entity from the Dragon Nation exhibit such arrogance? I must personally wring his neck, the Marine Corps commandant bellowed in fury, venting his inner tumult. A mere insect from the Dragon Nation managed to obliterate 20 of their cities in half an hour. Even more infuriating was that their esteemed defense system had proven utterly ineffective. Not a single nuclear missile had been intercepted. This was not merely a devastating blow. It was an unprecedented humiliation. As the commandant of the Marine Corps, he naturally possessed his own pride. Do not act rashly, General MacArthur. I have unwavering faith in your abilities, but the adversary is a formidable superhuman, wielding such powerful weaponry. We do not know how many more of these weapons he possesses. We must exercise caution and refrain from provocation until we are capable of intercepting these nuclear missiles, Brant admonished MacArthur immediately. Although his heart seethed with rage, frustration, and the desire to personally snap Subei's neck, he understood that the individual was exceedingly formidable. In a fit of rage, he had nearly destroyed 1/3 of the Lighthouse Nation. It seemed even the Yamato Nation had suffered catastrophic consequences. This unknown and grotesque adversary was certainly beyond their current means to contend with. Mr. President, I comprehend your concerns. However, that scoundrel has annihilated 20 of our cities in under an hour, claiming nearly 1/5 of our population. Shall we do nothing? We are the foremost superpower in the world. How can we swallow this indignation? MacArthur remained intensely agitated. Even though he recognized the validity of the president's worries, he found it intolerable to endure this humiliation. Since the founding of their nation, had they ever been so impotent? When had they ever suffered such disgrace? General MacArthur was correct. This debt could not simply be overlooked. It was far too humiliating for them as soldiers. Regardless of the circumstances, they must repay this affront 1,000-fold. Was it not simply a matter of satellite-guided missiles? Had they not unearthed them as well? In vengeance, they could also lay waste to the cities of the Dragon Nation. At that moment, another military officer, clad in uniform, spoke sternly. Gentlemen, the President's decision is final. Do not forget that our satellite-guided missiles can be intercepted. Moreover, the adversary's nuclear missiles, given our current technology and superhumans, are simply beyond our capacity to counter. There exists a significant disparity between missiles and nuclear weapons, and the nuclear bombs targeting us possess a destructive power several times greater than conventional ones. This remark came from a middle-aged Caucasian man in a suit, his expression grave, his eyes ablaze with unbridled fury. This vengeance must be exacted, but it is certainly not the right time. Without knowledge of how many such nuclear missiles the enemy possesses, recklessly retaliating would only invite an even more horrific and destructive calamity. Upon hearing this, dozens of colonels wore expressions akin to those who had consumed something foul. Yet, they could muster no retort. The enemy was strong, while they were weak. The enemy was concealed, while they were exposed. There was simply no avenue for engagement. As time passed, the hours slipped away swiftly. News of the Lighthouse Nation and Yamato Nation suffering from satellite nuclear strikes had spread globally. Videos depicting cities reduced to rubble proliferated furiously. In the Bear Nation's assembly hall, President Alexander slammed his palm onto the table while watching the footage, unable to conceal his excitement. They deserved it. They truly had it coming. The Lighthouse Nation and Yamato Nation have long been deserving of divine retribution. This is heaven's punishment upon them. Truly exhilarating news. I wonder how grim Brant's expression must be at this moment, Alexander exclaimed with unrestrained elation. This brought him more joy than witnessing the fall of Ukraine. Especially at the instant when the nuclear bombs detonated over Washington and Tokyo, it was the most magnificent display of fireworks he had ever witnessed. While other leaders of the Bear Nation shared in the exhilaration, an undercurrent of concern simmered. For those nuclear bombs were not divine retribution, but man-made, seemingly crafted by the two superhumans from the Dragon Nation. If the Lighthouse Nation could not intercept them, then the Bear Nation would likely find it exceedingly difficult as well. Such a ticking time bomb was not a harbinger of good fortune for any nation. Countries like Iraq, Afghanistan, and Iran had already commenced nationwide celebrations. Chapter 32, S-Class Mecca. Storm Crimson. At this moment, hundreds of nations, including the Dragon Nation, held mixed sentiments regarding the sudden assaults on the Lighthouse Nation and Yamato Nation. They rejoiced that these two nations, known for instigating war, had finally faced retribution. Yet they were troubled by the realization that someone had acquired the capacity to obliterate an entire nation. If even the Lighthouse Nation and Yamato Nation could not withstand such an attack, then what fate awaited smaller nations like theirs, which could be annihilated in an instant? Meanwhile, Subei paid little heed to these external developments. The impact of his actions had been anticipated. In his villa, Subei presented the videos he had found online to Robert and the street dweller. The footage captured the moment of the nuclear detonation, flames soaring, and the colossal mushroom cloud ascending, as the city was instantly transformed into a wasteland. Once the shockwaves and smoke dissipated, the bombarded city had entirely vanished from existence. The once thriving city has now transformed into a colossal pit, devoid of any surviving life forms. In contrast, Japan has fared even worse. Given its already low elevation, most of its cities were swiftly engulfed by the ocean following the nuclear bombings. The vast chasm has been completely filled by the sea. Aerial footage reveals that a significant portion of Japan has entirely vanished. Watching the scenes in the video, both Robert and the Curb felt a mix of terror and despair. They initially believed that Su-bei was merely boasting, only to realize that he indeed possessed the power to annihilate an entire nation. How do you feel, gentlemen? Upon witnessing this video, are you elated? Excited? Su-bei teased, observing the despondent expressions on their faces. You devil, you will not escape unscathed. Retribution awaits you. Your senseless slaughter of innocents will earn you divine punishment, they shouted vehemently at Su-bei. Clearly, they understood that he would show them no mercy. Even if they fell to their knees in supplication, their fate would remain unchanged. Retribution? Senseless slaughter? Did you ever consider the consequences while invading other nations? Did you think of the repercussions when you massacred civilians? Su-bei scoffed. If retribution were real, then rogue nations like the Lighthouse Country in Japan would have long ceased to exist. He was utterly unconcerned about the eradication of over 100 million lives, carrying no psychological burden. Do not speak of the fallen as mere ordinary people or suggest that there were good souls among them. When an avalanche descends, no snowflake is innocent. You twisted fiend, God will surely punish you. They screamed in a frenzy, struggling to fight back against Su-bei. However, they were utterly immobilized, able to move only their lips, unable to take any further action. How I relish your helplessness, unable to stand against me. Su-bei's voice dripped with cold amusement. Very well, I am a merciful man. I shall now send you to meet your god and the emperor. At his command, a fiery inferno engulfed their bodies, reducing them to ashes over the span of 30 minutes. However, Su-bei was taken aback to discover that they had not granted him any attribute points. It appeared that the extraction of souls only applied to monsters and awakened beings. The demise of ordinary individuals did not yield any soul attributes. Nevertheless, it mattered little to him. Time swiftly passed, and only one day remained until the apocalypse would fully unfold. Su-bei continued his relentless treasure hunting. Treasure acquired. Congratulations. Host 4399 has unearthed an S-Class Doomsday Mech treasure chest. Do you wish to open it? After digging for several hours, a golden glow and chest appeared on the screen. A Doomsday Mech? Su-bei was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. Mechs were every boy's dream. In childhood, who didn't wish to possess their own mech? Especially those imposing titans from the Pacific. Open it. In his excitement, Su-bei pressed the button without hesitation. Treasure chest opened. Congratulations. Player 4399 has obtained the crafting blueprint for the 7th generation Doomsday Mech, Storm Crimson 1. Note, the 7th generation Storm Crimson is an upgraded version of the 4th generation model. Standing at 76 meters tall and weighing 6,122 tons, equipped with flight wings, close combat techniques, and long-range plasma cannons, among other capabilities. Players can automatically craft the Infinite Power Storm Crimson by gathering the corresponding materials. Upon opening the Doomsday Mech package, the screen instantly displayed this information along with the blueprint. Su-bei gazed at the Crimson Mech before him, utterly enamored. It was his favorite model, now upgraded to the 7th generation. Its offensive capabilities had expanded, allowing for both ranged and melee attacks, a perfect combination. Now, it was time to select the materials for crafting. After extensive digging, Su-bei had amassed several types of special metallic materials. First was titanium alloy, totaling over 3,000 tons, which would require half that amount for crafting the Storm Crimson. Next were vibranium and adamantium. While both were excellent options, their quantities still fell short. Finally, he possessed 10,000 tons of extraterrestrial meteorite. According to previous notes, the toughness and strength of extraterrestrial meteorites far exceeded those of vibranium and adamantium, capable of absorbing energy from attacks and converting it into its own energy. It was undoubtedly ideal for mech fabrication. In light of this, he decided to utilize the extraterrestrial meteorite. The Storm Crimson crafted from this material would undoubtedly be indestructible. Su-bei was brimming with excitement at the thought of soon acquiring a 76-meter metal behemoth. With the crafting blueprint in hand, a crafting icon appeared in the top right corner of the game interface. Without hesitation, Su-bei selected the 7th generation Storm Crimson blueprint and 6,122 tons of extraterrestrial meteorite. Merely a few minutes later, the 7th generation Doomsday Mech, Storm Crimson, was complete. Its entire body was encased in a red shell, towering at 76 meters, over 20 stories high. Even within his game inventory, it exuded an imposing presence. It boasted 2 retractable flight wings and a propulsion system. The shoulders housed a nuclear missile targeting system, cleverly concealed during non-combat scenarios. Its arms resembled massive pillars, armed with plasma chains, swords, and heavy artillery. At its chest resided a colossal energy reservoir, the source of its devastating nuclear pulse. As the clock struck 6 in the evening, Silly Girl had prepared an extravagant feast. The supplies Su-bei had stockpiled could easily sustain him and Li Hu for thousands of years, perhaps even 10,000 years if they were frugal. Moreover, the game inventory contained numerous high-yield plant seeds, alleviating any concerns regarding food. Silly Girl, your cooking keeps getting better. Su-bei marveled at the spread before him: braised ribs, spicy fish heads, abalone sea cucumbers, garlic butter lobsters, and garlic okra, each dish a personal favorite. Of course, none of this seafood was imported from Japan. He wouldn't dare consume seafood contaminated by nuclear fallout. Yay, as long as Brother Bei likes it. Silly girl beamed with delight. Li Hu, standing nearby, appeared somewhat reserved. He had never considered himself on the same level as Su Bei. In his eyes, Su Bei was a benefactor, his unequivocal leader. Despite Su Bei's kindness and reassurances that he need not be overly formal, Li Hu could not bring himself to act otherwise. Without Su Bei, he believed he might not be who he was today. Huzi, eat up. I've told you not to be so formal, right? You are my brother, not my servant. Su Bei said earnestly. He had never regarded Li Hu as a subordinate, but rather as a friend. The more Li Hu held back, the more awkward Su Bei felt. Yes, I understand, brother. Li Hu nodded obediently. Though he was several years older than Su Bei, the term brother came naturally to him. By the way, tomorrow at noon, the apocalypse will fully commence. At that moment, the zombies and mutated beasts that we had unearthed in the past would surely emerge. You should be capable of handling them now, right? Su Bei inquired. After this period of training, Li Hu had become remarkably proficient in wielding his powers. He no longer succumbed to uncontrollable outbursts due to emotional fluctuations. With over 8,000 in mental attributes, he possessed sufficient strength to unleash formidable destructive power. Yes, I can. Li Hu affirmed earnestly with a nod. Although he was still incomparable to Su Bei, he felt confident in dealing with the mutated beasts with ease. Excellent. That is reassuring. Su Bei replied with satisfaction, nodding his head. With their current abilities, both he and Li Hu could effortlessly neutralize the threats posed by the unearthed dangers. However, he pondered whether anyone in Jinling had unearthed even more terrifying entities. At this moment, he felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation. After finishing their meal, Su Bei resumed his treasure hunting. With less than a day remaining, he could not afford to waste this precious time. Meanwhile, nations around the globe were fervently making thorough preparations. Initially, they had perceived the apocalypse as a mere farce, but with the emergence of ability users, they had come to fully believe in the impending doom. Each country was urgently mobilizing all available ability users. In the capital, at the main conference hall, all top leadership convened once more. Every face bore a grave expression. Commander Zhao, what are the statistical results? How many ability users do we currently have? The chief inquired, directing his calm gaze toward a middle-aged man clad in military attire. All necessary preparations have been made. After the apocalypse descends, we can only do our utmost and leave the rest to fate, he added. Sir, among the 5 million active military personnel, a total of 555 have awakened their powers. Including retired soldiers and awakened individuals cooperating with the state, the total is 227, Commander Zhao respectfully reported as he stood. In truth, based on rough estimates, the number of awakened individuals in the Dragon Nation should be at least in the millions. However, many had not revealed their abilities nor chosen to cooperate with the state, which was beyond their control. After all, as long as individuals refrained from displaying their powers, they remained undetected. Upon hearing this, everyone raised their eyebrows slightly. While the figures sounded substantial, upon reflection, it was pitifully small, especially considering that the population of the Dragon Nation reached 2 billion. Even if half of the population had yet to engage in the game, one would expect at least 2 million awakened individuals to have emerged. Thus, in comparison, the figure of 30,000 indeed seemed rather meager. I understand. Immediately notify all awakened individuals to remain vigilant. Should the apocalypse erupt tomorrow noon, our first priority is to ensure the safety of ordinary citizens. Furthermore, continue to recruit all ability users, with the conditions raised to the utmost, the chief said, slightly furrowing his brow. Based on the ratios, the number of times dangerous entities had been unearthed nationwide had exceeded several tens of millions, and that only counted occurrences, not individuals. Some soldiers had unearthed tens of thousands of zombies in a single instance. Commander Zhao nodded gravely. The chief then turned to an elderly man in military garb. Elder Yan, what is the progress on the underground shelters? Reporting to the chief, the underground shelters have been completed and are fully operational, Elder Yan promptly confirmed. When the apocalyptic treasure hunting game was announced, the Dragon Nation had already begun constructing these shelters with utmost urgency. In just half a month, they were nearly finished. Their defensive capabilities could easily withstand the force of a nuclear explosion, ensuring the safety of ordinary citizens. And the reserves of food and medicine have been adequately arranged. I trust. The chief directed his gaze toward another elder from the Food Management Bureau. Rest assured, Chief, this was resolved several days ago. And absolutely no monopolistic situations have arisen. The elder quickly nodded in affirmation. The most critical factor during the apocalypse would undoubtedly be sustenance, followed closely by life-saving medications. Excellent. While preparing for the apocalypse, we must also remain vigilant against incursions from other nations. Those countries harbor sinister ambitions and may seize the opportunity to plunder. The chief addressed everyone. However, we must express gratitude to Li Hu and another ability user for delivering a heavy blow to the Lighthouse Nation and the Land of the Rising Sun, thereby sapping some of their strength. It is likely they will think twice before daring to target the Dragon Nation. Yes, Chief, everyone solemnly nodded in unison. Should the apocalypse truly descend, it would be a cataclysmic blow for any nation. Therefore, every individual must remain utterly alert and prepared. Chapter 34. The Apocalypse Arrives. The Void Rift. On September 30th, 2034, at 6 in the morning, the 15th day since the arrival of the apocalyptic treasure hunting game, Su Bei awoke early, having barely slept the previous night. Many others were likely in the same predicament. After a brief morning routine, he turned on the television to watch the Yang Corporation's morning news. Good morning, esteemed viewers across the nation, and welcome to this special edition of the morning news. I am here to deliver today's broadcast. The presenter, Chun Lan, appeared profoundly serious, her brow furrowed with concern. First, we announced the red alert issued by the National Defense Office. Unpredictable natural disasters may occur today. All workers across the nation are to take the day off and rest at home. Unless absolutely necessary, please refrain from going outdoors. Chun Lan's report was somewhat diplomatic. Even now, she refrained from directly mentioning the apocalypse, referring to it instead as a natural disaster. Perhaps some individuals were still unaware of the gravity of the situation, and stating it outright might provoke unnecessary panic. If, by chance, the apocalypse did not come to pass, it would create considerable complications. Just 3 days prior, the government had issued directives for households across the nation to stockpile enough food and water to last for half a month. This reminder was one that many understood all too well, and they shared a tacit acknowledgement of what was to come. Today's national holiday was also uniformly enforced. After a brief glance at the news, Su Bei switched off the television. Having prepared over the past days, he felt supremely confident. Setting aside his own strength, which had reached a terrifying level, the villa had also undergone fortifications. Heavy weaponry had been installed around the perimeter, all concealed thanks to the assistance of the clever girl, rendering the changes invisible to ordinary observers. Brother Bei, do you think the apocalypse will truly arrive today? Li Hu asked, still somewhat perplexed during breakfast. For ordinary people, the notion of an apocalypse typically belonged to the realm of cinema, feeling far too distant from reality to be believed. It most certainly will. Su Bei replied with unwavering certainty. Had he not experienced an apocalypse himself, he might have been skeptical about such nonsensical occurrences. However, in his past life, he had perished amidst the apocalypse. So, brace yourself and prepare to meet the impending doom. Su Bei continued to eat breakfast with calm composure. Li Hu nodded gravely, recalling that he had caught several zombies. In the past, zombies had seemed terrifying, but now, they were merely minor nuisances. For the next 4 hours, Su Bei remained industriously engaged in his treasure hunting. In any case, idling away in the villa is still idling. Sitting there doing nothing becomes rather tedious. Time swiftly elapses. Across the globe, nearly everyone is confined to their homes today. Except for those who have awakened, the hearts of ordinary individuals are filled with trepidation. If the apocalypse were to arrive, it would undoubtedly be these common folk who would first become cannon fodder. In the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, at the luxurious Thompson Riviera, once revered celebrities, entrepreneurs, and nouveau riche find themselves trembling in their homes. These individuals, engrossed in their daily affairs, never contemplated engaging in the treasure hunting game of the apocalypse. Now, they are even more reluctant to dig. The wealthier one is, the more fearful they become of death. Even if they were aware that this game could genuinely present an opportunity for salvation, the dangers posed by excavated objects far outweigh the chances of unearthing powers. The prospect of encountering a mutated beast or a zombie is simply too terrifying. Thus, they lack the courage to take such risks. Though they may shine brightly in their respective fields, strategizing and commanding with aplomb, they do not dare to take the ultimate gamble. At this moment, the clock strikes 11:40. In just 20 minutes, the apocalypse will be fully upon them. The monsters previously unearthed will manifest in reality. Su Bei remains lost in the euphoria of treasure hunting. Treasure unearthed. Congratulations to player 4399 for discovering the Holy Fire Locator. Note, the Holy Fire Locator can clearly detect the emergence of holy fires worldwide, used to upgrade the player's fire control skills. Treasure unearthed. Congratulations to player 4399 for discovering the Combat Power Detector. Note, the Combat Power Detector can intuitively gauge the combat strength of any biological form. At that moment, Su Bei has unearthed 2 remarkable items. Wow. It seems today is indeed my lucky day. I never expected to find such treasures at the last moment. The Holy Fire Locator can detect holy fires on a global scale. Although the nature of the holy fire remains a mystery, its ability to enhance fire control skills suggests its formidable power. Su Bei is immensely satisfied with these 2 acquisitions. The Combat Power Detector, while not directly enhancing his own combat abilities, provides a significant tactical advantage during confrontations. Time continues to fly by. For some, 20 minutes can feel interminable. But for Su Bei, it passes swiftly. After 50 successful digs, the clock strikes noon. Su Bei promptly puts away his phone. Standing by the second-floor window, he feels excitement bubbling within him. After a 2-week wait, the moment has finally arrived. Li Hu, on the other hand, appears somewhat anxious. Although his strength is no longer weak, he still harbors a certain fear of the apocalypse. Boom. At the very moment when the hands of the wall clock align perfectly, a thunderous roar reverberates. The previously clear sky is suddenly engulfed by ominous purple clouds. In that instant, the entire earth transforms into a shade of violet. Numerous rifts in the fabric of reality appear in the sky above the villa. Subsequently, bizarre figures begin to emerge from these voids in a continuous stream. The sight is so densely packed, it resembles a swarm of locusts, sending chills down the spine. Goodness, there are far too many monsters this time. Sube gazes in astonishment at the creatures pouring forth from the rifts. The sheer density of them is reminiscent of a locust plague. This phenomenon is evidently a consequence of his excessive treasure hunting. All the monsters unearthed in the game materialize around the player. In his previous life, there were only a few zombies and a handful of minor mutated beasts in the entire villa area, allowing Sube to survive for a good 10 days. Had the current situation existed back then, he likely wouldn't have lasted half a day. Warning: danger has entered within a 50-meter radius. Do you wish to activate the public safety maintenance function? Simultaneously, the AI, dubbed Silly Girl, begins to issue a grave danger alert. Chapter 35, Awakening. The Moment of Hunt. Activate. Sube nods. Although Silly Girl's combat ability is not very high when operating autonomously, she is more than capable of handling smaller mutated beasts and zombies. My heavens. That seems to be a zombie. And what about that flying tiger? Isn't that a gorilla? As Lihu observes the chaos outside the villa, his expression grows increasingly serious. The flying tiger is significantly larger than a Siberian tiger, and the recently appeared gorilla towers at least 7 to 8 meters high. Just the sight of it is enough to instill terror in anyone without awakened powers. Boom. Meanwhile, the unleashed monsters begin to wreak havoc all around. Silly Girl, take control of the villa's defenses. We are going out to assess the situation. Sube, unable to contain his eagerness, gazes at the rampaging beasts outside. After half a month of treasure hunting, he is finally ready to showcase his abilities. All right, Brother Bay, please be careful. Silly Girl nods vigorously. She then begins to control the heavy artillery positioned around the villa, aiming it at the monstrous creatures. Despite their imposing sizes, these beasts will find it challenging to withstand the full force of the heavy firepower. Without hesitation, Sube and Lihu step outside the villa. Roar. Howl. As if sensing the presence of humans, all the monsters erupt into a frenzied roar the moment Sube and Lihu emerge, turning their fierce gazes toward them. Surrounding them is a dark throng of various mutated beasts, goblins, and zombies, ranging from massive gorillas and T-Rexes to smaller venomous spiders and scorpions. Yet, curiously, these creatures seem to exhibit remarkable unity, refraining from attacking one another. There is no display of the strong preying on the weak. They appear to be cohesive, with a clear objective. Brother Bay, why aren't these monsters attacking each other? Lihu inquires, astonished. Most of these creatures are carnivorous, yet they show no interest in the smaller beings before them, instantly locking their sights on the two of them as targets. I'm not entirely sure, but who cares? Let us get to work. Sube chuckles, and with a mere thought, his entire body becomes metallic. Flames swirl around him, while 36 throwing darts orbit his form. These darts, crafted from meteorite materials just days prior, can effortlessly penetrate any tangible mutated beast. Brother Bay, you look incredibly cool. Lihu exclaims, unable to contain his admiration. To wield so many abilities simultaneously, truly a protagonist among men. Enough flattery, let us get to work, Sube replies with a faint smile, before concentrating his mind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless darts shoot forth like bolts of lightning, instantly piercing the foreheads of the leading mutated beasts and zombies. Their massive forms collapse to the ground, and wisps of pale green souls emerge from their bodies, swiftly entering Sube. These are the soul attributes extracted from the defeated foes. All right, Lihu nods in agreement. A tremendous surge of powerful lightning energy erupted around the body, propelling it into the air. Crackling and popping, the lightning surged forth like serpentine blue tendrils, swiftly weaving through the mutated beasts. One after another, their forms collapsed, yet the creatures unearthed by Sube were simply too numerous, even as they felled hundreds each second. An unceasing tide of monsters continued to surge forth. Meanwhile, within other villas, most individuals had long since retreated into their rooms, trembling in fear. Some audacious souls peered through windows to glimpse the outside world, only to be nearly rendered breathless by the horrifying spectacle before them. It was over. This world was truly coming to an end, engulfed by a dark sea of zombies and mutated beasts. Who will save us? In Villa number 18, a capable man in his 30s had collapsed to the ground in terror. Any one of the zombies or beasts outside could effortlessly devour them. Whoa, I told you to play that game, but you wouldn't listen, claiming it was a scam. And now look, the apocalypse has truly arrived. Beside him stood a young woman, equally pale with fright. Stop crying, it's driving me insane. I didn't play that game because I was afraid of summoning zombies and mutated beasts. The man roared in madness, as if venting his emotions could alleviate his overwhelming fear. Whoa, does it matter if there are more or fewer of them out there? The young woman gazed at the monstrous horde. A dark army akin to a swarm of ants. Quick, call for help. Contact the authorities for assistance. I can pay my taxes. I'll even settle all my back dues. The man seemed to latch onto a lifeline of hope. Perhaps only the government could save them now. The young woman hastily began dialing. However, after several attempts to reach official lines, she either encountered busy signals, found the lines dead, or was met with prolonged silence. Who will rescue us? If anyone can save my life today, I, Chong, will offer all my wealth, even this woman. The man broke down, weeping uncontrollably. Suddenly, with a crack, the bulletproof glass of the window shattered upon impact. A shadowy figure appeared. The divine has descended. My prayers have been answered. Chong exclaimed, elated at the sight of the creature that bore an uncanny resemblance to a human. You idiot. You brought a zombie with your prayers. The woman cursed vehemently. At that moment, the humanoid creature turned, its skin resembling that of a being scorched by fire yet healed, with bat-like wings unfurling from its back. It's hollow, pale eyes devoid of pupils, and a wide maw filled with sharp, triangular fangs gleaming ominously. With a sinister grin, it lunged toward the pair. The screams within the villa lasted but 3 fleeting seconds before fading into silence. Such scenes unfolded in nearly every villa, as ordinary humans stood no chance against the onslaught of zombies and mutated beasts, awaiting their inevitable fate of being devoured. Elsewhere, Sube reveled in the thrill of the hunt, transforming into a human bulldozer, dismembering every monster in his path. The soul attribute values he extracted soared ever higher. Damn, how could so many monsters exist in one neighborhood? Who was responsible for this calamity? Lihu cursed silently as he surveyed the seemingly endless tide of beasts. As time passed, his mental energy waned rapidly. If this continued for another half hour, he feared he might collapse from exhaustion. Chapter 36, Storm Red, A Nation in Shock. Yet, in the distance, Su Bei grew emboldened, as if his mental fortitude knew no bounds. Brother Bei, the number of monsters is increasing rapidly on both sides. Closing in on the villa, there are simply too many for just the two of us to handle. Lihu's expression grew grave as he observed the approaching horde. Despite his formidable lightning abilities, he could not cover every area. Just in time, Su Bei responded, utterly unperturbed. With a mere thought, 8 massive blocks of adamantium descended from the sky, forming an octagonal barrier that encircled the villa, effectively thwarting the mutated beast's attempts to breach it. Given the current level of these monsters, they stood no chance against the adamantium. Wait, when did Brother Bei prepare all of this? Lihu was taken aback, astonished by the scene before him. He knew Su Bei had many tricks up his sleeve, but this was beyond anything he had anticipated. The metal was clearly not ordinary steel or silver. It was a special alloy far more resilient. As the monsters collided with the metallic barrier, they were sent flying, while the barrier remained unscathed. After slaying for what felt like an eternity, Su Bei was astonished to find the horde still unyielding. Have I truly unearthed this many monsters in just half a month? He marveled at the relentless army before him, excitement coursing through his veins. Each of these creatures represented an opportunity to enhance his strength. Once he vanquished them all, he could hardly fathom the heights his attributes would reach. Then let me show you all what I can do. Recognizing the moment was ripe, Su Bei resolved to swiftly conclude the situation. He summoned the upgraded Storm Red from his backpack. After its enhancement, Storm Red no longer required cumbersome manual control. Su Bei had integrated an advanced operating system into the mech utilizing Shaneyu's cutting-edge technology. Boom. The ground trembled violently as Storm Red emerged, its enormous feet crushing swathes of mutated beasts beneath them. Standing at a staggering 76 meters tall, it towered like a colossal titan. To put it into perspective, a 3-story villa measures merely 15 meters in height. Storm Red's stature equated to that of 5 stacked villas. Whoa, is that a transformer? A metal behemoth? This is incredible. Is this really Brother Bei's doing? Lihu's heart raced as he absorbed the sight. Mechs were every boy's fantasy, and witnessing such a towering steel monster left even him in awe. At that moment, Storm Red joined the fray. With each step, it effortlessly crushed hundreds of mutated beasts and zombies. The plasma cannons mounted on its shoulders unleashed a barrage of firepower. Indeed, when faced with this ant-like horde, only Storm Red could effectively manage the onslaught. Congratulations, player, you have acquired 10 soul attribute points. Congratulations, player, you have acquired 8 soul attribute points. Congratulations, player, you have acquired 15 soul attribute points. The notifications flashed before Su Bei's eyes at a dizzying pace, overwhelming him. The speed of attribute accumulation was nothing short of miraculous. For ordinary humans, these zombies and mutated beasts were apocalyptic disasters, but for him, they were treasures. Once he dealt with this horde, his level should reach at least 10. With that thought, Su Bei's excitement intensified. Wherever his iron fist landed, zombies and mutated beasts fell like leaves in a storm. At this moment, within Villa number 66, resides a renowned internet celebrity known as the Lion King, who is currently broadcasting live. Perhaps live streaming has become an ingrained habit for him. Family, look, our community has transformed into this. Countless zombies and various mutated beasts have erupted, and many residents have already been devoured. I am utterly terrified. This might be my final live stream, so please cherish me. The Lion King, while observing the outside world, explains to his viewers in the live chat. Goodness, is this truly the apocalypse? Our neighborhood has encountered several different types of zombies, and suddenly an influx of venomous snakes and insects. Damn it. I was foolish enough to believe those so-called experts. And I didn't even play that game. Who would have thought that even a high-end villa area like mine would be plagued by zombies and mutated beasts? It seems that even internet celebrities of this caliber fear for their lives. For the first time, I truly understand the concept of equality among people. Those still watching the live stream are evidently unfazed by life and death, thinking, what is there to fear? We might as well come and go in the nude. Host, let me check the situation on your side. It sounds quite lively outside. It seems there are far more monsters than in our community. The Lion King nodded in agreement, acknowledging the stream's comments. All right, since the family wishes to see the situation outside, I shall show you. Just don't get frightened. He believed that the scene would be utterly spectacular, even if depicted in a movie. Despite his own fear, the monsters had not breached the forefront of the villas to attack further back. They were contained within the last phase of the villa area, which, for the moment, remained relatively safe. He had already dialed several official emergency numbers, confident that help would soon be dispatched. As the camera pivoted, it revealed numerous colossal monsters, towering higher than the villas, rampaging destructively. The luxurious villas, standing at over 10 meters tall, couldn't withstand even a minute, crumbling into ruins. Hurry, shift the camera to the right. I think I see something extraordinary, exclaimed one viewer. I see it too. It looks like a giant, about the size of Ultraman. Holy cow, could it be that someone has unearthed Ultraman? No, wait. It seems red, resembling some kind of mecha robot. Observant viewers immediately noticed the anomaly. Despite the brief camera shake, catching a glimpse of a red figure far taller than the villas, many instinctively thought of Ultraman, while others likened it more to a type of mecha robot. All right, I will show you, the Lion King said, preparing to rotate the camera. Just then, the colossal red metallic beast came into view. Gulp. What in the world is that? A monster? A mecha? The Lion King was momentarily taken aback. The previously enormous mutated beast appeared minuscule compared to the red giant, and even the villain now seemed to shrink to a miniature version. What the hell did you see? Show us too. Yes, exactly. It's better to share joy than to revel alone. Damn it, we're risking our lives watching your stream. And you don't show us anything. Following the Lion King's astonished voice, the viewers grew increasingly curious about the identity of that red entity. Chapter 37. Unimaginable Wealth, 120,000 attribute points. Recovering from his shock, the Lion King swiftly redirected the camera. Soon, the massive crimson figure appeared before all viewers, standing over 70 meters tall. It resembled a colossal pillar reaching towards the heavens. Everything seemed to shrink before its presence, emanating an aura of invincibility and dominance. Goodness, that looks like a mecha from some movie, exclaimed another viewer. It seems familiar. Yes, it resembles the Storm Crimson, but it's even more imposing. My heavens, how colossal is that? Is it a monster or a mecha that someone has excavated? If I had such a mecha companion, the world would be mine. Look, it seems to be holding a tiny mouse. That's no mouse. That's clearly a giant metal golem. Giant metal golem? When did it become so diminutive? Upon witnessing the Storm Crimson, its awe-inspiring appearance captivated every viewer in the stream, causing a surge of excitement. At this moment, the Storm Crimson indeed exuded an overwhelming presence, grasping a 5 to 6 meter tall mutated golem, which appeared as fragile as a small mouse in its grip. The missiles on its shoulder and the plasma cannon on its arm unleashed a barrage upon other monsters. Just as everyone was in utter astonishment, the Storm Crimson tightened its grip. With a resounding crack, the mutated golem was obliterated into a mist of blood. Brothers, look. There's someone standing on the shoulder of that steel giant. At that moment, sharp-eyed viewers noticed something unusual. On the left shoulder of the Storm Crimson stood a figure, engulfed in flames, resembling a deity of fire. Could the steel giant be summoned by that fiery person? Incredible. He has awakened fire attributes, obtained a steel giant, and possesses invisibility abilities. He must be invincible. Host, quickly zoom in. I want to see who that formidable figure is. I want to pledge my allegiance. Me too. From now on, this incredible person will be my father. As the popularity of the stream surged, the Lion King hastily zoomed in. Yet the flames surrounding the figure obscured their face. My heavens, there's someone so formidable in our community? I must cling tightly to this opportunity. The Lion King thought, realizing that if he could align himself with this powerful individual, survival would be assured, if not prosperity. Simultaneously, the heavens roared with thunder and lightning. The flashes seemed to strike right beside him. He quickly turned his gaze toward the flickering lightning. There, a radiant figure hovered in midair, emanating torrents of electrical energy, with terrifying arcs of lightning radiating in all directions. My heavens, isn't that the lightning sovereign who recently stirred up a storm online? He one of us. Oh my, does this mean that the fiery person controlling the mecha is the one who took the lightning sovereign away? With fire abilities, metallic transformation, invisibility, and control over the steel giant, that individual must be a celestial being. Upon seeing the lightning sovereign, the Lion King immediately recalled the Iron Man who had taken him away. Could this person possibly wield so many abilities alone? What unfathomable fortune is this? It seems it has not fallen upon me. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of viewers in the stream recognized the lightning sovereign, and many deduced the identity of Subei, connecting him to the fiery figure controlling the mecha. Boom. Crack. As the Lion King was profoundly shaken, contemplating how to befriend these two godlike awakened beings. The tempered glass before him suddenly endured a violent impact, shattering into countless fragments with a single blow. The powerful shockwave scattered the glass shards, their force rivaling that of bullets, piercing through the Lion King and his wife's bodies. Agonizing screams echoed for merely half a minute before succumbing to an eerie silence. What the hell? Is the host finished? It's over. The host has met their demise. Everyone, disperse quickly. I am aware of the villa area where the Lion King resides. I must seek refuge with those two supreme beings immediately. Meanwhile, numerous viewers had recorded the live stream, and upon exiting the broadcast, they swiftly edited these recordings into videos and disseminated them online. Shocking. The controller of the Iron Behemoth is none other than him? Fresh scoop. The Thunder King and Iron Man join forces once more to fend off countless monsters. Outrageous. The foremost awakened being of Dragon Country astonishingly wields 4 types of supernatural abilities simultaneously. Stunning. The 14-year-old prodigy was merely 4 years ago. The myriad of sensational headlines caused the view counts to soar dramatically. At this moment, on Subei's side, the scene had transformed into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Piles upon piles of zombie and mutated beast carcasses formed small hills. Blood had completely drenched the lawn and ground, flowing into the sewers like a deluge. Is this the thrill and bounty of slaughter? In just half an hour, an astonishing 120,000 soul attribute points had been amassed. Subei felt both astonished and exhilarated. He had initially thought that amassing 50 or 60,000 attribute points would be remarkable, yet here he was, having surpassed 120,000. Furthermore, mutated beasts continued to surge towards him. However, the end of the beast tide was finally in sight. Amidst his excitement, Subei promptly began to allocate his attribute values. 50,000 points were directly added to his mental strength. This allocation ensured that his mental energy would hardly deplete. The remaining 70,000 points were divided, with 30,000 enhancing his physique. A robust body remained of utmost importance, and the stronger his physique, the greater the multiplier he could achieve with the King of Worlds fist. The final 40,000 points were distributed equally between strength and speed. With this, Subei felt absolute confidence that he could obliterate a Tyrannosaurus with a single punch. Chapter 38. Instantaneous kill of the zombie Tyrannosaurus. Simultaneously, the authorities had already taken note of the videos that viewers were fervently sharing. It was almost immediately discernible that the lightning attribute wielder was Li Hu, while the figure engulfed in flames, commanding the Doomsday Mech, was undoubtedly the invisible Iron Man. Upon witnessing Subei's and Storm Red's formidable combat prowess, the higher-ups became increasingly determined to recruit Subei. Such a powerful awakened being, if utilized by the state, could yield unimaginable benefits. Additionally, it seemed that this individual possessed a satellite nuclear missile capable of annihilating an entire nation. The chief promptly issued orders for rapid support to Subei and Li Hu, emphasizing that they must not allow any resentment to develop towards the authorities. Should such a situation arise, there would be no forgiveness. A fleet of the most advanced fighter jets and surveillance drones swiftly headed towards Jinling. Meanwhile, in the number 1 office of the capital, all high-ranking officials were fixated on the footage captured by the drones. In 3 minutes, all fighter jets and drones would enter Jinling, arriving at the villa area where Subei and Li Hu were located. At this moment, Subei had completely succumbed to the frenzy of slaughter. The ground was littered with the remains of mutated beasts and zombies. If I recall correctly, the most formidable monsters I excavated should be the zombie Tyrannosaurus and the level 5 mutated zombie. However, these two had evidently developed a semblance of intelligence. Hence they did not charge to the forefront. Subei's body hovered in midair, continuously searching for the zombie Tyrannosaurus and the level 5 mutated zombie, as the ordinary zombies and mutated beasts failed to ignite his combat desire. Thus, those two behemoths were his ultimate targets. Once defeated, perhaps he could convert them into his necromantic puppets. Time ticked by, and the number of mutated beasts and zombies dwindled. After 5 minutes, had they finally decided to reveal themselves? At this moment, Subei finally laid eyes on the zombie Tyrannosaurus, standing at least 20 to 30 meters tall. This height far exceeded the records of normal tyrannosaurs. A typical adult Tyrannosaurus measured merely 5 to 6 meters. Yet this mutated zombie Tyrannosaurus surpassed the standard by 4 to 5 times. Its skin was riddled with wrinkles, emanating a metallic sheen, imparting an impression of indestructibility. Its deep, hollow eyes, however, indicated a certain awareness. With a swift leap, Subei positioned himself before the zombie Tyrannosaurus. Roar! It seemed to sense Subei's provocation and roared furiously in response. Even the surrounding air appeared to ripple with sound waves from its enraged bellow. A putrid stench assaulted Subei's senses. Rows of sharp teeth glistened like lethal blades, radiating a chilling light. Come on, big guy, let me feel your strength. Bei remarked with a faint smile, beckoning with his index finger. Had he not just enhanced his attributes, he would have lacked the courage to confront such a formidable creature. However, the recent addition of 120,000 attribute points had bolstered his confidence immensely. Bei was utterly convinced he could defeat the mutated Tyrannosaurus before him. In response to Bei's taunt, the zombie Tyrannosaurus unleashed another furious roar, spewing a viscous liquid from its mouth like a torrential downpour, disgusting in every sense. Simultaneously, dozens of fighter jets appeared overhead. Bei glanced up, his brow furrowing slightly. Yet, he understood that the authorities would soon be apprised of the situation, so he felt no particular surprise. If they wished to observe, let them see the spectacle unfold. My heavens, what is that? A prehistoric dinosaur? Why is it so enormous? Based on my studies of dinosaurs, that should be a Tyrannosaurus. But its size is completely disproportionate. It was evident that this dinosaur had mutated, transcending the realm of normal dinosaurs. The fighter pilots, upon witnessing the scene below, were filled with shock and dread. Although they were aware that such colossal creatures might emerge during this apocalypse, the sight of a Tyrannosaurus towering dozens of meters still left them utterly astounded. The awakened being standing opposite the zombie Tyrannosaurus appeared as insignificant as a mosquito, an incongruity that was hard to fathom. Captain, should we assist now? I feel that the awakened one stands little chance. The size disparity is too great, one team member immediately inquired through the communicator. Not yet, let's observe for now. The captain responded hastily. Our current firepower is incapable of taking down that mutated dinosaur, and the awakened individual appears to be quite confident. Despite their fighter jets being equipped with the most advanced heavy weaponry, they could inflict minimal damage on such a massive mutated beast. Moreover, it could potentially hinder the awakened one's performance. Are we just going to wait here? Another team member asked eagerly. Regardless of the circumstances, the awakened ones are indeed their compatriots. Witnessing only two individuals confronting thousands of mutated beasts and zombies, the soldiers could not bear to stand idly by. After all, the duty to protect one's homeland and safeguard the people is a responsibility ingrained in their very essence. They have always been acutely aware of this fact. Thus, it was truly unbearable for them to simply watch. Of course, it was not entirely hopeless. While their firepower could not fell that mutated dinosaur, they could certainly eliminate the smaller creatures. As the captain's words echoed, heavy machine guns immediately unleashed a relentless barrage upon the lesser aberrations. Where the bullets rained, monsters fell in droves, lifeless upon the ground. At that moment, a zombie Tyrannosaurus charged at Bei, its gaping maw seemingly intent on devouring him whole. Just right. I can use you to gauge my current strength. Tenfold King's fist. Observing the swiftly approaching zombie dinosaur, Bei exhibited no arrogance. As the old adage wisely states, even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. In the very instant he spoke, crimson flames erupted around Bei's body. With a swift motion, he vanished like a specter. When he reappeared, he was directly above the zombie dinosaur. His iron fist clenched tightly. He summoned all his might and struck down with a single blow. Boom. An explosion. Just as his fist connected with the dinosaur's skull, an unfathomable force erupted forth like a cascade of stars. The enormous head of the zombie dinosaur was obliterated in a single punch, releasing a foul miasma of blood that spread rapidly. In the aftermath, the headless body of the zombie dinosaur collapsed, crushing a multitude of smaller monsters and zombies beneath its weight. One punch, a swift kill, and the battle was concluded. This spectacle left all the soldiers operating the fighter jets utterly dumbfounded. Simultaneously, it astonished everyone in the conference room of the imperial capital. In that moment, it felt as if Bei's fist had struck at the very core of their hearts. Shock, an unparalleled astonishment. Chapter 39, the first undead puppet, level 5 mutated zombie. My heavens, is that the power of an ability user? With merely one punch, he annihilated a mutated dinosaur? Goodness gracious, am I dreaming? That individual is more formidable than Superman. We appear to be utterly superfluous. The occupants of the fighter jets, while internally shaken, felt a sense of helplessness. Initially, they had come to assist, but it was becoming evident that their presence was entirely unnecessary. The strength of these awakened ones was beyond their wildest imaginings, especially that individual before them. That single punch felt as though it could part a city. In the imperial capital, conference room number 1. Hiss. Goodness. Is that truly a human? The room was filled with gasps of astonishment. Clearly, every individual present was overwhelmed by sheer awe. Some were so taken aback that they gasped aloud. This is the power of an awakened one. No, there are levels among awakened ones. And that individual is evidently at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. The commander was the first to quell the tumultuous waves of emotion within. Such a powerful awakened one would undoubtedly stand at the apex on a global scale. He must be compelled to serve the nation. The might of that punch that obliterated the mutated dinosaur was akin to the force of a nuclear bomb. If the country could harness a few awakened individuals of such caliber, surely this apocalypse could be weathered safely. Some remained ensnared in endless astonishment. Concurrently, Bei's power evidently instilled hope in everyone. If there were just a few more awakened ones of such strength, the Dragon Kingdom could undoubtedly overcome this crisis. That individual has evaded recruitment for so long. It may not be so easy to enlist him, the commander mused with a bitter smile. Once ordinary individuals attain immense power, their self-confidence and desires burgeon dramatically. Controlling such power is nearly an unattainable feat. Perhaps collaboration might be a prudent choice. The worst outcome would be to provoke him, to prevent his fists from being directed at the nation and its people. On another front, after Su Bei dispatched the zombie dinosaur with a single punch, the crimson flames surrounding him dissipated instantly. While the king's fist could unleash tremendous power in a fleeting moment, the strain on his body was considerable. Thus, maintaining that state indefinitely was untenable. Congratulations, player 4399 has slain the zombie dinosaur, extracting 2,000 soul attribute points. Soon, information regarding the soul attribute points appeared before him. A total of 2,000 attribute points had been added. It is noteworthy that slaying an ordinary zombie or mutated beast typically yields merely 10 soul attribute points. The 2,000 points serve as a testament to the formidable nature of the zombie dinosaur. Detected extractable undead puppet. Would you like to extract? At that moment, another message appeared before Su Bei. No such notification had arisen when he previously vanquished the smaller mutated beasts and zombies. The sudden appearance of this prompt indicated that this zombie dinosaur was indeed exceptionally powerful. Extract. Su Bei promptly nodded in affirmation. With each level he ascended, the number of controllable undead puppets increased. He could now extract a total of 20 undead puppets. The zombie dinosaur before him possessed commendable strength, making it a worthy addition to his undead legion. In the next instant, the zombie dinosaur, which had just been decapitated by a punch, promptly rose again. Its head fully restored in the blink of an eye, as if the previous decapitation had been an illusion. However, the zombie dinosaur now appeared exceedingly docile. From this moment forth, you shall be the leader of my undead legion. Now, let me witness your combat prowess. Su Bei gently caressed the massive head of the zombie dinosaur. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though a pact had been forged. The zombie dinosaur, seemingly capable of comprehending Su Bei's words, nodded its colossal head in response, before turning away and instantly regaining its cruel and savage nature. With a fierce roar, its gaping maw opened wide, devouring dozens of monsters in an instant. This unfolding scene once again left all the occupants of the fighter jets in utter disbelief. My goodness, am I hallucinating? Did that dinosaur not just have its head pulverized? How is it now fully intact and resurrected? I distinctly witnessed that Awakened One touched the dinosaur's head, and there was no sign of resistance. Could it be that he has tamed it? Yet I clearly saw the dinosaur's head obliterated just moments ago. Could it be some form of resurrection? It must be, or perhaps that Awakened One has mastered some kind of puppetry, enabling control over the dinosaur. As they were engulfed in profound astonishment, the onlookers began to speculate. Had this been in the past, they would never have believed in resurrection or puppetry. But now, with the apocalypse upon them and the emergence of Awakened Ones, what could they possibly dismiss as unbelievable? Minutes passed, and the mutated beasts and zombies had largely been eradicated. During this time, Su Bei had amassed another 100,000 soul attribute points, which he immediately allocated to his attributes. This time, he distributed the points evenly, adding 25,000 each to strength, speed, constitution, and spirit. His mental fortitude was now sufficient, and his constitution was unquestionable, not least due to his metallic transformation ability. Thus, when these two attributes reached their peak, strength and speed became paramount, as they were the most critical means of hunting. At this moment, Li Hu was utterly exhausted. After all, his mental capacity was only 8,000, and having fought for such an extended duration had pushed him to his limits. The ground was a veritable sea of corpses, a gruesome tableau of bloodshed. The air was thick with a pungent, nauseating odor, a scent potent enough to overwhelm the senses. Su Bei stood aloft, flanked by the tempestuous crimson of the storm and the terrifying undead tyrant. The scene was undeniably majestic. Additionally, a level 5 mutated zombie lurked nearby, its presence palpable. Surveying the surrounding expanse littered with corpses, Su Bei remained vigilant. For he vividly recalled excavating a level 5 mutated zombie just days prior during a treasure hunt, a detail he had meticulously noted. Moreover, during the recent carnage, he had sensed the proximity of that formidable zombie. It seemed to have developed a semblance of intelligence, one not to be underestimated, capable of evasion and stealth. Yet, did it truly believe it could elude him? Su Bei chuckled coldly, internally musing, foolish creature, search for nearby powerful life forms. In an instant, his eyes shimmered with a pale green numerical program, akin to a robot's automatic identification system. Soon, his gaze fixed upon a villain not far away, concealed quite effectively, yet ultimately futile. Upon locating the dwelling of the level 5 mutated zombie, Su Bei extended his right hand, then gently clenched it. The entire villa crumpled as if it were but a sheet of paper, rapidly being twisted into a ball. Given the abundance of metal within its framework, demolishing such a structure was a trivial task for Su Bei, simpler than eating or drinking. Whoosh! Just as the villa was nearly compressed into a gigantic sphere, a shadow suddenly erupted from within. At that moment, Su Bei beheld the true visage of the level 5 mutated zombie, towering over 3 meters. This zombie starkly contrasted with the earlier lower-level undead, as it exhibited no signs of decay whatsoever. Its skin appeared exceedingly coarse, reminiscent of tree bark, as though it had been corroded by some caustic substance and had subsequently healed. Simultaneously, it was incredibly robust, its musculature akin to hardened steel. A pair of completely black eyes, deep and terrifying, stared back at him. Sprouting from its back were a pair of bat-like flesh wings. Sube swiftly employed his combat power detector to assess the creature's statistics. The level 5 mutated zombie possessed a comprehensive combat power of 5,000, boasting peculiar speed and exceptionally high defense, along with a degree of self-healing capabilities. The information that materialized was succinct yet conveyed the creature's terrifying nature. Zombies of this caliber were impervious to conventional firearms. With astonishing speed and the ability to heal autonomously, it was certainly not a foe to be trifled with. Such formidable combat power, Sube marveled, recalling that the earlier zombie tyrant had only boasted a power of just over 2,000. It was evident that level 5 zombies were indeed formidable adversaries. However, that was only true for ordinary supernatural beings. Just then, the level 5 mutated zombie let out a deafening roar, emitting a piercing sound that sent ripples through the air before it. While Sube remained unaffected, the ordinary pilots inside the fighter jets found their minds buzzing, experiencing a momentary bout of deafness. In the next instant, the mutated zombie's body flickered, vanishing from its original position like a wraith. Its speed was astonishing, nearly impossible for an average person to track. Yet for Sube, it was merely a matter of a blink. Almost instantaneously, the mutated zombie appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch that reverberated through the air with a force so immense that it sent shockwaves rippling through the atmosphere. Tenfold King's Fist. Without hesitation, Sube activated the technique. Although his overall combat power significantly surpassed that of the level 5 mutated zombie, he dared not be complacent. A single scratch from this creature could lead to infection with the zombie virus. Thus, every battle demanded utmost caution. Boom. At the moment of impact, a torrent of overwhelming power surged through Sube's body. Had it not been for his metallic transformation, that punch would have surely left him in agony. Whoosh. Almost simultaneously, the mutated zombie was hurled away by the sheer force, flying several dozen meters before barely regaining its footing. In its deep, terrifying gaze, a hint of trepidation was unmistakable. Such strength. It seems well suited to become a necromantic puppet. Sube felt a rush of exhilaration. If he could claim this creature as his own, his combat strength would surge even further. He would no longer need to engage directly with lower-tier mutated beasts and zombies. With that thought, Sube instantly unleashed his metal manipulation abilities. 36 darts aligned themselves, aimed directly at the mutated zombie. Sensing imminent danger, the zombie exhibited clear signs of fear. Die. The moment the words left Sube's lips, all the darts surged toward the center of the mutated zombie's forehead. Ordinary metal darts would undoubtedly fail to inflict any damage on a level 5 zombie. However, darts forged from meteorite material were lethal, once struck. Even the most formidable zombies would meet their demise. Roar. Consumed by primal fear, the mutated zombie unleashed a furious and terrified howl. It immediately crossed its arms before its forehead, its flesh wings wrapping tightly around its upper body, seemingly attempting to shield itself from the impending onslaught of darts. Such a defense, however, proved utterly futile. The darts effortlessly pierced through the zombie's wings and arms, akin to slicing through mere parchment. Each dart, after penetrating the mutated zombie's defenses, struck true, burrowing into its forehead and exiting through the back of its skull. Boom. Subsequently, the colossal form collapsed to the ground, raising clouds of dust. This scene once again struck a profound chord with the soldiers witnessing the battle. Hiss. A collective gasp echoed as everyone instinctively inhaled sharply. Just moments earlier, the roar of the mutated zombie had sent tremors through their very beings, nearly shattering their insides. Yet, this terrifying creature had succumbed in mere moments within the hands of that supernatural being. If that individual wished to eliminate the mutated zombie, it seemed he could do so with but a thought. Controlling the undead, manipulating metal, how many terrifying abilities did he truly possess? It felt as if he alone could effortlessly dominate this apocalyptic landscape. Captain Li Ziming's mind churned with tumultuous waves. Such a powerful entity had no need for governmental collaboration, for he alone possessed the capacity to reshape the entire apocalypse. Yet, what baffled everyone was the question of how this individual could wield so many powers. Was it truly possible for him to unearth a new, extraordinary ability every day? Such odds were inconceivable. If that were the case, his luck was nothing short of miraculous. After vanquishing the level 5 mutated zombie, Sube also garnered 5,000 soul attribute points. A prompt appeared, indicating the possibility of extracting a necromantic puppet. Without hesitation, he chose to proceed with the extraction. Although a level 5 mutated zombie might eventually become fodder in the later stages, at present, its strength was undeniably among the elite of zombies and mutated beasts. As fear and astonishment enveloped the onlookers, the previously toppled 5th-level mutated zombie abruptly rose once more. Its wings, arms, and the wound on its brow had completely healed. Though it still appeared terrifying and ferocious before Su Bei, it behaved as docile as a cherished pet. Indeed, that creature possessed the ability to resurrect monsters and exert control over them. Should we manage to harness such power, it could yield a plethora of elite warriors. Observing this astounding capability via drone footage, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation were left salivating at the prospect. If this power could truly be mastered, then all mutated beasts and zombies would transform from calamities into a source of free labor and workforce. Chapter 41. The Eight-Headed Serpent, the Annihilation of the Island Nation. After Su Bei vanquished all the zombies and mutated beasts, he returned directly to his villa. The military personnel, witnessing Su Bei's formidable strength, naturally yearned to converse with him, yet he firmly rebuffed their advances. While he had no intentions of jeopardizing the nation, he also had no desire to collaborate with anyone, nor would he permit himself to be constrained by others. In this apocalyptic era, how liberating it was to roam freely. However, within the span of a mere hour, numerous cities across the country had succumbed to chaos. Upon returning to the villa, Su Bei turned on the television to assess the situation in other regions. In Magic City, the well-meaning citizen Mr. Liu unearthed a horde of 100,000 zombies, and the military was exerting every effort to fend them off. In Broad City, it had become the domain of mutated beasts, with casualties soaring to 1 million within just 1 hour. At Hainan Port, known for its perpetual spring-like climate, a blizzard had buried it, and the death toll was still being calculated. In Bashu, a rain of fireballs had caused temperatures to skyrocket, with most cities exceeding 45 degrees Celsius and continuing to rise. Meanwhile, in a certain northwestern region, a mysterious portal had emerged, unleashing thousands of goblin monsters. As Su Bei watched the news, a barrage of images and videos flooded in. The entire Dragon Nation was facing an unprecedented crisis. In Magic City, the 100,000 zombies scurried through the streets like a swarm of ants. With current technology, annihilating such a massive horde of zombies was not insurmountable. Obliterating Magic City entirely would ensure the eradication of the zombies and halt the spread of the zombie virus. However, the reality was that many innocent survivors remained in Magic City. Utilizing high-powered weaponry would inevitably lead to their demise as well. Consequently, the nation was compelled to seek alternative strategies. Yet, this only exacerbated the situation, as the zombies exhibited capabilities far more terrifying than those depicted in films. Their strength, speed, and other attributes vastly surpassed those of humans. Once a human came into the zombies' line of sight, survival became virtually impossible. In the economically thriving Broad City, the calamity was even graver than that facing Magic City. Although the sheer number of zombies in Magic City was daunting, their defensive capabilities were only marginally superior to those of ordinary humans. A single strike to the brow with a knife could easily prove fatal, and they were utterly defenseless against bullets. In stark contrast, the mutated beasts in Broad City were a different matter entirely. These creatures were swifter and possessed wings, their skin astonishingly resilient. Conventional firearms could hardly inflict catastrophic damage upon them. Thus, exterminating these mutated beasts without harming innocent civilians was an exceedingly challenging endeavor. At Hainan Port, the moment the apocalypse descended, it was swiftly enveloped by blizzards. Temperatures plummeted to a staggering -40 degrees within just half an hour. For residents accustomed to northeastern climates, this might have posed a manageable challenge, aided by their inherent resilience. However, for the inhabitants of Hainan, it was nothing short of catastrophic, as they were ill-equipped to cope with such an abrupt and extreme drop in temperature. Within just over an hour, a significant number of people had succumbed to the bitter cold. Conversely, in Bashu and surrounding areas, the situation was a stark contrast to that of Hainan. Despite the approaching October, which typically heralded cooler weather, temperatures had soared beyond 45 degrees and continued to climb at an alarming rate. If this trend persisted, Bashu would transform into a colossal furnace, where all would perish from the heat. Such extreme weather phenomena often proved more lethal than zombies or mutated beasts. When confronted with such drastic climatic disasters, survival became almost impossible. Watching these news reports, Su Bei furrowed his brow in concern. Although he did not envision himself as a savior, witnessing the plight of his fellow citizens struggling in anguish stirred an inexplicable discomfort within him. Perhaps this was the essence of humanity. After all, even those who had awakened their abilities could not wholly shed their human nature. Yet, regardless of how potent his powers were, it was impossible to save everyone. Sighing deeply, Liu voiced his own dismay as he gazed upon the innocent, helpless, and despairing populace. "Brother Bei, what are our plans moving forward?" he inquired. "Let us observe the situation for now. If monsters arise that the nation and military cannot contend with, we shall intervene," Su Bei replied nonchalantly. Presently, similar crises were erupting across the globe. It was beyond the capacity of just the two of them to offer salvation. Thus, his aim was to tackle those threats that the nation and military could not handle, an endeavor that would also yield significant rewards for him. Understood, Liu nodded eagerly. After all, his life belonged to Brother Bei. Should Brother Bei call him forward, he would never retreat. Subsequently, Su Bei turned his attention to international news. A breaking headline announced that the people of the island nation had unearthed the eight-headed serpent, and the nation now teetered on the brink of annihilation, with all awakened abilities being employed to resist. In another significant report, it was revealed that at the Devil's Island prison of the Lighthouse Nation, someone had unearthed 100,000 zombies, and the prison and surrounding waters were now entirely infected. Just moments ago, news broke that a colossal beast had emerged in the Kimchi Nation, causing it to vanish from the world map. An unending stream of reports flooded in, all concerning the apocalypse. Footage from the island nation depicted an immense serpent with 8 heads and 8 tails, its body adorned with chilling scales. Its colossal form spanned the entirety of the island nation, rendering countless awakened abilities and military forces as insignificant as dust in its presence. All conventional weaponry proved utterly ineffective against the 8-headed serpent, leaving no trace of injury upon its formidable body. The awakened abilities of the island's defenders were swiftly devoured one by the serpent, with the emergence of other mutated beasts and monsters. The island nation was left with no means of resistance. Its annihilation was merely a matter of time. Goodness, that creature is far too colossal. It is simply beyond human capability to vanquish, Lihu remarked, his eyes betraying a mix of fear and helplessness as he beheld the 8-headed serpent. The mere size of the creature was enough to instill dread. Moreover, the abilities wielded by the island's awakened were powerless against the serpent. He surmised that even his mastery over lightning could not penetrate the serpent's defenses. Currently, Brother Bay, it seems you may also struggle to defeat that enormous serpent. The foolish girl interjected earnestly. That serpent is indeed quite an exaggeration. Indeed, it presents quite the predicament. It appears that the island nation is on the brink of collapse. Witnessing their struggles, suffering, and despair evokes a profound sense of sympathy. In light of this, allow me to assume the role of a benefactor and grant them a swift end. Sube cannot bear to see the people of the island nation endure such torment. Consequently, he promptly mobilizes 20 nuclear warheads via satellite, with the target firmly set on the island nation. Ideally, it would be best to obliterate the monstrous Yamada no Orochi outright. Even if that proves unattainable, it would suffice to erase the entire nation from the face of the earth, a dream Sube has long harbored. Chapter 42, Sacred Fire. The emergence of the purple gold demon flame. In the island nation, as the divine protector, General Sasuke, this serpent is far too ferocious. We are utterly incapable of contending with it. General, is not Yamada no Orochi the sacred guardian beast of our nation? Is it not the deity we revere? Why would it turn against us in such a manner? If this continues, our entire nation shall be annihilated. Countless officials gazed with grave expressions upon the man in military attire before them, their eyes betraying an overwhelming fear. Since the demise of the Prime Minister, General Sasuke had ascended to the highest command among them. Sasuke's countenance mirrored their trepidation, for he found himself utterly bereft of any means to counter the onslaught of Yamada no Orochi. In less than an hour, over 1 million civilians and soldiers had already been devoured by the beast. If this persists, the nation would soon succumb. General Sasuke, you must devise a solution, the crowd urged. Given the destructive capacity of Yamada no Orochi, they could scarcely withstand for more than half an hour. Soon, the entire island nation would be utterly obliterated, and all would perish. The nation would be forever erased from the annals of history. Look quickly. What is that? A guided missile? Just as the tension mounted among them, someone suddenly shouted. Instantly, all heads turned skyward. Soon, they discerned 20 dark objects plummeting from the heavens, rapidly approaching their vicinity. General, is that our means of attack? As the ominous shapes enlarged in their view, the crowd hastened to inquire. General Sasuke was equally bewildered. He had issued no such orders, nor did he possess any missiles descending from the sky. That object looks all too familiar. My heavens, it's a nuclear bomb, the very super bomb that devastated our nation last time. As the 20 dark shapes drew ever closer, someone finally recognized the dire reality. This was indeed the super bomb that had obliterated hundreds of their cities just days prior. Everyone, take cover. Get down. General Sasuke immediately commanded. Everyone hastily obeyed, their hearts sinking into despair, for they knew the catastrophic power of a super nuclear bomb. Just one could annihilate countless cities in an instant. And these 20 were sufficient to erase the entire island nation from existence. No matter where they sought refuge, the outcome would remain the same. Boom. In the very next moment, the nuclear bomb struck Yamada no Orochi with pinpoint accuracy, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The overwhelming shockwave shattered one of the serpent's heads, leaving its body mangled and its once impenetrable scales flying in all directions. The entire city of Shinju was utterly devastated the instant the first super nuclear bomb detonated. The ruins of the city were soon consumed by the encroaching sea. The towering Yamada no Orochi was left battered and scarred, with only one of its 8 heads remaining intact. It swiftly retreated beneath the waves. All remaining cities of the island nation vanished without a trace, completely engulfed by the ocean. Even the nearby areas suffered greatly, with numerous coastal cities being ravaged by tsunamis. Having orchestrated this cataclysm, Sube remained remarkably composed. Though he did not witness the demise of the island nation firsthand, His calculations assured him that 40 super-nuclear bombs would suffice to obliterate it entirely. Congratulations, player 4399. The sacred fire, the purple gold demon flame, has been detected in the Bashu region. Players may proceed to seize it. The purple gold demon flame can upgrade the fire control technique, enhancing its efficacy. At that moment, a notification appeared before Su Bei. The purple gold demon flame? Upon reading the name, Su Bei paused momentarily. He had seen on the domestic news that the temperature in the Bashu region was exhibiting exceedingly anomalous behavior. It had already risen to 45 degrees and continued to escalate rapidly. It seemed this peculiar temperature fluctuation was indeed linked to the purple gold demon flame. So this is the sacred fire mentioned in the previous notification. With the sacred fire detector in hand, locating the sacred fire would be effortless. It was an essential material for upgrading the fire control technique. Though the previously acquired fire control technique was of SSS rank, its current limitations restricted it to manipulating only ordinary flames, devastating to commoners and animals, yet rather ineffective against higher-tier mutated beings. Should he manage to upgrade the technique with the sacred fire, the results would be entirely transformative. Li Hu, prepare yourself. We shall depart for Bashu immediately. Following the receipt of the notification, Su Bei readied himself for action. The sacred fire is a treasured asset for any fire-based ability user. If another adept were to seize it first, it would indeed pose considerable trouble. Bashu, understood. Li Hu paused for a moment, then promptly nodded. Regardless of Su Bei's decisions, he would never question them, nor would he inquire about the destination's purpose. His thoughts were simple: follow Su Bei and execute orders. After leaving the villa, Su Bei stored it within his storage ring, then summoned the Storm Crimson, taking the foolish girl and Li Hu aboard the mech. As for the Tyrant Dragon and the level 5 zombie, Su Bei could summon them with a mere thought. Bashu Chengdu. The surrounding temperature had surged to 60 degrees and continued to rise at an alarming rate. Vegetation had withered entirely, and spontaneous combustion had begun in various locations. Countless residents were succumbing to heat exhaustion. Many suffered severe burns, and despite their efforts to replenish fluids, relief remained elusive. The scorching sensation felt akin to being placed upon a grill, with water proving utterly futile. Tragically, several individuals with weaker constitutions had already perished in the sweltering heat. Despite the emergency evacuations, the catastrophe struck with such swiftness and on such a vast scale that not everyone could be safely relocated. In the highest conference room of Chengdu, all senior leaders gathered, drenched in sweat and fraught with anxiety. They were at a loss for solutions. Lu Shang, you must devise a plan. The temperature continues to soar. If this persists, everyone will be cooked alive. Director Wang Dong of the fire department spoke, his lips pale and his expression grim. Not only were ordinary citizens at risk, but even they faced the imminent threat of losing their lives. Should the temperature rise to 70 degrees, all would perish. I do not know what to do, Lu Changhong replied, his expression grave as he shook his head. This extreme natural disaster was beyond human intervention. No solutions came to mind. They could only pray to the heavens for relief from the oppressive heat. Boom. As despair enveloped everyone, the entire land of Bashu suddenly trembled violently, akin to the eruption of a catastrophic earthquake. Simultaneously, temperatures soared once again. Chapter 43, The Dragon-Shaped Flame Beast. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? Is the heavens truly intent on our demise? Mother, I am frightened. Who will save me? Who will rescue me? I must reserve the lead role for my next performance. The instant the violent tremor struck, it was an absolute exacerbation of the already dire situation for all survivors in Bashu. The rapidly escalating temperatures had already signaled the end of days for them. Should a great earthquake ensue, perhaps Bashu would vanish entirely. Boom. The violent shaking continued, growing ever more pronounced as the heat intensified. Roar. Then, everyone heard a roar reminiscent of a dragon-esque cry. That howl reverberated painfully against their eardrums, instilling profound fear within their hearts. The government promptly dispatched all local troops and officials to assess the situation. That earlier roar was undoubtedly the awakening of an incomparably powerful beast. It was highly likely that the sudden surge in temperature was connected to this creature. Drawn to the source of the tremors, everyone rushed forward, even clad in specialized attire. They were drenched in sweat, their skin aflame with a searing sensation. It felt as though boiling oil had been splashed onto their flesh. Each second was an agony. Nevertheless, the belief in their purpose propelled them onward. They swiftly piloted helicopters to the site of the disturbance. Heavens, what is that? As they approached the epicenter, a collective gasp escaped their lips. Below them lay an irregularly shaped massive sinkhole, surrounded by shattered stones. Clearly, some monstrous force had torn through the Earth's crust to emerge from below. At the edge of the sinkhole stood a colossal beast, enveloped in a swirling mass of violet flames. Towering over 10 meters, it bore a pair of enormous wings, reminiscent of a dragon from Western cinema. The temperature was escalating alarmingly. This peculiar weather was undoubtedly linked to that creature. Captain, what do we do now? A young team member inquired, gazing at the dragon-like beast below. If this continued, the sweltering heat would roast them all alive. Moreover, being in close proximity to the beast intensified the heat. Even in their specialized garb, they could hardly withstand such temperatures. In mere minutes, their bodily fluids and blood could evaporate, leaving them with no escape. Open fire. Eliminate that beast. Captain Zhu Hao commanded without hesitation. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures were required. Under such circumstances, there was no need to consult superiors. Nor was there time to waste. If they did not swiftly eradicate this beast, all of Bashu would perish in flames. Yes, everyone nodded, enduring the pain coursing through their bodies as they opened fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. The heavy machine guns unleashed a torrent of flames. In an instant, the area where the beast resided was engulfed in a cloud of dust. Soon, the swirling debris completely obscured the creature. Roar. At that moment, a deafening roar resounded once more. Instantly, the surrounding temperature surged. Even the swirling dust transformed into a vivid purple hue. Whoosh. The helicopters and pilots in the sky were utterly unaware of what had transpired, evaporating without a trace, akin to vapor. Roar. The sudden onslaught evidently enraged the beast. Accompanied by its frenzied roars, the temperature climbed even higher. The mountains turned a fiery red, countless plants ignited spontaneously, reduced to ashes within moments. Everything within 1,000 meters, the buildings, the people, was completely evaporated. Whoosh. Just then, with a series of whooshing sounds, 6 figures materialized in midair, enveloped in a pale blue energy shield. This barrier clearly insulated them from most of the heat, preventing their immediate incineration. It's so hot. What kind of monster is that? My ice barrier cannot withstand this heat. A stunning woman in a sky-blue gown furrowed her brows, speaking in a grave tone. She had awakened her frost-based powers on the first day of the apocalyptic treasure hunting game. After half a month of study and training, she had gained considerable control. Yet, she could not shield against such extreme temperatures. Sister Shui, what do we do now? That beast seems terrifying. We're utterly unequipped to deal with it. Another girl, her face marked by fear, exclaimed. She possessed healing abilities, thus her combat prowess was limited. Confronted by such a dreadfully powerful beast, her heart was filled with trepidation. Huh, how can you know without trying? A young man in his 20s scoffed haughtily. He had unearthed the titanium alloy armor. This was his moment to shine. If he could win over Jiang Rushue's heart, it would be a tremendous victory. Li Lei, don't act impulsively. Jiang Rushue quickly interjected to dissuade him. However, it was evidently too late. Li Lei had already leapt beyond the ice barrier. Hiss. Indeed, it was scorching. Let me obliterate you in an instant, beast. Feeling the sudden heat, Li Lei was startled but resolved to end this swiftly. He aimed both palms at the fiery beast, energy coalescing at his palms. Beast, savor my palm cannon and be reduced to ashes. As his confident words fell, Li Lei unleashed the energy from his palms towards the flame beast. The power was indeed formidable, creating ripples in the air as it sped forth at an astonishing pace. The flame beast suddenly turned its head, its lantern-sized eyes emitting a stream of solid violet flames. Roar! With a furious cry, it unleashed a beam of purple fire. The moment their powerful energies collided, Li Lei's palm cannon was instantly vaporized, akin to snowflakes landing on a red-hot iron plate. What? Impossible! Accompanied by a wretched scream, Li Lei and his titanium armor were reduced to mere wisps of smoke, carried away by the wind. Ah, Sister Shui, Li Lei he is dead. Witnessing the scene before them, the other 2 girls screamed in terror. Li Lei, with his formidable titanium armor, was the strongest among the awakened ones. They never expected him to be obliterated in an instant. Even the titanium armor was left with not a single remnant. Quickly leave this place. I will hold it off. Jiang Rushue urged the remaining 4. The beast before them was beyond their capacity to handle. Their only option now was for her to maximize her powers to create an opportunity for the others to escape. Oh, thank you, Sister Shui. We'll seek reinforcements immediately. Please hold on. The 2 boys and 2 girls nodded quickly, not hesitating for a moment. They were acutely aware that if they did not hastily depart from this place, their fate would mirror that of Li Lei. As awakened ones, they bore the most esteemed of identities, with their futures brimming with limitless potential. They could not afford to perish here. If sacrificing a single Jiang Rushue could ensure the survival of the 4 of them, it was, in every conceivable way, a worthwhile exchange. Chapter 44. The Purple Fire Spirit Beast, Combat Power 80,000. Upon hearing the fervent and decisive agreement from the 4, Jiang Rushue felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. After all, they were comrades in arms. Their current course of action clearly indicated that they viewed her as a mere pawn, sacrificing her to secure their own lives. While she too harbored such thoughts, an overwhelming sense of despondency enveloped her. However, this was not the time for such reflections. Extreme frost. In the next moment, Jiang Rushue swiftly unleashed her power. The instant her words fell, the ground surrounding the flaming behemoth rapidly succumbed to frost. Even the creature itself was momentarily sheathed in a delicate layer of ice. Now, let us go. One of the men suddenly shouted, and in unison, the 4 of them dashed in the opposite direction. Roar. Simultaneously, the fire beast let out a thunderous roar, causing the thin layer of ice surrounding it to evaporate into nothingness. The frost on the ground also vanished in an instant. It was evident that Jiang Rushua's abilities were utterly insufficient to contend with the beast before them. The disparity in their strengths was staggering, rendering even their mutually restraining powers ineffective. Then, as it regarded the fleeing awakened ones, the fire beast unleashed another blast of purple flames. Before the four could react, they were instantly reduced to ashes, scattered by the wind. It was over. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Rushua was engulfed in despair. The extreme frost had been her most formidable technique, yet it had failed to restrain the fire beast even for a heartbeat. Moreover, the energy expended in casting that skill had nearly drained her mental strength entirely, leaving her incapable of launching a second attack. Thud! Just as despair gripped her heart, the fire beast flapped its colossal wings and leapt into the air, stirring a whirlwind of dust as it charged toward Jiang Rushua. It was clear that it intended to swallow her whole. In that moment, Jiang Rushua resigned herself to despair, closing her eyes. This monster was beyond her capacity to confront, and the might of her nation would not save her now. Yet, just as the fire beast surged into the air, swoosh! A sound of air being sliced apart resonated through the sky. Bang! A deafening collision echoed as the fire beast appeared to be struck forcefully, crashing to the ground. The earth trembled violently, and a massive pit with a diameter of several tens of feet formed in its wake. Upon hearing that cataclysmic noise, Jiang Rushua, who had been utterly despondent, immediately opened her eyes. Before her stood a resplendent red mech, exuding an aura of invincibility, akin to an impregnable fortress. The Storm Crimson? The moment she beheld the crimson mech, her eyes sparkled with excitement and astonishment. Just recently, she had glimpsed this very mech in a video uploaded by someone else. Could it be that the awakened one, who had harnessed countless powers, had come to her rescue? The higher-ups had stated that the wielder of the Storm Crimson possessed combat prowess at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. Surely, they could vanquish the fire beast before her. Creak! At that moment, a hatch on the back of the mech swung open, and three figures strolled out with an air of nonchalance. Li Hu? Was that not the clumsy robot from the television drama? Upon seeing these individuals, Jiang Rushua's heart surged with tumultuous waves once more. Li Hu's presence did not surprise her. After all, he had always been seen in the company of that enigmatic figure. What astonished her was the clumsy robot. Was this not a character from a fantastical drama? How could it have materialized in reality? Had that remarkable figure unearthed it? And the handsome young man walking in the center? He must be the mysterious and powerful individual. Roar! Just as Jiang Rushua remained in a state of shock, the fire beast rose again, its body radiating with terrifying purple flames. Its eyes reflected an unbridled fury. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a torrent of purple fire towards the Storm Crimson. Be careful, that fire is extremely potent. Jiang Rushua quickly cautioned, her shock compelling her to speak. Only moments ago, Li Lei's titanium armor had been reduced to cinders. Moreover, it seemed the Storm Crimson was constructed from similar titanium alloy. No problem. Su Bei's expression remained remarkably calm. The materials utilized to forge the Storm Crimson were celestial meteorites, far sturdier than both vibranium and adamantium, and capable of absorbing all forms of energy to enhance its combat capabilities. The holy fire, likewise an immensely powerful energy, should also be subject to absorption. Clumsy robot. Initiate function transfer. Su Bei immediately prepared to transfer functions. The clumsy robot, fashioned from extraordinarily special materials, had withstood even the true fire conjured by the Bull Demon King. So it was unlikely that the purple fire would surpass that potency. Understood, Brother Xiao Bei. The clumsy robot nodded eagerly, transforming into a grass-green digital code and plunging into Su Bei's eyes. Jiang Rushua was utterly dumbfounded by this spectacle. Little did she expect to witness the clumsy robot in person today, and even more astonishingly, it was functioning identically. At this moment, the fire beast continued to spew flames, which were entirely absorbed by the reaction device on the chest of the Storm Crimson. The temperature of its massive form escalated dramatically. Su Bei promptly assessed the combat power of the fire beast. Purple Fire Spirit Beast, comprehensive combat power 80,000. Soon, a prompt appeared before him. So, this creature was called the Purple Fire Spirit Beast. Its combat capabilities were indeed formidable. For comparison, a level 5 mutated zombie boasted a combat power of only 5,000. While this beast's power exceeded 80,000. Naturally, it was reasonable for a creature capable of wielding holy fire to possess such strength. Both of you, keep your distance. You can no longer participate in this battle. Su Bei instructed Li Hu and Jiang Rushua, having augmented his combat power with the clumsy robot. His overall capabilities now surpassed 100,000. Thus, as long as he remained vigilant against the Purple Fire Spirit Beast's holy fire attacks, defeating it would not prove difficult. The two complied obediently, retreating 100 feet back. Jiang Rushua hastily erected an ice barrier using her remaining mental strength. Little Red, it's time for your performance. Su Bei commanded the Storm Crimson. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared behind the Purple Fire Spirit Beast, his body instantly transforming into a metallic form. Merely becoming metallic would not suffice to withstand the temperature of the holy fire. However, with the protection of the clumsy robot's unique materials, he was impervious to such heat. Chapter 45. Manipulating Metal, a Mountainous Metal Sphere. Roar, roar, roar. The purple fire spirit beast continued to howl in rage, its body radiating ever-increasing temperatures, causing beads of sweat to trickle down Su Bei's temples. 20-fold King's Fist. In the next moment, Su Bei unleashed a 20-fold King's Fist. In the face of such a perilous beast, one must exercise utmost caution. A single misstep could very well lead to one's demise. In an instant, a fierce dark red aura enveloped Su Bei, causing all attributes to surge 20-fold. With a whoosh, the Storm Crimson launched its assault, taking a step that shook the ground and left a massive footprint. Subsequently, its colossal iron fist was hurled directly towards the purple fire spirit beast. Roar. Sensing the terrifying power contained within that punch, the purple fire spirit beast did not dare to underestimate it. With a powerful push off the ground, its enormous wings unfurled, propelling it into the air in an instant. The ground erupted into a ferocious sandstorm. Boom. The fist of the Storm Crimson struck nothing but air, creating yet another massive crater in the earth. Buildings 1,000 feet away began to collapse under the overwhelming tremors. Having missed its target, Storm Crimson quickly lifted its gaze, directing its arm towards the airborne purple fire spirit beast. Swish, swish, swish. Countless missiles and large-caliber armor-piercing rounds were launched at it. Boom. Upon contact with the purple fire spirit beast, the missiles detonated instantly, enveloping it in a cloud of smoke. However, the beast's aura remained unchanged, indicating that even such advanced weaponry posed no threat to it. The majority of the shells detonated before even reaching its body. Realizing this, Storm Crimson ceased its assault with conventional weaponry, unfurling its mechanical wings and leaping into the air, directly confronting the purple fire spirit beast. Thus began a brutal melee, a scene both breathtaking and harrowing. Each collision unleashed terrifying shockwaves, creating craters in the ground and causing nearby mountains to crumble under the onslaught. Oh my! What an awe-inspiring battle. The mech was nothing like the Storm Crimson depicted in films. Otherwise, it would have long since been incinerated. Witnessing the fierce combat between the two titanic figures, Jiang Ruxue was rendered utterly speechless. Yet, she was acutely aware that the Storm Crimson before her was a modified and upgraded version, far superior to its cinematic counterpart. Otherwise, the titanium alloy armor would not withstand the beast's searing temperatures. More importantly, in the films, Storm Crimson was a sniper-type mech, yet now it exhibited astonishing close combat prowess. Just then, a deafening crash echoed. After a tremendous collision, both Storm Crimson and the purple fire spirit beast were sent reeling backward. The terrifying shockwave radiated outward, sending Li Hu and Jiang Ruxue flying several dozen feet, their protective barriers shattering instantaneously. All structures within 100 miles were utterly obliterated. It was now my turn. Observing the retreating purple fire spirit beast, Su Bei vanished from his spot. Using his ability for short-distance teleportation, he appeared behind the beast in the blink of an eye. Clenching his iron fist, he unleashed a powerful blow. Bang! The moment his fist struck the beast's back, it felt akin to hitting a red-hot iron plate. A searing pain shot through his hand. Nevertheless, the force of the punch propelled the purple fire spirit beast away. After all, Su Bei's own strength had already surpassed 50,000. Coupled with the enhancements from the silly girl, the metallic augmentation, and the 20-fold King's Fist, such might was beyond imagination. Boom. The earth trembled as the massive form of the purple fire spirit beast crashed down, creating another gigantic crater. Within 100 miles, the landscape lay in ruins, a desolate battlefield resembling a scene from a primordial age. Witnessing this, Storm Crimson began to gather energy in an instant. A terrifying force rapidly coalesced in its chest, fueled by the pure energy provided by the beast's flames. When the pale blue energy reached its zenith, it transformed into a visible pulse wave. Boom. The ground quaked violently once more. The tremors fell across nearly all cities in Bashu, with even nearby provincial capitals experiencing significant vibrations. This was a testament to the sheer terror of Storm Crimson's full-force attack. Under the oppressive wave of energy, the purple fire spirit beast could only desperately attempt to defend itself. Meanwhile, Su Bei prepared to take action once more. With a thought, the ground began to tremble. Swish. Swish, swish. Steel rebar shot forth from the ruins, rapidly coalescing above Su Bei's head. Even the metals within the soil began to gather, forming chains of metal like a celestial web. Before long, all the metal coalesced into a colossal metallic sphere. Upon witnessing this, Li Hu and Jiang Ruxue gasped in astonishment, clearly taken aback by Su Bei's formidable abilities. The enormous metal orb resembled a mountain, exuding an ominous presence. Should it strike, it would likely reduce half the city to ruins in an instant. How many powers does he truly possess? What level of mental fortitude does he possess to manipulate such vast quantities of metal in an instant? Jiang Ruxue was utterly dumbfounded. Although she had seen reports of Su Bei's terrifying capabilities, witnessing them firsthand rendered her speechless with shock, as tumultuous waves of astonishment surged within them. Su Bei directed the massive metallic sphere towards the purple fire spirit beast. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening crash, the ground collapsed, revealing a vast, dark pit. The body of the purple fire spirit beast had vanished without a trace, and the surrounding temperature began to plummet. It was evident that the beast had sustained severe injuries. Have I resolved it? Sube glanced calmly at the unfathomable pit, murmuring softly. Whoosh! With a flash, he dove into the abyss. Meteoric darts materialized around him as a precaution. Upon reaching the bottom of the chasm, Sube telepathically moved the massive metal sphere aside. The purple fire spirit beast lay there, covered in numerous wounds, blood flowing profusely, barely clinging to life. A cluster of purple flames flickered at its forehead. It appeared that the resolution was somewhat easier than anticipated, Sube mused. He swiftly approached the purple fire spirit beast, placing his right hand on its forehead. A terrifying suction force erupted, forcibly extracting the purple flame from the beast's brow. The moment the flame emerged, it fused directly into Sube's body. Instantly, he was enveloped in a shroud of purple flames. Simultaneously, an agonizing burning sensation surged throughout his being, as if he had been cast into a furnace, causing his very soul to tremble in pain. A heart-wrenching roar erupted from his throat as he leaped into the air, his form entirely consumed by the purple flames. Had it not been for the protection of the silly girl, this flame would surely have reduced Sube to ashes. Brother Who, what has happened to him? Jiang Rushue gazed in horror at Sube, enveloped entirely by violet flames. Could it be that even such a formidable supernatural being was to be vanquished by that monstrous creature? I have heard Brother Bei mention that he possesses an ability to manipulate flames and can absorb other flames to enhance his powers. It seems that Brother Bei is attempting to absorb the flames of that beast, Li Hu whispered, his expression laden with concern. However, given the current circumstances, he was utterly powerless to assist. Anyone who approached Sube at this moment would surely be incinerated to ashes in an instant. Chapter 46. Puppet. The violet fire spirit beast, the foolish girl transforms into a demon. That individual is truly deranged, daring to absorb such terrifying flames. This is the first time Jiang Rushue has encountered someone so reckless. Logically, he has already mastered numerous abilities. Even without absorbing this violet flame, his strength would be exceedingly formidable. Why would he risk his life for such flames? If it were her, she would certainly not take such a perilous gamble. After all, with so many skills and that storm-red entity, she could easily navigate this apocalyptic world. At this moment, Sube remained entirely shrouded in violet flames. Li Hu and Jiang Rushue could no longer discern Sube's form, only the wildly quivering violet flames. Time swiftly passed, and the surrounding temperature began to gradually decline. Could success be imminent? Sensing the change in temperature, Li Hu and Jiang Rushue fixated intently on the mass of violet flames. The flames began to visibly contract, revealing Sube's form. He was now scorched, his body glowing a deep red, akin to a metal statue heated by fire. Behave yourself, Sube suddenly bellowed. In the next moment, the frenzied flames surrounding him surged rapidly into his body. Half a minute later, all the violet flames were completely absorbed by Sube. At that moment, he finally reverted to his normal state. Congratulations, player 4399. You have successfully absorbed the purple gold demon flame. Your fire control ability has been upgraded. The notification appeared before him at last. Sube let out a long breath, the burning sensation on his body having entirely vanished. Yet, he could distinctly sense the connection with the purple gold demon flame. His fire control ability had indeed been enhanced at that moment. With the augmentation of the purple gold demon flame, his power would surely ascend to greater heights. Congratulations, little brother Bei, for harnessing this sacred fire. The foolish girl has also successfully undergone a rebirth from the flames. Just then, the foolish girl suddenly detached herself from Sube, her face alight with joy. What? You claim you have been reborn from the flames? Sube looked at the foolish girl with surprise. In the television series, the foolish girl indeed achieved rebirth under the true fire of the Bull Demon King, liberating herself from all limitations. Simultaneously, she transformed from a robotic entity into a demon. This meant that, after being tempered by the purple gold demon flame, the foolish girl had also unlocked all her restrictions, becoming a demon with independent thought. Indeed. Little brother Bei, the foolish girl nodded obediently, her youthful delight evident. Sube immediately placed a hand over her prominent right chest area, feeling her heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. There was indeed a heartbeat, and its rhythm was similar to that of a human. This indicated that the foolish girl now possessed a heart, along with independent emotions and personality, marking a true transformation. Her heartbeat was indistinguishable from that of a human, and her touch felt human-like as well. That's wonderful. From now on, when you sleep, you should also experience human sensations, right? Sube hastily inquired, as this was a matter of great concern for him. Previously, during sleep, the foolish girl had lacked any semblance of human sensation, as if merely engaged in a task. With a heart and independent thought now, the experience would surely be entirely different. Yes, the foolish girl eagerly nodded. It appeared that today had brought immense gains. Not only had he absorbed the purple gold demon flame, but he had also facilitated the foolish girl's transformation into a demon. With her limitations removed, her strength would naturally increase. Additionally, with her new abilities, she no longer needed to rely on Sube, allowing them to fight side by side. Amidst the joy, Su Bei's gaze shifted to the unfathomable pit below. The previous violet fire spirit beast had exhibited terrifying strength, with combat power exceeding 80,000, far superior to the previous 5th-level zombies. It was indeed a remarkable undead puppet. Whoosh! With that thought, Su Bei's body vanished, reappearing at the bottom of the pit. The violet fire spirit beast, having lost the purple gold demon flame, was now lifeless, as the injuries it sustained had been grievous. He swiftly employed the puppet extraction technique, successfully resurrecting the violet fire spirit beast. Upon revival, the creature gazed at Su Bei with an expression of dull loyalty. All right, from now on, your name shall be Little Purple. Su Bei gently touched the beast's forehead, establishing a robust spiritual contract between them in that instant. Subsequently, he returned a small portion of the purple gold demon flame to Little Purple, for it was only with this flame that Little Purple's combat prowess would remain formidable. Nuzzle. Little Purple affectionately rubbed its head against Su Bei's palm, displaying a charming obedience. With these 3 undead puppets, alongside the Storm Red, I must surely be considered an invincible awakened one. Observing Little Purple before him, Su Bei's spirits soared to unprecedented heights. He now possessed not only such powerful undead puppets, but also the formidable Storm Red mech warrior. More importantly, his own strength had reached an extraordinarily terrifying level, as if he could now effortlessly dominate the apocalypse. Then, with a leap, Su Bei swiftly mounted Little Purple's back. With a powerful flap of its enormous wings, Little Purple stirred up a cloud of dust and ascended into the air. As Little Purple suddenly erupted from the depths of the pit, both Jiang Ruxue and Li Hu were taken aback. How is that fire beast still alive? Jiang Ruxue exclaimed, her face a mask of terror. Do not worry. It has been subdued by Brother Bei. Did you not see him standing atop its back? Li Hu quickly reassured her, his heart settling as he recognized Su Bei's capabilities to control even the defeated beasts. It was clear that the fire beast had been completely subdued by Su Bei. Subdued a beast? Jiang Ruxue felt her mind struggling to comprehend. How many abilities does he truly possess? In the blink of an eye, Little Purple had soared with Su Bei to stand before the two of them. Brother Bei, Li Hu exclaimed excitedly. To be able to follow such a powerful figure like Brother Bei during the apocalypse was nothing short of exhilarating. Mr. Su, you actually subdued this fire beast? How did you manage that? Jiang Ruxue inquired curiously, her gaze fixed on the fire beast. That's a secret. Its name is now Little Purple, and it will be one of us from now on. Su Bei succinctly introduced it to Li Hu. Chapter 47. S-Class Skill Attribute Value 10-fold Rebate. With the issues here resolved, let us depart. Su Bei addressed Li Hu. His original purpose for coming to Bashu was to absorb the purple gold demon flame. Now, not only had he liberated the foolish girl from all her restrictions, but he had also obtained such a powerful puppet. A delightful surprise indeed. Yes, Li Hu nodded eagerly. Mr. Su, please wait a moment. As Su Bei and Li Hu prepared to leave, Jiang Ruxue quickly interjected. What is it? Do you have something to discuss? Su Bei turned his head, his tone nonchalant. He then scrutinized Jiang Ruxue intently. Her skin was as flawless as fresh snow, her figure elegantly curvaceous, and her features exquisitely sculpted. The silk-clad legs, ample and straight, were a testament to her beauty, delicate where it should be, and ample where it should be. The silk clung to her form, making her allure almost irresistible. Dressed in a pale blue gown that accentuated her ethereal aura, she undoubtedly embodied a goddess with a score exceeding 95. Furthermore, her mastery of ice-based abilities was formidable. Yet, her mental fortitude was comparatively weak, rendering her capabilities somewhat average. Had her psychic strength been more robust, she could undoubtedly have become a dominant force. Mr. Su, I wish to accompany you, Jiang Ruxue declared with unwavering determination. This recent ordeal had brought her to a profound realization. Despite possessing formidable abilities, she remained exceedingly vulnerable. Without a powerful protector, her chances of growing stronger in this post-apocalyptic world were slim. The might of the state was indisputable, yet in terms of abilities, it paled in comparison to Su Bei. Therefore, aligning herself with him promised growth. She had witnessed his strength firsthand. You are too weak. I find you rather uninteresting. Bringing you along would only serve as an encumbrance, Su Bei replied, shaking his head lightly. Although Jiang Ruxue's abilities were not without merit, and her beauty was indeed exceptional, these attributes did not particularly captivate him. Mr. Su, I recognize my current limitations and understand that I may not catch your eye. However, my abilities are potent. Grant me a little time to develop, and I assure you, I shall not disappoint. I am fiercely loyal. Everything Li Hu can accomplish, I can as well. And I can achieve what he cannot. Jiang Ruxue reiterated, her resolve unwavering. If she could follow Su Bei, she was certain of her growth. Her instincts told her that aligning with him would expedite her evolution into a formidable force, though there was a possibility of growth under official guidance. The odds paled in comparison to those of accompanying Su Bei. The risks of perishing while executing missions like today's were ever present. Moreover, collaboration with the authorities would necessitate absolute compliance and subjugation. Oh, a subtle smile graced Su Bei's lips as he looked at her, his curiosity piqued. Then tell me, what can you accomplish that Li Hu cannot? As he posed this question, Su Bei's mind began to wander. In certain respects, women indeed held advantages over men. I can cook, provide warmth, and I am far more pleasing to the eye than Li Hu. Given time, I am confident my abilities will surpass his. Jiang Rushue stated candidly, brimming with confidence. Survival in this apocalypse was immensely challenging. Clinging to notions of purity was folly. Surviving was the only hope. If Su Bei, a prominent figure, were to take notice of her, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune. Besides, Su Bei was undeniably handsome, perfectly aligning with her standards for a partner. Li Hu, standing nearby, felt somewhat disgruntled but refrained from voicing his objections, knowing that the final decision rested with Su Bei. In that sense, she indeed has advantages over Huzi, Su Bei mused, smiling faintly as he regarded Jiang Rushue once more. Her figure was undeniably striking, her skin radiant. Particularly her long, shapely legs, a true embodiment of elegance. Moreover, her forthrightness was refreshing, devoid of the coyness typical of many women. Most importantly, Jiang Rushue's abilities were genuinely formidable. If he could replicate her powers, it would serve as a significant asset. Very well, I accept your request. You may stay by my side from now on. After a moment's hesitation, Su Bei nodded. After all, she was a unique ability user and would undoubtedly prove useful. It would be rather lonely if, in the end, only a few remained in this world. For many men, the dream of embracing multiple partners would be a fitting reward for their strength. Really? Thank you, Mr. Su. Jiang Rushue exclaimed, her face lighting up with a captivating smile upon hearing Su Bei's affirmative response. With Su Bei as her backing, she felt confident about surviving in this harsh world. Let us go. I wish to sample your culinary skills. If they are lacking, I may reconsider my decision. Su Bei remarked, and the four of them swiftly mounted Xiao Zi's back, disappearing from Bashu in an instant. Though the most terrifying dangers had subsided, Bashu was still rife with mutated beasts, an unchangeable reality. Even Su Bei could not save everyone. In this apocalyptic world, merely ensuring one's own survival was a formidable challenge. Before long, they returned to Jinling. After settling into the villa, Su Bei resumed his treasure hunting. His current strength was considerable, yet the mutated beasts of the future would undoubtedly be increasingly fearsome. Thus, he could not afford to cease his pursuit of power. Jiang Rushue and the silly girl busied themselves in the kitchen, while Li Hu stood guard outside. Treasure unearthed. Congratulations to player 4399 for discovering an S-rank ability treasure chest. Will you open it? The sudden appearance of a golden treasure chest and notification on the screen prompted Su Bei to decisively press the button to open it. The chest has been opened. Congratulations, player 4399 has acquired an S-rank ability with a tenfold return. Please note that this skill is an attribute return skill. Players may bestow their acquired attribute values upon any awakened ability user, after which they will receive 10 times the value back. As he read the description of the tenfold return, excitement glimmered in Su Bei's eyes. Although he had previously drawn a similar cashback skill, it pertained to resources and currency. Initially, it was an excellent ability for him. However, now, attribute values were of paramount importance. With this tenfold attribute return, his progression would accelerate exponentially. The ability to gift attribute points to other ability users in exchange for a tenfold return was nothing short of an invincible skill. Su Bei's gaze immediately shifted to Jiang Rushue in the kitchen and Li Hu outside. These two were, in fact, the best tools for boosting attribute values. Chapter 48, Astonishment. For 100,000 attribute points. In the following hour, the majority of what Su Bei unearthed consisted of food. For some reason, the number of mutated beasts unearthed seemed to have dwindled significantly since the apocalypse began. This was a welcome development for many. After all, for most ordinary individuals without awakened abilities, encountering any mutated beast posed a lethal threat. Mr. Su, the meal is ready. Please come and eat. At that moment, Jiang Rushue's gentle voice rang out. Coming. Su Bei nodded and made his way to the dining area, where he was greeted by an array of sumptuous dishes. While he was uncertain of the flavors, the presentation was certainly appealing. Jiang Rushue, displaying great attentiveness, quickly moved Su Bei's chair and gestured for him to take a seat. After all, if her service fell short, there was a real possibility that Su Bei might dismiss her. Mr. Su, I prepared these stir-fried dishes and soup. While the seafood was made by the silly girl, Jiang Rushue quickly explained. Su Bei took a moment to sample the offerings, and he had to admit, the flavors were indeed delightful. A girl as stunning as Jiang Rushue, who can still cook, is indeed a rarity these days. Moreover, her culinary skills are quite commendable. The flavors are delightful, and Su Bei nodded with a smile. Yet, as he pondered, he realized this was an opportunity to enhance his attributes. Well, your performance today has been exceptional, so I shall bestow upon you a corresponding reward. Earlier, while hunting the purple fire spirit beast, he had accumulated a total of 83,000 attribute points. If he were to gift away all these points, he would amass 830,000 for himself. Just the thought of it filled him with elation. Reward? Jiang Rushue displayed a look of confusion upon hearing his words. Quickly, she regained her composure and insisted, Mr. Su, please do not feel obliged to reward me. Your allowing me to remain by your side is already the greatest blessing. These small tasks are merely my duty. so I do not seek any reward. In this apocalyptic world, simply having the protection of such a powerful figure is a stroke of immense fortune for her. The notion of rewards had never crossed her mind. How could she, who benefited from others' kindness, dare to ask for more? Is that so? Su Bei glanced at Jiang Rushua, feigning a hint of regret as he remarked, I had intended to gift you some attribute points to bolster your strength, but if you do not desire them, then so be it. Upon hearing Su Bei's tone of lament, Jiang Rushua's mind buzzed. She had never anticipated that the reward he spoke of would be attribute points, points that could directly enhance her abilities. Fool, how could I have dismissed Mr. Su's offer without hearing him out completely? The more she thought about it, the more her expression soured. Had she only inquired about the nature of the reward, she would not be in this predicament now. Observing her distressed and regretful demeanor, Su Bei chuckled softly. All right, since I have promised you a reward, it shall be given. I am granting you 40,000 attribute points. How you wish to allocate them is entirely up to you. As he spoke, he gently placed his hand atop Jiang Rushua's head. The moment she heard the figure of 40,000 attribute points, Jiang Rushua felt as though she had been struck by a bolt of lightning, her mind swirling in disbelief. After all, her current attribute points barely exceeded 300, the result of her labor over the past few weeks. Yet, here was Su Bei offering her an astounding sum of 40,000. In that moment, she felt a rush of exhilaration and gratitude for her earlier decision to follow him. Had she not stubbornly insisted on staying by his side, she might have waited an eternity for such a fortune, perhaps even until her dying breath. Her dazed expression was entirely within Su Bei's expectations. After all, receiving such a vast amount of attribute points in one fell swoop was like winning an astronomical lottery for any awakened individual. As he withdrew his hand, Jiang Rushua sensed a sudden influx of attribute points within her. A series of notification messages appeared before her, confirming the addition of 40,000 points. In a state of disbelief, she felt as though she were in a dream. Never had she imagined she could amass such a wealth of attribute points. Mr. Su, please pinch me to see if I am dreaming, Jiang Rushua implored, her voice tinged with disbelief. The notion that she could receive such a reward simply for cooking a meal was surreal, more fantastical than any daydream. Very well, Su Bei replied, amused by her request, which he had never encountered before. He then firmly grasped the inner thigh of her ample leg and pinched it hard, a tactic reminiscent of his childhood teachers. Ah, ouch, Mr. Su, I asked you to pinch my face or arm, not my thigh, Jiang Rushua exclaimed, her voice filled with surprise and pain. Surely, no normal person would pinch a girl's inner thigh. Yet, the sharp sting served as a stark reminder that this was not a dream, it was a reality. Mr. Su had indeed rewarded her with 40,000 attribute points. Wasn't that your request? Su Bei replied, bemused. Indeed, she seemed more capricious than any man. Yes, my mistake. Mr. Su, you are indeed the master, and your word is law, Jiang Rushua nodded earnestly. Upon first encountering him, she had perceived him as a cool and aloof goddess. Yet now he appeared to have a more playful side. Master? I don't quite understand that. I'm familiar with the term godfather, Su Bei mused softly. Mr. Su, please eat your meal. I'll handle a few things in my room. Hee, Jiang Rushua said, darting into the room Su Bei had prepared for her. With 40,000 attribute points at her disposal, she was determined to allocate them wisely. With such an abundance of points, she was confident she could become as formidable as Mr. Su. Meanwhile, Su Bei received a notification. 10-fold attribute point rebate triggered. Congratulations. Player 4399 successfully gifted 40,000 attribute points. Rebate received. 400,000 attribute points. 400,000 attribute points. Incredible, Su Bei exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. He had never received such a vast amount of points, even after defeating numerous mutated beasts. With this newfound wealth, his power would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. No, it would be a monumental leap. Then he recalled Li Hu. Come in, Li Hu, he called. Upon hearing Su Bei's voice, Li Hu hurriedly entered the room. What's up, Bei-go? He inquired. I just patrolled the area and found no other mutated beasts or zombies. The villa district is quite safe now. However, all the ordinary people have been eliminated. I'm going to give you some attribute points to help you quickly enhance your strength, Su Bei stated directly. Placing a hand on Li Hu's head, in an instant, Li Hu trembled with excitement, his eyes wide with disbelief. So many attribute points. It felt surreal to suddenly receive 40,000 points. Apart from the 8,000 he had found during his first treasure hunt, he had not encountered any attribute points since. While he had improved his control over his lightning powers, his overall strength had not seen significant growth. Now, with these 40,000 points, his abilities would surely skyrocket, and he felt confident that he could take on even the small purple creature alone. All right, you may freely allocate these 40,000 attribute points, Su Bei said as he withdrew his hand. Brother Bei, thank you. Li Hu's eyes glimmered with emotion, red-rimmed with gratitude. Brother Bei had been exceptionally benevolent towards him. It would not be an exaggeration to refer to him as a rebirth parent. Now, he had generously bestowed upon him such a substantial number of attribute points, instantly elevating him to the ranks of top-tier supernatural beings in this world. This kindness was something to be repaid with utmost loyalty. All right, let's dispense with the formalities between us. You should swiftly allocate those attribute points, Sube smiled. At that moment, another prompt appeared before him. Tenfold attribute points rebate activated. Congratulations, player 4399 has successfully gifted 40,000 attribute points, receiving a total of 400,000 attribute points. Seeing the prompt reappear, Sube was nearly overwhelmed with joy, almost leaping from his seat. He never anticipated receiving another 400,000. Within mere minutes, he had accumulated a staggering total of 800,000 attribute points. This was undoubtedly a sign of invincibility. All right, brother. Lihu nodded vigorously, then excitedly dashed back to his room. Meanwhile, Sube began to savor the meal before him. After finishing, Sube had initially intended to continue bestowing attribute points upon the two of them. After all, the more points he gifted them, the more he would receive in return, creating a beneficial cycle. However, another prompt soon appeared. Please refrain from exploiting bugs, player 4399. The cooling period for granting attribute points to each awakened individual is 1 month. Sube couldn't help but feel a tinge of exasperation. He had hoped to attain invincibility through this exploit, but his plans had been thwarted. He had also considered bestowing points upon the silly girl and other puppets, but the game had detected that they were regarded as Sube's personal property. Thus, even if he could enhance their attributes, the tenfold rebate effect would not trigger. This left Sube in a state of bemusement. It seemed imperative to seek out a few awakened individuals with whom he had a connection, allowing him to continuously accrue attribute points from them. Out of the 800,000 attribute points, Sube did not allocate them all. He retained 200,000. The remaining 600,000 were evenly distributed among his 4 primary attributes. The moment he completed the allocation, Sube felt an overwhelming surge of power, as if he could single-handedly submerge an entire island nation with a single punch. He pondered whether there were similarly formidable awakened beings in other countries. If so, he could eliminate them and seize their powers. At this moment, his thoughts drifted abroad, as it seemed that no extraordinary supernatural beings had surfaced domestically. Moreover, he had no desire to target military supernatural beings. Just then, Lihu and Zhang Ruxue emerged from their rooms, their faces alight with barely contained excitement. After receiving an infusion of 40,000 attribute points, they felt as though their strength had undergone a seismic transformation. Brother Bei, what are our next plans? I feel incredibly powerful now and can hardly wait to showcase my abilities. Lihu inquired with eager anticipation. I feel the same way, Zhang Ruxue immediately concurred. The sudden surge in strength indeed ignited a desire to test their newfound abilities. Little silly, please update us on the latest situation in the country. Sube turned his gaze towards the silly girl, as he too wished to venture out. After all, remaining in the villa and relying solely on mining for attribute points was far too slow. If there were large supernatural beasts, it would allow for a substantial accumulation of points all at once. If he could also recruit a couple of stronger supernatural beings, that would be even better. Brother Xiaobei, the situation in the northwest is quite dire. A portal has been unearthed, and countless goblins have surged forth, slaughtering numerous innocent civilians. The silly girl reported. Goblins? Aren't they supposed to be rather weak? One would think they could be easily dealt with even by firearms. Sube expressed his confusion. Despite the overwhelming numbers, goblins typically lacked formidable combat prowess and defenses, making them easy prey for fully armed soldiers. While low-level ordinary goblins can indeed be dispatched with ease, even by civilians, there are many higher-level mutated goblins that are impervious to bullets. The silly girl replied earnestly. She then waved her right hand lightly, projecting an image before everyone. The screen showcased fully armed goblins clad in armor made from an unknown material. Each goblin wielded spears and shields, and when armor-piercing rounds struck their metallic defenses, they left only faint scratches. Additionally, there were larger goblins brandishing staffs, capable of effortlessly dispatching fully armed soldiers with a mere flick of their wrist. Clearly, these creatures were nothing like the goblins Sube had envisioned. Some goblins were nearly the size of Xiao Zi, and they too possessed the ability to fly, remaining unharmed even by missiles. As Sube beheld these formidable goblins, his expression grew increasingly grim. Chapter 50, The Goblin Massacre. Witnessing the merciless slaughter of innocent civilians and fully armed soldiers at the hands of goblins, Lihu and Zhang Ruxue clenched their fists tightly. As citizens of Longhua, they naturally harbored kindness and compassion. It was impossible to remain unmoved upon seeing their compatriots suffer such brutal harm. After all, even beasts possess emotions. How much more so for humans? Even in this apocalypse, witnessing such cruelty could not leave one's heart untouched. Moreover, those soldiers had been their protectors, their heroes. Mr. Su, Zhang Ruxue glanced at Sube, her words caught in her throat. Enough. We shall head to the northwest immediately, Sube declared earnestly. If we can eliminate all these goblins, we should be able to amass a considerable amount of attribute points. Furthermore, those colossal goblins could potentially be transformed into puppets, likely possessing exceptional combat capabilities. On another note, Su Bei could not bear to witness the heroes who had defended their homeland fall victim to such brutal slaughter. While other survivors in this apocalypse might be heartless, his heart remained warm, at least for now, and he could not stand idly by. Though I may not be able to embody such magnanimity, if I possessed the capability to help, it would be remiss not to do so. Soon, the group made their preparations and set off for the northwest. At that moment, the entire northwest region had already been largely overrun by the Green Goblins. Provinces G and S were barely managing to cope. In Shuetian City, G Province, the captain addressed the team. The number of goblins is increasing exponentially, and their levels are rising as well. We simply cannot kill them fast enough. All the fully armed warriors wore furrowed brows. When the goblins first appeared, they were weak, easily dispatched by their firearms. However, as time passed, the goblins' strength grew, rendering their rifles and submachine guns ineffective against these creatures. Moreover, many of their comrades had already fallen. If this continues, they may all have to confess their fates here. Damn it, these brutes. Strike at them. Even if it means exhausting our last bullet, we absolutely cannot allow these beasts to breach the walls of Water Sky City. Captain Wang Bin's brow furrowed tightly as he bellowed. Their bodies represented the final bastion of defense for Water Sky City. No matter what, they must hold firm. Should these fiends penetrate the city, the ordinary citizens would undoubtedly be slaughtered en masse. Indeed, tens of thousands of fully armed warriors nodded in unison. Then, they fervently squeezed the triggers. Rat-a-tat-tat. The muzzles belched forth tongues of fire, with some machine guns' barrels glowing a furious red. The cacophony echoed. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, the emerald-hued goblin horde surged forward like a relentless wave, utterly unperturbed by the hail of bullets, charging ahead as if oblivious to the concept of death. Boom. Mortars, tank cannons, and missiles rained down in a frenzy. Helicopters above incessantly released their deadly payloads. Countless goblins fell beneath the overwhelming firepower. Yet the armored behemoths among them remained unscathed. Each time they were hurled back by the terrifying shockwaves, they would rise instantly and continue their relentless advance. Their ferocity was more terrifying than that of mindless zombies. The colossal goblin at the forefront emitted a series of bizarre yelps, evidently issuing commands. Upon receiving the signal, the other goblins swiftly raised their spears and hurled them towards the fully armed soldiers. Whoosh! In an instant, the spears flew forth like a volley of arrows. Thud! Accompanied by a chorus of piercing sounds and screams, soldiers were impaled and pinned to the ground. Chirp! 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 After their triumphant skirmish, a goblin wielding a staff emitted a strange sound, seemingly mocking humanity as presumption. With a casual flick of its wrist, beams of golden light shot skyward. Boom! Countless helicopters were pierced by these golden rays, erupting into violent explosions in the heavens. The official government and military were frantically switching between disaster footage, yet found themselves utterly helpless. Most of the awakened abilities had been dispatched to combat in more developed coastal cities. This was not only to quell local crises, but also to prevent other opportunistic nations from seizing the moment. The desolate and economically backward northwestern region was not on the front line of protection. Though cruel, it was the stark reality. It was akin to the plight of impoverished children who never receive fair treatment. The provincial capital of the Northwest was acutely aware of this truth. Damn it! Are there no awakened abilities in our vast Northwest? Damn! Captain Wang Bin cursed vehemently. Among billions, there must be some who have awakened abilities. Yet, at this critical juncture, not a single one stepped forward. The awakened among their ranks had long been assigned to other battlefronts. Captain, we're going to be slaughtered. These beasts cannot be killed. A few younger soldiers displayed palpable fear upon their faces. Despite being soldiers, the specter of death instilled dread within them. After all, they were merely teenagers. And fearing death was entirely natural. Keep firing. Even if it's just us, I believe we can still protect our city. Wang Bin roared once more. At this moment, they had no support. Their only recourse was to fight desperately, perhaps to secure a glimmer of hope for all in their city. Whoosh! Just as Wang Bin's words fell, a piercing sound echoed, followed by the sight of a massive metal flying axe. The axe was tethered to a colossal iron chain. Then came a second axe, and a third. The eyes of all widened in horror as the size of these flying axes approached that of helicopters. If struck by such a weapon, they would undoubtedly be reduced to mere pulp. It's over. As the flying axe loomed larger in their vision, some young warriors felt utterly despondent. They had no means to counter such a threat. Shields. Quickly, raise your shields for a joint defense. Seeing the ominous axes, Wang Bin shouted into the intercom with urgency. All the soldiers hastily brandished their titanium and silicon carbide riot shields before them. Chapter 51. Resolving the source of the problem. The portal. Though they all understood that even with these shields, their efforts would be futile against such a force, they could not relinquish hope as long as a sliver of survival remained. Buzz. The massive axe hurtled toward them. When its blade was a mere 3 centimeters from Wang Bin's forehead, it suddenly halted. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Wang Bin had braced himself for death, knowing that their strength could not withstand such a formidable assault. Once the axe fell, they would be effortlessly obliterated. What is happening? Wang Bin stared in shock and bewilderment at the axe suspended before him, utterly confounded by the turn of events. Sweat dripped from him in torrents. "Captain, look above." Suddenly, someone shouted a reminder. Everyone quickly lowered their shields and gazed upward. There, a figure clad in black floated mid-air, arms outstretched, surveying them like a deity surveying its subjects. "He is an awakened one. Our nation's awakened one. He must have saved us." Upon seeing the figure in the sky, Wang Bin, who had been lost in confusion, was instantly filled with elation. All the soldiers saw a renewed hope for survival. "Thank goodness, an awakened one has come to rescue us. We are saved. Our city is saved." Cheers erupted as tears of joy streamed down their faces. They had prepared for inevitable death, yet in that critical moment, they had been granted a second chance. The joy of narrowly escaping death was a feeling only those who had experienced it could truly comprehend. Yip yip. At that moment, the goblins across the way clearly noticed the presence of the figure in the sky, their expressions twisting into snarls. It was evident they sensed the threat posed by this individual. Whoosh. Suddenly, two more figures appeared, respectfully flanking the black-clad man. "Brother Bei, can I make my move now?" Li Hu asked eagerly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Having gained such formidable power, these goblins were the perfect test subjects. Beside him, Jiang Rushue also appeared impatient. "Go ahead." Su Bei nodded lightly. With a wave of his right hand, the colossal axe, which had been suspended in the air, hurtled towards the goblins. Its immense force rendered it unstoppable. Boom. Wherever the axe struck, goblins were instantly pulverized. Though their skin was incredibly tough, able to withstand the firepower of conventional weapons, they were still no match for overwhelming strength. My heavens, is this the power to control metal? Witnessing the scene unfold before them, most of the soldiers suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder the gigantic axe halted so abruptly when it was perilously close to them. It was revealed that the man in black had mastered the ability to control metal. The goblins, witnessing their companions being swiftly dispatched, were instantly overtaken by rage. Emitting furious cries, with their eyes, as large as bells, they glared menacingly at Su Bei. Next, it was my turn to perform. Li Hu, brimming with excitement, felt a surge of energy coursing through him. In an instant, his body was enveloped in crackling lightning. The air shimmered with pale blue arcs, each crackle imbued with unfathomable power. With the 40,000 attribute points previously gifted by Su Bei, he allocated 30,000 to his mental strength. This way, he could unleash his abilities without fear of exhausting his mental energy. The remaining 10,000 points were dedicated to enhancing his speed. The combination of lightning and sheer velocity promised unimaginable destructive force. In a flash, as he unleashed a bolt of lightning, Li Hu transformed into a streak of blue electricity, darting effortlessly through the throng of goblins. Wherever he passed, the goblins were incinerated into ashes by the terrifying might of the lightning. The scene resembled that of the flash weaving through a horde of goblins. Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Bin and his companions were left in awe, grappling with their helplessness. The goblins, who had seemed so formidable, were reduced to mere ants in the presence of these awakened individuals. The likelihood of survival for the goblins was virtually non-existent. The lightning-wielding ability user was none other than the infamous Li Hu, previously discussed across the internet. This meant that the young man in black must be the renowned metal manipulator who could turn invisible. At that moment, some warriors recognized Li Hu's identity. After all, the distinctive lightning ability was unmistakable. Could it be? Was he the one who controlled the doomsday mechas? Wang Bin's mind raced with disbelief. He had initially thought these awakened beings were sent by the authorities to assist them, only to discover they were the top-tier abilities user causing a stir online. We are saved. Our Northwest region has hope now. I heard from the higher-ups that this abilities user possesses an array of skills and stands at the pinnacle of power globally. Upon hearing this, joy illuminated the faces of the group. They could hardly believe they had encountered such a formidable being today. "Mr. Su, I'm feeling a bit restless. I want to help too." Watching Li Hu wreak havoc among the goblins, Jiang Rushue could hardly contain herself. After her power surge, she had yet to engage in battle. Almost as soon as she spoke, she vanished in a flash. A gentle wave of her right hand conjured a pale blue frost longsword. Su Bei felt a twinge of exasperation. He had yet to inquire about where Jiang Rushue felt restless. Ah well, he would ask later to see if she needed assistance. Jiang Rushue was indeed fierce. With her agile movements, she turned goblins into ice sculptures. With a swing of her frost longsword, the frozen forms shattered instantly. Her strength had evidently increased significantly. It appeared that together, they could easily handle the goblins in their vicinity. Observing the fierce duo, Su Bei smiled faintly. He then raised his gaze to the immense purple portal in the sky, resembling a gigantic whirlpool, its ripples ceaselessly undulating. Small black dots continually descended from within, akin to dumplings dropping into boiling water. It was clear that the source of the problem must be addressed, unless the goblin race behind that portal was destroyed. A relentless tide of goblins would continue to emerge. Su Bei murmured to himself, Chapter 52. Capture the thief by seizing the king. Eliminate the goblin leader. With this thought, Su Bei teleported directly in front of Li Hu and Jiang Rushue. "What's the matter, Mr. Su? I was just getting into the swing of things." Jiang Rushua exclaimed, clearly exhilarated. With such vast mental strength supporting her, she felt invincible. Leave the goblins outside to you. They must be eliminated before I return, Su Bei replied calmly. He had resolved to enter the portal and eradicate all the goblins, ensuring a permanent solution to the crisis they posed. Be careful, brother. We'll handle the goblins out here. Li Hu quickly nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Although some of the goblins were large and formidable, they were no match for their current capabilities. Understood. Just be cautious. If you can fight, do so, but if things get tough, retreat swiftly. Don't put yourselves in danger, Su Bei advised, nodding in acknowledgement. While he was deeply concerned for the warrior's safety, he was even more protective of his companions. Got it, brother. Understood, Mr. Su, they both affirmed in unison. Then, Su Bei leaped into action. Simultaneously, an array of shurikens and other metallic objects surrounded him. Gazing at the portal, resembling a dumpling pot, he concentrated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The shurikens and metal projectiles shot forth like bullets from a chamber. In an instant, the goblins emerging from the portal were pierced through the forehead. What does he intend to do? Wang Bin and the other warriors wore expressions of concern upon witnessing Su Bei's reckless actions. The goblins before them were already formidable. It was evident that more terrifying entities lurked behind the portal. If Su Bei ventured in alone, he could face significant peril. Yet, they were powerless to stop these abilities' users. Within a minute, Su Bei stood before the portal. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the swirling purple vortex. He was exceedingly confident in his current strength. Even if terrifying goblins awaited him, he was certain he could dispatch them effortlessly. Moreover, his instincts told him that this venture would yield substantial attribute points. As he stepped through the portal, Su Bei was met with an unfamiliar landscape. Lush trees and vegetation surrounded him, reminiscent of Earth. Behind him lay the same purple portal. However, before him stood hundreds of thousands of goblins, lined up in neat rows, seemingly awaiting entry into the portal. Upon his sudden appearance, the goblins displayed expressions of astonishment. The foremost were ordinary goblins, in the greatest numbers. A bit further back were goblins armed with spears and shields, slightly larger than their common counterparts. At the rear were the hulking goblins wielding massive axes, exuding an imposing presence. Additionally, some goblins rode mutated wolves and earth dragons, indicating a strict hierarchical structure among them. As the goblins began to murmur among themselves, they bared their sharp fangs at Su Bei. With a unified battle cry, they raised their weapons and charged at him. The grinning countenance of the goblins evidently suggested their intent to feast upon Su Bei. Lads, it's time to get to work. As he beheld the throngs of goblins charging towards him, a subtle smile graced the corners of Su Bei's mouth. The visible goblin horde numbered at least 100,000. If the average attribute value of each goblin hovered around 10 points, then the complete annihilation of this goblin swarm would yield a staggering 1 million attribute points. A rhythm of ascension had begun. In the very instant Su Bei's words fell, a resounding rumble echoed through the ground, which began to tremble violently. A crimson iron behemoth emerged first, its feet smashing into the earth and creating a colossal crater. The goblins at the forefront were left dazed and disoriented. With a mighty roar, the zombie T-Rex unleashed its fury upon the goblins. And let us not forget the level 5 mutant zombie, the purple flame spirit beast. Little ones, unleash your carnage. With Su Bei's command, the storm of crimson fire erupted, missiles and heavy armor-piercing shells raining down. The ground shook with the thunderous explosions, and the dismembered remains of goblins were sent soaring into the air. The purple flame spirit beast let out a furious roar, spewing forth a pulse of purple flames that cleaved a charred trench hundreds of feet long through the neatly aligned goblin ranks. The scene bore a striking resemblance to Kai Zhongfen, who had practiced basketball for 2.5 years in suspenders. Boom, boom, boom. The zombie T-Rex and the level 5 mutant zombie surged forth, sinking their jaws into the goblins. The smaller goblins were swallowed whole. Congratulations. Player 4399 has acquired 10 attribute points. Congratulations, player 4399 has acquired 100 attribute points. Congratulations, player 4399 has acquired 50 attribute points. A plethora of notification messages flooded Su Bei's view, coming in so swiftly that he could scarcely keep up. He had no choice but to temporarily mute the notifications. After all, with over 100,000 goblins present, the incessant alerts would become unbearable. Brother Xiao Bei, I can sense a powerful energy fluctuation from afar. It must be the goblin leader, chimed in the silly girl beside him. Her ability to detect power and energy was remarkably precise. Indeed, among the goblins, there were a few with commendable strength, but they paled in comparison to the formidable energy entities lurking in the distance. Capture the leader first. Let us eliminate the goblin chief. Su Bei swiftly determined the objective. After all, the goblin leader was his ultimate target. Defeating it would not only yield terrifying attribute points, but also allow for the extraction of a necromantic puppet. Meanwhile, the battle had escalated in intensity. Following a swift and one-sided slaughter, the goblin army rapidly adapted. The larger goblins leaped dozens of feet, clambering onto the crimson war machine to wreak havoc. If the mech were crafted from titanium alloy, it might have been susceptible to damage under such frenzied assaults. However, The resilience of meteoric rock far surpassed that of titanium, rendering their conventional weapons utterly ineffective against it. The terrifying energy rebound sent them sprawling. Concurrently, the zombie T-Rex and the level 5 mutant zombie found themselves encircled by goblins, their situation appearing dire. After all, the comprehensive combat power of the zombie T-Rex was a mere 2,000 points, while the level 5 mutant zombie boasted only 5,000 points, comparable to those goblins wielding massive axes. On another front, Su-Bei had been flying under the guidance of the silly girl for a full 10 minutes. Brother Xiao-Bei, the energy we sensed earlier is emanating from ahead. We must proceed with caution. I have a lingering feeling that danger is swiftly approaching. A serious expression had taken hold of the silly girl's face as she warned him. As an ultra-intelligent smartphone robot, her perception of danger surpassed that of awakened abilities. Indeed, Su-Bei nodded, just as his words lingered in the air. A series of whooshing sounds erupted as numerous giant flying axes and colossal swords hurtled towards him and the silly girl. Their speed was astonishing and their force formidable. An ordinary awakened being might not have been able to react in time. Yet, for Su-Bei, this ambush was akin to a child-esque game. Suddenly, Su-Bei's gaze sharpened. The flying axes and swords, mere inches from them, abruptly halted midair. Almost simultaneously, all the thrown weapons reversed course, hurtling back towards their origin. The sound of piercing metal echoed as countless goblins were mercilessly felled. Do not employ metallic weapons. That human seems capable of controlling metal. Use stone axes and clubs instead. At that moment, a voice, tinged with age, resonated. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of colossal goblins materialized before Su-Bei. Towering at 4 to 5 meters tall, they resembled mere rodents in front of the crimson behemoth, yet were undoubtedly giants in the eyes of humans. Each goblin bore a cross-strapped belt across their chests, with simple animal hides covering their loins, reminiscent of primitive savages. Their tusks rivaled the size of elephant ivory. How dare such feeble creatures harm my kin? You shall be left without a burial place. The goblins spoke, their words surprisingly articulate. Su-Bei turned towards the source of the voice, which did not belong to the brawny giants before him, but rather to a frail, elderly goblin clad in a coarse cloak, wielding a staff. Its body was as withered as dry wood, its face etched with wrinkles, a long, hooked nose, and exaggeratedly long ears that resembled those of an elf. Its gaze was venomous and cold, reminiscent of an old witch from a fairy tale. With a hue of yellowish green, this was likely the goblin mage. Such goblins typically lacked significant combat prowess, but possessed knowledge of magic, capable of bestowing powerful buffs upon their warrior kin. You decrepit creature, do you truly believe you have the authority to threaten me? Su-Bei cast a disdainful glance at the goblin mage. With a mere thought, a flurry of meteoric darts launched from behind the goblin mage in a surprise attack. Before it could react, the darts had pierced its body, leaving a multitude of dark, gaping wounds. The other goblins erupted into a frenzy upon witnessing this, their furious roars echoing as they charged towards Su-Bei. Come, I have yet to savor the thrill of a glorious battle. I hope you ignite my desire for combat. Su-Bei refrained from utilizing his metal-controlling abilities to slay all the goblins, craving instead the exhilarating experience of combat. Tenfold King's Fist. As he unleashed the King's Fist, dark red flames surged around him. With a powerful push against the ground, the earth exploded, sending debris flying as his body rocketed forth. Targeting the foremost goblin, Su-Bei unleashed a devastating punch. Boom. In the fleeting moment of their contact, the goblin was instantly obliterated into a mist of blood by a single punch. Subsequently, Su-Bei moved like a streak of lightning, continuously teleporting. Wherever he appeared, the gargantuan bodies of the goblins erupted violently. The stench of blood quickly permeated the air. Brother Xiao-Bei, you are amazing, exclaimed the silly girl, her face alight with admiration as she cheered for Su-Bei. Due to her own limited strength, dealing with such goblins posed quite a challenge. However, with Brother Xiao-Bei dispatching them one by one, she felt it was best to leave it all to him. As time slipped away, merely a few minutes had passed before Su-Bei had thoroughly eliminated all the goblins. The once grassy environment was now completely drenched in crimson, littered with the remnants and severed limbs of the goblins. The air was thick with a foul odor, reminiscent of a hellish purgatory. Su-Bei resembled a fearsome Majura, entirely enveloped in blood, projecting an intimidating aura. Ugh, how utterly nauseating. After witnessing the complete annihilation of the goblins, Su-Bei spat disdainfully. With a mere thought, a surge of violet flames erupted from his body, instantly evaporating all the blood that clung to him. Even the acrid scent lingering in the air was entirely incinerated. Brother Xiao-Bei, you are so impressive. At this moment, the silly girl hurried over, linking her arm with Su-Bei's, grinning widely. The tangible sensation of her proximity brushed against him, a playful nudge. They were merely insignificant pests, Su-Bei replied with a smile, then added with seriousness. The true Goblin King has yet to reveal himself. I can sense danger creeping closer. The earlier goblins indeed displayed formidable combat prowess. Any one of them would pose a significant threat to an entire nation, given their remarkably sturdy bodies and outrageous defensive capabilities. Yet, such strength was utterly unworthy of commanding all goblins. He could feel the impending threat drawing near. Perhaps the approaching entity was the genuine leader of the goblins. Brother Xiaobei's perception is sharper than mine. The silly girl nodded, acknowledging the imminent danger she too had sensed. Although the numbers were few, they represented the greatest threat encountered thus far. Thud, thud, thud. After waiting for a few minutes, they soon heard the sound of heavy footsteps. With each step, the ground trembled, unmistakably signaling the might of the approaching goblin. With a cold smirk, Su Bei leapt into action. Soon, several goblins appeared before him, their size comparable to those he had just vanquished. However, the oppressive aura they exuded was markedly stronger. The foremost goblins were clad in metallic armor, resembling that of paladins. As they laid eyes upon Su Bei and the silly girl, the central goblin bellowed, "You dare slaughter my kin? This is an affront to our lord of demons. I shall ensure your demise here." This goblin, unlike the others, bore a striking resemblance with 2 pairs of elfin ears, a mane of fiery red hair, and eyes radiating a celestial blue light, akin to a demon arisen from the depths of hell. Sharp bone spurs protruded from its shoulders and wrists, evidently serving as crucial instruments of attack. Chapter 54. The Troll Goblin, Golden Purple Demon Flame, Burn for Me. Su Bei was taken aback, realizing that this goblin not only possessed the ability to speak, but did so in a surprisingly refined manner, reminiscent of ancient scholars. "Oh, I am quite curious to witness how you will lead me to my demise," Su Bei replied with an air of calm. Undeniably, this goblin seemed immensely powerful, yet it lacked the qualifications to extinguish his life. Brother Xiaobei, according to my scan of its brainwaves, this goblin is identified as a troll goblin, possessing formidable strength. However, it is still not the supreme leader of all goblins, merely a capable subordinate of the demon god goblin. The silly girl quickly interjected, having unexpectedly found that her scanning ability worked even on this level of goblin. This revelation took her by surprise, as she had not anticipated such a terrifying presence among the goblins. A look of astonishment graced Su Bei's face. Previously, he had thought goblins were much smaller than humans, easily dispatched by an ordinary person wielding a weapon. Yet now, it appeared his understanding of goblins had been overly simplistic. The mere presence of the troll goblin exuded such an intensity, he could only imagine the level of power the true demon god goblin would possess. The thought filled him with exhilaration. If he could bind a demon god goblin to his will, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to unprecedented heights. The troll goblin seethed with rage, its green eyes blazing with fury at the audacity of such a seemingly insignificant creature. It had never encountered an adventurer so brazen. Subsequently, it signaled to the paladin goblins beside it, deeming such a weak adventurer beneath its own effort. With swift precision, the paladin goblins surged towards Su Bei. Their speed and strength were alarmingly formidable. Even the likes of Li Hu and Jiang Ruxue would struggle against such goblins. The golden armor they donned clearly indicated it was forged from a special metal, providing an exceptional level of defense. For most other supernatural beings, these goblins represented an almost insurmountable challenge. However, for Su Bei, who had mastered the manipulation of metal, they posed a far lesser obstacle. As the paladin goblins charged, Su Bei swiftly employed his metal manipulation abilities. With a grasping motion of his hands, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the paladin goblins. The metallic armor began to constrict rapidly, producing a cacophony of jarring metallic shrieks. The faces of the charging paladin goblins contorted in fear as the armor constricted further, making movement increasingly difficult. The speed of this compression escalated, and they found their strength utterly impotent against it. With a sharp crack, the sound of breaking bones echoed as one gobliness body was crushed into a metallic sphere. In an instant, it erupted in a shower of blood. Following suit, one after another, the remaining paladin goblins floated helplessly in the air, their armor and bodies undergoing violent compression. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of blood mist. The troll goblin, witnessing this chaos, felt an overwhelming rage swell within its azure eyes. Astonished that such an ant-like creature wielded such mysterious power, in an instant, the paladin goblins under its command were vanquished. Next, it was your turn. After effortlessly dispatching all the paladin goblins, Su Bei nonchalantly waved his right hand. The metallic sphere in the sky hurtled directly towards the troll goblin. "How dare you, insignificant insect, look down upon me. I shall reduce you to ashes." The troll goblin's fury reached its zenith in that moment. It had not anticipated that this diminutive creature would not only slay many of its kin, but also eliminate a paladin right before its eyes. With a deafening roar, the troll goblin unleashed its fists. Bang, bang, bang. All the metallic spheres were sent crashing towards Su Bei. Yet, with a mere flick of his wrist, Su Bei altered the trajectory of the spheres, causing them to vanish into the dense foliage. At that moment, the troll goblin raised its right hand high, as a terrifying energy coalesced within its palm. Moments later, a massive energy sphere was formed, its presence causing the surrounding temperature to soar drastically. The pale blue energy sphere swelled in size, soon resembling a small mountain. How intriguing! It is capable of manipulating energy, Su Bei mused, an excited glimmer dancing at the corners of his mouth. This was the most formidable creature he had encountered thus far. The primal desire for battle, igniting from the depths of his soul, filled him with exhilaration. Very well, I shall engage you in a proper duel today. It is the perfect opportunity to gauge the extent of my current strength. Su Bei's gaze grew increasingly fervent, his thirst for combat intensifying. This time, he refrained from employing the king's fist or his metallic abilities. A thrilling battle, so rare to encounter, was upon him. After all, even if he were to be slain by accident, it mattered little. He possessed 90 trillion resurrection coins, ensuring his immediate revival upon death, leaving him unafraid of defeat. Brother Xiao Bei, this troll goblin's power is terrifying. Let us join forces. The foolish girl Daimei said, her brows furrowed in concern. The troll goblin before them was undoubtedly a far cry from any adversary they had faced before. If Brother Xiao Bei were to confront it alone, danger surely loomed. No need. I can handle this alone. I have awaited this battle for far too long. Su Bei promptly shook his head. Should he wish to eliminate the troll goblin, he could easily do so. After all, the augmentation from his metallic abilities and the king's fist would exponentially amplify his combat prowess. Then please be cautious. Brother Xiao Bei, the foolish girl urged, seeing his resolute demeanor. Rest assured, Su Bei replied confidently. Turn to ashes, you wretched, lowly creature. At that moment, the troll goblin, having completed its energy gathering, roared. With a downward thrust of its hand, the massive pale blue energy sphere hurtled towards Su Bei. Purple gold demon flame, incinerate. Su Bei's expression sharpened, and he too thrust out his right hand. Terrifying purple flames erupted from his palm like an ocean, forming a conical pillar of fire that met the troll goblin's fearsome energy sphere. Chapter 55. A blow that cannot withstand, let it end. As the two terrifying energies collided, they began to clash violently. Under the immense pressure, the very ground trembled. Yet, it was evident that the purple gold demon flame was somewhat stronger, as it began to visibly consume the pale blue energy sphere after a brief standoff. The troll goblin, witnessing this, displayed a flicker of astonishment in its eyes, though it quickly regained its composure. Whoosh! In the next moment, its body vanished in a flash, charging towards Su Bei with astonishing speed, akin to teleportation. And in the blink of an eye, it stood before him. Without any embellishments, it unleashed a powerful punch. Come on! Su Bei responded with equal enthusiasm, clenching his fist and meeting the blow head-on. Bang! The moment their fists collided, clouds of dust erupted around them. Crack! Crack! The ground beneath them shattered, fissures spreading like a spider's web in all directions. How intriguing! This creature possesses such strength? Su Bei marveled, exhilarated. He had augmented his attributes by a staggering 600,000 points, yet even so, the troll goblin's power was comparable, if not superior. Boom! As their energies erupted once more, both combatants were propelled backward. Su Bei retreated several meters, while the troll goblin stumbled back only a few steps. In this pure contest of strength, Su Bei had not gained the upper hand. Wonderful! If I could forge this creature into a puppet, its power would undoubtedly be immense. Su Bei felt a growing fascination for the troll goblin, eagerly anticipating the appearance of the demon god goblin. If a mere troll goblin possessed such terrifying might, one could only imagine the strength of the demon god goblin. Frozen domain. In the next instant, the troll goblin unleashed its unique ability. As its deep voice resonated, a thin layer of pale blue frost enveloped the surrounding area. At that moment, Su Bei felt his speed hindered, while the troll goblin's aura surged dramatically. How fascinating! This creature can wield such an ability of reciprocal enhancement. Su Bei was astonished. He had initially thought the goblins relied solely on brute strength for combat. Yet, upon reaching this level, they could master such powers. This only heightened his anticipation. The stronger the troll goblin appeared, the more powerful the undead puppet it would become after his transformation. Whoosh! Just as Su Bei was pondering, the troll goblin's body vanished once more, moving even faster than before. Brother Xiao Bei, be careful, the foolish girl warned urgently, realizing through her analysis of energy that the troll goblin was significantly stronger than Brother Xiao Bei. Su Bei, however, no longer held back. With a thought, his body instantly transformed into metal. He withdrew his right foot, gathering all his power into his right fist, and hurled it towards the rapidly approaching goblin. Boom! As their fists clashed once again, a massive mushroom cloud of dust erupted into the sky. Both figures were engulfed in the swirling debris. Whoosh! Before the scene could linger for even a second, a figure was seen hurtling out of the dust, trailing a long tail of gray. This figure was none other than the troll goblin. Despite the enhancements granted by its frozen domain, which significantly boosted its speed and strength, while Su Bei's power and speed were somewhat diminished, the activation of his A-grade skill, metallization, had granted him a substantial boost in resilience and strength, making him a force the troll goblin could not contend with. Boom! With another thunderous crash, the troll goblin's body created a massive crater upon impact with the ground. A spurt of purple blood erupted from its mouth, indicating it had sustained injuries from their previous clash. Just the miracle of an ant. Did you truly believe you could stand against me? Watch as I turn you to ashes. The wounded troll goblin swiftly rose to its feet, roaring furiously. Despite having just experienced the formidable strength of Su Bei, its tenacity remained unyielding. Ice Pillar. In the blink of an eye, the troll goblin unleashed its extraordinary ability once more. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds gathered in the once clear sky, casting a shadow over the land. Sube glanced upward. Acknowledging the impressive display of power, it was evident that this creature was not to be underestimated. Had he not previously acquired a tenfold increase in attribute values, defeating this hulking beast would have posed a formidable challenge. Suddenly, a pale blue ice pillar tore through the brooding clouds, hurtling towards Sube with alarming speed. In an instant, his body was encased in the icy prison, as if frozen within a colossal ice cream cone. Little Bay? The foolish girl's face contorted with worry, sensing that the ice encasing her brother was far from ordinary. Is this all you're capable of? The troll goblin's eyes gleamed with a sense of pride as it witnessed its ability successfully encase Sube. Truthfully, it had not encountered such a powerful adventurer in quite some time. The fact that Sube had pushed it to this extent and inflicted harm was a testament to his prowess. Even in death, this adventurer would earn unparalleled glory. Crack! Just as the troll goblin began to revel in its triumph, it was startled by the sound of ice fracturing. What? Its expression froze momentarily, and the pride in its eyes dissipated as it noticed the clear cracks forming on the ice pillar. Crack! With another sharp sound, the ice shattered into countless tiny shards. Sube's expression remained serene as he moved his body slightly, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. I expected something extraordinary from you. Yet this is all you can muster? It appears I have overestimated your combat ability. This battle has grown tiresome. It is time to conclude it. The troll goblin's limits were now evident, and there was no need to squander any more time. Arrogant insect. I am a war general of the demon god. You. The troll goblin attempted to maintain its bravado, but Sube had no intention of allowing it further chances to boast. With a flourish, he activated the tenfold Kaioken. Instantly, his body was enveloped in a dark crimson flame. In a flash, he appeared before the troll goblin, before it could utter another word. A powerful punch struck its cheek with tremendous force. Bang! Crack! Accompanied by the jarring sound of impact, the goblin's jagged teeth shattered, and its body was sent hurtling backward once more. Die! The sound of Sube's judgment echoed as 36 meteor darts coalesced into a singular entity, piercing directly through the troll goblin's forehead. Chapter 56, Troll Puppet, 270,000 attribute points. The troll goblin, impaled through the forehead, did not succumb immediately. Its massive form thrashed about, but it was evidently futile. Insect, you shall pay the price for your recklessness today. The demon god shall not forgive you. The goblin's mouth moved as it uttered its final threats. Admittedly, its body was not particularly resilient, but its tenacity was commendable. Astonishingly, after enduring Sube's heavy blow, it still managed to speak. Boom. Before the troll goblin could finish its sentence, Sube mercilessly crushed its massive skull underfoot, blood and viscera splattering everywhere. Its struggles ceased at last. Congratulations, player 4399, for slaying the troll goblin. You have successfully acquired 800,000 attribute points. The moment the troll goblin was annihilated, a notification appeared before Sube. To earn 800,000 attribute points from this creature was beyond his expectations. He had anticipated a yield of no more than 4 to 500,000. This behemoth indeed possessed remarkable combat prowess and wielded extraordinary abilities, making it a daunting opponent for ordinary awakened beings. A new prompt appeared before him. Detected extractable undead puppet. Would you like to extract? In all, Sube responded without hesitation, extract. The troll goblin's combat strength was undeniably formidable, potentially rivaling that of the Storm Crimson. In terms of raw power, it far surpassed the purple fire spirit beast. Thus, it was a puppet he could not afford to overlook. The moment Sube gave his command, the troll goblin, whose skull had just been crushed, rapidly healed, its eyes now vacant and devoid of emotion as it gazed at Sube with unwavering loyalty. Master. It knelt before Sube, awkwardly uttering the title. This was the first undead puppet capable of coherent speech. Good boy, Sube said, gently stroking the troll goblin's brow, sealing their contract in an instant. From now on, your name shall be Little Demon. He decided upon a name, initially considering Little Brother, but felt it was somewhat demeaning. Thank you for the name, Master. The troll goblin nodded its massive head in appreciation. Foolish girl, scan the information from Little Demon's mind. See if you can locate the demon god goblin it mentioned. Sube instructed the foolish girl. If they could eliminate the demon god goblin, today's gains would be monumental, potentially netting at least 5 million attribute points and adding another powerful undead puppet to his arsenal. Yes, Little Bay. The foolish girl nodded, and a pale green digital code swiftly entered the troll goblin's eyes. After a brief moment of scanning, she shook her head in disappointment. Little Bay, there is only a small amount of information regarding the demon god goblin in its mind. I cannot pinpoint its location. Very well. Let us return for now. I suspect that creature will come searching for me eventually. Sube remained unhurried, satisfied with the day's significant gains. He had acquired 1 million attribute points and a formidable troll goblin puppet. The so-called demon god goblin had surely attained sentience, and it would not let today's humiliation go unpunished. With that, Sube led the foolish girl and the troll goblin towards the location of the teleportation portal. The battle there should soon reach its conclusion. Although the 100,000 goblins were numerous, with Storm Crimson and the purple fire spirit beast present, they should be able to handle the situation. As for the zombie Tyrannosaurus and the 5th level mutated zombies, they were likely already casualties. 12 minutes later, Sube arrived at the site of the teleportation portal. The air was thick with the acrid stench of blood, and the ground was littered with corpses. A river of blood flowing freely. Remnants of goblins were scattered everywhere, with only Storm Crimson standing tall and the purple fire spirit beast hovering in the air. Apart from them, there was not a single living creature in sight. Indeed, it appears they have been dealt with. It's a pity about the Tyrannosaurus and the 5th level zombies. Surveying the sea of corpses, Sube could no longer locate the bodies of the Tyrannosaurus or the 5th level zombies. Upon seeing Sube return, Storm Crimson and the purple fire spirit beast hurried over. Little Purple's strength seems to have significantly increased. What could be the reason? Could it be that consuming an excessive amount of goblins earlier has enhanced its power? Sube was astonished by Little Purple's newfound prowess. It appears to be the case. Such creatures of this caliber can indeed augment their strength by devouring the flesh and blood energy of other beasts. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Little Purple quickly flew before Sube, seemingly flaunting its current might. Splendid. It's wonderful to see you grow stronger. Sube gently stroked Little Purple's gigantic head. He then surveyed the battlefield littered with goblin corpses. Since this flesh could bolster your strength, let us gather it all. It could serve as sustenance for your future growth. As he spoke, he waved his right hand lightly. Instantly, all the remnants of the goblins were absorbed into his storage ring. In fact, the flesh of goblins could also be consumed by humans in the absence of other food. Moreover, the stronger the goblin, the more potent the energy contained within its flesh. This surpasses the nutritional value of ordinary food. It merely depends on whether one can stomach it. After all, its appearance is rather difficult to describe. Once all the goblin remains were collected, Sube began to assess the attributes he had garnered from this venture. With a mere thought, the attributes accumulated materialized before his eyes. A total of over 2,700,000. What an astonishing yield of supernatural energy. Approaching 3 million. Upon seeing the figure, Sube's heart raced. He initially thought he would be fortunate to acquire a mere 1 million attributes, yet the actual gain far exceeded his expectations. If he could bestow all 270,000 attributes upon other supernatural beings, he would acquire a staggering 27 million attributes. My goodness. The thought sent Sube into a euphoric reverie. If he could allocate all 27 million attributes to enhance his 4 primary attributes, could his dream of effortlessly supporting the earth while wandering become a reality? However, it seemed that transferring all 270,000 attributes to others was no simple feat. Surely, he couldn't just seize any supernatural being and indiscriminately bestow them with attributes. That would be rather hasty. Chapter 57. The Mysterious Young Girl, a Psychic Supernatural Being? Let us return for now. After calming his excited heart, Sube glanced at the purple portal, then leaped into it. Upon emerging from the other side, the purple portal began to rapidly shrink. Within mere seconds, it vanished entirely. It has disappeared? Sube was taken aback by this spectacle. He had assumed that he would need to eliminate all the goblins for the portal to close. Yet, logically, he had not yet dealt with the demon god goblin. How could the portal simply vanish? Never mind that. He then swiftly dove downwards. Meanwhile, on the ground, Captain, look, the portal has vanished. It seems that gentleman has succeeded. A young warrior exclaimed with exhilaration. Upon hearing this, all the soldiers immediately lifted their gazes to the sky. Indeed, they beheld the portal had completely disappeared. A dark figure was rapidly approaching them. It's him returning. My heavens, did he truly eradicate all the goblins behind the portal? This is nothing short of divine. Oh my, I too wish to be a supernatural being like him. How impressive. From this day forth, he will be my sole idol and the only deity I revere. Me too, me too. I never believed in gods before, but now I believe. That gentleman is the deity in my heart. As Sube's figure drew closer, all the soldiers were engulfed in excitement. They understood well that had Sube not appeared so suddenly, they might have all perished here. The entire Water Sky City could have devolved into a hellish nightmare. Thus, their gratitude towards Sube was beyond the bounds of mere words. Whoosh. At that moment, Sube appeared before them. He surveyed his surroundings, but did not see Li Hu or Jiang Rushua. Meanwhile, all the goblins in the vicinity had been vanquished. The soldiers then took a good look at Sube's true visage. My heavens, he is so young. He appears even younger than I. Indeed, so youthful and quite handsome. Upon witnessing Sube's actual appearance, many soldiers began to murmur among themselves, intrigued by what their savior looked like. They had always been curious about the appearance of the deity who had rescued them. This young sir, this esteemed one, thank you for saving us all and rescuing the entire Water Sky City. You are our hero, the savior of not only Water Sky City, but the entire Northwest region. Wang Bin hurriedly stepped forward, overwhelmed with excitement. Had it not been for you and your 2 companions today, the entire Ji province would likely have been ravaged by goblins. This is a debt greater than the heavens. Please, there's no need for such formality. I merely performed what was expected of me. Haven't you always been the one safeguarding our safety? Sube smiled gently, gazing at the sincere faces brimming with gratitude, feeling a sense of joy and accomplishment. Perhaps this is the delight of saving others within one's capacity. We truly have no way to repay you. Wangbin remained exceedingly animated. Though he wished to offer something in gratitude, after rummaging through his belongings for some time, he found himself devoid of even a single coin. Even if he had money, it was practically worthless now. The moment became somewhat awkward. Please, do not be so courteous. Observing the innocent, youthful faces before him, Sube felt a touch of embarrassment. He had always relied on them for protection, yet few had genuinely expressed their gratitude. All right, tidy up the battlefield. I will assist my two companions. After Sube concluded, he leaped into the air. The soldiers, watching him depart, swiftly began to clear the battlefield and tally the casualties. Before long, Sube located Li Hu and Jiang Rushue in City X of Province S. The goblins here had also been dealt with by the duo. Given that the mightiest goblin had already been dispatched by Sube, Brother Bei, Mr. Su. Upon witnessing Sube's return, the two instantaneously flanked him on either side. Brother Bei, how did it go? Did you manage to eliminate all the goblins behind the portal? Li Hu inquired with palpable excitement. The past half hour of combat had been exhilarating beyond measure. He had never imagined that slaying monsters could be such a pleasurable endeavor. Yes, more or less. Sube nodded. Indeed, he had nearly eradicated them all, though it was a pity he had not found the final demon god goblin. By the way, Mr. Su, we encountered a peculiar girl in City X. She appears to be a supernatural being as well. Jiang Rushue interjected suddenly. Sube looked at Jiang Rushue, puzzled. It's like this. As we approached that little girl, we were immediately beset by dizziness. It was as if our supernatural abilities were nearly rendered ineffective. Moreover, I sensed that she was not deliberately using her powers against us. It felt more like a self-defense mechanism, Jiang Rushue promptly explained. Initially, she had assumed the girl was an ordinary child, but upon getting closer, they felt an overwhelming discomfort. A sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, and even his own abilities seemed to falter. That little girl is most likely a powerful psychic. Oh, such a thing exists? Take me to see her. Upon hearing Jiang Rushue's words, Sube felt a profound curiosity. If such an ability truly existed, it bore a striking resemblance to Jimmy from the X-Men. However, you must exercise caution. Even goblins seem hesitant to approach her, Jiang Rushue cautioned. Understood, Sube nodded, and with a flicker, the three of them found themselves on the street. The desolate and dilapidated street was marred with dried bloodstains, flanked by the severed limbs of ordinary people, goblins, and zombies. Vehicles lay haphazardly strewn about. A gentle breeze stirred up some dead leaves and newspapers, further enhancing the atmosphere of decay and despair that enveloped the street and city. A figure, clad in simple and somewhat tattered clothing, wandered aimlessly, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. There was no fear, no despair, no emotion, only an endless void. Perhaps she herself did not even know where she was headed. Mr. Su, that girl is the one. Jiang Rushue pointed towards the girl on the street, her tone gravely serious. When we approach her, our abilities are immediately suppressed, and it is quite uncomfortable. Under normal circumstances, her and Li Hu's powers were formidable. Yet, they found themselves utterly incapable of approaching the girl. I understand. Sube replied with a somber nod, gazing at the forlorn figure on the street. It seemed she was yet another pitiful child, likely rendered catatonic by the appearance of goblins and other monsters. Chapter 58. Su Xiaoro, the split personality psychic. Fool. Scan her brain information carefully. Sube refrained from advancing recklessly, for according to Jiang Rushue's description, this little girl was indeed formidable. Only by uncovering the secrets she harbored could they find a remedy. All right, Brother Xiaobei, the fool eagerly nodded. She then placed her right index and middle fingers at her temple. Instantly, a grass green virtual projection materialized before them. Name, Su Xiaoro. Gender, female. Age, 16. Occupation, student. Physical condition, healthy. Mental state, subjected to intense psychological trauma and mental distress, resulting in severe confusion of memory and thought. Classification, psychic. Oh. The fool attempted to continue scanning her brain information, but suddenly, a grimace of pain crossed her face, and the light green projection vanished in an instant. Are you all right? Sube quickly supported her. This was the first time she had exhibited such distress after multiple scans. I'm fine, Brother Xiaobei. The fool shook her head, her expression grave. Just now, when I was reading her brain information, she seemed to resist, and a powerful psychic force interrupted my scan. This has never happened before. But that force was indeed formidable, nearly causing a backlash. It seems she is indeed a very peculiar psychic. But why does it indicate she has suffered such intense psychological trauma and distress? Sube inquired with curiosity. Such narratives often appeared in dramas, where individuals could lose consciousness or become estranged from their surroundings following severe psychological trauma. Did this little girl endure something truly horrific? Interestingly, she also shared the surname Su, making her a distant kin. Brother Xiaobei, let me show you. The fool waved her right hand gently, and the light green virtual projection reappeared, revealing a scene of the little girl with two adults. Both adults, presumably her parents, appeared utterly terrified in a shabby rental apartment. Outside, frantic knocking echoed against the door. With a crash, as the door was demolished, two grotesque, decaying zombies rushed inside, immediately pouncing on the girl's parents and viciously tearing into them, creating a ghastly scene. Moments later, the parents lay covered in blood, while the little girl, paralyzed with fear, cowered under the table, trembling uncontrollably. Before long, she witnessed her parents rise, their bodies grotesquely contorted as they staggered towards her. In a final moment of terror, the girl let out a piercing shriek that unleashed a terrifying energy, obliterating the four zombies into a crimson mist. Yet, her eyes gradually dulled, devoid of all light and emotion, as she vacantly exited the apartment. So that was it. Sube thought, his expression darkening. Most individuals would indeed crumble under such intense psychological strain. Some might even be scared to death, while others could suffer severe mental trauma, becoming mere shadows of their former selves. The little girl appeared to be among the latter. Perhaps she was paralyzed by fear. Or perhaps the guilt of having killed her parents rendered her unwilling to accept the truth. It was truly pitiable. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, such unfortunate souls were far too numerous. What concerned Sube more was the sheer strength of the psychic force unleashed by the girl's scream. With just a single cry, she had reduced four zombies to mere blood mist. This ability was undeniably terrifying, especially considering it had been activated passively. After viewing the entire scene, both the fool and Jiang Rushua bore heavy expressions. As for Li Hu, his face was even graver, for the sight of the little girl reminded him of his own daughter. Fear, despair, and ultimately emptiness flickered in his eyes. Enough. You two wait here. I will go down to investigate. Sube resolved to take the girl with him. On one hand, she was indeed a tragic figure, both from her past experiences and her current predicament. On the other hand, this girl undoubtedly possessed an unimaginably powerful ability. If he could bring her under his wing, she would become an unparalleled force. Conversely, if such a terrifying psychic were to fall into the hands of ill-intentioned individuals, it would spell disaster for the nation and the world. Mr. Su, be careful, Jiang Rushua warned, her brow furrowed. Brother Xiaobei, she is truly formidable, the fool promptly echoed. Rest assured, Sube nodded. With a flash, he materialized before the little girl. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Moreover, his subtle connection with metal was abruptly severed. He could neither manipulate flames nor transform into metal, as if he had suddenly lost all his abilities. Fortunately, he was strong enough now that he did not fear imminent danger. A true bane to psychics, indeed. Sube marveled inwardly. The little girl, however, seemed completely oblivious to his presence, continuing her aimless walk forward. Her gaze was hollow, entirely shrouded in darkness, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, resembling a soulless husk. Sushiaro, Sube tentatively called out. Upon hearing her name, the girl abruptly paused, lifting her gaze to meet Sube's, as if a flicker of emotion momentarily pierced through her dark, vacant eyes. Xiaro, Sube called again. To his astonishment, the girl halted her steps, her obsidian eyes now fixed upon him. Deep within her gaze, he discerned a hint of confusion. It appeared that although she had lost her memories, she still instinctively reacted to her name. Xiaro, you must be hungry. Have something to eat. Here, take this meat sandwich. Sube retrieved a warm meat sandwich from his storage space. He felt certain that this little girl was not truly devoid of consciousness. Rather, she seemed to exhibit a fractured personality, a manifestation born from intense stimuli to shield her from unbearable truths. Her self-preservation instinct likely stemmed from this alternate personality's actions, akin to the character Lonkoe from the Legend of Sword and Fairy, who possessed dual personas. Of course, this was merely Sube's conjecture at present. As the girl's vacant gaze turned toward him, a gradual change began to unfold. Slowly, she extended her hand and accepted the meat sandwich from Sube. In that fleeting moment, her dark eyes regained clarity, albeit with a certain dazed quality, reminiscent of a newborn. My powers have returned. Simultaneously, Sube felt a renewed connection with all nearby metals and regained control over flames. It seemed she had accepted his goodwill, thus dismantling her protective mechanisms. Chapter 59, The Soul's Loyal Contract. Sube was exceedingly pleased with this outcome. In as gentle a tone as possible, he urged, "Eat up. There's more to come." At the sound of his soothing words and the warmth in his gaze, Su Xiaro fell into a daze, then brought the sandwich to her mouth and began to eat. After savoring a bite, she immediately devoured the rest with fervor. Sube cautiously placed his hand on her head, gently stroking her hair while channeling his mental energy to soothe her emotions. Her powers were formidable and enigmatic, warranting careful handling. Soon, Su Xiaro had polished off an entire sandwich, then looked up at Sube with eyes full of longing. "Slow down, take your time, and have some water," he said, retrieving a piece of bread and a bottle of milk from his storage ring for her. Whether it was due to prolonged hunger or a high demand for her abilities, Su Xiaro consumed several pieces of bread in quick succession before pausing. Her eyes had transformed into pools of innocent clarity, as pure as those of an infant. Fixed upon Sube. "All right, Xiaro, from this day forth, I shall be your brother. I will protect you and ensure you suffer no further harm. Su-bei gently stroked her forehead. He did this not only out of compassion for her plight, but also because of the strange powers she possessed. His instincts told him that her abilities were undeniably formidable and would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Brother, Su Xiaoro managed to utter, her voice halting yet filled with recognition. At that moment, she fully acknowledged Su-bei. This was entirely natural. Her intellect resembled that of a newborn, instinctively recognizing those who treated her kindly, much like a child relying on a constant companion. Come on, let's go home. Brother will take you back, Su-bei said, a joyful smile gracing his face. Today had truly been a day of bountiful gains. He now had a new sister, and one with exceptionally powerful abilities at that. Meanwhile, not far away, Li Hu and Jiang Rushue stood in stunned silence. The girl who had previously appeared as a terrifying demon had been effortlessly calmed by Su-bei's words. Mr. Su is indeed impressive. His rise to becoming a top-tier powerhouse is no mere coincidence, Jiang Rushue remarked, having felt the weight of Su-bei's formidable presence earlier, which had deterred her from approaching Su Xiaoro. At that moment, Su-bei approached, hand in hand with Su Xiaoro. She is now my sister. Xiaoro, they are all my friends, and now they are your friends too. If you encounter any difficulties or have any needs, feel free to tell any of us. Su-bei simply introduced. He then sought a secluded spot to retrieve the villa from his storage ring. Li Hu and Jiang Rushue had grown accustomed to Su-bei's extraordinary capabilities, for he was shrouded in countless secrets. As twilight descended, the group gathered in the villa, where Jiang Rushue and the silly girl prepared a sumptuous dinner. The provisions Su-bei had stored could sustain them for an extended period, even with 5 people. Su Xiaoro devoured her meal as if she hadn't eaten in days. Mr. Su, I'm full. Can I go out and hunt those monsters again? Today's daytime hunt left me wanting more. After a light meal of salad, Jiang Rushue was eager to continue fighting. Me too. Li Hu immediately stood up. Although they had dispatched most of the goblins, several remained, along with other beasts yet to be dealt with. Each mutated creature posed a dire threat to ordinary people, and their abilities could save many lives. All right, go ahead, Su-bei nodded, recognizing that they had little to occupy them in the villa. Great. The two nodded before swiftly departing. Su Xiaoro continued her frenzied eating. Silly girl, check today's latest news, Su-bei instructed. After a day of destruction, most cities' communication systems were in utter disarray, making it nearly impossible to access news via television. Okay, Brother Xiaobei, the silly girl promptly replied, her eyes glowing with a soft green encoding as a virtual projection materialized before them. Breaking news, a fire messenger has appeared in the Magic City, single-handedly annihilating tens of thousands of zombies, while 1/3 of the city has been devastated. Is the emergence of these powers a blessing or a curse? Yunnan Province. Beastified ability user Indomitable Thunder, single-handedly defeating hundreds to thousands of zombies and mutated beasts, humanity's new hope. Click to view video. Jiang Province. The Wind Chaser Swordsman. Dual swords swift as lightning, slicing through beasts as if they were mere vegetables. Click to enter the video. Numerous headlines flashed across the virtual projection, accompanied by videos. Su-bei casually opened a couple of the clips. The fire ability user in the Magic City conjured a massive fireball that obliterated tens of thousands of zombies, exuding an overwhelming aura. Isn't this the flame messenger I saw in the news during my previous life? Truly impressive. Su-bei chuckled as he watched the video. He then clicked on another clip featuring a colossal bear, its body covered in blue fur, crackling with blue arcs of electricity. The mutated beasts and zombies before it appeared as insignificant as ants. Its powers could effortlessly decimate swathes of mutated creatures. Clearly, this beastified ability was far more potent than the lycanthropic ability of that previous Japanese character. After a brief period of casual observation, Su-bei decided to deactivate the virtual projection. Silly girl, once Xiaoro finishes her meal, take her out to explore, he instructed. With that, he turned his full attention to his mobile device, delving into the treasure hunting game. Treasure hunt successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for unearthing a pair of exquisite stockings. Noted for their silky texture and formidable defensive capabilities. Truly a leg-protecting marvel. Treasure hunt successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for obtaining a soul loyalty contract. Upon signing, the contract binds the soul. Should any rebellious thoughts arise, immediate demise will ensue. The soul loyalty contract must be signed voluntarily by both parties. As Su-bei gazed at the unexpected finds, a plan began to form in his mind. It seemed imperative to establish a soul loyalty contract with Li Hu and Jiang Rushue. Accepting them and exposing his vulnerabilities was an act of trust. Signing the loyalty contract was merely a strategy. In this apocalyptic reality, he harbored no belief in anyone. To survive in such dire circumstances, mere passion and trust were insufficient. Cunning was equally essential. Chapter 60, The Eternal Energy Furnace, The Transformation of Silly Girl. Time slipped away, minute by minute. Soon, Su-bei had been engaged in treasure hunting for nearly 4 hours, with the clock striking 11 in the evening. Treasure hunt successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for discovering an SS grade treasure chest. Would you like to open it? At that moment, a golden chest appeared on the screen, radiating a dazzling golden light. This scene was all too familiar, igniting a wave of excitement within Sube. Despite having played this game countless times since its inception, he had encountered SS Treasure Chests only a handful of times. To his astonishment, luck was on his side this evening. However, it seemed the chest was not skill-related. Curious about what might emerge, Sube eagerly pressed the open button. The chest has been opened. Congratulations to player 4399 for acquiring the SS grade treasure, the Eternal Energy Furnace. This furnace is specifically designed for cyborgs and robots, allowing the user to maximize their combat capabilities while providing infinite energy. As he read the description on the screen, Sube's excitement surged. The Eternal Energy Furnace was perfectly tailored for Silly Girl and the Storm Crimson. If they were to equip it, their strength would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap, granting them boundless energy, a true game changer. After a brief internal deliberation, Sube glanced at Silly Girl, and a decision crystallized in his mind. Silly Girl was not merely his subordinate, she had become his robotic girlfriend. After all, she could be utilized at night, a feat that Storm Crimson could not accomplish due to its cumbersome nature. Thus, the Eternal Energy Furnace was destined for Silly Girl. As for Storm Crimson, he could simply equip it during the next treasure haul. Moreover, Storm Crimson had the potential for upgrades, while enhancing Silly Girl would be a more complex endeavor. With his resolve solidified, Sube beckoned Silly Girl. Come here for a moment. What is it, Brother Xiaobei? Silly Girl hurried over, her curiosity piqued. Silly Girl, equip this chip into your body. It will significantly enhance your strength. Sube promptly retrieved the chip for the Eternal Energy Furnace from his game backpack. It appeared slightly smaller than a mobile SIM card. Such a minuscule chip seemed almost unbelievable as a source of such formidable energy. Okay, Brother Xiaobei. Without hesitation, Silly Girl accepted the chip and integrated it into her body. The chip, no larger than a fingernail, easily slipped into place. The moment the chip was embedded, a crimson glow flickered in her eyes. However, Sube could not sense any energy fluctuations emanating from her form. How do you feel, Silly Girl? Do you sense an increase in strength? Sube inquired eagerly. Yes, my energy has truly intensified. A continuous flow of power courses through me. It's incredible and feels limitless. Silly Girl responded with exuberance, her joy evident as she gazed at Sube. It was clear she was astonished by the chip's immense potential. That's wonderful. Can you quantify how much stronger you've become? Sube asked, still curious. The Eternal Energy Furnace guarantees limitless energy. Even with constant use, it will never run dry. However, I'm intrigued by the extent to which my strength has escalated, she mused. I've become significantly stronger. Though I can't specify how much, I believe I can now rival you. Brother Xiaobei, Silly Girl declared with a grin, her newfound confidence emanating from the sudden surge of energy. Sube found her assertion hard to believe. Really? A mere chip can elevate your power to match mine? Skeptical yet intrigued, he decided to test her claim. Let us step outside and see for ourselves. All right. Silly Girl nodded enthusiastically, and they exited the villa, with Su Xiaoro timidly trailing behind. Silly Girl, unleash your full power and attack me, Sube said with a smile. To be honest, he remained doubtful that a simple chip could elevate Silly Girl to his level. Be careful, Brother Xiaobei. My strength is formidable now, Silly Girl warned playfully, then vanished in a flash. The next instant, she appeared before Sube, leaving only a crimson afterimage in her wake. Her speed was astonishing, rendering her almost untraceable to the naked eye. Wow, that's fast. Sube was taken aback by her velocity, which far surpassed that of the previous Goblin Titan. In a heartbeat, Silly Girl's fist struck, and Sube swiftly crossed his arms in defense. Bang! The moment her fist collided with his arms, an overwhelming force surged forth, akin to a torrent breaking free from a dam. He felt a sharp pain as he was propelled backward, skidding across the ground for several meters, leaving behind 2 deep gouges in the earth. Is this really Silly Girl's strength? Sube was utterly astonished. Although he had perhaps underestimated her, the magnitude of her power had exceeded all his expectations. His arm still tingled from the impact. Silly Girl swiftly dashed to Sube's side, concern etched on her face. Brother Xiaobei, are you alright? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hit you that hard. Sudden access to such overwhelming power had momentarily overwhelmed her control. No worries, no worries. It seems your claims were indeed true. That punch was remarkably solid. However, it seems that you have yet to unleash your full potential, have you? Sube, far from expressing anger, wore an exuberant smile. The more formidable the foolish girl becomes, the stronger his own forces will grow. There was no reason to be upset. Moreover, he sensed that she had not exerted herself to the utmost. Well, I believe I only utilized about 1/10 of my strength, the foolish girl stated earnestly. 1/10. Sube's lips twitched, rendered speechless. This was absurd. A mere chip could elevate her power to such heights, rivaling his own strength post-metallic transformation. Who could one even argue with? Nevertheless, once those 3 million attribute points were bestowed, his own prowess would undergo a significant metamorphosis. Chapter 61, 30 million attribute points. The solitude of invincibility. Brother Xiaobei, shall we continue? The foolish girl asked sweetly, her smile radiant. No need. I have a fair understanding of your capabilities now. And it appears that the perpetual energy furnace is indeed remarkable, Su Bei replied, shaking his head with a grin. If only he could excavate another perpetual energy furnace. He could install one for Storm Crimson as well. At that point, Storm Crimson's destructive power would be even more formidable. The two then approached Su Xiaorou, only to find her surrounded by an array of debris and dust, yet within a 2-meter radius around her, not a single fragment was present. She was entirely unblemished by dust. This must be a protective mechanism of her extraordinary abilities. Let us go. It's time to return. Upon returning to the villa, Su Bei's heart was somewhat conflicted as he contemplated signing a soul loyalty contract with Su Xiaorou. Her abilities were exceedingly peculiar, and she currently seemed to be in a state akin to amnesia, which made her receptive to his goodwill. Once her memories returned, it was uncertain whether she would continue to follow him, which posed a potential dilemma. Moreover, should such an enigmatic ability user find herself on the opposing side, it could become a monumental issue. Thus, entering into a soul loyalty contract with Su Xiaorou, who was somewhat mentally compromised, felt somewhat dishonorable. Yet, it was a precautionary measure. Xiaorou, I wish to establish a soul contract with you. As long as you harbor no ill intentions towards me, this contract will hold no power, he finally articulated after a moment of contemplation. Although it felt quite disreputable, it was preferable to the risk of future betrayal. Upon meeting Su Bei's earnest gaze, Su Xiaorou nodded without hesitation. Rest assured, brother will never cause you harm. Looking into her clear eyes, Su Bei gritted his teeth and placed his hand upon her forehead. Soon, the soul loyalty contract was complete. As he withdrew his hand, he could distinctly sense that he could now influence Su Xiaorou's consciousness. Her thoughts laid bare before him, as pure as a blank slate. Could he truly manipulate the signatory's consciousness? Su Bei was taken aback. During the introduction of this function, it had not been mentioned that he could exercise control over the signer's mind or read their thoughts. Clearly, this soul contract was indeed powerful and invaluable. He surmised that he could command Su Xiaorou to self-destruct without hesitation. Even involuntarily, she would be unable to resist his commands. Yet, for Su Xiaorou, there was no perception of anything amiss. It merely felt as if Su Bei had gently tapped her forehead. Brother Xiao Bei, do I need to sign a soul loyalty contract with you? At that moment, the foolish girl approached, eager to join in. Haha, you needn't worry about that. Su Bei chuckled, shaking his head. The foolish girl was unlike others. He trusted her loyalty implicitly, thus no such contract was necessary to bind her. Upon hearing this, the foolish girl beamed with excitement, clearly understanding the implications of the mental contract. Brother Xiao Bei not signing such a contract with me signifies his utmost trust. Xiaorou, I will now bestow upon you a considerable amount of attribute points. Once you learn to allocate them, you may do so gradually. With the soul loyalty contract established, Su Bei felt unreserved and prepared to grant all his attribute points to Xiaorou. In doing so, she would become stronger, and he would also reap substantial attribute points. Su Xiaorou's expression reflected confusion, her clear eyes revealing a hint of naivety. It was evident that she did not fully comprehend Su Bei's words. Yet she nodded in perplexity, perhaps sensing deep down that her brother would not harm her. Then, Su Bei once again placed his hand upon her brow, transferring the attribute points accumulated from the recent goblin hunt, along with the remaining 20,000 from before, directly to her. Simultaneously, a notification appeared before him. Tenfold attribute rebate triggered. Congratulations to player 4399 for successfully gifting 98 million attribute points, resulting in a rebate of 29.8 million attribute points. Upon witnessing this notification, Su Bei nearly leaped with joy. Elation, utter elation. He felt enveloped in happiness. This sense of joy surpassed even that of being shrouded in warmth. Nearly 30 million attribute points. If all were applied to his 4 primary attributes, would he not become invincible? He could easily crush the earth if he wished, couldn't he? Beside him, Su Xiaorou still appeared somewhat dazed and bewildered, lacking the exuberance exhibited by Jiang Rushui and Li Hu upon receiving their massive attribute points. In the following moments, Su Bei hesitated not. He evenly distributed the 30 million attribute points across his 4 primary attributes. Each attribute soared to 7 million. In his excitement, Su Bei promptly checked his current personal attribute panel. Player name, Su Bei. Age, 23. Attribute, Esper. Strength, 7 million. Speed, 7 million. Constitution, 7 million. Spirit, 7 million. Abilities, Metal Manipulation, Pyrokinesis, Ability Acquisition, Limitless Realm King Fist, Undead Extraction, Undead Puppetry, Tenfold Monetary Rebate, 100-fold Resource Rebate, 10-fold Attribute Rebate, Metal Transformation, Mind Control, Super Strength, Beast Transformation, Short Distance Teleportation, Soul Loyalty Contract, etc. Items, 90 trillion Resurrection Coins, The Foolish Girl, Unlimited Storage Ring, 3,720 tons of titanium alloy, 3,112 tons of vibranium, 40 satellite-guided nuclear warheads, 3,356 tons of extraterrestrial meteorites, and more. With such ample resources, Su Bei felt a sense of completeness, especially with those attributes at 7 million. He felt as steady as a rock. If he were to encounter a world-ending beast now, he could likely obliterate it in an instant, right? After all, beyond his terrifying attribute values, he possessed formidable abilities as support, along with the ultimate trump card, 90 trillion resurrection coins. After a light midnight snack, Su Bei resumed his excavation efforts. His mental fortitude was sufficiently robust that even without sleep, he felt no fatigue. Therefore, time could not be squandered. Although he had grown immensely powerful, an undercurrent of unease lingered in his heart. While digging for treasures, he also employed the foolish girl's abilities to keep abreast of the news. After a day of unfolding events, many abilities users had begun to emerge prominently in various locales. Additionally, several awakened individuals with particularly strong abilities were noted. Simultaneously, the majority of those unwilling to cooperate with the authorities had kept their identities concealed. Brother Xiaobei, look quickly. The authorities have officially classified the levels of disasters and supernatural beings, the foolish girl suddenly interjected. Su Bei promptly lifted his gaze, and indeed, he beheld the detailed classification of mutated beasts and supernatural beings released by the authorities. In the 62nd chapter, titled SSS Skill, Infinite Fusion of Undead Puppets, the classification of disasters was first presented. Blue disasters, categorized as general calamities, include ordinary zombies, common goblins, and various minor natural disasters that can be resolved by regular individuals. Yellow disasters are capable of easily exterminating ordinary humans, mutated zombies, and mutated beasts, possessing the power to demolish structures. Orange disasters exhibit extreme lethality, generally capable of withstanding heavy firepower. Red disasters encompass mutated beasts and natural calamities potent enough to obliterate entire cities. The levels of disasters are classified from light to severe, designated as blue, yellow, orange, and red. Although these classifications denote formidable threats, the nation can still manage them, as conventional weaponry can annihilate them. Following this, there are the Lord level, Abyss level, Dominion level, Myth level, World Annihilation level, and Cosmic level disasters. The latter categories of disasters transcend the capabilities of conventional weaponry, necessitating the intervention of supernatural beings. Likewise, awakened supernatural beings are meticulously categorized into distinct levels. Initially, they are classified from level 1 to level 9, followed by King, Emperor, God, Sovereign, and Saint ranks. The power levels of supernatural abilities are graded from strongest to weakest, encompassing 9 tiers: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Such trivial classifications bore Su Bei, who merely glanced at the information without dwelling on it, completely uninterested in these distinctions. He remained oblivious to the criteria utilized by the authorities for these classifications. The categorization of disasters seemed relatively reasonable. However, the determination of the strength of awakened beings is challenging. Factors such as attribute enhancement and the potency of abilities significantly influence one's strength. Awakened beings lack the visible experience points and levels akin to those in games. Congratulations, player 4399. You have unearthed infinite energy. After laboring for so long, it was finally something other than food. Permanent energy is indeed a valuable asset. Henceforth, fears of power outages will be alleviated. Su Bei chuckled, indulging in self-deprecating humor. In fact, even before the apocalypse, he had stockpiled numerous solar panels and various types of generators. They should last for over a century. Moreover, Li Hu's lightning ability serves as a natural generator, does it not? Nevertheless, having unearthed it, it is undoubtedly a good find. Time swiftly progressed to 3 in the morning. At this hour, Su Xiaoro had already fallen into a deep slumber. Su Bei felt no hint of drowsiness, perhaps due to his heightened mental acuity. He felt entirely devoid of fatigue. Suddenly, a whooshing sound pierced the night outside the villa. Li Hu and Zhang Ruxue returned in a blaze of glory. Brother Bei, we have eliminated the majority of the beasts and goblins in the surrounding areas. Li Hu exclaimed, his face beaming with satisfaction. It was evident that the recent battle had proven exhilarating. Well, that's good. Su Bei nodded in acknowledgement. This outcome was expected, considering the formidable powers of these two individuals, coupled with their robust mental strength, rendering the extermination of these minor beasts quite effortless. Mr. Su, have you eaten a late-night snack? If not, I can prepare something for you, Zhang Ruxue promptly offered. After all, she held her position in high regard. The reason for her presence and the reward of 40,000 attribute points was precisely due to her culinary skills. Let the late-night snack wait. I have more pressing matters to discuss with you. Su Bei's expression shifted, his smile evaporating, replaced by an air of seriousness. Since Su Xiaoro had already entered into a soul loyalty contract with him, it was only natural that Li Hu and Zhang Ruxue should also do so, although he currently possessed the strength to ward off any potential betrayal from them. The thought of treachery was akin to a toad leaping onto one's foot. It does not bite, but it is undeniably bothersome. Upon witnessing Su Bei's solemn demeanor, both individuals recognized the gravity of the situation and immediately adopted a serious attitude. They even harbored concerns that Su Bei might abandon them, yet they dared not inquire, opting to wait for him to speak. Now, You two are effectively my nominal subordinates. However, I cannot guarantee your absolute loyalty to me. What I require are subordinates who are unwaveringly loyal, not those who might stab me in the back during a crisis. Do you understand? Su Bei's words were neither pleasant nor gentle, yet, upon hearing them, the two did not feel disheartened. Instead, their earlier worries dissipated in an instant. Wow, that startled me. I thought it was something serious. Jiang Rushua exclaimed. Rest assured, Mr. Su, I am 1,000% loyal to you. If I ever entertain thoughts of betraying you, may I be trampled by a stampede of horses, she declared, gently patting her round chest, immediately swearing her allegiance. Having seen Su Bei's serious expression, she feared he might dismiss her, which gave her quite the fright. From the moment Su Bei had promised to take her in, she had never contemplated betrayal. The instant he gifted her 40,000 attribute points, she had fully committed herself to him. Brother Bei, since the day you lent me 10 million, my life has belonged to you, Li Hu asserted, his tone and expression unwaveringly resolute. Su Bei believed their words were sincere. However, circumstances can always change, and even they could not assure everlasting loyalty. After all, human nature is the most difficult to define. I trust your words, but to guard against any unforeseen circumstances, I require you to sign a sole loyalty contract with me. Of course, whether or not you choose to sign is entirely up to you. I will not coerce you. If you prefer not to sign, you may leave now, and the previous 40,000 attribute points shall be a gift from me. Su Bei's tone and expression were grave and sincere. Any transaction based on coerced loyalty carries inherent unpredictability, and a non-consensual signing of a sole loyalty contract is futile. Allow me to go first. Jiang Rushua stepped forward, appearing remarkably at ease. Li Hu followed suit, his expression resolute. Seeing this, Su Bei felt a sense of relief. It seemed his judgment had proven sound. Subsequently, Su Bei executed the sole loyalty contracts with both individuals, finally feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. Although such a contract may appear inequitable to them, fairness is a rare commodity in an apocalyptic world. Strength and an iron fist define fairness and justice. After signing the loyalty contracts, the two retired for the night, having fought for an extended period, and their mental fortitude could not compare to Su Bei's. Su Bei, on the other hand, resumed his treasure excavation, for life is unceasing, and so too should be the pursuit of treasure. He continued digging until 6 in the morning. Treasure excavation successful. Congratulations, player 4399. You have unearthed an SSS level skill chest. Would you like to open it? At that moment, a golden treasure chest appeared on his phone screen, accompanied by dazzling golden light. This unexpected turn of events invigorated the initially bored Su Bei, his eyes sparkling with excitement. An SSS level treasure chest, and a skill chest at that. Open it. I must open it immediately. Su Bei eagerly pressed the button to unlock the chest. His first SSS level chest had yielded 9 trillion resurrection coins. What treasures might this one bestow? The chest has been opened. Congratulations, player 4399. You have acquired the SSS level skill, Infinite Fusion of Undead Puppets. The skill in question allows the undead puppets to merge, resulting in a fusion where they share their respective traits, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Chapter 63, a brand new breed of puppet, the Demon Spirit Beast. Astonishingly, it is yet another SSS skill capable of infinite evolution. Gazing at the information and annotations on his phone screen, Su Bei was filled with excitement, rising from the sofa. This skill seemed tailor-made for him. The ability to infinitely fuse undead puppets is formidable, rivaling the power of his fire control technique. After several minutes, Su Bei managed to quell his enthusiasm and promptly stepped outside the villa. He summoned both Xiao Zi and the troll goblin. Let me witness the true might of this infinite fusion skill. With eager anticipation, Su Bei looked at the two colossal puppets before him. What new breed would emerge from the fusion of Xiao Zi and the troll goblin? How much stronger would it become? Fusion. In an instant, Su Bei initiated the fusion between Xiao Zi and the troll goblin. Concurrently, his formidable mental strength erected an energy shield around them. In a flash, both colossal beasts were enveloped in a golden radiance, and a terrifying force drew them together. The golden glow intensified, lasting for a full half-minute before dissipating. At that moment, Xiao Zi and the troll goblin had vanished, replaced by an entirely new entity, standing approximately 30 meters tall. Its visage bore slight resemblance to the previous troll goblin, yet its crimson hair had completely vanished, replaced by 2 sharp, bony antennae. Additionally, it sprouted a pair of bony wings, its physique remarkably sturdy, with skin exhibiting a bronze metallic sheen. Each muscle connection radiated with purple flames, a striking sight. The wings echoed this fiery motif as well. Indeed, its strength seemed to have surged considerably, and the post-fusion form exuded an even greater aura of dominance. Observing the newly merged beast, Su Bei felt a profound satisfaction. Particularly captivating were the pulsating purple flames that danced within the sinews and muscle lines, amplifying its ferocity. With each breath, the purple flames surged more intensely. Roar! The beast suddenly let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a pulse of purple flame skyward. The surrounding air shimmered with ripples. Clearly, it was the purple gold demon flame. Su-bei swiftly shielded himself from the energy fluctuations emitted by the beast. The creature's face reflected a newfound excitement, evidently aware of its enhanced power. Excellent, it is strong and imposing. As the fusion of the purple fire spirit beast and the troll goblin, you shall henceforth be named Demon Spirit Beast. Su-bei leaped gracefully before the colossal creature, pondering a fitting new name. The previous moniker lacked the gravitas befitting such a magnificent beast. Thank you, Master, for the name. The Demon Spirit Beast had evidently inherited the troll goblin's linguistic abilities, its voice resonating deeply. It affectionately nudged Su-bei with its massive head. Stop that. Your antennae could pierce me. Su-bei joked with a smile. The Demon Spirit Beast instantly became docile. Let us return. Su-bei, satisfied, summoned the Demon Spirit Beast back and returned to the villa. He had no intention of attending to external matters for the next few days. Those could be handled by Li Hu and Jiang Rushui. His most pressing task was to continue his treasure hunting. Although he felt immensely powerful, arguably the strongest on Earth, the unpredictable nature of this apocalyptic world left him uncertain about the terrifying foes that may arise. Thus, he could not afford to pause on the path of strengthening himself. Additionally, the treasure hunting game in this post-apocalyptic setting was shrouded in mystery. The mastermind behind its development was beyond comprehension. His challenges extended far beyond mere zombies, mutated beasts, and goblins. Upon returning to the villa, he found that the silly girl had prepared breakfast. At that moment, Su Xiaoro and Li Hu emerged from their rooms. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Su. Yesterday's mental exertion was rather taxing, causing us to rise late. Jiang Rushui said. Embarrassment etched on her face as she beheld the lavish spread on the dining table. This was something she felt she should have managed. No worries. Come and enjoy breakfast, Su-bei replied nonchalantly. He retained Jiang Rushui, primarily drawn to her formidable abilities. If he merely sought to cook, hiring from a five-star restaurant would yield more delectable dishes. The group quickly finished breakfast. Li Hu and Jiang Rushui were visibly restless, clearly unable to contain their eagerness after becoming accustomed to battle. You two, continue aiding those soldiers in resisting the monsters today, and bring along the Demon Spirit Beast. Recognizing their intentions, Su-bei readily acquiesced. He genuinely wished to assist the soldiers. In this world, the only ones deserving of sincere regard were one's parents and children, followed by the heroes safeguarding the nation. While he could disregard the fate of official personnel, he could not bear to witness the deaths of valiant soldiers. Perhaps others held differing views, but this was his stance. Understood. The two nodded eagerly, though confusion soon crept onto their faces. Wait, what is the Demon Spirit Beast? Why hadn't we heard about it before? Observing their bewilderment, Su-bei stepped outside the villa and summoned the Demon Spirit Beast. Its massive form and imposing appearance left the two in awe. My heavens, what manner of creature is this? Jiang Rushui gasped, her expression one of shock as she gazed up at the 10-story-tall Demon Spirit Beast. This was her first encounter with such a beast, but her instincts warned her of its formidable nature. The purple flame patterns bore resemblance to Xiao Zi's fire, and the wings seemed reminiscent of Xiao Zi as well. However, the sheer size was reminiscent of a giant goblin. Li Hu also appeared astonished and perplexed, yet he discerned some familiar elements within the colossal creature. It is called the Demon Spirit Beast, a new breed born from the fusion of Xiao Zi and the troll goblin. Su-bei explained, smiling at their astonished expressions. Their surprise was entirely within Su-bei's expectations. Indeed, the Demon Spirit Beast exuded an aura of sheer dominance. Fusion? Upon hearing these words, their astonishment only deepened. They comprehended the concept of fusion and fully grasped Su-bei's previous statements. Yet, the idea of merging two distinctly different colossal beasts, was this a miraculous ability of Su-bei's? Could this also be a power unearthed from treasure hunting? Enough, you need not know more. Hurry and set off. Su-bei refrained from elaborating further. His intention in bringing the Demon Spirit Beast along was simple. It could grow stronger by consuming the flesh and blood of goblins and mutated beasts. Thus, it was an opportune moment. At the same time, it would ensure the safety of Li Hu and Jiang Rushui. Chapter 64. The ability to glimpse the future. After Li Hu and Jiang Rushui departed with the Demon Spirit Beast, Su-bei returned to the villa with Qin Xiaoro and the silly girl. The treasures unearthed yesterday were quite impressive. He hoped today would bring similar fortune. Su-bei promptly retrieved his phone and began his treasure hunting anew. The foolish girl was playing alongside Su Xiaoro. At this moment in the imperial capital, within the confines of Office 1, all the high-ranking officials convened once more for a meeting. Academician Gu, how is the serum research progressing? The leader inquired, casting his gaze upon Academician Gu of the Advanced Technology Institute. During the cataclysmic onset of the zombie outbreak, the authorities had already captured numerous zombies of varying levels and species for research, with the aim of developing a serum capable of countering the zombie virus. The serum they were currently investigating was aptly named the anti-zombie serum. Its primary purpose was not to eliminate the virus in individuals bitten by zombies, but rather to assimilate the zombie virus and convert it into normal genetic material. Ultimately, these ordinary individuals who had been bitten would not only retain their consciousness, but would also gain the formidable strength and resilience characteristic of zombies. In fact, preparations for this initiative had begun over half a month ago. Now, with the availability of these zombies as samples, the pace of developing the anti-zombie serum would undoubtedly accelerate. Chief, the research is progressing well. In no more than 5 days, I believe we can commence large-scale deployment of the anti-zombie serum, Academician Gu confidently asserted, for he had dedicated himself to this field of study. Coupled with the prior preparations, devising the anti-zombie serum was not an insurmountable task for them. Excellent. However, we must expedite our efforts. The zombies and mutated beasts are growing increasingly powerful, and our time is limited, the leader replied solemnly, directing his attention to another academician. Academician Liu, what is the progress on the mecha front? While investigating the zombie virus, the authorities were simultaneously developing mech warriors. The role of these mech warriors in the apocalypse would vastly surpass that of ordinary soldiers. In response to your inquiry, Chief, the first batch of mechas has entered the testing phase and will soon be ready for combat, Academician Liu promptly responded. The research on mechas had commenced years prior. And now, once testing was complete, they would be operational. These heavily armed mechas could effortlessly vanquish low-level monsters. Very good. We must not delay in enhancing the abilities of the espers as well. The anti-zombie serum and mech warriors may provide some respite against the current crisis. But I sense that the true peril has yet to diminish. When the real crisis strikes, only the espers will be capable of standing against it, the leader stated, nodding in agreement. Although the authorities had made considerable preparations, he felt it was still far from sufficient. As time progressed, the levels and strengths of those monsters continued to escalate. Moreover, the authorities were not merely contending with the zombies and mutated beasts domestically. They also faced treacherous espers and even nations with ulterior motives. Chief, the Lighthouse Nation has been relatively quiet of late. Yet a multitude of aircraft carriers is approaching the eastern seas, clearly with sinister intentions. General, he interjected. For many years, the Lighthouse Nation had harbored ambitions of world domination. Their sudden deployment of 10 aircraft carriers in the eastern seas indicated motives that were patently transparent. It seems they are poised to take action soon. Mobilize all 12 of our nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, along with a fleet of fighter jets. Should the Lighthouse Nation's carriers encroach upon our territory, we shall strike immediately. If they dare to cross the line, let them remain eternally in the East China Sea, the leader declared with piercing eyes and a resonant voice. For years, in the interest of international peace and to prevent the accelerated extinction of humanity, they had shown remarkable restraint toward the Lighthouse Nation. Did they truly believe that Dragon Nation had succumbed to fear? If they sought to provoke, then let them find their eternal grave in the East China Sea. Yes, Chief. General, he nodded with fervor. This was a sentiment he had awaited for a decade. The expressions of the other generals nearby mirrored his excitement. They had longed to teach those arrogant wretches of the Lighthouse Nation a lesson. We must also endeavor to recruit espers, particularly that Su Bei, the leader continued, his voice resolute. After conducting investigations over the past 2 days, he had learned that the awakened individual accompanying Li, who was named Su Bei. Furthermore, the disturbances he had caused in the Bashu and Northwest regions had already come to the attention of the authorities. If they could persuade Su Bei to join their ranks, their confidence in facing the impending apocalypse would be greatly bolstered. Understood, Chief. I shall exert all efforts in this regard, came the determined reply. The next hour was primarily devoted to organizing the evacuation of ordinary citizens and the allocation of food and energy resources. The arrival of the apocalypse had wreaked havoc on most energy supplies, necessitating prompt resolution of these issues. After all, most research and the production of conventional weaponry depended on such resources. Time swiftly passed, and noon soon approached. Over with Su Bei. Although a few mutated beasts had attempted to disturb the peace, they were effortlessly dealt with by the foolish girl. Su Bei, in contrast, was quietly engaged in treasure excavation. However, fortune today seemed to be less favorable than the previous day, yielding only mundane items such as various foodstuffs, supplies, and even an entire box of condoms. With one final dig, should he fail to uncover anything valuable, he would call it a day. Noticing that it was already midday, Su Bei found his interest in treasure hunting waning significantly. If the spoils were limited to such commonplace items, it would be far more practical to venture forth and hunt those mutated beasts for their attributes. Treasure excavation successful. Congratulations. Player 4399 has unearthed the B-class Esper ability, Future Sight, Single Use. The Future Sight, Single Use ability allows the player to glimpse certain aspects of the world 1 year into the future with a viewing duration of 30 seconds. Staring at the notification on the screen, Su Bei was momentarily rendered speechless. Future Sight? This was nothing short of a miraculous ability. However, given that it was a one-time use and limited to a mere 30 seconds, it seemed somewhat less overwhelming. Otherwise, possessing such an ability would render challenges insurmountable. Should he take a peek at what the future holds a year from now? With this newfound ability at his disposal, Su Bei felt an insatiable urge to utilize it. Considering his current trajectory, he would likely become an extraordinarily formidable entity within the galaxy 1 year hence, especially with an array of powerful abilities at his command. Curiosity, much like a small breach in a dam, could quickly spiral out of control once it made an appearance. So, he resolved to take a look. Having acquired such a power, it felt almost unbearable not to use it. Although Su Bei did not suffer from obsessive-compulsive tendencies, his curiosity was piqued. Chapter 65, The Five-Colored Fire Lotus and the Black Divine Beast. After a brief contemplation, Su Bei resolved to activate the Future Sight ability. After all, if any significant events were to unfold in the future, being informed now would enable timely countermeasures. Upon clicking the activation button, Su Bei felt a dizzying sensation enveloping his mind, as though his very soul were being extracted from his body, traversing through a tunnel of time and space. Just as the temporal tunnel dissipated, the world before him was shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, Su Bei beheld an exceedingly familiar sight, a colossal spherical object, adorned in hues of blue, green, and earthy tones. That was Blue Star? Su Bei instantly recognized Blue Star, although he had never gazed upon it from outer space. He had seen it in films and on various celestial maps. Before Su Bei could fully comprehend the shocking scene before him, a multitude of figures suddenly emerged. Was that myself? He then beheld a figure strikingly familiar, his own self from a year in the future. The Su Bei across from him bore tattered clothing, his body marred with wounds, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. With both hands raised high, he held aloft a colossal lotus of fire, ignited by flames of 5 distinct colors. The air around was scorched by the heat emanating from the fire lotus, creating ripples of distortion. The aura radiating from him was so overwhelming that it defied description. Su Bei felt an unwavering certainty that even a mere touch of this fire lotus would result in his utter obliteration. At that moment, positioned opposite the future Su Bei, stood 20 formidable figures, 12 in the front and 8 behind. Among them were humanoid creatures and various bizarre beasts. Each being exuded a terrifying power that sent shivers through Su Bei's very soul. Whoosh! Boom! Just as Su Bei pondered the identity of these creatures, one of the humanoid entities unleashed a horrifying pulse wave from its palm. In an instant, the surface of Blue Star rippled like tumultuous waves, followed by a cataclysmic explosion, transforming it into cosmic dust. What sorcery is this? Blue Star was annihilated by a mere flick of that creature's hand. Watching the obliteration of Blue Star unfold before his eyes, Su Bei's heart was gripped by an overwhelming sense of shock and fear. Mere moments ago, he had believed himself to be powerful enough. Yet now, he felt as insignificant as an ant. No, even more so. Akin to a speck of dust born from the explosion of Blue Star, utterly inconspicuous. Roar, roar, roar. Just as Su Bei was engulfed in disbelief and dread, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. He quickly scanned the surroundings and spotted a formidable black beast beside the future Su Bei. It exuded an aura of deep purple and black, its mouth agape as a violet-black fire shockwave surged towards the 20 monsters. In that instant, Su Bei realized that the creature beside his future self possessed a strength surpassing even that of the Su Bei who had condensed the 5-colored fire lotus. As he yearned to observe more clearly, he suddenly felt an overwhelming gravitational pull. Before he could comprehend what was happening, his soul was once again drawn into the tunnel of time and space. Moments later, his soul and body reunited. Panting heavily, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, Su Bei was still reeling from the astonishing and terrifying scenes he had just witnessed. Each of the 20 foes had emitted an aura that instilled primal fear deep within his soul. Their power was such that a single finger could easily obliterate him in his current state. And that 5-colored fire lotus, its purple petals must represent the purple gold demon flame. This meant that the Su Bei of 1 year later had collected all 5 sacred fires. Su Bei replayed the images in his mind. A single shockwave capable of annihilating Blue Star. Those 20 monsters were truly monstrous. Before glimpsing the future, he had brimmed with confidence, believing that with 7 million attribute points, he was invincible. Yet, compared to those creatures from the future, he felt even weaker than an ant. Moreover, the future him had mastered 5 sacred fires and developed new skills utilizing them. It was evident that his future self was extraordinarily powerful. That 5-colored fire lotus alone could bring about cataclysmic destruction. However, judging by the injuries sustained by future Su Bei, such power was still insufficient for self-preservation. Clearly, this world was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Power. Unfathomable power. Su Bei clenched his fists tightly, the scenes he had witnessed flashing incessantly in his mind. At this moment, his thirst for strength had reached an apex. With Blue Star's destruction, it was possible he too had fallen victim to those monsters. His gaze hardened, fists tightening further. Such a fate was utterly unacceptable. Minutes later, Su Bei forced himself to regain his composure. Only by calming himself could he better analyze and devise a superior response. To prevent the reoccurrence of what he had just witnessed, he needed to grow stronger. From the future scenes, it seemed that his most potent offensive capability was the 5-colored fire lotus. If he could gather more sacred fires over the next year and condense an even more formidable lotus, he might stand a chance against those monsters. Yet thus far, he had only collected 1 sacred fire. Regaining his tranquility, Su Bei began to contemplate earnestly. The most pressing task ahead was to swiftly gather sacred fires and develop new skills to condense the lotus using those flames. Next, he needed to enhance his attributes and bolster his combat prowess. Regardless of how flamboyant the abilities may be, sheer power and physical prowess would never go out of style. And what of that black beast enveloped in violet-black flames? What manner of creature was that? Its combat strength appeared to surpass even that of his future self. It finally dawned on Su Bei that the oppressive presence he had felt was indeed terrifying. Furthermore, there was an air of nobility about that beast. It was undoubtedly not an ordinary mutated beast. After all, he was the chosen one, a player who had begun his journey with a formidable advantage. If it were not a divine beast, how could it possibly be stronger than him? But where could that fearsome creature be now? Brother Su Bei, come eat. A voice called from the dining area, breaking his reverie. Let Xiao Rou eat first. I have no appetite at the moment, Su Bei replied, shaking his head. He had initially planned to rest, but after witnessing those future scenes, the thought of resting had completely dissipated. Chapter 66, Mysterious Secret Realm, SSS Class Divine Beast Egg. Su Bei immediately steeled himself, resuming his treasure excavation, hoping to unearth something related to the sacred fires. However, much of the day passed with little reward. Most of what he found consisted of modern firearms, which, while useful to Su Bei in his early stages, were now of little significance. Additionally, there was food. His current stockpile could easily last for thousands of years. Time flew by, and soon it was the next morning. Despite having gone 2 whole nights without sleep, Su Bei did not feel the slightest hint of fatigue. Perhaps the adrenaline from the future scenes had invigorated him, and his thirst for strength had reached a peak. Extraordinary news. Congratulations to player 3838478 from Iron Monkey Nation for unearthing an abyss-level disaster, which will descend upon Blue Star in 3 days. As Su Bei enjoyed his breakfast and tapped on the golden arrow, a red notification appeared on his phone. This was the first time a red notification had appeared since he began treasure hunting. An abyss-level disaster? That accursed Iron Monkey has such incredible luck, Su Bei thought, feeling exasperated as he read the notification. Yet, upon further reflection, considering it was Iron Monkey who had unearthed the disaster, it would likely manifest first in his nation. A minuscule country facing such a calamity would surely be obliterated in an instant. With that, Su Bei returned to his treasure hunting. Extraordinary news. Congratulations to player 100869527 from the Dragon Kingdom for uncovering 10 enigmatic realms. Note that these 10 realms will randomly appear within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom tomorrow at noon. Danger often accompanies opportunity. The mysterious realms are fraught with peril, where the risk of death looms at every turn. However, they also harbor a significant chance of acquiring extraordinary treasures that could alter one's fate dramatically. After playing for just over an hour, a red notification once again flashed across Su Bei's mobile screen, deepening his confusion. What is happening today? Why are there suddenly so many notifications? Previously, Iron Monkey unearthed an abyss-level disaster, and now this player 100869527 has discovered 10 realms. For those living in this apocalyptic world, this is undoubtedly an opportunity not to be missed. Although entering these realms may carry the risk of death, it also presents a chance to change one's destiny. For ordinary individuals, this is certainly the best opportunity to transform their lives. After all, taking risks may yield a glimmer of hope, whereas remaining passive leads only to demise. In the apocalypse, the intrinsic value of ordinary people diminishes with time. As time passes, food and resources will inevitably dwindle. Those dwindling resources will first be allocated to the extraordinary individuals and those who can bring benefits to the nation. Since these red notifications appeared on the mobile games of everyone across the entire Blue Star, the high-ranking officials of other nations received this news promptly. In the newly established Baigong of the Lighthouse Nation, President Brandt slammed his fist on the desk, exclaiming, "Damn it! Such treasures as realms have actually been unearthed by those bastards from the Dragon Kingdom." Everyone could clearly see the notifications regarding the realms, and they were acutely aware of the immense value of these 10 realms. They could undoubtedly yield a plethora of valuable items. If the treasures within these realms were entirely claimed by the Dragon Kingdom, it would pose a catastrophic threat to them. Mr. President, the treasures within those realms must not fall into the hands of the Dragon Kingdom. Fortunately, these realms will not appear until tomorrow at noon, giving us some time. Admiral MacArthur of the Marine Corps spoke gravely. With 10 aircraft carriers and additional reinforcements, we can easily seize most of the coastal cities of the Dragon Kingdom. Even if we cannot achieve complete domination, we can certainly occupy a significant area. By that time, the Lighthouse Nation can at least secure half of the realms. Excellent. Order a full-scale offensive. Brandt commanded immediately. Their time was limited. The sooner they attacked, the more territory they could claim from the Dragon Kingdom. At noon, Su Bei numbly tapped on his phone while enjoying a sumptuous lunch. Treasure excavation successful. Congratulations to player 4399 for unearthing an SSS-level treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Just as a piece of braised pork was about to reach his mouth, the screen suddenly radiated with golden light. Upon seeing the golden treasure chest and the notification, the piece of pork dropped onto his lap with a thud. Holy crap, it's finally here, Su Bei exclaimed. excitement surging through him as he overturned the dining table. Li Hu and Zhang Ruxue stared in disbelief at the toppled table, while Su Xiaoro, still holding her bowl and chopsticks, had yet to fully process what had just happened. Realizing he may have overreacted, Su Bei chuckled and said, "Ahem, I just thought of something delightful. Please continue eating, don't let it go to waste." With that, he dashed into his bedroom. The two exchanged glances, contemplating whether to eat the scattered food or not. After closing the door, Su Bei immediately clicked the open button on the screen. Since yesterday, he had not unearthed anything of worth. At last, another SSS-level treasure chest had appeared, regardless of whether it contained a skill or an item. Any SSS-level treasure was worth anticipating. Treasure chest opened. Congratulations to player 4399 for obtaining an SSS-level treasure, a divine beast egg. Note that this egg is a genuine ancient divine beast egg, and upon hatching, the player will acquire a super powerful and striking divine beast pet. The player need only drip their blood on the divine beast egg to forge a master-servant soul contract. As he read the notification on his phone screen, Su Bei felt his breath quicken with exhilaration. Ecstatic, unparalleled excitement. A divine beast egg, and a genuine ancient one at that. Just as Su Bei was consumed by his excitement, the notification vanished, revealing a massive black egg on the screen. Its surface was covered in hard, dark scales, resembling a charred pine cone. Yet, amidst the scales, a purple glow flickered. Simultaneously, the black egg emanated an air of nobility and dominance. Wait a moment, this black divine beast egg? The purple glow. Could this possibly be the powerful divine beast depicted in the future vision? Gazing at the enormous black egg and recalling the future vision he had seen, Su Bei suddenly had an epiphany. Chapter 67. The Emergence of the Second Sacred Fire. The Blue Frost Heart Flame. Judging by the color of this enormous egg, there could be no mistake. It was indeed the black divine beast that would fight alongside him a year hence. After suppressing his excitement, Su Bei swiftly pricked the tip of his middle finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the black egg. The blood was instantly absorbed by the egg. At that moment, Su Bei felt a subtle connection forming between himself and the egg. He could even distinctly sense the movements of the divine beast within. Was this the completion of the spiritual contract? Quite simple indeed. Feeling the movements of the divine beast inside the egg, Su Bei was brimming with excitement. However, he wondered when this creature would finally break free from its shell. Sensing the steady movement within the black egg, Su Bei understood that it would not hatch anytime soon. Many novels suggested that providing energy to the egg could expedite the hatching of the divine beast. He wondered if this would be effective. Would attribute points influence the hatching speed? At that moment, this thought suddenly crossed Su Bei's mind. He glanced at his attribute points. He still had several thousand points available. Resolute in his decision, Su Bei placed his hand on the black egg, instantly channeling his attribute points into it. As the egg absorbed the points, the purple glow between the scales became even more radiant. Moreover, he sensed that the movements of the divine beast within the egg had grown more lively. Although it was just a slight change, Su Bei could capture it with clarity. It appeared that injecting attribute points indeed had an effect, hastening the hatching of the divine beast. With this newfound certainty, Su Bei was filled with exhilaration. As long as he had sufficient attribute points, he should be able to facilitate the swift hatching of this divine beast. Thus, his next course of action was clear: to collect sacred fire promptly and gather attribute points to accelerate the divine beast's hatching. After all, in the future vision, the combat prowess displayed by this divine beast was overwhelmingly formidable. The purple-black flames it emitted instilled a deep sense of dread within him. With a clear goal in mind, Su Bei stepped out of his bedroom, only to find Li Hu and Zhang Ruxue sitting on the ground, numbly consuming the scattered food. Su Bei was momentarily taken aback, then sighed, "Ah, you two are truly commendable. This act of conserving food deserves praise." Upon hearing this, the two were left speechless. "Wasn't it you who insisted we keep eating? Would we dare not to?" Brother Xiao Bei. The silly girl just detected that a war has erupted in the East China Sea. The Lighthouse Nation has unexpectedly launched a full-scale attack on the Dragon Nation. Currently, the aircraft carriers of both nations are engaged in fierce skirmishes. At that moment, the silly girl spoke earnestly. Since her power had grown stronger and she was endowed with infinite energy, her surveillance capabilities now encompassed the entire Dragon Nation. Thus, virtually everything occurring within its borders was under her watchful eye. What? Is this true? Su Bei was taken aback by this revelation. Most nations should be overwhelmed, grappling with the zombies and monsters of the apocalypse. It was astonishing that the Lighthouse Nation had the audacity to attack the Dragon Nation. Indeed, Brother Xiao Bei. The silly girl nodded earnestly. Her monitoring function was infallible. Damn it, it seems the lesson we imparted last time was insufficiently profound. If that's the case, let's resolve this with nuclear devastation. Su Bei's brow furrowed as he spoke in a chilling tone. With a mere thought, the last 40 satellite-targeted nuclear warheads soared towards the Lighthouse Nation. If all went according to plan, the entire Lighthouse Nation would likely cease to exist. As for the aircraft carriers that had already engaged in battle, to ordinary people they might pose a lethal threat, but in Su Bei's eyes, they were mere scrap metal. Utterly ineffective. Mr. Su, what shall we do now? Should we go assist them? Jiang Rushua, standing nearby, quickly inquired. After all, they were citizens of the Dragon Nation. Therefore, with the Dragon Nation facing aggression from the Lighthouse Nation, it was imperative they lend aid. Just as Su Bei was about to respond, a prompt suddenly appeared before him. Congratulations, player 4399. The Holy Fire Locator has detected the appearance of the Holy Fire Qingshuang Blue Heart Flame in the East China Sea. Players may proceed to seize it. The Qingshuang Blue Heart Flame can upgrade the fire control technique, enhancing its effectiveness and destructive power. Upon reading the prompt, Su Bei's heart leaped with joy. To his surprise, the second type of holy fire had appeared so swiftly and coincidentally in the East China Sea. This meant a trip to the East China Sea was unavoidable. Whether to eliminate the Lighthouse Nation scoundrels or to obtain the Qingshuang Blue Heart Flame. Yes, we shall go. Let's tidy up a bit and set off immediately. Su Bei affirmed, already feeling a sense of urgency. He wondered about the power of the Qingshuang Blue Heart Flame and whether it could rival the Purple Gold Demon Flame. After a brief preparation, he stored the villa in his storage ring and the group leaped into action. Meanwhile, in the East China Sea, the war had escalated to a boiling point. Over 20 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers were exchanging fire. The nearest island was now completely submerged under the barrage of cannon fire. The military capabilities of both nations were evenly matched, making it impossible to discern a victor in the short term. Under the coverage of nuclear missiles, the sea was ignited. General He, something feels amiss. We have launched numerous nuclear missiles against the Lighthouse Nation. Yet have you noticed? There is no sign of nuclear radiation around us. The power of the nuclear missiles is far beyond this. It seems most of their force has inexplicably vanished. At this moment, someone finally acknowledged the anomaly. Logically, the power of a nuclear missile was terrifying. A single missile could easily obliterate an island. Additionally, the nuclear fallout following an explosion was exceedingly fearsome. Yet, despite launching several nuclear missiles, there was little detection of radiation fluctuations nearby. Even the potency of the nuclear missiles had diminished significantly, leaving them feeling utterly perplexed. Indeed, it was as if the explosive power had been absorbed by some mysterious force. General He furrowed his brow. In the past, such occurrences would have been utterly baffling. However, given the multitude of bizarre events that had transpired, this was no longer shocking. Moreover, the disappearance of nuclear radiation was a boon for the Dragon Nation. Could there be something strange lurking beneath the sea? Chapter 68. Su Bei's arrival, the spark of hope ignited. General He muttered quietly, though those around him heard him clearly. No way. If there truly is some peculiar creature beneath the sea, should we continue our assault? Another individual interjected. If the disappearance of the nuclear radiation and energy was indeed related to a creature at the ocean's depths, it must have absorbed the nuclear fallout and immense energy. Waking it could yield catastrophic consequences. The damage inflicted upon the Dragon Nation would far exceed that caused by the Lighthouse Nation's fleet. I'm merely speculating. Just continue fighting. We cannot allow the Lighthouse Nation scoundrels to act so arrogantly. General, he promptly commanded. As the battle raged on, the sea was entirely engulfed in flames. Both nations' nuclear-powered aircraft carriers sustained significant damage. Meanwhile, in the command room of the Lighthouse Nation's aircraft carrier, General MacArthur, we're in serious trouble. A soldier, having just finished a phone call, rushed in, his expression grave. What is it? Speak. Can you not remain calm? Why the panic? MacArthur glared at the soldier, his tone unruffled. Though the battle with the Dragon Nation was currently evenly matched, prolonged engagement would inevitably lead to the Dragon Nation's collapse, as they could never match the Lighthouse Nation in terms of aircraft carrier numbers or nuclear missile reserves. This was their confidence. General, we just received news from Bygone that we've suffered a devastating strike from a supernuclear bomb. Dozens of cities have been reduced to rubble. This attack with our supernuclear bomb is identical to the previous one, the soldier stammered. They had been so dominant at the front lines. Yet now their rear was ablaze. What the hell are you saying? MacArthur exclaimed, gripping the soldier by the collar, his eyes wide with disbelief. Since the last attack, they had bolstered their defense systems. With so many Esper protectors, how could they still fall victim to satellite nuclear bombardment? Were the president's directives utterly inept? The soldier, terrified, dared not utter a word. He was merely conveying information. General, what should we do now? Another commander, looking grave, inquired. They had not anticipated that the Dragon Nation would still be standing while their own nation faced yet another catastrophic strike. This war was turning into a case of losing more than they gained. What now? Damn it. Continue the assault. Since this has transpired, we cannot alter the outcome by retreating. Our current task is to reduce the Dragon Nation to ashes as well. MacArthur immediately issued the order. Even if the Lighthouse Nation were to fall, they must ensure the Dragon Nation went down with them. Understood. All the soldiers nodded in unison, and at that moment, their firepower surged. The Lightning Fighter squadrons, Phantom Bomber fleets, and ballistic missile submarines were all deployed. In an instant, the Dragon Kingdom felt an overwhelming pressure. Whoosh. At that moment, several figures appeared in the skies above the East Sea like phantoms. It was none other than Su Bei and the others. The intensity of the war was indeed fierce. Su Bei hovered in the air, surveying the sea below. The nearest island had been utterly annihilated, with fierce flames erupting upon the blue surface of the ocean. Both sides' nuclear-powered aircraft carrier fleets had endured varying degrees of assault, with countless explosions launching into the sky, smoke billowing into mushroom clouds. Witnessing such a scene evoked a genuine sense of apocalyptic dread. The instant Su Bei and his companions materialized, everyone instantly took notice of their presence. In the control room of the Dragon Kingdom's aircraft carrier, a major exclaimed, "General He, look! Aren't those figures Su Bei and Li Hu?" A major, clad in military attire, gazed at the surveillance footage on the screen, his eyes brimming with excitement. The authorities had been diligently tracking Su Bei's whereabouts in recent days, so each individual had etched his likeness into their minds. However, their sudden appearance left everyone momentarily incredulous. Indeed, that figure in black is Su Bei. Is he here to assist us? Could it be that the commander has persuaded Su Bei to join our ranks? Upon seeing Su Bei, General, he also revealed an expression of immense exhilaration. This young man was a formidable force capable of single-handedly obliterating the goblin stronghold, and he had subdued the fiery beast that left the authorities at a loss. If they could secure his assistance, their chances of victory in this war would surge to over 80%. Moreover, the lightning-affiliated Li Hu was equally astonishingly powerful. Wonderful. It seems that Su Bei wields the ability to control metal. Thus, all weapons of the Lighthouse Nation will be rendered ineffective. The atmosphere was charged with excitement, as if they had been invigorated by an elixir. Each person was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the metal manipulation ability, provided one's mental strength was sufficiently robust. The most advanced technological marvels before Su Bei appeared as mere toys, incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. A single thought could render all weapons powerless. Yes. Everyone in the control room nodded in unison. Meanwhile, in the control room of the Lighthouse Nation's aircraft carrier, all eyes had also turned to acknowledge the arrival of Su Bei and his companions. Ability users? There are even 5 of them. Just in time. As I have a belly full of rage to unleash, let us make you the first targets. Observing the 5 Asian faces across from him, MacArthur clenched his fists tightly. Eliminating 5 ability users from the Dragon Kingdom would indeed be a significant gain. He immediately issued orders to deploy 5 fifth-generation Lightning fighter jets and 5 Phantom bombers to utterly crush those arrogant Asian monkeys. Yes, sir. The soldiers responded promptly. Chapter 69, Aircraft Carrier? Toys. Crushed with a single hand. In an instant, the Lightning fighter jets and Phantom bombers traced dazzling arcs in the sky, rushing towards Su Bei and his companions. Su Bei, my brother. The bombers and fighters of the Lighthouse Nation have locked onto you as targets. Please evacuate swiftly. A hurried warning rang out. Su Bei glanced down at the aircraft carrier control room and the nearby Hummingbird surveillance probe, but he remained silent and indifferent. These bombers and fighters were indeed the most advanced weapons on Blue Star. However, before Su Bei, they were weaker than paper. Rat-a-tat-tat. Whoosh. Almost as soon as the voice fell, the 10 aircraft launched an assault on Su Bei and his companions. Heavy machine guns unleashed torrents of fire, and a rain of bullets descended upon them. Countless missiles followed suit. In response, Li Hu unleashed a formidable surge of lightning energy. Swiftly positioning himself in front of Su Bei, Jiang Ruxue also activated her frost barrier at the first opportunity. In the face of the relentless barrage, Su Bei's expression remained remarkably calm. With a subtle shift in his gaze, an invisible force completely blocked all bullets and missiles just 3 meters away from them, rendering them immobile in midair. What the hell? What is happening? MacArthur and several other colonels were instantly filled with confusion and shock at the bizarre scene before them. This was utterly absurd. The Lightning fighter jets and Phantom bombers represented the pinnacle of their technology, yet they were rendered ineffective against a few mere humans. General, it seems their abilities can control the bullets and missiles, someone remarked, furrowing their brow, though they were equally astonished. Even if someone awakened such an ability, sustaining a blockade against such intense firepower simultaneously would require an extraordinary amount of mental energy, wouldn't it? Amidst the puzzled and astonished expressions, the suspended bullets and missiles suddenly reversed direction, aiming at the Lighthouse Nation's aircraft carrier on the surface of the sea. Whoosh. Boom. Before they could comprehend the situation, countless bullets and missiles mercilessly obliterated the Lighthouse Nation's carrier. Su Bei's gaze was cold as he muttered, "Explode." In that instant, nearly all the fighter jets and bombers erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, blooming like dazzling fireworks in the sky, the spectacle both shocking and beautiful. Damn it. That Dragon Kingdom monkey is unforgivable. MacArthur raged, unable to contain his fury. I refuse to believe you possess the mental fortitude to annihilate all my combat power and carriers. Continue the assault. Witnessing the instantaneous destruction of numerous Lightning fighter jets and Phantom bombers, MacArthur seethed with rage, shouting incoherently. What could an ability user do? He didn't believe that the man could muster enough mental energy to obliterate all their aircraft and carriers. The moment his mental strength waned would be his moment of demise. Rat-a-tat-tat. Whoosh. The next moment, all the carriers redirected their bombing targets towards Su Bei. Fools. Prepare to experience despair more profound than hell. With all the carriers targeting him, Su Bei snorted coldly. With over 7 million units of mental energy at his disposal, the top-tier weaponry of the carriers could scarcely pose a threat. Lifting his hands gently, the foremost 2 carriers were raised into the air. Then, he clasped his hands, and the 6 to 7,000 ton carriers began to visibly shrink and deform. Boom! Explosive sparks erupted continuously. Within mere seconds, the 2 carriers were utterly crushed into massive, circular scraps. With a flick of his hands, the colossal iron spheres obliterated 2 more carriers on the surface of the sea. The explosive booms reverberated, sending shockwaves radiating in all directions. The entire ocean, along with the surrounding land, trembled violently. Meanwhile, in the control room of the Dragon Kingdom's aircraft carrier, gulp. My heavens, is this Su Bei's ability? For aircraft carriers had been completely annihilated in under a minute. General, he swallowed hard, gazing at the unbelievable scene before him, a deep sense of trepidation rising within him. Was this the terror of Su Bei? The means he had just displayed were more than sufficient to effortlessly destroy a nation. What a stroke of luck. This individual is an extraordinary power wielder from the Dragon Nation. If he were a power wielder from the Lighthouse Nation, the ramifications would be utterly unfathomable. Simultaneously, he arrived at a resolute conclusion. Su Bei is someone who must never be provoked. His abilities are exceedingly formidable, under Su Bei's dominion over his powers. The aircraft carrier of the Lighthouse Nation found itself nearly incapacitated for combat. Come on, comrades, stretch your limbs a bit. Since the battle horn has sounded, I shall unleash the demon spirit beast and the storm crimson, declared Su Bei. Today, let us ensure that the Lighthouse Nation vanishes completely from Blue Star. With a thunderous roar, the demon spirit beast leaped into the air, landing atop the Lighthouse Nation's aircraft carrier. The storm crimson, equally defiant, appeared on another carrier. Its immense weight of over 6,000 tons created 2 colossal craters upon impact. Hurry, stop them. MacArthur's face was a mask of panic. The earlier power wielder had already plunged them into the depths of despair, and now, the emergence of these 2 colossal entities heralded disaster, a cataclysmic calamity. In response to MacArthur's command, all missiles were simultaneously aimed at the storm crimson and the demon spirit beast. With a flurry of whooshing sounds, countless missiles were launched toward the enormous figures. The demon spirit beast curled its lip in a derisive smile, effortlessly grasping the foremost 2 missiles and crushing them with a mere squeeze. Boom! The missiles detonated instantaneously, yet, as the flames and smoke dissipated, the demon spirit beast remained wholly unscathed, its contemptuous grin intact. Then, it unleashed a torrent of purple-gold demonic flames, igniting the entire aircraft carrier in an inferno. Meanwhile, the situation with the storm crimson was even more absurd. The missile struck its vast form without leaving so much as a scratch. The explosive power only served to provide it with a continuous source of energy. Observing the 2 behemoths reveling in their destructive prowess, Su Bei was not idle. He raised his right hand once more, and with a surge of power, he effortlessly lifted the Ford-class aircraft carrier to a height of several hundred meters. Gradually retracting his fingers, he clenched his palm. Crack! Crack! With a deafening roar, the so-called greatest aircraft carrier in the world shrank rapidly, unleashing a simultaneous explosion of countless missiles and nuclear warheads, releasing an unfathomable energy akin to a dazzling display of fireworks at a height of 100 meters. In mere seconds, the colossal Ford-class carrier was transformed into a massive sphere of scrap metal. With a casual wave, it plunged into the depths of the ocean. Heavens! Mr. Su is simply magnificent, exclaimed the onlookers. Let us join in the fun. Witnessing Su Bei effortlessly dismantle 5 carriers with such ease, Jiang Rushue's eyes sparkled. Though they lacked such power, dealing with ordinary soldiers was still a trivial matter. As she spoke, Li Hu and Jiang Rushue swiftly darted toward the other carriers. In that fleeting moment, Su Bei furrowed his brow. His potent mental perception suddenly sensed an overwhelming sense of danger. He immediately bent down to observe the sea's surface, which, once relatively calm, had suddenly erupted into a tumultuous frenzy. A massive shadow leapt from the monstrous waves with astonishing speed. Be careful, Su Bei shouted to the 2. At the same time, the gigantic shadow soared into the air, its gaping maw poised to devour them whole. Chapter 70, Titan Beast, Godzilla. In the face of that cavernous maw, Jiang Rushue and Li Hu felt as diminutive as droplets of water disturbed upon the surface of the sea. Just as they were about to be swallowed alive, the silly girl vanished in an instant, propelling them 100 meters away with her swift legs. She returned to Su Bei's side with an elegant grace. Since being equipped with the perpetual energy core, her strength had reached an astonishing level. And her speed was exceptionally remarkable, at least tenfold greater than that of Li Hu and Jiang Rushue. The silly girl's sudden intervention rendered the monstrous maw empty. An enraged roar echoed through the heavens and earth, sending visible, tangible sound waves rippling outward, causing even Su Bei to feel his eardrums vibrating. The Qing Shuang blue heart flame must reside within this beast. As Su Bei gazed at the creature before him, he noted its colossal size, towering even above the storm crimson. A simple estimation suggested it exceeded 100 meters. With a splash, before anyone could fully comprehend the creature's true form, It plunged back into the ocean with a resounding thud. My heavens! What on earth was that? How could it be so enormous? We nearly became its meal. Jiang Rushue and Li Hu exclaimed in terror. They hadn't sensed any energy fluctuations from the beast prior to its appearance. It had opened its gaping mouth to await them. Had it not been for the silly girl's timely rescue, they would have been unable to react with their current strength and speed. When did the silly girl become so formidable? It's terrifying. Her speed just now felt even faster than Mr. Sue's. As they observed the now calm-faced silly girl, a tempest of emotions surged within them. Having rarely witnessed her capabilities, they were astounded by her sheer power. Based on her recent performance, she appeared even more formidable than Su Bei himself. The marine behemoth's appearance nearly toppled all the aircraft carriers. General Males, MacArthur has perished. What are we to do now? That creature is far too fearsome. Our carriers stand no chance, especially with those monstrous power wielders from the Dragon Nation. In the control room of another aircraft carrier, fear painted the faces of all Lighthouse Nation soldiers. First, they faced that terrifying and indescribable power wielder, and now, the emergence of such a gigantic underwater monster rendered their proud carriers utterly ineffectual. Remaining here would surely lead to their demise. Panic and despair swiftly spread through each heart. What else can we do? If we do not flee now, it will surely spell our doom. Without hesitation, Males commanded the immediate retreat of all aircraft carriers, fighter jets, and missile submarines. Those awakened from the Dragon Nation were beyond the reach of their conventional weaponry. The ability to crush their carriers into mere scraps with thought alone was the hallmark of a demon. Such twisted power wielders, even if all the awakened from the Lighthouse Nation banded together, would only find themselves offering their heads as tribute, let alone the fact that they were merely ordinary soldiers. Meanwhile, within the control room of the Dragon Nation's aircraft carrier, Heejong also ordered an immediate retreat. Their reasons for retreating bore no relation to the Lighthouse Nation. Rather, it was the terrifying marine beast that had suddenly appeared. That creature could effortlessly obliterate an aircraft carrier. Furthermore, should Su Bei engage in battle with the beast, they, as ordinary individuals, would undoubtedly become mere cannon fodder. As both sides' aircraft carriers hastily retreated, the deafening roar echoed once more. The entire sea surface rippled with the sound, followed by towering waves crashing violently. Simultaneously, a deep, resonant humming arose from the depths of the ocean, as if some terrifying energy was rapidly coalescing. The azure surface of the sea instantaneously transformed into a deep cerulean hue. Brother Xiaobei, the aircraft carriers of Lighthouse Nation are retreating. Suddenly, the foolish girl beside him interjected with a warning. How could they hope to escape after flaunting their might? Take good care of Xiao. Su Bei scoffed coldly, and in an instant, he teleported to the forefront of the Lighthouse Nation's aircraft carriers. The moment the soldiers beheld Su Bei materialize like a specter, their faces drained of color. This individual was terrifying beyond measure. With a mere flex of his hand, he could effortlessly crush an aircraft carrier into ruins. To these ordinary men, standing before such an unfathomable being felt like being mere ants, utterly powerless to resist. It's over. Our Lighthouse Nation is utterly finished, Merce lamented, his eyes filled with despair. He never anticipated that Dragon Nation possessed such formidable superhumans, and not merely one, but several. There was no escape for Lighthouse Nation. Su Bei raised his hand slowly, and the remaining aircraft carriers were lifted into the air by an overwhelming invisible force. The sound of metal being crumpled echoed, sending shivers down the spines of all present. At that moment, they had completely surrendered any notion of resistance, for opposing this awakened being was utterly futile. With a series of sharp cracking sounds, the last 5 aircraft carriers were entirely crushed into a colossal iron sphere. Meanwhile, a thunderous roar erupted once more. The massive beast surged into the sky at that moment. This time, Su Bei and everyone else finally beheld the true form of the creature. Was that not the titan of cinema, Godzilla? Staring at the colossal monster rising from the ocean, Su Bei was filled with profound astonishment. This enormous creature bore an uncanny resemblance to the Godzilla from films. Its head was disproportionately small compared to its body, resembling a lizard with hints of a dinosaur. Its sharp dorsal fins and the rugged texture of its skin exuded an aura of impenetrable strength. Good heavens! Godzilla? Who the hell unearthed this monstrosity? They thought. How terrifying. We appear utterly helpless. After witnessing the immense Godzilla and feeling the suffocating pressure it exuded, Li Hu and Jiang Rushue finally realized their insignificance. Their power seemed only adequate to deal with lowly goblins and minor zombies. Faced with a behemoth like Godzilla, their abilities appeared utterly trivial. Meanwhile, in the conference hall of Imperial Capital No. 1, the chief and other dignitaries were furrowed in concern as they watched the unfolding events on the screen, not daring to breathe. Just moments ago, Su Bei and that foolish girl had filled them with elation, leading them to believe they were on the brink of a resounding victory, possibly even toppling Lighthouse Nation entirely. Yet, none had anticipated the sudden emergence of the colossal beast. Chief, that monster seems extraordinarily terrifying. I wonder if Su Bei and the others can handle it. A solemn elder in a Zhongshan suit remarked. The chief shook his head, uncertain. He recognized Su Bei's formidable abilities and the extraordinary prowess of his awakened subordinates, yet he could not ascertain whether they could triumph over the oceanic giant. After a brief contemplation, he immediately ordered the assembly of all level 4 and 5 awakened individuals to rush to the East China Sea to support Su Bei. This was not merely a battle between Su Bei and the colossal sea beast. It was a matter of national security for Dragon Nation. Should Su Bei and his subordinates falter, that monstrous entity would undoubtedly land on the nearest shores of Dragon Nation, turning it into a veritable buffet. Chapter 71, A Fierce Battle. Tenfold King Fist. Godzilla unleashed another deafening roar, its fierce gaze directed squarely at Su Bei. It was evident that the giant recognized Su Bei as the strongest among the group. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, a bluish-green luminescence emanated from Godzilla's skin, intertwined with an eerie buzzing sound. It was clear that the azure frost blue heart flame resided within Godzilla's very being. However, defeating this creature would not come easily. Come forth. Allow me to witness the true might of you, King of Beasts, Godzilla. Su Bei's lips curled into a faint smile, his heart brimming with the desire for battle. No matter what, today he must acquire the azure frost blue heart flame, making this confrontation unavoidable. In an instant, Su Bei manipulated the 5 abandoned aircraft carriers, hurling them toward Godzilla. The thunderous crash echoed as Godzilla was forced to stagger back. After all, these carriers weighed over 60,000 tons at their lightest, nearly matching Godzilla's weight, compounded by the terrifying strength of Su Bei's powers. Retreat. Full speed ahead. As the battle between Su Bei and the beast began to unfold, He Zhang's face reflected sheer terror as he commanded the withdrawal. They could no longer contribute to this fight. Even deploying their nuclear weapons would result in no harm to Godzilla, merely feeding it energy. Upon hearing He Zhang's orders, the pilot in the control room immediately accelerated to maximum speed, swiftly distancing themselves from the battlefield. The ocean's waves surged violently, transforming coastal cities into vast expanses of water. The towering buildings became the only refuge for ordinary people. Quick! Deploy all helicopters to swiftly evacuate the coastal populace. The chief commanded, gazing at the cities now swallowed by the sea. Godzilla's fury had clearly been ignited by Su Bei's assault, as it unleashed its unending roars. The bluish-green glow surrounding Godzilla intensified. The aircraft carriers had yet to retreat far enough, and the surrounding cities had suffered grave damage. It was evident that continuing the battle here was untenable. Su Bei, upon surveying the rapidly retreating carriers and the devastated coastal cities, raised an eyebrow slightly. Though he did not consider himself a savior, he did not wish for his battle to claim the lives of innocent civilians. With that thought, he swiftly darted in the opposite direction. Godzilla unleashed a bluish-green energy pulse toward Su Bei. The terrifying energy pulse was palpable. However, its accuracy appeared lacking. As Su Bei executed a swift maneuver to evade the projectile with ease, the next moment, Godzilla plunged back into the depths of the ocean. From the aerial perspective, the enormity of Godzilla's form was evident, towering at least 200 meters tall, resembling a colossal nuclear submarine advancing swiftly through the water towards Su Bei. Foolish girl witnessed this scene and, without hesitation, followed Su Xiaoro. Her strength had undergone a remarkable transformation, enabling her to assist Brother Xiaobei in battle. We should join as well. Although our powers may not match Godzilla's, we can at least use our abilities to distract it, Jiang Ruxue had declared as she too flashed forward to join the fray. After soaring for nearly half an hour, Su Bei finally halted. This location should be relatively safe. In the fleeting moment of turning his head, Su Bei unleashed his metallic ability, transforming his entire body into a shimmering silver metal. Roar! Upon witnessing Su Bei cease his retreat, Godzilla's colossal form leapt forth from the ocean, water cascading off him like a mighty waterfall. The distance was now sufficiently far. It was time to gauge your true strength. As Su Bei's words fell, his body morphed into a beam of silver light. Although he may not rival Godzilla in raw power, he possessed unwavering confidence in his speed. After all, Godzilla's immense size would undoubtedly impede its agility. With a combination of lightning speed and short-range teleportation, Su Bei appeared before Godzilla in the blink of an eye. The sight was somewhat comical. For Su Bei's stature paled in comparison to the towering Godzilla, resembling a mere flea fallen from the giant's back. In that instant, as he approached Godzilla, Su Bei clenched his right fist, channeling all his strength into a single, powerful blow that struck Godzilla's cheek. The force of that punch was enough to shatter a small mountain. Boom! A deep thud echoed as Su Bei's full-force strike sent Godzilla's head reeling by 4 to 5 meters, causing it to stagger slightly. However, such a distance was utterly negligible for a creature of Godzilla's magnitude. Though the punch may not have inflicted significant damage, its humiliation was undeniable. Who? Godzilla's lantern-sized eyes flared with fury, and steam billowed from his nostrils in a pale blue mist. Roar! An enraged and piercing roar erupted once more, sending tangible sound waves rippling through the air. Under the assault of the terrifying sonic waves, Su Bei was knocked back several dozen feet before finally regaining his balance. Indeed, formidable. My previous full-force punch seemed to have caused him no harm, leaving not even a scratch. Gazing at the unscathed Godzilla intensified Su Bei's desire to fight. That previous blow had clearly demonstrated that Godzilla's power was leagues beyond that of the troll goblins. Roar. At that moment, accompanied by a furious roar, Godzilla unleashed another azure energy pulse from his mouth. This time, Su Bei chose not to evade. Instead, he swiftly brought his hands together, purple flames coalescing in his palms. As the flames gathered, the surrounding temperature surged dramatically. Go! With a low shout, the purple flames erupted from his palms, colliding with Godzilla's azure energy pulse. The moment the two terrifying energies clashed, a massive shockwave rippled outward, and the ocean below began to boil visibly. As the energies made contact for merely a second, Su Bei felt an overwhelming pressure. Godzilla's strength undoubtedly reached a dominion level. Tenfold King's Fist. Chapter 72. Shock. Su Xiaorou's eruption. Sensing the pressure, Su Bei immediately activated the Tenfold King's Fist. As crimson energy erupted from his body, the pressure diminished significantly. The two formidable energies continued to clash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the silly girl and Jiang Ru Shui finally arrived. Sister Ru Shui, watch over Xiaorou. I'll go assist Brother Bei. Seeing Su Bei gradually appearing to be at a disadvantage in the energy confrontation, the silly girl looked worried. After entrusting Su Xiaorou to Jiang Ru Shui, the silly girl swiftly darted to Godzilla's rear. With both hands aimed at Godzilla's head, energy rapidly gathered in her palms. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, successive energy orbs bombarded Godzilla's head. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by repeated explosions, the upper half of Godzilla's body was entirely engulfed in fiery light and smoke. Yet, this creature's energy output showed no signs of weakening. Rather, it seemed to grow even stronger under the silly girl's relentless bombardment. Stop it, silly girl. This thing seems capable of absorbing your energy and converting it into its own. As Su Bei sensed Godzilla's energy pulse intensifying, he quickly called out to halt her. While the silly girl possessed infinite energy, her energy was still too ordinary and thus easily absorbed by Godzilla, much like how it could absorb the energy and radiation from a nuclear explosion. Fortunately, the energy of the purple gold demon flame was beyond its capacity to absorb. Otherwise, vanquishing this beast would prove quite challenging. Hearing Su Bei's warning, the silly girl promptly ceased her assault, her expression revealing her dilemma. Infinite energy was her most potent weapon. Yet without the ability to utilize energy attacks, her combat effectiveness would diminish significantly. This predicament would render her incapable of assisting Brother Bei. As for Li Hu and Jiang Ru Shui, their weaker abilities offered little hope in this fierce battle. Roar. Another sharp, furious roar erupted. Godzilla's energy pulse appeared to intensify at that moment. Su Bei swiftly retracted the purple gold demon flame and dodged to the right. In his estimation, while Godzilla was indeed a powerful entity in terms of strength and energy, its massive size would inherently affect its speed. However, the next second made him painfully aware of his grave misjudgment. Just as he attempted to evade, Godzilla seemed to anticipate his movements perfectly. The 100-meter-long tail, glowing with azure light, swung toward him with astonishing speed, leaving Su Bei no opportunity to react. Su Bei's expression darkened as he crossed his arms to shield his head. Bang! Clang! A crisp metallic clash echoed as Godzilla's tail swatted Su Bei away like a fly. This time, Su Bei was sent flying 1,000 feet. His metallic form bearing various degrees of scratches. A sharp, tearing pain radiated from his arms. Damn it! How can this creature's reaction speed be so swift? Such a colossal form should have hindered its agility. It was terrifyingly more formidable than the Godzilla depicted in films. As the stinging pain coursed through his arms, Su Bei murmured softly, "Roar." Godzilla clearly had no intention of granting Su Bei a moment's respite. After sending him flying with its tail, it immediately let out a furious roar, unleashing another azure energy pulse towards Su Bei. Whoosh! Just as Su Bei prepared to defend himself, a sound of slicing air resonated. Suddenly, a delicate figure appeared before him. Xiaorou? Su Bei stood dumbfounded at the sight of the sudden apparition. For it was none other than Su Xiaorou. At that moment, her entire appearance and aura had undergone a dramatic transformation. Her once black hair was now as white as snow, secured at the back of her head with a golden headband. Even her attire had shifted from simple sportswear to an ethereal white and purple gown. Moreover, her physique had evolved into something far beyond what one would expect from a 16-year-old girl. The naive and innocent gaze had vanished, replaced by a sharp and indifferent demeanor. What left Su Bei utterly astounded was the overwhelming presence emanating from Su Xiaorou at that moment. The surging energy within her seemed capable of obliterating the very heavens and the earth. Could this truly be Su Xiaorou? Was this an alternative persona? Gazing at the enchanting silhouette clad in a flowing purple and white gown, Su Bei found it difficult to fathom. In terms of both appearance and demeanor, she bore no resemblance to the previously timid Xiaorou. At that instant, Godzilla's energy pulse drew perilously close to them. Yet, Su Xiaorou remained remarkably composed, elegantly waving her right hand. In an instant, a crimson energy erupted forth, redirecting the azure energy pulse skyward. "Let me handle this colossal beast, Brother Xiao Bei." After effortlessly neutralizing Godzilla's energy pulse, Su Xiaorou turned to Su Bei, her face adorned with a charming and sweet smile. Then, in a flash, she darted towards Godzilla. Witnessing her delightful smile, Su Bei felt a surge of elation. He had initially assumed that the alternate persona within her would not easily accept him. However, her endearing call of Brother Xiao Bei indicated that he had perhaps been overly concerned. At this moment, he refrained from stopping her, eager to witness the true extent of Su Xiaorou's extraordinary powers. With nearly 3 million attribute points, how formidable could her abilities truly be? Meanwhile, the onlookers, including Daniel and Jiangru Shui, stood agape in astonishment. Shock. An unparalleled shock reverberated through their senses. While they had long suspected that Su Xiaorou possessed an unusual ability, the ease with which she had just dispelled Godzilla's energy pulse was beyond anything they could achieve. Goodness, is that really Xiaorou? The same Su Xiaorou we've been with these past few days? Why does it feel like she has transformed into an entirely different person, and how is she so incredibly powerful? Jiangru Shui swallowed hard, her eyes glazed in disbelief. Both in appearance and in the strength she had just exhibited, she was nothing like the naive Su Xiaorou from just days prior. So strong, unbelievably strong. No wonder Brother Bei brought her back. Daniel, still in shock, turned to her companion. Do you know what ability Xiaorou has awakened? Why is it so terrifying? Amidst their astonishment, Li Hu also glanced at Daniel, seeking answers, as she was naturally privy to secrets they were unaware of. I don't know. But Xiaorou is so formidable now. She can certainly assist Brother Xiao Bei. Daniel shook her head before breaking into a joyful smile. Although the power Xiaorou had just demonstrated was indeed astonishing, her heart swelled with happiness, for Brother Xiao Bei finally had a capable ally. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Capital's conference hall, all the high-ranking officials were fixated on the surveillance screens, their brows furrowed in contemplation. Initially, they believed that the strongest members of Su Bei's team were he himself and the lightning-wielding ability user, Li Hu. To their astonishment, it was the young girl who turned out to be the true sovereign. Who could this remarkable girl be? The leaders were left in a state of confusion. How could such a powerful ability user have gone unnoticed? How had Su Bei managed to acquire her? If the government could harness her abilities, she would undoubtedly be a treasure. With time, her potential might surpass even Su Bei's, resulting in an unimaginable enhancement of the entire nation's strength. The other officials exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting their utter perplexity, revealing that they had no inkling about Su Xiaorou. When Su Bei and his team had first appeared, they had assumed that she was merely an ordinary awakener, certainly not on par with Su Bei and Li Hu. Now, however, she had become the center of attention. Observing the bewildered faces around him, the leader's expression grew graver, yet he remained silent. Since Su Bei had appeared and directly intervened to assist the nation, it indicated that he still held the country's interests at heart. Once this calamity was over, they would have the opportunity for a proper negotiation. If he could align himself with the state, that would be ideal. Even if not, they must reach a collaboration. Tomorrow at noon, the 10 secret realms opening in the Dragon Nation would surely yield valuable treasures. With Su Bei's assistance, the nation could awaken even more ability users. Existing ones might experience significant boosts in their powers as well. At that moment, in Donghai, Su Xiaorou had engaged in battle with Godzilla. Each energy pulse Godzilla unleashed was effortlessly evaded by Su Xiaorou, as if she possessed an uncanny ability to predict its attack trajectories. After several evasions, an intense glint appeared in her eyes, and crimson energy erupted around her. At the moment her hands aimed at Godzilla, the blood-red energy enveloped the colossal creature entirely. Su Xiaorou let out a low growl. The crimson energy began to rapidly constrict, binding Godzilla immovably in place, exuding an aura as if she were prepared to tear the creature apart. Crackle. Under the immense energy confinement, Godzilla's scales erupted with explosive sounds reminiscent of missile detonations, sparks flying in every direction. Roar. Amidst this extreme energy compression, Godzilla emitted a cry of agony, beginning to thrash desperately. The azure energy surrounding its body intensified, particularly at its chest, where the glow became increasingly brilliant, pulsating more rapidly. With each flicker, the azure energy coursed through the gaps in its scales and its entire musculature, especially the dorsal fins, which shone with an even more radiant light. At this juncture, it was evident that Su Xiaorou was nearing her limits. Large beads of sweat streamed down her forehead and temples, her complexion paling to an alarming whiteness. Her arms and body began to tremble. It appeared that Xiaorou had reached her breaking point. However, the maneuver she had just executed was undeniably powerful, if her attributes were up to par. It truly felt as though she could rend Godzilla asunder. Su Bei, observing Su Xiaorou's condition, acknowledged the peculiar and formidable nature of her abilities. Nevertheless, at present, her overall strength remained inadequate, and her attribute values were far from sufficient. Thus, it seemed improbable that she could completely vanquish Godzilla before her. Yet, once her attributes improved, she would undoubtedly become an extraordinarily fearsome force. Roar. With each furious roar, Godzilla's emitted energy surged in intensity, shattering the crimson bindings that had ensnared it. With the dispersal of the red energy, a mouthful of blood erupted from Su Xiaorou's lips. Witnessing this scene, Daniel and Jiang Rushue's expressions turned grave. The consecutive defeats of Su Bei and Su Xiaorou instilled a profound sense of despair within them. If even the two of them are unable to confront this Godzilla, then it is likely that no one in the entire Dragon Kingdom, or indeed the world, can stand against it. It appears imperative to swiftly eliminate this behemoth. The longer we delay, the greater the uncertainties become. The moment the words fell, Su Bei's form materialized before Su Xiaorou. I'm so sorry, Brother Bei. This monster is simply too powerful. With my abilities, I cannot hope to defeat it. Su Xiaorou's eyes reflected a flicker of remorse. Initially, she had possessed absolute confidence in her own strength, but the might of Godzilla far exceeded her earlier expectations. Do not speak so. Your performance just now was truly remarkable. To the point of astonishing even me, Su Bei replied with a calm smile, then turned his gaze toward Godzilla, his expression suddenly turning frigid. Su Xiaorou could only swiftly retreat to join the others, where the looks in the eyes of Shan Yo and Jiang Rushue had completely transformed. However, at that moment, Su Xiaorou reverted to her innocent, childlike demeanor, leaving them all bewildered. Roaring, Godzilla's contempt and disdain were palpable as it faced its new opponent. Su Bei, after all, it had nearly vanquished the previous challenger. Humph. To look down upon others is rather amusing, Su Bei sneered. In the next instant, he clenched his fists. 100 times King Fist. A dark crimson aura erupted from his body, soaring into the sky like a sharp sword, piercing through the clouds in an instant. With a resounding crackle, after unleashing the 100 times King Fist, Su Bei could distinctly hear the sound of his bones creaking as if they were popping beans. Clearly, the strain of the technique was immense. Without his metallic abilities, he might not have been able to withstand such a tremendous burden. Given these circumstances, his body could not endure for long, necessitating a swift resolution. With that thought, Su Bei transformed into a streak of crimson light, vanishing from his position. When he reappeared, he was already before Godzilla, delivering a powerful sweeping strike that accurately connected with Godzilla's small head. Bang! The violent collision caused the surrounding space to warp. Godzilla's massive form was sent flying by the sheer force, soaring several hundred meters before crashing heavily into the ocean. This display of raw power was clearly witnessed by the other awakened beings who had come to provide assistance. Chapter 74. The Power of the 100 times King Fist, a brutal output. These official awakened beings from the Dragon Kingdom numbered in the hundreds. Some sprouting wings to soar in the air, while others utilized their own flight capabilities to hover. Those who lacked such skills were seated in fighter jets. Some were engulfed in flames, while others had transformed into various monstrous forms, each a manifestation of their awakened powers. Moreover, the ones coming to aid Su Bei were the strongest awakened beings sanctioned by the Dragon Kingdom. My heavens, that colossal Godzilla was actually kicked away. I recall it weighed at least several tens of thousands of tons in the movies. Are you certain we are meant to assist? What can we possibly do in such a situation? Exactly. I feel that in this battle, we don't even qualify to serve as cannon fodder. One awakened being lamented. Damn it. I always believed I was a formidable awakened being, only to realize I am but a frog in a well. I think we should retreat. This scene is one where we might as well head back. Hundreds of level 4 and level 5 awakened beings were sweating profusely at the sight. Before arriving, they had been full of bravado, confident as the best awakened beings sanctioned by the government, eager to finally showcase their abilities. Yet, they were now confronted with the massive form of Godzilla, making them feel as feeble as infants in Su Bei's presence. What assistance could they offer? They were entirely unqualified. Well, I certainly did not foresee this situation. It appears that this battle truly does not require our involvement. Even combined, we could not alter the current trajectory of the conflict. We might even hinder Su Bei. A colonel awakened being remarked with a bitter expression. They were indeed distinguished among the official awakened beings, having performed exceptionally well. Yet, witnessing Su Bei send Godzilla flying with a single kick left their spirits chilled. Colonel, what should we do now? Should we leave? Another, engulfed in flames, said with a resigned smile. This battle was clearly beyond their capabilities. Remaining here served little purpose and posed a constant risk to their lives. The other awakened beings were filled with fear and trepidation. If accidentally struck by Godzilla's atomic breath, they would surely be obliterated, scattered to the winds without a trace. Do not hurry. We cannot retreat without the commander's orders. However, it is indeed true that we cannot participate in this fight. Everyone, fall back swiftly, lest we become a burden to Su Bei. What follows will be an extremely intense battle. Observe closely, as it may inspire your future growth, the colonel commanded, ordering all awakened beings to temporarily withdraw. Given their current strength, should they be caught in the shockwaves, it could very well lead to their demise. Each awakened being present was a treasure of the Dragon Kingdom. Any misstep could result in significant losses for the government. Yet, should Su Bei find himself in a position of absolute disadvantage, they would need to act quickly. After all, one cannot underestimate the consequences of losing a crucial player. Meanwhile, beneath the ocean, after being kicked away by Su Bei, Godzilla quickly regained its footing and shook its dazed head vigorously. Although Su Bei's kick had not inflicted serious injury, the force was indeed formidable, leaving its mind still buzzing. However, Su Bei had no intention of granting Godzilla any respite. While the power of the 100 times King Fist was immense, the strain on his body was equally great. He did not know how long he could maintain this state, thus requiring a swift and decisive resolution to Godzilla. The rewards for vanquishing this creature would be substantial. First, he would obtain the Azure Frost Blue Heart Flame, and undoubtedly, he would also reap extraordinary attribute values. When he had defeated the Troll Goblin, the attribute values had reached a staggering 800,000. The Titan Godzilla before him was at least dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than the Troll Goblin. Therefore, the attribute values would surely exceed several million. Lastly, if he could refine Godzilla into a skeletal puppet, the overall strength of his team would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. With these thoughts in mind, Su Bei moved with purpose. Whoosh! He once again transformed into a dark crimson blur, instantly appearing above Godzilla. As it shook its diminutive head, Su Bei unleashed a powerful punch that struck Godzilla's crown. Bang! With that single blow, the colossal figure of Godzilla was once more sent crashing back into the ocean. The surface of the sea erupted into towering waves, creating a tempest of monumental proportions. Roar! 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 Godzilla began to bellow in fury, clearly overwhelmed, its rage reaching a boiling point. A creature that had once regarded Su Bei as nothing more than an insignificant ant now felt a deep, piercing pain. This was a humiliation, an unparalleled disgrace. Only by vanquishing this tiny ant could it cleanse itself of this affront. Su Bei, however, showed no inclination to hold back. His form blurred into dark crimson shadows as he landed punch after punch upon Godzilla's head. The relentless assault continued unabated. Thud, thud, thud. Godzilla's massive frame swayed in response to Su Bei's onslaught. Yet, one had to concede that this creature was remarkably resilient, exceedingly tough. Within mere moments, Su Bei had unleashed over 1,000 punches. Although Godzilla's momentum had considerably diminished, it was evident that it had not sustained any lethal injuries. Meanwhile, Li Hu and the official awakened ones who were spectating had become utterly numb. Their jaws hung agape in astonishment, and the sound of swallowing could be heard all around. Su Bei's earlier strikes had been nothing short of brutally ferocious. His fists rained down upon Godzilla's head, and the mighty beast found itself unable to retaliate. Goodness! In comparison to Su Bei, I feel like a mere pile of refuse. I feel the same. Me too. As everyone stood in sheer disbelief. Su Bei tilted his body back and raised his hands. Thunderous roars echoed. In that instant, the entire ocean began to tremble violently, as if the very planet was quaking. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless remnants of fighter jets, nuclear submarines, and aircraft carriers soared from the surface of the sea, converging above Su Bei's head. Additionally, all the metal from coastal cities seemed to respond to an unseen summons, gathering in a frenzy. Chapter 75. 6 million pounds? The Golden Staff? In less than half a minute, the metal that had coalesced above Su Bei's head had formed into a colossal mound. This metallic hill was at least 10 times larger than what he had amassed while confronting the purple fire spirit beast, resembling a massive island. Roar! At this moment, the dazed Godzilla appeared to regain its senses, its lantern-like eyes fixated intently on the towering metallic mound above Su Bei, and for the first time, fear flickered within its gaze. The sight of that gigantic mound emanated a sense of mortal threat. It's over. Prepare to meet your end. Su Bei's icy pronouncement echoed as he pressed his raised hands downward. The immense metallic mound plummeted toward Godzilla at an astonishing speed. Roar! 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 In a state of sheer terror, Godzilla immediately roared back, unleashing a torrent of azure blue flames from its maw. When the metallic mound met the azure flames, it began to dissolve rapidly. Clearly, Godzilla's azure frost blue flames were of a terrifying caliber. However, the mound was simply too vast. It was impossible for it to be completely melted in an instant. Boom! Within just a second, the metallic mound descended upon Godzilla, accompanied by towering waves. Both Godzilla and the metallic mound vanished beneath the ocean's surface. It's done. Hooray! Su Bei is simply magnificent. His manipulation of metal is nothing short of my dreams realized. From this moment forth, Su Bei shall be my sole idol. This brother is incredibly powerful. Initially, I anticipated a fierce battle, yet it was resolved so swiftly. Clearly, Su Bei's might far exceeds our expectations. That massive piece of metal, if it were to land in a city, could obliterate it in an instant. Goodness! As fellow awakened ones, why is there such a vast disparity in our abilities? In comparison to Su Bei, we seem as insignificant as mere refuse. The official awakened ones watched this scene, their faces alight with uncontainable excitement. Although they felt an overwhelming envy, even a tinge of jealousy towards Su Bei's formidable strength, they recognized that with Godzilla's defeat, the crises they faced had also been alleviated. Given sufficient time to grow, perhaps they too could evolve into powerful awakened beings like Su Bei. Meanwhile, on the side of the silly girl and Su Xiaorou, Li Hu and Zhang Rushui were equally exhilarated. Incredible! Mr. Su is truly astounding. he managed to dispatch Godzilla in a single strike. Jiang Rushue's excitement caused her delightful twin peaks to bounce playfully. Initially, she had genuinely worried that Mr. Su might not be a match for the colossal Godzilla. However, it was now apparent that her concerns were unfounded. But that Godzilla has not been entirely dealt with by Brother Xiao Bei. I can detect its life wave. This monster possesses an incredibly tenacious vitality. Observing the jubilant expressions of Li Hu and Jiang Rushue, the silly girl spoke with a more serious demeanor. While ordinary individuals may no longer sense Godzilla's presence, her ability allowed her to scan its life wave. Though Brother Xiao Bei's attack had inflicted considerable damage on Godzilla, significantly weakening its energy, it had not completely eradicated it. At that moment, 1,000 feet away, Su Bei's expression remained stern. He too sensed that Godzilla had not been vanquished. Truly, this creature's durability is astonishing. Its hide, if fashioned into a bulletproof vest, would be invulnerable. Su Bei sighed in resignation. Having endured such a barrage of attacks, it had still not been defeated. One could not help but admire Godzilla's resilience, which exceeded his expectations. However, the stronger it appeared, the greater its potential would be when extracted as a necromantic puppet, which was a positive aspect. Roar, roar, roar. Almost instantaneously after Su Bei's voice faded, the depths of the ocean reverberated with Godzilla's furious and frenzied roars. It was clear that Godzilla had descended into a state of maddened rage. The entire coastal area began to boil with intensity. Even nearby islands trembled violently in response to its roars. What on earth is happening? Godzilla has not been defeated? This is absurd. After enduring so many of Su Bei's attacks, this creature is still alive. What is it made of? The very sound of its wrath sent shivers down one's spine. What in the world is this beast? Upon hearing Godzilla's roar once more, all the official awakened ones felt a surge of dread wash over them. They had initially believed that Su Bei had vanquished Godzilla, only to discover that its vitality was astonishingly robust. Having endured such a barrage of heavy blows, it still remained alive. Even more alarming was Godzilla's furious roars, which sounded like the call of a demon, instilling a profound sense of dread. Merely listening to its wrath was enough to make one tremble. Should they face such a creature in battle, they would likely be devoured in an instant. Splash! As the surface of the sea erupted, Godzilla's massive form re-emerged. At this moment, the azure-blue radiance emanating from its body intensified. Even its eyes had completely transformed into azure blue. Although its aura was considerably weaker than before, its fury had evidently reached a fever pitch. Truly, it is a creature that cannot be easily vanquished. I shall see just how resilient your life force truly is. Gazing at the furious and roaring Godzilla, Su Bei let out a cold sneer. With a mere thought, he summoned the entire mass of the extraterrestrial meteorite, weighing over 3,000 tons. Amidst the astonished and shocked gazes of onlookers, the meteorite rapidly began to transform in shape. What initially appeared as a colossal block of metal, under Su Bei's mental manipulation, morphed at a visible pace into a gigantic metallic rod. The rod emanated an eerie, pitch-black radiance. The moment Su Bei placed his hand upon it, the purple-golden demonic flames swiftly spread along the intricate patterns on the surface of the rod. In no time, the rod was entirely transformed into a mesmerizing blend of purple and black. At first glance, it bore a striking resemblance to the legendary golden cudgel of Sun Wukong. However, this metallic rod was vastly heavier than the one from Journey to the West. The golden cudgel weighed a mere 13,500 jin. In stark contrast, Su Bei's meteorite rod weighed over 3,000 tons, equating to an astounding 600,000 jin. The weight of the golden cudgel was but a trivial fraction in comparison. Of course, the golden cudgel was a treasure of innate merit, and thus a mere weight comparison was insufficient. At that moment, everyone beheld the towering monolith before Su Bei. Once again left in utter shock, jaws agape. Wasn't that the golden cudgel of Sun Wukong? Li Hu stared at the colossal pillar enveloped in purple flames, his heart racing with astonishment. It reminded him of a certain film where the golden cudgel bore a striking similarity to the one now before Su Bei. Chapter 76. The Might of a Single Strike, concluding the battle. Oh my heavens! Mr. Su is utterly inhuman. He is nothing short of a living deity. Indeed. Why do I feel that this towering pillar surpasses even the golden cudgel? Mr. Su shall forever be my true god, the divine Su. Do not merely fixate on that colossal pillar. The flames entwined around it seem anything but ordinary. Alas, lacking in education, all I can utter is a simple exclamation. Su Bei is my aspiration. One day, I shall surpass him. Surpass the divine Su? Perhaps you ought to wash up and sleep instead. Dreaming in broad daylight is detrimental to one's health. You, the foolish hero? I could easily subdue you with one hand. And you wish to surpass Mr. Su? Go on. Sleep. In dreams, anything is possible. At this very moment, the majority of the official supernatural beings began to refer to Su Bei differently. The abilities he had displayed from earlier to now were so extraordinary that they transcended their comprehension. First, he unleashed a series of combination strikes that left Godzilla utterly defenseless. Then, he manipulated metal to coalesce into a giant mound. And now, he had produced an object reminiscent of the golden cudgel, which was undoubtedly not an ordinary metal. It was not that they lacked exposure to the world. Rather, Su Bei's strength was so profound that it eluded their understanding. Meanwhile, in the first conference hall of the imperial capital, all high-ranking officials radiated excitement. Each person was fervently clenching their fists. This young man, Su Bei, continues to astonish us time and again. He is immensely powerful. Indeed, the apocalypse has barely unfolded for 5 days, and he has evolved to such an extent. He is truly a prodigy. I am increasingly eager for him to join the official ranks. With such a supernatural being on our side, the apocalypse would be effortlessly manageable. Let us not be overly idealistic. If Su Bei wished to join the official forces, he would have done so long ago, rather than consistently avoiding us. Observing Su Bei's godlike prowess, some harbored fantastical dreams. Yet, others remained pragmatic. It was clear that Su Bei had never intended to align with the official powers. Had he desired such a course, he would have initiated contact with the state upon awakening his abilities. Even if he had not done so initially, he would have certainly joined after the outbreak of the apocalypse. However, he had never broached the subject. In fact, he had intentionally evaded the officials from the outset, indicating that he had no intentions in that regard. This is quite understandable. With such formidable abilities, one could effortlessly obliterate a nation. Such individuals do not require the protection of the authorities and would never willingly submit to constraints. Living freely is a dream shared by many, though limited strength often prevents the realization of that aspiration. Regardless, once this battle concludes, we must strive earnestly to bring Su Bei to our side, the commander stated solemnly. In the East China Sea, the battle reignited. Godzilla had yet to recover its energy from the previous injuries sustained. Thus, Su Bei had no intention of granting it any respite. When faced with such a capricious beast, the optimal strategy was to strike while it was down. End it. Su Bei bellowed, observing Godzilla's frenzied roars. In the next instant, the form of the towering pillar engulfed in purple flames shifted once more, transforming into a cone with one end larger than the other. Su Bei gripped the smaller end tightly, then swung it in a wide arc, aiming for Godzilla's head. Without the ability to manipulate metal, such a terrifying weight would be difficult for Su Bei's current physical strength to wield effortlessly. However, with his power over metal, the colossal meteorite rod felt weightless in his grasp, devoid of any pressure. This 600,000 gene of weight would undoubtedly stir violent upheaval wherever it struck. Even Godzilla, with its tenacious vitality, would find it exceedingly challenging to withstand. Roar. Witnessing the immense pillar descending upon its head, Godzilla evidently sensed the specter of death. In a frenzied roar, it unleashed an energy pulse from its maw, which was clearly its most potent strike. Even in a weakened state, the energy pulse was more formidable than before. The terror of impending death often unleashes previously unimaginable potential, and Godzilla, a creature of considerable size, was no exception. In the face of mortality, the instinct to survive compels all beings to unleash formidable strength. As the towering pillar collided with the energy pulse, it encountered no resistance whatsoever. The hardness of the extraterrestrial meteorite was incomparable to any ordinary metal. Thus, even the energy pulse infused with azure frost and blue heart flames could not obliterate it. Moreover, the pillar was enveloped in the purple-golden demonic flames, which were no less potent than the sacred fire of azure frost and blue heart flames. Realizing that its energy pulse had failed to impede the towering pillar, Godzilla's eyes glazed over with sheer terror. Roar. Sensing the intensifying aura of death, Godzilla roared in panic. Its massive form visibly trembled. It is entirely natural for an intelligent creature to fear death, yet Godzilla found itself utterly incapable of countering this fate. It could only watch helplessly as the conical pillar descended toward its head. Bang, clang, buzzing, with a single strike. The deafening sound of metal colliding echoed, and palpable sound waves rippled outward in all directions. The onlookers felt a sharp pain in their eardrums, their minds spinning as if caught in a whirlwind. Some fourth-level official supernatural beings were directly knocked unconscious by the shock, plummeting from the sky. Fortunately, a few quick-witted fifth-level supernatural beings swiftly caught them, even from a distance of several thousand zhang. If the distance were merely 100 meters, perhaps the sound waves would have instantly transformed the area into a crimson mist. The sea, with towering waves reaching 100 feet, surged forth like a ferocious beast, sweeping across hundreds of miles in an instant. Fortunately, the aircraft carrier of the Dragon Kingdom had already retreated to a safe distance. Otherwise, it would have been entirely engulfed by the colossal waves. At this moment, the only thing visible on the surface of the sea was the black pillar in Su Bei's hand, entwined with violet flames. The figure of Godzilla had long since vanished from sight. Is it finally over? Su Bei murmured softly, observing the gradually calming waters. Although Godzilla's defenses proved far more formidable than he had anticipated, and its vitality was remarkably tenacious, the earlier strike had decisively eliminated Godzilla, as its energy fluctuations had now ceased. Crack, crack, hiss. At this juncture, a series of crisp sounds emanated from Su Bei's body, causing him to inhale sharply in pain. The prolonged use of the hundredfold King Fist had indeed placed a tremendous burden on him. In that instant, The figure of the foolish girl materialized before Su Bei. Having noticed the agony etched on his face, she expressed her concern with an anxious and pained expression. Brother Bei, let me help you heal. Her system was equipped with a healing function. While it couldn't cure terminal illnesses, it was certainly effective for restoring stamina and treating injuries. All right, Su Bei nodded. 2 light green numerical codes shot from the girl's eyes, beginning to mend Su Bei's wounds. In the past, her energy might have struggled to heal his current injuries or restore his stamina. However, since acquiring the perpetual energy furnace, her energy was now limitless. Thus, this minor injury posed no challenge whatsoever. Chapter 77, 100 million attribute points, the undead puppet Godzilla. Under the girl's healing, the pain coursing through Su Bei's body soon dissipated entirely, and his energy rapidly returned to peak condition. It must be said that the foolish girl was incredibly useful. Her ability to assist others in recovering energy could easily overshadow those awakened with healing powers. Moreover, her offensive capabilities were equally impressive. Brother Bei, your injuries have completely healed, the girl said with a sweet smile, retracting her energy. Witnessing Brother Bei's previous disadvantage had made her quite anxious, but thankfully, he had successfully dealt with Godzilla. Thank you. Silly girl, Su Bei replied with a warm smile. Although she was his companion, akin to a mobile device, the girl had developed emotions and a heart, thus deriving joy from his words. There's no need to be so courteous, Brother Bei. After all, I am already yours. The girl beamed with happiness. Ever since gaining a heart, her emotions had become increasingly rich, often finding joy in his words for extended periods, particularly relishing his compliments. Now, let us go and assess our spoils, Su Bei said, taking her hand. The two descended swiftly, propelled by the enormous waves, their figures vanishing beneath the surface of the sea. Meanwhile, deep within the ocean, Godzilla's lifeless body lay serenely still. Congratulations, player 4399. Discoverable attribute points detected. Will you collect them? Upon witnessing Godzilla's corpse, a prompt appeared before Su Bei. Collect. Without hesitation, Su Bei confirmed. Congratulations, player 4399. Collected attribute points, 10 million. The prompt reappeared, and upon seeing the displayed value, Su Bei couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Although such attribute points were anticipated, the reality of their emergence was undeniably exhilarating. After all, this amounted to 10 million attribute points, nearly tenfold that of the previous troll goblin. Of course, comparing strength, these 10 million attribute points were not overly significant. Godzilla's demonstrated power far exceeded that of the troll goblin. At this moment, Su Bei dismissed such concerns. With these 10 million attribute points, utilizing a tenfold return would yield an astounding 100 million attribute points. If allocated entirely to his four-dimensional attributes, his strength would undoubtedly undergo a monumental transformation. Should he encounter a beast of Godzilla's caliber again, he would effortlessly dispatch it without needing to unleash the 100-fold King Fist. Soon, the two appeared atop Godzilla's corpse. At the location of Godzilla's chest, a swirling azure flame flickered quietly. It appeared tranquil, lacking the volatility of the purple-gold demon flame. Su Bei gently placed his right hand over Godzilla's chest, and a powerful suction suddenly erupted. The azure flame began to shake violently. In less than 10 seconds, the golden-blue flame within Godzilla's body was completely extracted by Su Bei, now pulsating vibrantly in his palm. It appeared remarkably docile, in stark contrast to the challenging purple-gold demon flame. Is this the sacred fire you sought to collect, Brother Bei? The girl inquired curiously, gazing at the vibrant azure flame. She recalled his previous mention of sacred fire, and it seemed this flame was indeed it. Although she did not sense any terrifying heat emanating from the azure flame, an overwhelming sense of danger lingered. This feeling confirmed that the flame was undeniably formidable, remaining relatively subdued and not releasing any overwhelming energy. Indeed, this is the sacred fire known as the Azure Frost Blue Heart Flame, Su Bei affirmed with a nod. With a mere thought, the azure flame in his palms swiftly melded into his flesh, vanishing from sight. Having now acquired 2 types of sacred fire, it appeared that upon returning today, he would need to research the method for controlling the fire lotus. Once he condensed the 2-colored fire lotus, its power would surely double, far surpassing the efficacy of using the 2 types of sacred fire separately. Su Bei mused silently. After all, he had personally experienced the terrifying might of the 5-color fire lotus in the visions of the future. Although he currently possessed only 2 types of sacred fire, the power of the condensed fire lotus would undoubtedly be equally terrifying. At least for the time being, few awakened beings or would stand a chance against him. Congratulations, Brother Bei. Seeing Su Bei's joyful expression, the girl also smiled brightly. Just then, another prompt appeared before Su Bei. Discoverable undead puppet detected. Will you extract it? Upon seeing the prompt, Su Bei nodded without hesitation. Godzilla's combat prowess was undoubtedly formidable. Even combined, the Storm Crimson and Demon Beast would likely struggle to defeat this Godzilla. After all, its defense and vitality were exceptionally robust and tenacious, seemingly more resilient than the Storm Crimson forged from a meteorite. Such a treasure was not to be missed. Congratulations, player 4399. Successfully extracted undead puppet Godzilla. As soon as the prompt reappeared, Godzilla's previously lifeless eyes suddenly snapped open. However, the intelligence that once resided within them had vanished, leaving behind a vacant gaze akin to that of a mindless automaton. As he gazed at Subei, his eyes were filled solely with a dazed loyalty. Subei gently patted Godzilla's small head, and in that fleeting moment, a mysterious bond was established between them. Godzilla affectionately nudged Subei's hand with his tiny head. If anyone else were to witness this scene, they would surely be left agape in astonishment. After all, everyone had witnessed the fierce battle between Subei and Godzilla just moments prior, a life-and-death struggle, a relentless fight to the finish. Yet, here they were now, their actions tender and familial, as if they were a loving family. Then, with a flicker of thought, Subei summoned Godzilla back into his possession. The skills of the undead puppeteer came with a puppet backpack, which contained numerous compartments, each capable of housing a distinct type of undead puppet. Initially, there were only 10 compartments, but as his dimensional attributes continued to rise, the compartments now appeared quite packed, boasting at least 200 or 300 slots. This meant that Subei could extract at least 200 or 300 undead puppets at present. Chapter 78, The Agreement. An audience with the official bigwigs. Although this battle consumed some time, the overall rewards were quite splendid. A staggering 10 million in attribute points, which equates to 100 million with a tenfold return. However, the predicament lay in the fact that Su Xiaorou and Li Hu had already claimed their rewards, with a cooldown period lasting a full month. It seemed necessary to scout for additional subordinates. Subsequently, Subei surged to the surface with the dim-witted girl, returning to the presence of Su Xiaorou and Jiang Rushui. At that moment, Su Xiaorou still bore that timid and pitiful demeanor, a stark contrast to her earlier commanding presence. Mr. Su, you were truly incredible just now. I felt my blood boil, and I couldn't help but want to bear your children, Jiang Rushui exclaimed, her face alight with excitement as she gazed at Subei. Every woman is drawn to a handsome or powerful man, and Subei embodied the perfect amalgamation of both. As a wholly normal young woman, Jiang Rushui found herself deeply enamored with Subei. Were he to express a desire, she would undoubtedly fulfill any request without hesitation. Please, stop right there. As we all know, only humans can bear children, not monkeys. Subei replied, a look of exasperation on his face. When he first encountered Jiang Rushui, he perceived her as a cool and aloof girl. However, after spending time together, it became evident that she was anything but. She was a complete goofball, utterly at odds with the image of an aloof goddess. Could it be that his charm was so potent that it had transformed a cool goddess into a playful fool? Yes, that seemed to be the case, Subei mused. Just then, a low hum filled the air. The roar of helicopters approached swiftly, accompanied by over 100 official awakeners in tow. Mr. Su, those individuals appear to be official awakeners, seemingly here for you. Should I intercept them? Jiang Rushui's expression shifted as she beheld the helicopters and other extraordinary beings drawing near, her pupils glinting with icy blue light. Though Subei had assisted in vanquishing Godzilla and the aircraft carrier of the Lighthouse Nation, it did not imply that he was inclined to join the officials. Having spent several days together, she also recognized that Subei had no intention of aligning with them. Li Hu, standing nearby, felt an electric surge of power coursing through his gaze. While Jiang Rushui still held some favorable feelings towards the officials, Li Hu harbored none. His daughter's plight had left him disillusioned. Had those officials been even slightly just, he would not have lost his entire family. Since that incident, his disappointment towards the officials had reached its zenith. Though his personal grievances might not stir the higher-ups, the resentment in his heart was not easily assuaged. No need. I shall meet with those high-ranking officials eventually. Today presents a fine opportunity, Subei remarked with a calm smile. He had long anticipated the day he would encounter these officials. With a fruitful day behind him and a positive mood, he was open to meeting them, perhaps even igniting their desire to recruit him. After all, he had never contemplated serving the officials. With such power, anyone of sound mind would never allow themselves to be constrained. And indeed, Subei's mind was quite sound. Understood, Jiang Rushui promptly nodded, the icy blue gleam in her eyes fading. Li Hu swiftly retracted his extraordinary abilities. The hum intensified as over 30 helicopters approached Subei's vicinity, accompanied by more than 100 airborne awakeners. Their strength was decent, yet to Subei, they appeared woefully inadequate, even when compared to Jiang Rushui and Li Hu. At this moment, the official awakeners gazed at Subei with an expression brimming with admiration, as if they were witnessing their idol and were utterly exhilarated. The helicopters halted approximately 200 meters away from Subei, and then a middle-aged man clad in military attire emerged from one of the helicopters. Swiftly appearing before Subei, he was followed closely by a male and a female awakener, both of whom possessed relatively stronger abilities, though still weak in comparison. Greetings, Mr. Su. I am Manhwaedit, a colonel from the Southeast Military District. Manhwaedit approached Subei, extending his right hand with a somewhat forced smile. Clearly, he was not well versed in the art of flattery, his muscles appearing rigid. Perhaps this was a common trait among many soldiers. After all, when the commander personally instructed them to show utmost respect and courtesy to Su Bei. Any personal misstep could lead to severe repercussions. "Ah, Colonel. My apologies for the oversight," Su Bei replied politely, shaking his hand. Throughout, Su Bei held deep respect for soldiers and warriors. Even now, in his formidable state, that sentiment remained unchanged. Moreover, the awkward smile on Ma Huayun's face revealed him to be a rather upright soldier, not particularly skilled in navigating such disingenuous circumstances. "Mr. Su, your recent performance was nothing short of phenomenal. You are undoubtedly one of the finest awakeners in our dragon nation." Those youngsters were absolutely awestruck. To them, "You are practically a deity," Ma Huayun continued, his enthusiasm evident, albeit lacking in the finesse of eloquent flattery. "Colonel, given that everyone is quite busy, let us dispense with such stiff pleasantries. Please, speak candidly about your purpose," Su Bei replied, maintaining his smile as he got straight to the point. He spoke the truth. In this apocalyptic era, everyone's time was precious, and there was no need to squander it on empty formalities. Indeed, Mr. Su is refreshingly straightforward. "I shall be direct. Before our arrival, the commander specifically requested that I invite you to the imperial capital. He wishes to meet you." Ma Huayun, far from displeased by Su Bei's forthrightness, actually appreciated his character. After all, he was speaking the truth. Everyone's time was indeed invaluable, and there was no need for unnecessary delays. Now, he feared that Su Bei might refuse. If he did, they would have no means to alter his decision, and failing to accomplish their mission could lead to repercussions upon their return. "Very well, I shall accompany you," Su Bei agreed. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Bei nodded. After all, this was a task that needed to be addressed sooner or later. By severing their intentions to recruit him early on, he could prevent them from repeatedly interrupting him in the future. "You agree?" Ma Huayun exclaimed with unbridled joy. He had not anticipated Su Bei's swift and decisive consent. The burden that had weighed heavily on his heart was instantly lifted. Regardless of the outcome of their negotiations, his mission could be deemed exceptionally accomplished. Chapter 79. Su Bei. "I have finished speaking. Who is in favor and who is against?" "Mr. Su, are you truly planning to go to the capital?" Jiang Ruxue inquired from the side. She understood that Su Bei would likely not join the official ranks. If a conflict were to arise between him and the authorities, it could lead to complications. For the power of the government was not to be underestimated. "Indeed, let us depart," Su Bei replied with a calm nod, as his mind was already made up. After he spoke, everyone swiftly set off. Meanwhile, in the #1 conference hall of the capital, the high-ranking officials were elated upon witnessing Su Bei's prompt agreement on the surveillance screens. His promptness raised hopes that he had made the decision to align himself with the authorities. If he had no intention of joining, he would not have consented so readily. Would he? "Chief, it appears that Su Bei is indeed quite astute. Indeed, I have always said that as citizens of the Dragon Nation, joining the official ranks is a supreme honor that no one would refuse." With Su Bei's inclusion, the threat of the apocalypse seemed considerably diminished. At that moment, every face radiated joy, for they were all acutely aware of the energy and value that Su Bei embodied. It is no exaggeration to say that the combat prowess he displayed in his recent battle with Godzilla was sufficient to overshadow all the awakened ones within the official ranks. As time slipped away, an hour later, Su Bei and his companions finally arrived at the capital. Although he had visited the capital frequently in the past, this time he noticed that its scenery appeared entirely transformed. Everything seemed unchanged yet utterly different. Remarkably, the capital had not suffered any devastation. It looked just as it always had. Li Hu and Jiang Ruxue were equally astonished by the capital's pristine condition. While every other city had been ravaged by mutated beasts, the capital remained untouched, devoid of any signs of destruction. Moreover, the number of awakened individuals originating from the capital surpassed that of other cities. This was hardly surprising, given that the capital was the most vital city in the Dragon Nation, a symbol of their dignity. Su Bei's expression remained largely unchanged, his voice flat and unruffled. Such circumstances were anticipated, much like the disparity in treatment between the rich and the poor. Regardless of the context, the impoverished would never receive the same treatment as the affluent. The notion that the emperor and the commoner are equally guilty is merely a saying. Take it to heart, and you shall lose. "Mr. Su, please follow me." Upon disembarking from the helicopter, the officer immediately addressed him with utmost respect. Following Manhwaedit, the group soon arrived at the entrance of the capital's conference hall. At that moment, all the high-ranking officials emerged from the hall, seemingly waiting for Su Bei. Upon seeing the chief, Su Bei felt a ripple of emotions within him. After all, just a month prior, he had been regarded as a deity in the hearts of the people of the Dragon Nation. Su Bei had never laid eyes on these high-ranking officials before. "Little Su, I've long admired your reputation. It is truly a pleasure to meet you in person," the chief said, approaching with a warm smile. "You honor me, chief. It is I who feels privileged to meet you." Su Bei quickly regained his composure, responding with a gentle smile. He held respect for the chief, but no longer felt the trepidation he once did. "Mr. Su appears even younger and more dashing than in photographs. Truly a promising talent. The Dragon Nation is fortunate to have someone like you, a blessing for all citizens." Indeed, indeed. With Mr. Su's inclusion, it is simply marvelous. You must guide the other awakened ones to become top talents like yourself. Every high-ranking official wore a beaming smile, exuding warmth and friendliness. Su Bei could not help but reflect on the power of strength. It is indeed a remarkable asset. Had he lacked such power today, he might have appeared no more significant than an inconspicuous insect before these dignitaries, forever unable to catch their eye or receive such treatment. Little Su, let us proceed inside to discuss matters. Subsequently, Su Bei followed the chief and the other officials into the conference room. Soon, an array of fruits and snacks was presented. Everyone engaged in cordial small talk for over half an hour, which began to wear on Su Bei's patience. After all, he had not come merely to engage in idle chatter. Little Su, with your remarkable abilities, have you considered joining the official ranks to serve the nation and repay your homeland? As descendants of the Dragon Nation, it is a point of pride for everyone to contribute to our country, and with your immense capabilities, you could offer even greater strength to the nation. After all, with great power comes great responsibility. After meandering through small talk for more than half an hour, a committee member named Feng Imo finally steered the conversation toward the main topic. His inquiry was exceptionally direct, devoid of any circumlocution. He subtly placed a heavy mantle upon Su Bei, intentionally instilling the notion that, as a descendant of the Dragon Nation, one ought to join the official ranks to contribute to the country. This was a supreme honor, and one should feel privileged. As Feng Imo's words hung in the air, the gaze of every individual in the conference room converged upon Su Bei, clearly anticipating his response or hoping to glean insight into his thoughts through his expression. Yet, Su Bei's demeanor remained composed and unperturbed, for he had anticipated such inquiries long before arriving. Observing the eager faces around him, Su Bei offered a subtle smile and replied, Elder Feng is entirely correct. Serving the nation and repaying our homeland is indeed an obligation every citizen of the Dragon Nation should embrace. And it is a matter of great honor. However, there are myriad ways to serve our country. In recent days, I have vanquished the purple fire spirit beast in Bashu and destroyed the goblin stronghold in the northwest. My recent actions against the fleet of the Lighthouse Nation and Godzilla should qualify as protecting the common people and serving the nation, would they not? If we speak of serving our country, it should not be confined to any singular form. Thus, this is my method of contributing to the nation. Su Bei's voice remained calm, devoid of any excessive emotional fluctuations. A faint smile graced his face as his confident gaze swept across the faces of every dignitary present. Clearly, he had concluded his remarks, inviting either support or dissent. Upon hearing Su Bei's response, the expressions of the attendees shifted slightly. Some visibly twitched, their muscles betraying their surprise. Through Su Bei's earlier remarks, they had nearly discerned his stance. It was evident that he intended to follow his own path, harboring no intentions of aligning with the official ranks. Chapter 80. The atmosphere in the conference hall grew heavy. Although they had anticipated Su Bei's refusal, they were unprepared for such a decisive rejection. Moreover, it rendered them utterly incapable of finding any faults or counterarguments. For what he had just articulated was undeniably accurate. When serving the nation and repaying one's homeland, one need not be constrained by any particular form. Furthermore, the actions undertaken by Su Bei in recent days have indeed been aimed at safeguarding the populace, significantly reducing needless fatalities. It could even be posited that his contributions surpass those of the official channels. Su, you are indeed correct. Serving the country should not be limited by any specific framework, he remarked. However, should you choose to join the official ranks, you would have access to greater resources and superior training. After a brief pause, Feng Imo again donned a smile, clearly intent on making one last attempt. After all, Su Bei's extraordinary abilities were nothing short of terrifying. If he could be persuaded to join the official establishment, it would be a tremendous boon. Yet, should he choose to operate independently, it would instill a sense of unease in them all. This was someone who had suddenly acquired immense power, a veritable ticking bomb, beyond their control, potentially erupting at any moment. That was the most perilous aspect. To speak candidly, as it stands, it seems you are unable to assist me in any meaningful way. Su Bei replied directly. Wealth and status, they hold no allure for me. Food-related abilities, I have already acquired those myself. His rejection was forthright, designed to extinguish their eagerness for recruitment swiftly. Indeed, as soon as Su Bei's words fell, the expressions of all present grew grave once more, with some eyes glinting with a cold light. As the apex figures of the official establishment, it had been quite some time since they had faced such a blatant refusal from an ordinary individual, leaving them with a tinge of burning embarrassment. Yet, the power Su Bei wielded was simply too formidable. Despite the simmering anger within, they could only suppress it for the moment. Su, the way you articulate things. Feng Imo began, but was halted by a mere glance from the chief. The chief then chuckled and addressed Su Bei. It appears that you are indeed someone who dislikes constraints. Very well, let this matter rest. After all, we are all working for the nation and the protection of the people. Whether you join the official ranks is of little consequence. His words were largely influenced by the undeniable strength of Su Bei. They had no confidence in their ability to compel him to stay against his will. If they possessed such power, surely today's meeting would not have been theirs to conduct. Moreover, observing that Su Bei appeared to be just in his early 20s, it was clear that such youthful minds are often prone to impulsiveness. Should they inadvertently provoke him, the consequences could be dire. Su Bei was acutely aware of their trepidation. He could not help but reflect on the advantages that strength afforded him. Had he not possessed such formidable power, this dialogue would not have transpired so smoothly. By the way, Su, your reluctance to join the official ranks is understandable, but as the chief, I must request a favor from you. The chief spoke in a very amiable tone. Please, go ahead, Su Bei nodded, having no desire to escalate tensions unnecessarily, especially given the chief's amicable demeanor. You must have heard about the 10 secret realms unearthed yesterday. Entering these realms can yield tremendous opportunities, but they are fraught with significant dangers. I trust you would be interested in these secret realms, so I hope you can bring along several official awakeners to provide some assistance. The chief spoke earnestly. After all, we are all compatriots, and I hope you will not refuse this request. These 10 secret realms could undoubtedly empower the awakened of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet they were replete with unknown perils. If Su Bei could provide protection, the associated risks would be considerably mitigated. This would also greatly enhance the capabilities of the official awakeners. Fine, I agree to this, Su Bei responded without hesitation, recognizing the necessity of showing some deference to the chief. However, this deference was not of paramount importance. In his mind, he had his own plans. With a substantial attribute value of 10 million at his disposal, he found himself unable to distribute it at present. Without distribution, he could not realize the tenfold return. If there were any official awakeners among them who caught his interest, he could bestow attribute values upon them, thereby achieving a dual benefit. Though the optimal solution would be to wait a month and allocate all attribute values to Xiaorou, a month was too long, and he was growing impatient. Ah, Su, your willingness to comply is wonderful. Thus, you need only take 1,000 awakeners into one of the secret realms. Taking too many might complicate matters, the chief remarked. The shift in Su Bei's demeanor, although still formidable, suggested he was not as reckless as they had initially thought. Only 1,000? Su Bei was taken aback. He had expected to be limited to a handful, perhaps 10 at most. Instead, they were suggesting 1,000. Very well. Since I've agreed, I shall proceed with it. 1,000 or just a few seems inconsequential in the grand scheme, he conceded. All right, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Su Bei declared, turning on his heel and exiting. His time was precious, and he saw no need to linger. After departing from the first office, he leapt into the air, vanishing from the streets of the capital in an instant. Soon after, he manifested a villa on the outskirts of the city. Mr. Su, bringing along 1,000 individuals at the behest of the officials, won't that become a burden for you? Jiang Ruxue inquired upon their return to the villa. After all, the official awakeners were relatively weak. Entering the realms would not only expose them to danger, but also necessitate their protection. A handful would be manageable, but 1,000 posed a significant challenge. Not at all. I have my own strategies, Su Bei reassured her. Now, you all may attend to your own affairs. I must enhance my strength here before tomorrow. He shook his head, his mind already formulating a plan. By noon the following day, he aimed to successfully research the sacred fire lotus. The fusion of the two sacred fires would serve as a formidable means of self-preservation. Understood. Li Hu and Jiang Ruxue nodded in unison. Su Bei then retreated to his chamber. In Chapter 81, The Annihilation Fire Lotus, Pillar of Heaven, Su Bei seated himself cross-legged upon returning to his quarters. With a gentle lift of his hands, he summoned forth two sacred flames. His left hand cradled the azure blue Qing, Shuang blue heart flame, while his right held the violet-purple, Zi Jin Yao flame. The moment these flames appeared, the temperature in the room surged dramatically. However, due to Su Bei's adept control and the protective energy barrier he erected around himself, the villa remained unscathed. He then began to draw his hands together gently, striving to forcibly merge the two sacred flames. Yet, as soon as the flames made contact, a fierce resistance emerged. Clearly, neither flame wished to fuse. Despite Su Bei's complete command over them, the force of their opposition was tremendously potent. Humph, having subdued you, must you still resist? Su Bei's gaze sharpened. With a surge of over 7 million vast mental energy, he unleashed in overwhelming force, compelling the two sacred flames to merge. Crackling sounds echoed as the two flames, upon merging, exhibited evident discomfort. As if water vapor had mingled with gasoline, a cacophony of explosions erupted. The flames began to splinter, completely unable to coalesce into a fire lotus. Su Bei, however, remained unperturbed. After all, merging two utterly distinct sacred fires was no trivial endeavor. Initially, they needed to become well acquainted with one another to facilitate a more harmonious amalgamation. Time slipped away, and soon enough, a span of several hours had elapsed, bringing them to 10 o'clock the following morning. Outside, the anxious Shanyu and Li Hu awaited with bated breath. Shanyu, why don't you and Xiaorou go in and fetch Mr. Su? He has been in there for quite some time without food, Jiang Ruxue suggested, glancing at Shanyu and Su Xiaorou. Although they were all under Su Bei's command, the dynamics among subordinates varied greatly. Su Bei's demeanor towards Shanyu was evidently more intimate. akin to that of a boyfriend, while his treatment of Su Xiaoro resembled the affectionate indulgence one would show a younger sister. In contrast, the rapport between Jiang Ruxue and Li Hu with Mr. Su retained a certain distance, lacking the closeness shared with Shanyu and Su Xiaoro. Thus, they hesitated to intrude on Su Bei. Don't worry, Ruxue. Brother Xiaobei's aura hasn't changed at all. He is perfectly fine. Shanyu chimed in with a sweet smile. She had been vigilantly observing Brother Xiaobei's state and detected no abnormalities thus far, deeming it unnecessary to disturb him. She reasoned that a sudden disruption might even precipitate danger. Well, if you say so. I just feel that Mr. Su has missed 2 meals and must be hungry. Jiang Ruxue nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, within the confines of the bedroom, after countless hours of repeated attempts and integrations, Su Bei finally succeeded in merging the 2 sacred fires, achieving a level of perfection that was truly remarkable. I have finally completed it. He exhaled a long sigh of relief, glancing at the wall clock before rising to his feet. With a gentle flick of his right hand, a palm-sized fire lotus appeared in his palm, beginning to rotate gracefully. The fire lotus exhibited a mesmerizing blue-purple hue, resembling amber in its translucent beauty, radiating an aura of formidable power. This shall be my trump card. It requires a name. I shall call it the world-extinguishing fire lotus. After a moment of contemplation, Su Bei opted for a name that was both simple and striking. Although the fusion of the 2 fire lotuses had yet to reach apocalyptic levels, he mused that merging 5 sacred fire lotuses could potentially obliterate a planet with ease. With 2 hours remaining until the secret realm would manifest, he decided to craft a suitable weapon for himself. Reflecting on his recent battle with Godzilla, he recognized the paramount importance of having a reliable weapon. While many favored swords and blades, Su Bei had a penchant for staves, appreciating their straightforward and brute force application. With that thought, he concentrated, and the meteorites in his inventory began to rearrange themselves rapidly. The resilience of these celestial rocks far surpassed that of both Xinjing and Edmund alloy, impervious even to sacred fire, making them the ideal material for weapon crafting. Under Su Bei's control, the meteorite was compressed without limits, purging all impurities. Before long, a sleek, obsidian staff materialized before him, adorned with peculiar patterns. Testing its balance, Su Bei found it remarkably fitting. As he grasped it, blue-purple flames ignited, swirling along the intricate designs towards both ends, soon filling every groove with the dual-hued fire. With the enhancement of the 2 sacred fires, the staff radiated a commanding aura. How splendid! If only I had this during my childhood, it would have been legendary. Su Bei chuckled, envisioning how such a staff would have made him the envy of his peers. What shall I name you? Staff seems too simplistic. Perhaps I shall call you Optimus Prime. You may not yet be able to uphold the heavens, but I shall upgrade you when I find superior materials. As he toyed with the staff, he hastily assigned it a rather casual name. For the next hour, Su Bei utilized his metal manipulation abilities to forge several sets of armor from the remaining meteorite. Although at present, his strength rendered such armor unnecessary, it would undoubtedly benefit Su Xiaoro and Jiang Ruxue. With a creak, at precisely 11:15, Su Bei emerged from the bedroom. The 4 of them turned their gazes toward him eagerly. Brother Xiaobei, did you succeed? Shanyu rushed forward to inquire, despite feeling that her brother was in no danger. An uncharacteristic worry gnawed at her heart. Indeed, I have succeeded, Su Bei replied with a smile. With a gentle wave of his hand, several sets of thin armor materialized before him. Here, these are the armors I crafted for you. Please try them on and see if they fit. The group quickly received the armors, feeling their metallic surfaces cool to the touch, reminiscent of silk woven from cocoons. Extremely lightweight, yet remarkably durable. Could this truly be made of metal? Jiang Ruxue questioned incredulously, as the armor felt far too soft and smooth to be metallic. Indeed, it is forged from meteorite, offering exceptional defensive capabilities while also capable of absorbing and rebounding energy. Su Bei explained with a serene demeanor. Brother Xiaobei, I don't think I need to wear this. Shanyu interjected, aware that her own materials were exceptionally unique and resistant to both high temperatures and severe cold, rendering the armor unnecessary for her. Yes, you certainly don't require it, Su Bei confirmed, recognizing her special circumstances. Once the others donned their armors, Su Bei glanced at the time. It was nearly 11:30. Let us proceed to rendezvous with the official Awakened Ones. Since we have already made a commitment, I have no intention of going back on my word. With that, he led them to the largest sports arena in the imperial capital. Accommodating 1,000 Awakened Ones within the first office was impractical. Hence the decision to use the sports arena as the meeting point. Xiao Su, these are the awakened individuals you need to assist. I trust that once we enter the secret realm, you will ensure their safety. Each of them is a priceless asset to our dragon nation. The commander stated gravely as he approached Su Bei. Each awakened individual, in the eyes of a nation, was akin to a national treasure. Thus, it is only natural for them to wish for no awakened individual to fall. As long as they adhere to the arrangements, avoid causing trouble, and refrain from harboring extraneous thoughts, I shall do my utmost to ensure their safety. Su Bei also nodded earnestly, having promised to safeguard these official awakeners. It is indeed imperative to protect their safety diligently. Should circumstances arise where I find myself powerless, that would be an entirely different matter. Of course, if any among them seek to stir trouble, they cannot blame me for being ruthless. Rest assured, we have emphasized that once they enter the secret realm, they will follow your directives and arrangements, the commander said with a warm smile. At this moment, the 1,000 Awakeners curiously gazed at Sube. Is that young man Sube? He seems a bit too immature. Can such a child truly lead us? I too harbor some doubts, as he does not appear to possess the requisite strength or capability. Do not underestimate Sube. Just days ago, he single-handedly dismantled the goblin's lair. And did you not see yesterday's news? He single-handedly obliterated the entire fleet of the Lighthouse Nation and even vanquished Godzilla. Indeed, I had the fortune of witnessing Sube battle Godzilla. It was nothing short of breathtaking. He is a man of divine prowess. Indeed, Sube is my idol, the goal I aspire to surpass. It's merely luck that he awakened such formidable powers. It does not reflect his own strength. I hope this fellow possesses genuine talent. Otherwise, I shall not heed his commands. At this moment, the 1,000 Awakeners began to murmur softly among themselves. Although their voices were hushed, Sube's formidable mental acuity allowed him to hear them clearly. Some among them recognized his prowess and held him in admiration, while others, quite arrogant, remained skeptical of his abilities. After all, merely becoming an Awakener already places one above the average person, fostering a sense of superiority and arrogance. Aside from the official higher-ups, they regard no one else. Furthermore, it is difficult to believe that someone as young as Sube could possess such strength and be worthy of leading so many official superhumans. Sube's brow furrowed slightly. It seems there are quite a few arrogant individuals among this group. However, that as well, pride and self-importance will exact a toll on their lives. For such individuals, Sube harbors no sympathy whatsoever. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had elapsed. Initially, one might have expected the appearance of the secret realm to be grand, accompanied by ominous clouds and thunderous lightning. However, when noon struck, nothing of the sort occurred. The sky remained clear and serene. At that moment, the commander received a phone call. Through satellite surveillance, he quickly discerned the location of the secret realm's emergence. Xiaosu, 10 secret realms have appeared. The one closest to us is located near Shanxiang Park. You should head to that nearest one. After hanging up, the commander spoke. As for the other 9 secret realms, they had already dispatched other superhumans to those locations. Each pair of superhumans includes one with strength reaching level 6 as their leader. Understood. Sube nodded. He was unaware of which of these secret realms harbored valuable treasures, so he could not make a selection. Hopefully, he would discover something worthwhile in that realm. A few minutes later, Sube led all the superhumans to Shanxiang Park. At that moment, a circular blue vortex appeared in the sky, 10 meters above the park's central area. This should be the entrance to the secret realm. All right, everyone. Stay close and do not get separated. Once we enter the secret realm, I will assign you your tasks. As Sube's voice fell, he took hold of the hands of Shanyu and Su Xiaoro, leaping into the blue vortex, his body vanishing from sight. We are going in. Following closely, Zhang Ruxue and Li Hu also jumped into the vortex. Soon after, the other superhumans lined up and entered the secret realm in succession. Upon entering the secret realm, Sube found himself surrounded by a primordial forest. Towering trees of bizarre shapes loomed everywhere, their thick trunks so robust that it would take 20 people holding hands to encircle one. Strange flora, never before seen on Blue Star, adorned the landscape. Clearly, within the secret realm lay an entirely different world. Brother Xiao Bei, the life force of these plants is so vigorous. I feel they are unlike the flora of Blue Star. We must exercise caution, Shanyu remarked as she began scanning the surrounding vegetation and potential dangers upon landing. Although no danger alerts were triggered, the vitality of these plants was alarmingly potent. Indeed, I understand, Sube nodded, just as he was intently observing his surroundings. A prompt appeared before him. Congratulations, player 4399. The sacred fire of the profound soul in fire has appeared in this secret realm. Please proceed to seize it. Chapter 84, 100,000 gold-eating mice. The profound soul fire? Has the third type of sacred fire appeared so swiftly? Looking at the prompt message, Sube found it hard to believe. He had originally thought that collecting the sacred fires would be a formidable challenge. After all, in the future vision, his future self had only managed to gather 5 types of sacred fire in a year. However, if he could obtain this third type, the profound soul fire, he would have acquired 3 sacred fires in just a few days. Initially, he had assumed that entering the secret realm would simply involve slaying monsters to level up and accumulate experience and attributes. Yet, unexpectedly, in his very first secret realm, he encountered the third type of sacred fire. It seems that his protagonist's halo is indeed quite extraordinary. Brother Xiao Bei, what are you smiling about? Shanyu, noticing the smile on Su Bei's face, inquired with curiosity. Could it be that these peculiar trees have brought such joy to him? Or does he have some strange thoughts about these towering trees? But regardless of how one looks at it, there aren't many hollows on these trees. Occasionally, there might be 1 or 2, but they don't quite match up. Am I really smiling? Su Bei turned back to Shanyu, asking with a grin. Look, You're still smiling and claiming you aren't. I clearly saw it just now. Xiao, you saw it too, right? Shanyu pouted. All right. I must admit I was thinking of something joyful just now. Sube conceded with a nod. What joyful thing? Share it with me. Shanyu immediately pressed, unable to contain her curiosity. If she were still just a competent robotic phone, she would never have asked such questions. After all, back then, she possessed no human emotions. But since gaining a heart, her curiosity seems to have intensified significantly. Of course, all this curiosity is directed solely at Sube. She has no interest in others or other matters. Well, I was pondering whether, in the future when we are together, our offspring would be a human or a phone. Sube said with a mischievous glint in his eyes, jokingly. In truth, he was quite curious about this question. Shanyu had transformed from a mere robotic phone into something extraordinary. If they continued to interact this way, feelings would surely develop between them. If they were to unite, he wondered what sort of being would emerge. Would it be a phone identical to Shanyu, or a person akin to himself? This is a question worthy of deep contemplation and discussion. Alas, even the foolish girl cannot provide an answer. After a moment of earnest reflection, she shook her head. This was a query she had never pondered before, and she had no inkling of what the answer might be. However, upon hearing that Brother Xiaobei was contemplating this, a joyful smile instinctively graced her face. Observing the silly girl's earnest scratching of her head, Sube couldn't help but chuckle once more. Truly, she lived up to her name. At times, she was indeed quite foolish. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, Jiang Rushua, Li Hu, and other official ability users began to appear one after another, all gathering behind Sube. Mr. Su, what shall we do next? Jiang Rushua inquired, surveying the surroundings. It seemed remarkably akin to the primeval forests of Blue Star, with nothing particularly extraordinary about it. There was no sense of danger either. You and Li Hu each take 500 individuals and scout the area. I will accompany the foolish girl to the front, Sube decided, opting to delegate the responsibility. After all, managing this vast throng of 1,000 awakened ones was quite cumbersome. Moreover, during his quest for the holy fire, he might well encounter peril. Thus, not allowing them to accompany him was a form of protection. Understood, Li Hu and Jiang Rushua quickly nodded in agreement, knowing better than to defy Subei's orders. Oh, and bring the demon spirit beast and Xiaohong along. This will ensure your safety. With a thought, Subei summoned the demon spirit beast and the stormy crimson. Keeping these creatures by his side would not yield significant benefits, given his overwhelming strength compared to them. However, for Li Hu and Jiang Rushua, they were akin to divine guardians. Upon seeing the demon spirit beast and stormy crimson, joy instantly illuminated their faces. Minutes later, all official awakened ones had assembled. Among them were over 300 military warriors, alongside more than 600 civilian awakened individuals who had voluntarily joined the official ranks. Just as Su Bei and the others prepared to set off, a cacophony of strange sounds suddenly erupted around them. The incessant squeaking resembled that of mice, and the quantity was alarmingly high. The dry leaves on the ground and the foliage in the trees began to rustle in unison. Brother Xiaobei, danger is approaching. The foolish girl hastily warned. She immediately commenced scanning the surrounding biological signatures. Species, devouring gold mouse. Level 1 mutated beast. Quantity, 100,000. Combat power, 15. Danger level, F. Soon, the scan results materialized before her. The devouring gold mouse, a level 1 mutated beast, posed little threat to Su Bei and the foolish girl. A single step could obliterate a multitude of them. At that moment, the other ability users clearly sensed the impending threat, and everyone immediately assumed a defensive stance. All right. Let these little creatures serve as your opportunity to enhance your experience and attribute values. A mere 100,000 level 1 mutated mice should be easily manageable for you. Sube turned to Li Hu and Jiang Rushua, entrusting these low-tier mutated beasts to them. This also presented a chance for them to grow stronger. As for how many they could slay, that was a reflection of their individual prowess. Yes, Mr. Su. Jiang Rushua and Li Hu nodded eagerly. Level 1 mutated beasts were essentially a boon of attribute values for them. With these values, their combat prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Among the other official awakened ones, some wore expressions of excitement and confidence, while others revealed looks of trepidation. After all, despite all having awakened abilities, the majority had not yet faced real combat against mutated beasts or zombies. Thus, encountering mutated beasts naturally instilled a degree of fear within them. Foolish girl, Xiao. Let us proceed. Su Bei grasped the hands of the foolish girl and Su Xiao, and in an instant, they leapt into the air, vanishing from sight. With the aid of Stormy Crimson and the demon spirit beast, they would face little danger unless they encountered an overwhelmingly powerful mutated beast. Presently, Su Bei's singular focus was to swiftly locate the holy fire and tame it. Chapter 85, 250 million attribute values, nourishing the divine beast. It seems that the endeavor to subdue the Xianhanin fire is now a matter of doing one's utmost and leaving the rest to fate. In the past 29 days, he had failed to find it, and now with only one day remaining, the likelihood of success appeared rather slim. At this moment, Subei found himself without any viable strategies. Well then, let us first contemplate distributing all the attribute values. If he were to bestow all the attribute values upon Li Hu first, he would acquire 250 million in return. Subsequently, gifting the same amount to Jiang Ruxue would yield a tenfold return of 2.5 billion. Finally, transferring that 2.5 billion to Su Xiaoro would result in a staggering 250 billion. And there were still 1,000 awakened ones to consider. My goodness, this thought alone set Subei's heart racing with excitement. If this cycle could continue infinitely, wouldn't he ascend to an unrivaled position? Players, please refrain from such shameless infinite stacking ideas. Attribute values can only be gifted once, and the returned attribute values cannot be gifted again. A red notification appeared before him, seemingly aware of Subei's thoughts. Indeed, is it impossible to exploit a bug? Are you concerned that I might become too formidable for you to handle? Subei chuckled. If this method were feasible, upon exiting the secret realm, he could obliterate the game's developers in an instant. Since exploiting bugs was off the table, he resolved to grant all the attribute values to Xiaoro. Subei hesitated not at all. He regarded Li Hu and Jiang Ruxue merely as subordinates. But his feelings for Su Xiaoro were entirely different. He had come to see her as a younger sister. Moreover, in comparison, Su Xiaoro's abilities were far more peculiar and formidable than theirs. By empowering her further, Subei would undoubtedly gain a valuable ally. With that thought, he approached Su Xiaoro and said, Xiaoro, I shall bestow some attribute values upon you, which you may allocate as you see fit. As soon as he spoke, Subei gently placed his hand upon Su Xiaoro's forehead, transferring over 25 million attribute values to her. He felt no reluctance, knowing that a tenfold return would soon follow. Congratulations, player, on successfully gifting 25.6 million attribute values, triggering a tenfold return, and acquiring 256 million free attribute values. The notification appeared instantaneously as the transfer completed. Although this outcome was anticipated, upon witnessing the 256 million attribute values, Subei was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Such a vast quantity of attribute values was unparalleled, even when considering all awakened individuals globally combined. Brother Xiaobei, breakfast is ready. You and Xiaoro hurry in to eat. At that moment, the foolish girl's voice called out. Shortly after entering the secret realm, Subei had summoned the villa from his storage ring. He certainly did not wish to spend the night in such a forest. All right, coming. Subei responded, and the three of them made their way into the villa. The dining table was laden with an impressive array of delectable dishes, and Su Xiaoro began to devour her meal with fervor. In the northern regions of Subei instinctively took out his phone to continue his treasure hunt. This has seemingly become a habitual practice. Whenever mealtime or leisure time presented itself, he could not resist the urge to delve into his phone for hidden gems. Over the past month, Subei had unearthed countless treasures, some of which were truly remarkable. For instance, he had discovered an SS-grade doomsday shelter. This shelter boasted an internal area of 500,000 square kilometers, comparable to a sprawling provincial capital, complete with mountains, rivers, flora, modern facilities, everything one could desire, and its defenses were robust enough to withstand the devastation wrought by world-ending beasts. Moreover, it offered formidable immunities against viruses and the ability to negate mental control. Such powers were exceedingly advantageous for Subei. The ability to disregard mental control meant that even if he encountered an ability user akin to Su Xiaoro in the future, he would remain unaffected. Half an hour later, the three of them finished breakfast, and Subei began allocating his attribute points. He allocated 200 million points to his 4 primary attributes. Consequently, his attributes soared to over 50 million, approaching 60 million in total. Should he unleash his 100-fold King Fist, his power would be unimaginable. Subei felt that. At that moment, a single strike could obliterate Godzilla's skull. What a formidable sensation. However, it seemed insufficient compared to the future self he envisioned a year from now. He required more attribute points, and acquiring the holy fire was of utmost importance. Reflecting on his burgeoning strength, Subei's resolve became steadfast once again. Relying solely on his own formidable capabilities would undoubtedly be inadequate to confront the formidable foes of the future. The holy fire remained a priority. By the way, he realized he had not nurtured Little Black in quite some time. He should assess the situation. At that moment, Subei also recalled the Black Divine Beast Egg. Having been preoccupied lately, and without the tenfold return on his attribute points, he had neglected to feed Little Black. Now, with 5,600,000 attribute points remaining, he could dedicate them to Little Black. He hoped that, with this nourishment, Little Black would emerge from its shell. After all, he had witnessed its might in the future vision. With that thought, Subei swiftly retrieved the Black Divine Beast Egg from his game backpack. A faint humming resonated from the egg, accompanied by a subtle purple glow emanating from the cracks in its scales. It appeared unchanged from a month ago. Clearly, if he wished for this little creature to break free on its own, the waiting period would be excessively lengthy, perhaps decades, or even a century. He could not afford to wait that long. Moreover, the longer the egg remained unhatched, the more restless he felt, akin to having a blind box before him. Knowing a grand prize awaited but unable to open it, he decided to feed it all of his attribute points. With that resolution, Sube concentrated his thoughts and transferred all 5,600,000 attribute points to the black divine beast egg. The humming intensified, and the purple light emanating from the egg flared brilliantly. At that moment, something within the egg seemed to yearn to break free. Chapter 86, Despair. The Colossal Beast. Sube watched the black giant egg with bated breath, as the purple light grew increasingly radiant. However, after several seconds of this brilliance, it began to gradually fade. Despite the evident stirring within the egg, there were no signs of an imminent hatching. Observing this, Sube felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped that the infusion of over 50 million attribute points would prompt the divine beast to emerge. It appeared that this little creature had a far greater appetite than he had anticipated. Indeed, over 50 million points had not sufficed for it to hatch. No wonder. In the vision from a year hence, this little coal ball was so formidable, it required such a substantial amount of attribute points for its emergence. He mused that even if the creature within were merely a pig, with such a boost in attribute points, it would undoubtedly possess an astonishing combat prowess. Resigned to the situation, Sube could only lament. Yet, having invested so many attribute points into this egg, he felt a persistent unease at the thought of not bringing it to fruition. Just then, a serious expression crossed the face of the silly girl beside him, who suddenly spoke up. Sube, I sense a powerful surge of energy. It seems that Brother Hu and Sister Ru Shui may be in danger. She had just perceived a potent energy fluctuation, seemingly not far from Li Hu and Jiang Ru Shui. Let us go see what is happening. Upon hearing her words, Sube prepared to investigate. After all, he couldn't expect to locate the mysterious Yin fire anytime soon. And he certainly couldn't stand idly by while Li Hu and Jiang Ru Shui, his subordinates whom he had brought into this secret realm, were in peril. The silly girl nodded. In an instant, the group vanished from their location. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Hu and Jiang Ru Shui led 1,000 awakened ones. But they now numbered fewer than 600. Over 300 had perished in the nearly month-long battles, becoming fodder for the ferocious beasts. Despite their considerable strength, protecting over 1,000 individuals was an impossible task. Furthermore, some among them were recklessly eager, charging headfirst into encounters with beasts far stronger than themselves in a desperate bid for attribute points, ultimately sacrificing their lives in vain. This was the dire consequence of excessive arrogance and greed. Now, they faced a grave predicament. Before them lay a horde of mutated wolves, numbering in the tens of thousands, each boasting the combat prowess of 5th-level beasts. With their strengths, Li Hu and Jiang Ru Shui were not intimidated by these 5th-level creatures. However, the sheer number of wolves was overwhelming, over 10,000 in total. This horde posed a lethal threat to the official awakened ones behind them, whose strengths ranged predominantly from 3rd to 4th level. For each of them, facing even one wolf presented a challenge. With such a multitude, it was virtually insurmountable. What do we do now? With so many wolves, even if we exhaust all our mental energy, it would be impossible to defeat them all. And even if we could, the official awakened ones behind us would be slaughtered. Jiang Ru Shui's expression was grave. If it were just the two of them, escaping wouldn't be too difficult. However, with over 600 official awakened ones trailing behind, leaving them behind would be tantamount to signing their death warrants. They could not abandon their compatriots, especially given that this was a task entrusted to them by Mr. Su. Should all the official awakened ones fall to the beasts, they could hardly explain that to Mr. Su. It is indeed a challenging situation, but we have no other options. We cannot just stand by and watch as these awakened ones are annihilated. If all the official awakened ones perish, Brother Bei will have no explanation to offer, and we won't have one either. Let us act. Li Hu gritted his teeth, and in an instant, a terrifying surge of lightning erupted from his body. He leapt forward, charging directly into the pack of ferocious beasts. Jiang Rushua, without a moment's hesitation, felt her pupils shift to a pale blue. In that very moment, a frost-laden longsword materialized in her hand, and she too joined the fray. Stormy Crimson and the demon spirit beast surged forward, ready to rend the wolf pack apart. Meanwhile, the more than 600 awakened individuals behind them trembled in fear upon witnessing such a multitude of 5th-tier ferocious beasts. Lin, what should we do now? Should we rush to aid Brother Hu and Sister Rushua? The faces of the official awakened were etched with terror. Compared to these ferocious beasts, their strength was woefully inadequate. Even if they were to rush in to assist, they would merely be offering themselves as fodder. Help! We're like clay figurines crossing a river, barely able to save ourselves, let alone help them. While they're preoccupied with the wolf pack, we must make our exit now. Lin Fan glanced at the battle engulfing Li Hu and Stormy Crimson, who were now completely swallowed by the ferocious beasts. With over 10,000 5th-tier monsters, even Stormy Crimson would find it no easy task to contend with them. But isn't it a bit dishonorable to flee after Li Hu and Jiang Rushua have protected us all this way? A man in his 30s raised an eyebrow, feeling that such an act was rather ignoble. Yet, given their own strength, it seemed they could indeed offer no meaningful assistance. Don't go seeking death if you want to live. I refuse to perish here. I've accumulated enough attribute points during this time. I intend to leave. Those who wish to survive, come with me. Those who seek death may assist them. With that, Lin Fan sprang into action, preparing to vacate the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, an immensely heavy footfall reverberated through the air. Each step sent tremors through the ground, a sensation that gripped the hearts of every official awakened. It felt as though those thunderous steps were crushing them underfoot. What on earth is that? Good heavens, it's massive. As the heavy footsteps drew nearer, some with keen eyesight beheld a colossal beast, towering 100 zhong, emerging from the mist. Its body was cloaked in fiery red fur, its visage reminiscent of a wolf, adorned with fan-shaped bony antennae atop its head. Stormy Crimson, already a behemoth, appeared no larger than an ant in comparison to this towering creature. Boom. Just as everyone stood transfixed by the sight of the 100 zhong giant, it casually raised its hand and sent Stormy Crimson flying. The massive form struck the ground 1,000 zhong away, creating a vast crater. Good grief. What in the world is that monstrosity? Chapter 87. Cowards. You all deserve to die. Fear was palpable on every face. A sense of impending doom surged from the depths of their souls, spreading rapidly throughout their bodies. Even Li Hu and Jiang Ruxue felt the chilling threat of death. Although they were considerably powerful compared to the official awakened, against these fifth-tier mutated beasts, they were still outmatched. Suddenly, 100 zhong beast appeared, effortlessly swatting Stormy Crimson aside. This was beyond their capacity to handle. Roar. After witnessing Stormy Crimson being flung away, the demon spirit beast let out a furious roar, its entire body engulfed in purple flames. It opened its massive jaws, unleashing a conical pulse of purple fire directed at the giant beast. In an instant, its colossal form was completely enveloped in the violet blaze. Did it succeed? Li Hu and Jiang Ruxue exchanged excited glances. The demon spirit beast's strength far surpassed theirs. More importantly, they knew the flames it wielded were sacred fire, with destructive power unmatched by ordinary flames. Surely, even such a colossal entity could not disregard the assault of sacred fire. The despair etched on the faces of the official awakened began to dissipate, replaced by renewed hope. They had initially thought Stormy Crimson to be the strongest, only to realize that the true powerhouse was the demon spirit beast. It seemed their lives might yet be spared. Relief washed over everyone. As long as they could survive today, they would be able to leave the secret realm tomorrow. Yet, just as they reveled in their newfound hope, a massive red hand emerged from the purple flames, seizing the demon spirit beast with a firm grip. How is this possible? How can it ignore the searing of sacred fire? This is absurd. It was over. It seemed they were all destined to perish here today. The flicker of hope that had ignited in their hearts was extinguished in an instant, replaced by an even more profound despair than before. Boom. Under the watchful eyes of the despairing crowd, the 100 zhong beast merely tightened its grip. With a low rumble, the demon spirit beast's body was effortlessly crushed, transforming into a mist of blood, leaving only its head and 2 legs behind. The giant casually discarded the remnants and turned its colossal gaze towards Li Hu and Jiang Ruxue, as if recognizing them as the mental pillars of those lesser insects. It's all over. Damn it. Am I really going to die here today? I haven't even had a chance with Mr. Su yet. This is truly disheartening. As the massive form approached, Jiang Ruxue wore a bitter smile, filled with resignation. At that moment, death seemed less daunting. What saddened her was the thought of not having obtained Su Bei's body before meeting her end. Not even having had the chance for a first time, it was just too painful. Well, that's your own issue. After all this time, you didn't put in the effort. Now, regretting is pointless, Li Hu responded with a calm smile. After all, his life had been granted by Bei Ge. Without him, he might have perished weeks ago. Surviving for so long felt like enough. Casting a glance at Jiang Ruxue, he declared, I will draw the giant beast's attention and lead it towards the official awakened. You must leave this place as swiftly as possible. One of us must survive to continue serving Bei Ge. He had overheard the previous conversation among the official awakened, and it was clear they intended to use him and Jiang Ruxue as bait to escape. Such individuals were not worth saving. They could be left to their fates. Fine. Then let us stick together. If I survive alone, I won't be able to face Mr. Su either, Jiang Ruxue replied with a bitter laugh. In an instant, their powers surged forth. With a cry, they unleashed their ultimate attacks, 1,000 miles of ice encapsulation, and devastating thunderstorm. Meanwhile, the official awakened finally regained their senses. Damn it. Run. Staying here means certain death. You idiots may choose to remain, but I refuse to die here with you. Observing the indifferent crowd, Lin Fan swiftly pivoted and leaped into the air with remarkable agility. Over the past nearly month, his gains had been substantial. He had successfully ascended to the rank of a level 5 awakened. Henceforth, he would emerge as a pillar of the nation, basking in the adoration and accolades of the populace. He absolutely could not perish here. We should leave as well. After all, our prowess here is of no assistance. Indeed, we don't wish to become a burden to those two. Let us not complicate matters any further. The moment these words were uttered, hundreds of figures sprang into action, pursuing Lin Fan. At that moment, only a mere handful remained behind. These scoundrels, Li Hu and Jiang Ruxue, have tirelessly led us in battling monsters to enhance our strength. And now, when they face peril, these wretches choose to flee. Truly despicable, Li Gang seethed, casting a glance at the retreating Lin Fan. Captain Li, what shall we do now? Inquired several younger awakened behind him. They all had military backgrounds, with the blood of warriors coursing through their veins. Thus, they harbored no overwhelming fear of death. Though our strength may be lacking, we are not cowards. Let us charge together. As Li Gang's voice resonated, he was the first to rush forward, followed resolutely by the dozen or so awakened behind him. If they were to die, so be it. Since the moment they became soldiers, they had anticipated such a day. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and the other awakened had soared several dozen kilometers away. Surely, they must be safe now? Lin Fan and his companions surveyed their surroundings. It was tranquil, devoid of evident danger. They breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for their swift escape. Otherwise, they might have already fallen prey to that colossal beast. Brother Lin truly possesses resolve. He acted decisively. Those indecisive fools have likely become the beast's meal, one remarked. Brother Lin is indeed a true hero. From this day forth, I shall follow him. Count me in. Brother Lin shall be my elder brother. From the first time I heard Brother Lin's name, I knew he was destined to be the protagonist. The other awakened joined in the praise, extolling Lin Fan. Just as Lin Fan reveled in their adulation, an icy voice suddenly shattered the moment. So, you worthless fools have abandoned your companions, preparing to survive at any cost? The chilling words instilled a profound dread in everyone's hearts, as if they had been marked by death itself. Who is it? Lin Fan's heart raced, and he swiftly scanned his surroundings. In that instant, a familiar figure emerged into view. Su Beibei. Gazing upon that face, so frigid and devoid of warmth, an overwhelming terror enveloped them all. You truly deserve to die. Chapter 88. 600 abilities, picking up until my hands are sore. Su Beibei's piercing gaze swept across every face. The sight of her icy demeanor sent waves of panic and fear coursing through Lin Fan and the other awakened. Their instincts screamed that she was capable of eliminating them. Su Beibei, what do you intend to do? We are official awakened. Should you dare to harm us, I advise you to seriously contemplate the consequences you will face. Lin Fan, suppressing his fear, stepped forward to meet Su Beibei's cold gaze. Though his tone remained firm, the underlying trepidation was unmistakable to those around him. He was gambling, hoping that Su Beibei would hesitate to act against them, fearing their status as official awakened. After all, Su Beibei was merely an ordinary awakened, albeit powerful, but certainly not a match for the official forces. They stood backed by the authority, representing the official entity itself. Should Su Beibei dare to strike, it would be tantamount to defying the official establishment. A modicum of intelligence would prevent anyone from committing such a foolish act. Foolish, ignorant wretches. Do you truly believe I brought you worthless beings into this secret realm out of fear of the authorities? Su Beibei shook her head in exasperation at Lin Fan's ignorance. It seemed these individuals had failed to grasp the gravity of their situation. Did they genuinely think she was intimidated by the official powers when she led them through their training? I acknowledge your strength surpasses ours. Yet I do not believe you possess the qualifications to oppose the official forces. While you may be capable of exterminating us all, your fate would mirror ours thereafter. Lin Fan feigned calmness, continuing to speak. At that moment, the other awakened found their confidence bolstered by his words. Indeed, they are official personnel. Su Beibei is merely an individual force, unable to contend with the authority. Fool. Su Beibei scoffed, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared before Lin Fan, seizing him by the throat as effortlessly as one might lift a chick, hoisting him into the air. Su Beibei, how dare you? Crack. The moment Lin Fan's threat escaped his lips, Su Beibei tightened her grip, and with a sickening crack, she snapped his neck. To be the first to stick one's neck out is not without peril. Failure to tread carefully could cost one their life. Lin Fan was the perfect example of this. Su Beibei, how dare you? How dare you kill Lin Fan? He is a level 5 awakened, one of the nation's finest. You will face the gravest repercussions. A middle-aged man sprang forth, his face a mask of fear and disbelief, laced with indignation. He had believed that with the official backing, Su Beibei would not dare to challenge them. Yet, he was taken aback by her ruthless actions, completely disregarding the consequences. Su Beibei, you had best ensure our safety. We can later explain to the authorities that Lin Fan perished in battle against the monsters. Otherwise, do not expect us to vouch for you. At that moment, another woman with a round face stepped forward. One could only lament the utter foolishness of these individuals. Did they still not comprehend the peril they faced? Mr. Su, abandoning our comrades was our fault. We implore you to grant us another chance. A middle-aged man chimed in, his expression filled with trepidation. The coldness in Su Beibei's gaze suggested she regarded them as nothing more than mere insects. If she had the audacity to snap Lin Fan's neck, she would not hesitate to eliminate them all. Moreover, after dispatching all the awakened, Su Beibei could easily inform the authorities that they had perished in combat against the monsters. A chance. You have long since missed your opportunity. Su Beibei's icy demeanor remained unchanged, regarding the hundreds of awakened before her as one would regard the dead. The chilling words fell, and in an instant, Lin Fan's body was engulfed in flames, leaving not even ashes in his wake. Su Beibei, you scoundrel. Do not assume you can eliminate us all. Everyone, Unite and take down this arrogant little wretch. The earlier middle-aged man bellowed, rallying the other awakened to resist Subebe. After all, only by banding together did they stand a chance. Foolish and deluded, perish. With that, Subebe's judgment was pronounced. Countless darts materialized instantaneously from thin air. Thud, thud, accompanied by a series of subtle sounds. Figure after figure collapsed. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of superhumans lay sprawled in pools of blood. What a transgression. Casting a cold glance at the surrounding corpses, Sube's expression remained unperturbed. After eliminating all the superhumans who had fled the battlefield, a notification suddenly appeared before him. Ability pickup triggered. Congratulations, player 4399. Acquired Ice Attribute ability. Congratulations, player 4399. Acquired Fire Attribute ability. Congratulations, player 4399. Acquired Invisibility ability. Congratulations, player 4399. Acquired Self-Healing ability. Congratulations, player 4399. Acquired Angel Wings. The notifications flashed incessantly before Sube, who promptly closed the window. After all, the sheer number of abilities extracted from the fallen superhumans was quite overwhelming. In truth, the abilities possessed by these individuals were rather commendable. However, their inherent attribute values were so feeble that they seemed utterly inconsequential. TSK. It appears that today's haul is indeed substantial, having acquired hundreds of abilities in one fell swoop. Although none of them reach S rank or above, it matters not. The potency of an ability does not solely hinge on its rank. It equally depends on the prowess of the wielder. Upon meticulously reviewing the abilities obtained this time, he found a total of 592 abilities, encompassing an exceptionally broad range. Some were related to limb regeneration, others to the prowess of a dual-armed hero, as well as laser vision, rapid mental recovery, and healing abilities. Even the tiniest benefit is still a benefit. Thus, Sube graciously accepted them all. Subsequently, he cast another glance at the disarray of corpses. With a mere thought, a blue and purple dual-colored sacred fire engulfed all the bodies, reducing them to ashes. The moment they betrayed Li Hu and Jiang Rushua, their fates were already sealed. If they could abandon their comrades once, they could do so countless times. This also served as a means for the authorities to eliminate some potential threats. Meanwhile, on the side of Li Hu and Jiang Rushua, they were desperately evading a colossal beast. Fortunately, although this monstrous creature possessed outrageous strength, its speed was not particularly remarkable. Thus, they managed to hold on for 2 or 3 minutes. Damn it, why do I always feel like this beast is toying with us? It's as if it's playing a game of cat and mouse, showing no intention of finishing us off immediately. At this moment, Li Hu began to sense that something was amiss. Although the beast was indeed massive, potentially affecting its speed, when one possesses overwhelming power, speed cannot be too slow. Given its far superior strength, its speed must also be vastly greater than theirs. Yet, even after several minutes, it had yet to kill them. Behaving entirely like a cat playing with its prey. I feel it too. Damn this creature. Jiang Rushua cursed vehemently. This is beyond torturous. I'd rather be devoured whole by the beast than endure this agony. Each evasion heightened her fear to the utmost. Roar. Just then, the beast suddenly let out a thunderous howl that reverberated through the air, causing everyone's eardrums to ring. Its colossal eyes, larger than a millstone, spewed flames. It seemed ready to get serious. Are we about to be finished? Jiang Rushua forced a bitter smile, lamenting that she hadn't even had the chance for a final farewell with Sube. Well, if death is imminent, then so be it. As the beast roared, a hand as large as the sky descended upon the two. Ice barrier, thunder shield. Although they both understood the power disparity between themselves and the beast, they were unwilling to completely surrender to despair. They quickly conjured their strongest defensive stances, enveloped in a blue ice barrier. Li Hu stood in front, summoning a colossal shield of thunderous energy. Though it appeared formidable, they both knew that such defenses might withstand typical ferocious beasts, but would be utterly insufficient against this colossal entity. It might not even provide a semblance of resistance. What is happening? It's blocked. Holy crap. The giant hand has halted. After a full 3 seconds of suspense, they realized that the enormous palm had not descended but was suspended in midair. The despair etched on their faces was instantly replaced by joy and astonishment. How could this be? How could their combined strength possibly withstand the beast's attack? Though they felt a mix of astonishment and elation, they were acutely aware of their inferiority against the monstrous creature. Look, that layer of red energy. It's Xiao's superpower. At that moment, Li Hu noticed that the giant hand was enveloped in a crimson energy. Clearly, it was this red energy that had thwarted the beast's assault. They recognized this energy well. It belonged to Su Xiao. What are you waiting for? Hurry over. Just as the two were in disbelief, the voice of the silly girl rang out. Silly girl, Xiao, you arrived just in time. Upon turning to see the silly girl and Su Xiao, both were on the verge of tears from overwhelming excitement. Moments ago, they had believed themselves to be inescapably doomed. Who would have thought that Xiao and the silly girl would appear at such a critical juncture? The exhilaration of surviving a catastrophe was a feeling only those who had experienced it could truly comprehend. At that moment, Su Xiaoro manipulated the energy with her hands, the crimson energy swiftly enveloping the massive beast entirely. Previously, Su Xiaoro's attributes were around 3 million, thus limiting her power. However, with over 28 million attributes now supporting her, her abilities had grown significantly stronger. Roar! The 100-foot beast, bound by her immense power, was rendered immobile, letting out a furious roar. Gazing at Su Xiaoro, its eyes betrayed a flicker of fear, for this diminutive creature instilled within it the terror of death. Crack! Crack! With an expression of serene determination, Su Xiaoro slightly constricted her hands, and the terrifying red energy followed suit. Within the body of the colossal beast, the sound of cracking bones echoed. The once mighty creature found itself utterly powerless against Su Xiaoro's grip. My heavens! That girl is astonishing. Is this some sort of jest? Li Hu and Zhang Ruxue felt as insignificant as mere insects before the beast, while this girl effortlessly subdued it. I initially thought she was simple-minded and lacked strength, but it seems I was gravely mistaken. I had seen her in videos. She had intervened when Su Bei fought Godzilla, displaying terrifying abilities. Regardless of how things unfold, it appears we have been saved. I never imagined that each of Su Bei's subordinates would be so formidable in their team. The revered Li Hu and Zhang Ruxue seemed like mere underlings. One person could stand against a nation. Perhaps that's a fitting description of Su Bei. Truly, he is my idol. Witnessing Su Xiaoro's abilities left the surviving official superhumans in a state of shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Upon first encountering Su Bei and his companions, many had assumed that the timid young girl was merely Su Bei's sister, lacking any real strength. It now appears that I was utterly mistaken. This little girl truly embodies a force to be reckoned with, akin to a cow performing a handstand, utterly astounding. Perhaps sensing the peril faced by their leader, the other fifth-tier mutated wolves immediately let out a deafening howl, charging towards Su Xiaoro and her companions. Whoosh! In that very instant, as the entire pack surged forward, a colossal pillar entwined with dual-colored flames descended from the heavens. Boom! The massive rod struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. A tremendous fissure was instantly carved into the ground by an incomprehensibly terrifying force, reducing countless wolves to mere pulp. Simultaneously, many others plummeted into the chasm. At that moment, Su Bei's figure also appeared beside Su Xiaoro and the others. Oh my, Mr. Su has arrived. Is this how a true powerhouse makes an entrance? It's even more impressive than a cow taking flight. How magnificent. It feels more striking than the golden staff of Sun Wukong. I long to acknowledge him as my elder brother right here and now. We should be grateful to have survived. I wonder how Lin Fan and the others are faring? Those rascals actually fled in the heat of battle. These wretched deserters must be reported to General He for proper punishment once we're out of this mess. Such cowards are unworthy of being called warriors. Chapter 90. A single finger's might, shocking the audience. Mr. Su. Upon witnessing Su Bei's sudden appearance, Zhang Ruxue's face instantly contorted with overwhelming fury. However, this agitation lasted only a fleeting second before it transformed into guilt. Lowering her head, she spoke regretfully, I am truly sorry, Mr. Su, for causing you more trouble. We couldn't even handle such a predicament, and I feel quite ashamed for how well you have treated us. It was evident that she harbored deep remorse at that moment. Liu beside her also hung his head. In the recent battle, dozens of official awakeners had already been eliminated. Out of 1,000 official awakeners, many had perished or fled, now only 12 remained. Enough. Let us not wallow in sentimentality. The towering figure before us is indeed beyond your capabilities. It seemed that once this ordeal was concluded, it would be time to assist them in enhancing their strength. Su Bei spoke in a relatively calm tone. The beast before them, in its wolf form, possessed an incredibly fearsome power, stronger than the Godzilla he had faced a month ago, and even larger in size. It was commendable that Li Hu and Zhang Ruxue had managed to endure this long. Their strength was insufficient to contend with such a mutated beast, and it was entirely understandable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the 12 official awakeners swiftly appeared behind Su Bei. Mr. Su, you have arrived. Each face was alight with the joy of having narrowly escaped death. Had Su Xiaoro not arrived at that critical moment, they might have become the lunch of those mutated wolves. Now that Su Bei was here, they were confident that he could vanquish the mutated wolf king before them. You all are commendable, much stronger than those despicable cowards who fled. Su Bei regarded the remaining 12 official awakeners, a glint of admiration flashing in his eyes. In truth, everyone understood that against such a terrifying wolf king and the horde of mutated wolves, they had no chance of victory. Remaining here would only lead to death. Yet these 12 official awakeners had resolutely chosen to stay and assist Li Hu and Zhang Ruxue in battle. This alone surpassed the actions of Lin Fan and his ilk. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Su. We were soldiers before, and abandoning our comrades in the heat of battle is something we could never do. The middle-aged man at the forefront, Li Gang, spoke earnestly. After hearing this, Su Bei merely nodded slowly. The priority now was to eliminate the wolf pack. Once the wolf king was dealt with, he could reap an abundance of attribute points. Very well, everyone retreat quickly. Su Bei instructed Li Hu and Zhang Ruxue. He was preparing to dispatch the wolf pack with utmost swiftness. Although the Wolf King before him was formidable, it was only slightly stronger than Godzilla. With his current strength, he could easily crush the mutated Wolf King's skull with a mere flick of his finger. Understood. Upon hearing this, the group promptly withdrew. Su Xiaoro, being astute, quickly erected an energy barrier with her powers, safeguarding everyone. She understood that Su Bei was about to unleash a formidable attack. Xiaoro, aren't you going to assist Mr. Su? That Wolf King is incredibly powerful. Its strength may even surpass Godzilla's, and there are so many fifth-tier mutated wolves. Can he handle this alone? Seeing Su Xiaoro relinquish control over the mutated Wolf King, Jiang Ruxue immediately voiced her concern. Although she recognized Su Bei's strength, having been capable of defeating Godzilla a month prior, she feared that the current Wolf King's might was even greater. No need. My brother's strength is beyond your imagination. To him, these creatures are as insignificant as rotten fish. Su Xiaoro replied coldly, without turning to look at Jiang Ruxue. Her tone conveyed absolute confidence in Su Bei, exuding an aura that kept others at bay. This demeanor was wholly different from the Xiaoro Jiang Ruxue had previously known. Oh, Jiang Ruxue nodded awkwardly, realizing that Xiaoro had seemingly perfected the control of her other persona. Sigh. It feels as though I have drifted further away from Mr. Su. At that moment, all eyes were fixated on Su Bei, especially those of the official awakeners. They were eager to witness the extent of Su Bei's current prowess and how he would confront the mountain-sized mutated Wolf King. Li Hu and Jiang Ruxue also wore expressions of anticipation, having not seen Su Bei for a month. They were utterly unaware of the level of his current strength. Roar! 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 As soon as the mutated Wolf King broke free from Su Xiaoro's control, it began to howl furiously. Its eyes erupted with tangible flames, and even its howls caused intense pain to resonate around them. The official awakeners quickly covered their ears, fearing that the sound might rupture their eardrums. Whoosh! In the next moment, the mutated Wolf King charged at Su Bei. Its fist, larger than a truck, was aimed directly at him. Believing that such a blow would reduce the insignificant ant before it to mere dust. Mr. Su, witnessing this scene, apart from the foolish girl and Su Xiaoro, everyone else felt a jolt of fear in their hearts. Some were so terrified that they cried out in alarm. If struck by that mountainous fist, even if one survived, they would surely be left in tatters. Amidst the collective terror, Su Bei merely extended his right index finger with nonchalance. Bang! The next second, time seemed to freeze as the entire arena held its breath. Eyes widened like saucers, everyone stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Faced with the Wolf King's full-force strike, Su Bei effortlessly blocked it with a mere finger. More astonishingly, his body remained as immovable as a boulder. Was I seeing things? I was utterly astonished to witness Mr. Su effortlessly deflect the assault of the mutated Wolf King with merely a single finger. I must have been hallucinating. You and I beheld the same extraordinary spectacle. My goodness, is this the true extent of the prowess possessed by the divine Mr. Su? To halt the formidable strike of a 100-foot beast with just a finger, this is the essence of a genuine deity. Mr. Su, you are truly remarkable.